Immemorial Dragon Elephant Art Chapter 2693 to Chapter 2777. Lin Feng had already witnessed how terrifying the mysterious living being was. Hence, he knew that this was a crucial moment for him. If he was careless, he would end up like the previous four and die tragically at the hands of the mysterious living being. After the mysterious living being disappeared, Lin Feng began to activate the three types of qi. The mysterious living being appeared silently in front of Lin Feng. "It's your turn," the mysterious living being's lips curled into a sinister smile. Its ghost-like claws pierced towards Lin Feng's head. "Epic qi, white tiger qi, supreme qi," Lin Feng shouted in his heart. The three types of qi stacked together. The power of qi. It shook the void. The power of the three types of qi stacked together skyrocketed. After the mysterious living being was enveloped by Lin Feng's qi, its speed was greatly reduced. Qi was indeed qi. No matter how powerful the mysterious living being was, when faced with qi, its body would be affected. "I'll kill you, you bastard," Lin Feng shouted. The stone sword appeared in his hand. He waved the stone sword and slashed at the mysterious living being. The mysterious living being instinctively used its right hand to block the attack. Puff! A tearing sound was heard. The mysterious living being's arm was chopped off by Lin Feng's stone sword. "Ah!" The mysterious living being let out a miserable shriek. Then, he quickly retreated. The mysterious living being's arm turned into pure soul origin energy. Soul origin energy. "So, you're a spiritual body," Lin Feng was stupefied. He immediately released his absorbing spirit and started absorbing the original strength of the mysterious creature's soul. Stone sword. The mysterious living being's voice became extremely cold and eerie. However, it did not attack Lin Feng again because it was restrained by Lin Feng's stone sword. Lin Feng naturally noticed this. The stone sword had a mysterious origin and was extremely powerful. However, the stone sword had an extremely important ability. The stone sword was extremely harmful to the living beings of the previous epoch. It was far more harmful than other living beings. Lin Feng did not know why. However, since the stone sword had such a special ability, there must be a reason. The mysterious living being was extremely powerful. Lin Feng was not its match. However, Lin Feng, who controlled the stone sword, had severely injured the mysterious living being. If it was not a living being of the previous epoch, with its strength, it should not have suffered such severe injuries. Even though the mysterious creature didn't say he was from the previous era, Lin Feng had the impression that things weren't that simple. He had the impression that the creature was from the previous era. Lin Feng had the impression that the creature was from the previous era. Lin Feng smiled icily. "It seems like you know the stone sword. You said you weren't from the last epoch, right? If he wasn't from the previous epoch, would my stone sword have inflicted such serious damage on him? Why bring up my past? Why bring up my past? Why bring up my past?" The mysterious living being roared furiously. Lin Feng had brought up his past. It seemed like he had been provoked. Lin Feng was puzzled. What had happened to this guy? Why couldn't he mention his past? "I want to mention it. If you have the ability, come and kill me." Lin Feng curled his lips and continued to provoke the mysterious living being. "Shut up. Otherwise, I'll devour you." The mysterious living being glared fiercely at Lin Feng. "Come on. Do you think I'm afraid of you?" Lin Feng controlled the stone sword. After knowing that the stone sword was the bane of the mysterious living being, he was very confident. The mysterious living being's expression was extremely gloomy. It wanted to pounce at Lin Feng several times, but it gave up in the end. The stone sword made it extremely wary. If he did not have the stone sword, he was confident that he could crush this ant in front of him to death within 3 moves. "A living being from the previous era living like you, neither human nor ghost. What a failure." Lin Feng mocked. "I've already told you that I'm not a living being from the previous epoch. Do you want me to repeat myself?" "You're right." "Oh? Not a living being from the previous era? Could it be that you're a living being from the epoch before that?" Lin Feng casually muttered with a hint of mockery. But this time, the mysterious living being actually didn't refute Lin Feng. Lin Feng was extremely shocked. He had only said it casually, but judging from the mysterious living being's reaction, could it be that he was right? This living being wasn't a living being from the previous era. Instead, it was a living being from the previous era. When he thought of this possibility, Lin Feng couldn't help but feel shocked. This was a living being that had lived for more than 2 eras? A living being from the previous era shouldn't have lived such a miserable life after living for 2 eras, right? Lin Feng said. What do you know? What do you know? The mysterious living being roared furiously. It seemed to have lost all rationality. Its eyes flickered with boundless killing intent and fury. It couldn't forget what had happened in the past. After scheming for so long, I ended up suffering such a calamity. Even a wise man can make a mistake. His emotions finally calmed down a lot, and then he said these words. A single slip brings everlasting sorrow. I'm too lazy to ask about what happened in the past. I'm officially informing you that I'm going to rob you. Teach me the divine abilities you cultivate, especially the 3000 Daos, top-tier immortal techniques, and so on. Otherwise, I'll cut you into pieces. Shouted Lin Feng while holding his stone sword. His voice was filled with threats. Lin Feng looked at the mysterious creature. The mysterious living being was stunned. It couldn't believe its ears. It was being robbed. On top of that, Lin Feng, a nobody, had dared to rob them. Kid, do you know what you're saying? The mysterious living being roared furiously. It glared at Lin Feng fiercely. Lin Feng said. I'm robbing you. Don't you understand human language? The mysterious living being was hopping mad. It was being robbed by an ant. In its eyes, Lin Feng was just a small fry that it could squash with a single finger. But now, such a small fry had dared to rob it. This drove the mysterious living being mad. If it were any other time, Lin Feng would have died countless times. But, now, Lin Feng was in control of the stone sword. The mysterious living being was filled with fear. If you leave now, you can still live. Otherwise, I'll make sure you die here. I'd like to see what you're capable of. Lin Feng sneered. He unleashed 3 different era heists. At the same time, he waved the stone sword and attacked the mysterious being. Although the mysterious being was from the previous era and had a terrifying cultivation base, Lin Feng was still able to sense it. In reality, Lin Feng had already realized that this being must have experienced something unbearable in the past. That was why it no longer had a physical body, and only its soul was left. Of course, even if only its soul was left, it was still extremely terrifying and almost impossible to fight against. However, as the saying went, everything in the world had a counter to each other. Lin Feng happened to be able to counter this mysterious being. The 3 different era heists could be used as a deterrent. The stone sword could severely injure the mysterious being. Now, the mysterious being was completely suppressed by Lin Feng. That was why Lin Feng dared to rob it. If he didn't have a way to restrain the mysterious creature, he would be committing suicide by robbing it. Lin Feng thought that he wasn't that stupid. Boom, a terrifying aura filled the air. Lin Feng raised his battle prowess to the maximum. However, the mysterious being didn't fight Lin Feng head-on. It kept dodging Lin Feng's attacks. What? You're so scared of me? It's no wonder you ended up like this. There's a reason for that. Lin Feng mocked. The mysterious being wanted nothing more than to crush Lin Feng to death. Lin Feng kept mocking and provoking him, and the mysterious being was on the verge of exploding. However, when he thought about how Lin Feng could counter him, he couldn't help it. The mysterious being had no choice but to suppress his anger. He said coldly, if it wasn't for the stone sword, you would have died countless times. How dare you show off in front of me? Lin Feng said indifferently, so what if I rely on the stone sword? Magic treasures are also a part of a cultivator's cultivation. If you don't even have this awareness, then you've lived for so many years in vain. The mysterious being said with an indifferent expression. I can't be bothered to say anything more to you. Swish, the mysterious being waved its right hand. In an instant, a jade tube flew out towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng grabbed the jade tube. There is a kind of divine ability inside. If you want to cultivate it, you can try cultivating it. The mysterious being said. Lin Feng sensed for a moment. The fall of the three realms? What demonic art is this? Lin Feng was very surprised. This is a divine ability that I created after witnessing the destruction of an epoch and the collapse of the three supreme realms. The mysterious being said. What do you mean? Did the previous era also have the three paramount realms? Or was there a three paramount realms in the epoch before that? Lin Feng asked. No matter which epoch it is, there will always be the higher planes, the mortal planes, and the undead planes. The higher planes are like the celestial realm of this epoch. The mortal planes are like the 3,000 major worlds of this epoch, with all sorts of life-bearing planets, and so on. The undead planes are like the netherworld. These are the so-called three great planes, also known as the three realms. The three realms I speak of and the three realms you speak of are not the same. The mysterious being said. Hearing this explanation, Lin Feng understood what the mysterious being meant by the three realms. He then chuckled and said, I still need one more thing before I leave. The mysterious being's anger rose as it said coldly, don't push your luck. The reason I chose to give you this divine ability is because I don't want both of us to suffer. If you continue to extort me, then we'll just fight to the death. Lin Feng said. Don't get so worked up. Aren't we talking about cooperation right now? I'm a righteous person. I'll never extort others. The mysterious being suddenly had the urge to slap Lin Feng to death. You have the nerve to say that you'll never extort others? You were just talking about robbing me. Of course, the mysterious being didn't say any of this out loud. It glared fiercely at Lin Feng. Right now, it only wanted to send Lin Feng away as soon as possible. Speak. What else do you want? The mysterious being asked. Lin Feng smiled. Since you have no use for the 9 Phoenix Immortal Tree outside, why don't you give it to me? The mysterious being sneered. How do you know that I have no use for the 9 Phoenix Immortal Tree? If you want the 9 Phoenix Immortal Tree, I think you should give up on it while it's still early. The mysterious being's tone was very firm. Clearly, it wouldn't agree to Lin Feng's request. In truth, Lin Feng had already guessed that this would happen. He also knew that the mysterious being wouldn't agree. Lin Feng's goal was actually the 9 immortal fruits born by the 9 Phoenix Immortal Tree. The principle of negotiation was to first propose a seemingly impossible goal. The other party would naturally refuse, then lower the goal appropriately. Perhaps the other party would agree. Haggling. This was extremely important in negotiations. Lin Feng said. I don't want the 9 Phoenix Immortal Tree anymore. Just give me the 9 immortal fruits. 9 immortal fruits can allow a person to live another life if consumed at the same time. This is a heaven-defying item. Do you think it's possible for you to just casually ask for it? The mysterious being said coldly. Nothing is impossible in this world, Lin Feng said. Fine. I can give it to you, but you have to promise me one thing. The mysterious being suddenly said. What is it? Lin Feng looked at the mysterious being cautiously, as if guarding against a thief. Lin Feng's gaze left the mysterious being speechless. Where did this freak come from? This guy really made one gnash their teeth in anger. If you go to the primal chaos bound of Xianxia in the future, go to a place called the Time Domain and help me pay respects to a lonely grave there. At this point, the mysterious being's voice turned gloomy. It was filled with sadness. Lin Feng was astonished. To think that this guy would feel sad as well. Whose grave is that? Lin Feng asked. Don't ask what you shouldn't ask, the mysterious being said coldly. Fine, I won't ask. Lin Feng pursed his lips. He then asked, where is the primal chaos bound of Xianxia? It's a mysterious place. If you have the opportunity, you can naturally reach that place. If not, you will never be able to enter that world. The mysterious being said. Lin Feng frowned. This guy actually made the primal chaos bound of Xianxia sound so mysterious. Lin Feng couldn't help but feel curious about the primal chaos bound of Xianxia. The mysterious being summoned the fire phoenix. The fire phoenix turned into the 9 Phoenix Immortal Tree. The mysterious being plucked the 9 immortal fruits from the fire phoenix and handed them to Lin Feng. A cultivator can only regain their youth once in their lifetime. Thus, you have to consider carefully when to consume the 9 immortal fruits. Don't waste such a treasure. The mysterious being said. Thank you for the reminder. I'll take my leave then. Lin Feng cupped his fists and quickly left. After leaving the 9th moon cliff, he returned to the immortal path. The 9th moon cliff was gone. How lucky. Not only did I not die, but I also obtained something heaven-defying. Lin Feng's face lit up with joy. This was not a place to stay for long. Lin Feng did not stay and quickly left. This time, Lin Feng had obtained too many benefits from the 9th moon cliff. His cultivation had increased, his bloodline had recovered, 9 immortal fruits, and the mysterious creature had created a powerful divine ability, the 3 realms fall. Any one of these opportunities was enough to make one's heart palpitate. This trip was not in vain. Lin Feng had obtained 4 opportunities. No wonder Duguyu wanted to send Lin Feng to the immortal path to heaven to cultivate. There were too many opportunities here. Boom. Not long after, waves of violent fluctuation surged from the depths. A huge cultivation dojo appeared in the depths of the dojo. In the hall, there was a battle between cultivators. At this moment, many people had gathered in the hall to watch the battle. Lin Feng also entered the hall. Everyone's eyes were attracted by the battle in the hall, so no one noticed Lin Feng's arrival. Lin Feng had killed Helyun Dao before. But in reality, very few people had seen Lin Feng before. Therefore, it was normal that no one knew Lin Feng. The cultivators fighting were very powerful. Lin Feng asked around and found out the identities of the 2 people. The white-cloaked cultivator was called Murong Qianma. This person's identity was extremely extraordinary. He was a genius of the Celestial clan in the Heaven realm. The Celestial clan was one of the oldest branches of the human race. Now in the Heaven realm, they were also the rulers of a region. They were one of the most powerful forces in the Heaven realm. The other cultivator was a demon clan cultivator. He was a cultivator of the Peacock clan. He looked quite young, but his cultivation was abnormally tyrannical. The descendant of the Peacock clan has a mysterious origin. Some people say that he might be from the demon realm, but the cultivators of the demon realm don't know him. It's very likely that he's not from the demon realm. A cultivator said. The Yao world was a super world ranked in the top 7 of the 3,000 great worlds. It was extremely powerful and filled with experts. It was also a world ruled by the Yao race cultivators. There are many ancient races in the demon realm. It was said that the descendants of the great sage, Heaven's equal, were all in the demon realm. Of course, this was only a rumor. The great sage, Heaven's equal, was too mysterious. Back then, he illuminated the world, but he quickly disappeared without a trace. Even when his younger brother, the battle sacred ape, was killed, the great sage, Heaven's equal, did not appear. Therefore, whether the great sage, Heaven's equal, really had descendants was something worth discussing. That demon clan cultivator is called Kong Ming. The 2 of them fought over this training ground. The cultivator said. This person was very talkative. After chatting with Lin Feng for a while, Lin Feng learned that this person was called Pan Di, from the Soaring Dragon Great World. This was the first time Lin Feng had heard of the Soaring Dragon Great World. He knew nothing about it. Is there anything special about this training hall? Lin Feng asked. It is said that this dojo was left behind by the fire god Zhirong. Pundi said. The fire god Zhirong was a connate lifeform. He was the first lifeform born from the flames. His cultivation was so strong that he could defy heaven and earth. The terror of this existence was simply unimaginable. If he had left behind a legacy, it would definitely be an extremely heaven-defying legacy. No wonder they fought. Lin Feng muttered. Originally, Kong Ming first occupied this training ground to comprehend Tao. A few demon clan cultivators were guarding him. Just as Kong Ming was about to comprehend the Tao here, Murong Qianma from the heavenly human clan arrived. That person was extremely powerful. He directly injured several Yao cultivators who were guarding Kong Ming. Moreover, he wanted to occupy this place to cultivate. Kong Ming's cultivation state was interrupted and he almost suffered a backlash. Pundi said. Disturbing others' cultivation is a great taboo in the world of cultivators. Lin Feng said. This kind of thing was very immoral and could easily create endless hatred. Therefore, cultivators were very careful and would not casually disturb others' cultivation. However, Morong Chanma did not care about anything at all. He was of noble birth and powerful. Naturally, he did not care about other people's feelings. The battle between the two was extremely fierce. Whether it was Morong Chanma or Kong Ming, they both displayed extremely heaven-defying combat strength. Dirty thing, today I'll let you have a taste of my secret technique, the unique and unique palm. Morong Chanma looked at Kong Ming indifferently. In fact, as the successor of the Peacock clan, Kong Ming's bloodline was extremely powerful. However, in Morong Chanma's eyes, Kong Ming had become a dirty bloodline. From this, one could see how proud Morong Chanma was. Of course, this might have too much to do with his background. After all, the heavenly human clan had always been one of the few major forces that ruled the heavenly realm. They were used to being high and mighty. Naturally, they looked down on cultivators from other clans. Boom, Morong Chanma used the unique and unique palm. A terrifying aura was emitted from his body. Between heaven and earth. The unique and unique palm. This was an extremely terrifying willpower. Many people were shocked when they felt the aura emitted from Morong Chanma's body. This divine ability was too powerful. It had an invincible will. That terrifying palm directly blasted towards Kong Ming. Seeing that the palm was about to hit Kong Ming's body, Kong Ming also used a powerful secret technique. Merciful and merciful palm. Kong Ming stepped forward. Buddhist light surged out from his body. The shadow of an ancient Buddha appeared behind him. That ancient Buddha was kind and benevolent, delivering all living beings. It was rumored that the ancestor of the Peacock clan, Mahamayuri, had cultivated in Buddhism for many years. He was the sacred bird of Buddhism. Therefore, the Peacock clan had mastered many powerful Buddhist divine abilities. The divine ability that Kong Ming used was a powerful Buddhist divine ability. The power of this divine ability was unusually tyrannical and terrifying. Bang, both sides suddenly collided fiercely. Then, they both retreated. Obviously, neither of them could do anything to the other. You keep saying that others have dirty bloodlines, but your strength is only so. It's simply slapping your own face. Kong Ming sneered and looked at Morong Chanma. His face was full of sarcasm. You reckless fool. Very soon, you will know how weak and lowly you are. Morong Chanma's face suddenly sank, and his eyes flashed with dense killing intent. An even more terrifying aura gushed out from his body. Obviously, Morong Chanma was preparing a more powerful attack. At this time, Kong Ming also began to circulate his spiritual power. A terrifying power was recovering in his dantian. Kong Ming also began to prepare a powerful attack. An even more intense battle was about to break out. But at this time, there was a change. Rumble, rumble. The dojo below shook violently. Crack. Such a shocking fluctuation naturally shocked everyone. Everyone was attracted by the changes in front of them. Even Kong Ming and Morong Chanma stopped fighting at this moment. They floated in the air and looked at the cracked dojo. Is something left behind by Fire God Zhurong about to appear? The legacy of the Great Tao, some powerful magic treasures, or some natural treasures? Lin Feng couldn't help but ponder. Fire God Zhurong's origin was too great. He was the first fire god and the first god to control fire. His history was even older than Swearin of the human race. Everyone knew that Swearin made fire by drilling wood. However, no one knew that Fire God Zhurong had long been able to control fire. It was said that Fire God Zhurong was a natural lifeform born from fire. In that era, there were only 72 types of fire, which were 72 types of heavenly fire. Fire God Zhurong was born from heavenly fire. As for which generation of heavenly fire he was born from, no one knew. After all, it was too long ago and had long become a mystery. However, there were still many legends about Fire God Zhurong in the world. For example, some of Fire God Zhurong's treasures. The famous firestorm wheels were Fire God Zhurong's magic treasure. In addition to the firestorm wheels, there were also fire gourds, fire seals, fire swords, fire god shields, fire bows, and other magic treasures. All of them were fire god Jerome's magic treasures. It was said that there was a very powerful cultivator in the heavenly realm called the Heavenly Grandmaster, who was the guardian god of Taoism. This existence's nickname was Neza. It was said that his father was the supreme commander of the heavenly army in the heavenly realm. Of course, this heavenly grandmaster Neza was also a very powerful existence. He had many supreme treasures, such as the firestorm wheels, red sky silk, golden steel ring, and other treasures. These treasures all had great origins. Among them, the firestorm wheels was a supreme treasure passed down by fire god Jerome. Lin Feng didn't know if fire god Jerome's supreme treasure would appear here. If it did, it would be very heaven-defying. Of course, other than fire god Jerome's supreme treasure, if there was fire god Jerome's great Tao inheritance, some pills, or natural treasures, it would also be a great opportunity. The items left behind by fire god Jerome were definitely extraordinary. Crack! Crack! The Tao field was cracking more and more. Dense cracks had appeared all over the place. There was a rumbling sound. A loud explosion shook the heavens. Smoke and dust rose everywhere. The entire dojo had collapsed. Seeing this scene, many people couldn't help but exclaim. Since the dojo had collapsed, did that mean that some heaven-defying opportunities were about to appear? There seems to be more space below. A cultivator said. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, there were already people who couldn't wait any longer and rushed toward the dojo. Lin Feng also soared into the sky and rushed into the dojo. The fastest ones were naturally Kong Ming and Murong Qianma. Previously, they were fighting above the dojo. Now that the dojo had collapsed, they were the first to enter it. What a huge underground palace, Lin Feng couldn't help but exclaim after entering the depths of the training hall. What appeared in front of them was an extremely huge underground palace. This underground palace was very quiet. It was unknown how many people had never visited this place. Everyone landed on a square in the underground palace. Some cultivators soared into the sky, wanting to fly above the underground palace. However, those cultivators were met with calamity and their bodies exploded. This underground palace was a space where flying was prohibited. If someone insisted on flying here, they would most likely meet with calamity and die a horrible death. The fate of the cultivator from before was a lesson to be learned. The square in the underground palace was connected to many streets. Those streets led to unknown places. On both sides of the streets were courtyards, and in the courtyards were all kinds of palaces. Many people chose a direction and quickly flew there. Then, they searched for opportunities in the underground palace. Lin Feng also chose a direction and walked in search of opportunities. Fire god Jerome controlled the fire god's power and was one of the most ancient existences. This existence was full of myths and legends. Now that he had come to the palace left behind by this existence, Lin Feng thought of many things. He hoped to gain something from this place. Boom, a great battle broke out in one of the palaces. There was an ancient war spear that penetrated the wall. The war spear was too extraordinary. The void around the war spear was distorted. From this, one could see how terrifying this treasure was. Several peerless experts were fighting each other. They were fighting for the ownership of the war spear. More and more cultivators were pouring into this underground palace. This place was bound to become even more chaotic. Not long after, Lin Feng discovered another great battle. It was also fighting for a treasure. This time, it was a jade ruby. The jade ruby was very terrifying. It vibrated with destructive power. With a gentle sweep, the void collapsed. Lin Feng thought of the mysterious lady of the 9 heavens. This woman's treasure seemed to be a jade ruby. Of course, this jade ruby was not passed down by the mysterious lady of the 9 heavens. Even if it was not the mysterious lady of the 9 heavens treasure, it was still extremely terrifying. Many cultivators' eyes turned red. All of them wanted to snatch this treasure. The cultivators who entered this place were all top experts. It was not easy to determine the winner. Let's go and take a look. An old monk died in front of the palace. A cultivator shouted. Those cultivators had received the voice transmission of their companions. Many people were alarmed and rushed forward. Lin Feng followed behind those cultivators and arrived in front of the palace. The door of the palace was tightly shut. There were stone nails nailed to the door of the palace. An old monk's head, limbs, and torso had all been cut off and nailed to the door. Even though he had been dead for a long time, the old monk's corpse still emitted a faint holy light. This old monk was definitely an eminent monk when he was alive. Who are these people? How could they be so cruel? They dismembered this old monk and nailed him here. What kind of grudge did they have? What kind of grudge? A cultivator said with a serious expression. The rule of the world of cultivators was that one should not humiliate the corpse. Therefore, it was rare to see a corpse being humiliated. However, this old monk's corpse was humiliated and dismembered. This was the greatest humiliation to a corpse. Most importantly, the owner of the corpse that had been humiliated was an eminent monk. Even if people did not believe in Buddhism, they would still respect the history of Buddhism and would not blaspheme Buddhism. Therefore, many people were very respectful to Buddhist monks. Humiliating the corpse of a Buddhist monk was an extremely rare occurrence in history. Lin Feng could not help but frown. He did not know who did it. How could they humiliate a dead eminent monk like this? This was too much. Ba, good, good, 3 monks walked over from afar. They had their palms together and looked sorrowful. Someone recognized them. These 3 people were not simple. The Great Thunderclap Temple of the Buddhist realm was a place filled with countless legends. It had the most powerful orthodoxy and the most mysterious experts. The ancient Buddhas of the Buddhist realm were shrouded in a mysterious veil. The Great Thunderclap Temple of the Buddhist realm was the place where the ancient Buddhas cultivated. The 3 monks who walked out of the Great Thunderclap Temple of the Buddhist realm were very young. Each monk emitted waves of powerful fluctuations. The cultivation of these monks was stronger than the previous one. They're so young, but they're already comparable to an eminent monk. Someone said. He was very wary of the 3 monks of the Buddhist realm. The monks of the Buddhist realm were very terrifying. Not only were their cultivations powerful, but they also had many shocking methods. The most terrifying were the methods of Buddhism to bewitch people. There was no need to say more about the greatness of Buddhism. But to be honest, the bewitching methods of Buddhism actually played an extremely important role in the development of Buddhism. Buddhism had always been able to use various methods. It made the world believe in Buddhism. Therefore, there were many followers of Buddhism. Furthermore, Buddhism had mastered the great purification art. Over the long years, Buddhism had purified countless powerful living beings. And those powerful beings had become the guardian sacred beasts of Buddhism. Lin Feng had met some monks and had interacted with some of them, such as Monkey Xiao. He knew about the shocking methods of these monks. Now that the 3 monks saw the tragic end of the eminent monk of Buddhism, they wouldn't ignore it. May the senior ascend to nirvana soon. The 3 monks sat cross-legged and took out a wooden fish. They knocked on the wooden fish. They chanted Buddhist scriptures. They were chanting the magnificent Dharma Sutra. This sutra could purify the souls of the dead. Of course, it was unknown if it could really purify the souls of the dead. At least, that was what Buddhism said when it spread to the outside world. After chanting the sutra, the 3 monks stood up. Everyone thought that the 3 monks would collect the old monk's corpse and bury it. Who would have thought that the 3 monks would just stand there calmly without any intention of moving? Then, a cultivator asked, "Masters, don't you plan to collect the old monk's corpse and bury it? The senior has already found peace. We must not disturb the senior's sleep." Shameless, shameless, many people despised this monk. This fellow was clearly afraid that there would be danger when collecting the old monk's corpse. But now, he actually said that he shouldn't disturb the senior's sleep. Those who didn't know the details would think that this monk's filial piety was commendable. But in reality, it was extremely shameless. "I'll open the door and see what's inside." A majestic man stepped out. He was 3 meters tall and his entire body was golden. This was a member of the Gold Clan. It came from the Golden World. Their race was very special. It was said that their bones were made of gold. His physical body was abnormally strong. "I also plan to open the door and see what's going on inside." Another cultivator stepped forward. He was a very thin cultivator. There were also people who recognized his identity. This cultivator came from the lifelong realm and his name was Gu Yunsheng. He was also a powerful cultivator. Ha 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 ha, I had the same idea. It was then that the third cultivator stepped forward. This cultivator was extremely short, only about 1 meter tall, but he was not a dwarf. He was a cultivator from the goblin race. The goblins were a race that lived underground. They were short and extremely ugly. Many people were unwilling to deal with the goblins. This was because the goblins were not only greedy, but also sinister, dirty, despicable, and cunning. Therefore, many people hated the goblins. However, the goblins never cared about what others thought. This race was very self-centered. Although they had all kinds of shortcomings and were extremely annoying, they lived very freely. The cultivators from the Golden World, the Lifelong Realm, and the Goblin race walked toward the door at the same time. There was naturally a reason why they chose to make the first move. Once the door opened, they would definitely enter first. If there were any treasures, they would be the first to get those treasures. Lin Feng stood in the distance and watched the 3 cultivators walk toward the door. He didn't go near. This was because he felt that this place gave him an inexplicable sense of danger. That old monk died so miserably. His body was dismembered and nailed to the door. Was it really just a vendetta? Was there any other deeper reason? Facing such a situation, he had to be careful. At this time, there was nothing wrong with being careful. The 3 cultivators arrived in front of the door. The 3 of them tried to push the door open. However, the door was extremely heavy and difficult to push open. One after another, 7 or 8 people couldn't resist the desire in their hearts. They all walked toward the door. They also tried to push the door open. However, the door was really too heavy. It wasn't easy to push the door open. Then, a few more people walked out. A total of 14 cultivators worked together. Rumble. The door began to shake violently as if it was about to be pushed open. Seeing this, everyone's eyes suddenly lit up. Some cultivators were eager to enter the palace after the door was pushed open. Kacha, kacha, violent friction sounds could be heard. At this time, the door was pushed open by a gap. Huff, however, something terrifying happened. At this time, a powerful suction force surged out from the door. That powerful suction force directly enveloped everyone at the door. Not good, retreat. Those cultivators realized that something was wrong and screamed in horror. They wanted to quickly retreat, but it was too late. Their bodies were enveloped by the terrifying suction force. Then, they quickly shrank and were sucked into the palace. The powerful suction force quickly rushed outside, wanting to devour other people. Hurry up and run. Some cultivators were so scared that their faces turned pale. They shouted loudly and quickly fled into the distance. Swoosh, Lin Feng used the octagonal world and rushed into the distance. He was relatively far from the door, so he wasn't affected. However, those who were closer to the door didn't manage to escape. They were also caught by the suction force from the door and sucked into the palace inside the door. Lin Feng and the others, who had avoided this disaster, stood in the distance and looked at the palace. The door of the palace closed again. Everything became quiet. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed what just happened. How terrifying. What's in the palace? Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. Finally, he left the palace. When night fell, Lin Feng suddenly felt a cold aura surging out from his dantian. When Lin Feng's divine sense invaded his dantian, he immediately revealed an extremely shocked expression. This was because there was an additional item in his dantian. This item was none other than the mysterious metal box. This was the mysterious iron box that he had obtained in the Starry Sky ancient city in the Starry Sky world. He didn't know whose corpse it contained. The mysterious iron box was extremely terrifying and strange. Lin Feng still hadn't figured out the origin of the mysterious iron box. What puzzled Lin Feng was why the mysterious iron box had appeared in his dantian. Shouldn't the mysterious iron box be outside in the real world now? One had to know that only souls could descend into this space. Other things couldn't descend into the space at all. However, the mysterious iron box had appeared in this space. It was really too unbelievable. Lin Feng felt that something must have happened, and it should have something to do with the mysterious iron box. Otherwise, the mysterious iron box would never have appeared in his dantian so strangely. The origin of this mysterious iron box is really making me more and more curious. What does it mean for it to appear in this world on its own accord? Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. His heart was filled with shock and emotion. At the same time, he was also worried. He didn't know if the mysterious iron box was a blessing or a curse for such a strange thing to appear. In the distance, there were cultivators looking over. There were a total of 7 cultivators with extraordinary strength. After seeing Lin Feng, they quickly left. Lin Feng saw the cultivators in a hurry, but he didn't think much about it. Instead, he continued to walk toward the depths of the heavenly immortal path. In the next few days, a piece of news suddenly spread in the heavenly immortal path. It was said that a cultivator had killed Xianxia and the others from the Yin-Yang world, and Yedian and the others from the dark world, Zhao Qing and the others from the undying world, and Helyun Dao and the others from the heaven realm. Now, this cultivator was training in the heavenly immortal path. Xianxia and Yedian, Zhao Qing, and the others had all died outside. Many cultivators on the heavenly immortal path didn't know much about their deaths. However, Helyun Dao was killed on the path, so the cultivators there were quite clear about this matter and heard a lot of rumors. Now that they suddenly heard that the one who killed these experts was actually a single person, they were extremely shocked. Someone had purposely leaked the news. The 12 horsemen of the dark world are trying to find a way to enter the heavenly immortal path. Several experts from the Yin-Yang world have already entered the heavenly immortal path. Several top experts from the Zhao clan of the undying world have also entered the heavenly immortal path. The experts from the Hellion clan of the heaven realm have also come out from the depths of the heavenly immortal path, preparing to kill this person. News continued to spread, stirring up great waves. It seemed that these top forces were determined to kill that cultivator. Lin Feng's portrait was circulated. Some of the major powers wanted everyone to help find Lin Feng's whereabouts. After seeing Lin Feng's portrait, many people were shocked. I've seen this kid before. He looks harmless to humans and animals. I didn't expect him to be so decisive. I've also seen this kid and talked with him for a long time. I really didn't expect him to kill so many experts. This kid doesn't seem like a vicious person. Can't you see it? It's obvious that those cultivators from the major powers wanted to kill that kid and steal his treasures, but they kicked an iron plate and were killed by that kid instead. Hee, they deserved it. Who told these major powers to always act so high and mighty? It's not an exaggeration to say that they don't care about human lives. Now that the top experts of these major powers are about to take action, I'm afraid that kid will definitely die. Not necessarily. Hurry up and leave the heavenly immortal path, or leave this mysterious space and return to the real world. No one can do anything to him. Many people were talking about this matter. Lin Feng didn't know that his portrait had been circulated. He also didn't know that he had become the focus of the heavenly immortal path. Now, he had entered a pitch-black forest. This forest was connected to the heavenly immortal path, and it emitted a gloomy and cold aura. In the black forest, one could see some powerful vicious beasts everywhere. This was an extremely dangerous place. Some of the vicious beasts, even Lin Feng felt a sense of fear. The reason Lin Feng entered this black forest was because of the mysterious iron box's guidance. On the night of the mysterious iron box's appearance, when Lin Feng was resting, the mysterious iron box emitted waves of fluctuations. It guided Lin Feng into the depths of the heavenly immortal path. Not long after, Lin Feng saw a black forest appear. This black forest was the place where the mysterious iron box had led Lin Feng to. Where is the black iron box leading me? Lin Feng couldn't help but guess the black iron box's intentions. He carefully passed through the black forest. Then, Lin Feng saw the scene in front of him. It was a densely packed stone forest. At a glance, one couldn't see the end of it. It had already formed a sea of trees. The huge stone forest looked like it had returned to the old Stone Age. Lin Feng passed through the stone forest. The soil here was special. It was made of a very ancient rock that was abnormally sturdy. He took out the stone sword and slashed at a stone peak. This stone peak was 200 meters tall. It was very straight, like an inverted awl. Clang. The stone sword slashed at the stone peak, producing a clanging sound. Lin Feng was sent flying. the stone sword didn't destroy the stone peak. This made Lin Feng extremely shocked. Wasn't this stone peak a little too sturdy? Such a huge stone forest, and there are stone peaks everywhere. I wonder if there are powerful stone tools in some of these stone peaks. Or even creatures of the stone tribe? Lin Feng couldn't help but think. He felt that there might be such a possibility. He had a feeling that this huge stone forest was very likely preserved from the Stone Age or even the era before it. Boom, at this moment, waves of shocking fluctuations were transmitted from the depths of the stone forest. The fluctuations were earth-shattering, shaking all directions. What's going on? Lin Feng was shocked. He quickly rushed over and saw a huge stone peak. That stone peak was about 3,000 meters tall. Now, the stone peak was gradually cracking. The terrifying fluctuations were emitted from the stone peak. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng was very shocked. This stone peak was extremely sturdy. Now that the stone peak was cracking, he didn't know what would happen. Rumble, 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 the stone peak was cracking and the ground was shaking. Lin Feng didn't get too close and stayed far away from the area. Because he sensed a dangerous aura. Crack, crack, crack. The cracks on the stone peak were getting worse. Moo, a deep sound resounded through the clouds. Finally, a huge beast rushed out of the stone peak. It was a stone elephant that was close to 100 meters tall and 150 meters long. Lin Feng was shocked when he saw the stone elephant. He had seen elephants before, such as some ancient elephants and mammoths. They were all very tyrannical existences among the ferocious beasts. It was Lin Feng's first time seeing one. The stone elephant was terrifying. Its aura was monstrous. Even from far away, Lin Feng could feel the terrifying aura emanating from it. The stone tribe is already very powerful. This stone elephant is so huge, so it should be even more terrifying, right? Lin Feng couldn't help but mumble to himself. Kacha kacha, at that moment, another mountain peak nearby began to crack. Roar, then, an earth-shaking roar was heard. A huge golden stone ape walked out of the stone peak. A stone ape, and a golden one at that. Could it be the same tribe as the sacred battle ape? Lin Feng thought in shock. His heart was filled with shock. Moo, roar, the stone elephant and stone ape both roared and charged at each other. The stone elephant charged at the stone ape. The stone ape waved its huge claws and smashed at the stone ape. Bam, the two terrifying stone tribe creatures collided. The fight was extremely intense, and it was a fight with their lives on the line. Lin Feng was puzzled. He didn't know why the two stone tribe creatures were fighting each other the moment they were born. Was it because of the previous grudge? It was difficult for the two stone tribe creatures to defeat each other. Their cultivation was similar, so they were evenly matched. Roar, at this moment, an earth-shaking roar rang out from the depths of the stone forest. The pressure contained in the roar made Lin Feng feel suffocated. At that moment, Lin Feng had the impression that he was an ordinary person facing a god. Lin Feng had never felt so weak before. But now, he felt that he was so small and weak. What kind of existence is this? Lin Feng's heart was filled with shock. The existence in the depths of the stone forest was definitely a terrifying existence. He felt that it was even stronger than the two-winged demonic serpent. It was hard to imagine what kind of creature it was. Hearing the roar, the stone elephant and stone ape stopped fighting and rushed into the depths of the stone forest. Screech, a sharp, ear-piercing screech resounded through the sky. A stone eagle flew over from afar. With a flap of its wings, the void collapsed. This was the third stone tribe creature that Lin Feng had seen. Lin Feng couldn't help but take a deep breath. This mountain forest was too terrifying, the number of stone clan creatures it produced just a bit too many. Lin Feng felt that he shouldn't stay here any longer. This place was too dangerous. The most important thing now was to leave. There might be great opportunities hidden here, but there were so many powerful stone tribe creatures here. Those opportunities were not meant to be his. If those stone tribe creatures saw him, at that time only death would await him. However, just as Lin Feng was about to leave, a terrifying power surged out of the mysterious box. That power was fighting for control of Lin Feng's body. The mysterious box didn't want to leave. Therefore, it wanted to take control of Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng's expression darkened. He circulated the power of his bloodline and fought with the mysterious box for control of his body. However, Lin Feng was gradually at a disadvantage. The mysterious box was terrifying. It seemed that Lin Feng's control of his body was about to be taken away by it. At this moment, Lin Feng hurriedly shouted, "Stop! Stop! I'll go in." After hearing Lin Feng's promise, the terrifying power that surged out of the mysterious box dissipated. Lin Feng smiled bitterly and helplessly. He knew that the mysterious box was strange. Now, he finally experienced its power. He carefully walked into the depths of the stone forest. Crack, crack. Suddenly, the ground in front of him split open. A deep abyss appeared. A terrifying aura emanated from the abyss. What kind of creature is coming out now? Lin Feng wailed in his heart. He hurriedly hid behind a stone peak. Not long after, a crimson flame stone devil crawled out of the ground. The crimson flame stone devil was an extremely terrifying creature. Its entire body was covered in flames. Its body was also made of stone. However, the stone that made up its body was fire type. After crawling out of the ground, the crimson flame stone devil headed into the depths of the stone forest. It's already very heaven-defying for a great world to give birth to a few stone tribe members. But now, there are so many of them in this stone forest. Lin Feng's heart was pounding like a tidal wave. Ever since the end of the Stone Age, the birth of stone tribe members had become extremely difficult. For example, the 9 states world. Over the countless years, the number of stone tribe members that were born was extremely small. After the primordial era, there were no complete stone tribe members. That was until the birth of the Qing Emperor. But here, stone tribe members were born one after another. It was simply too shocking. But clearly, there were more shocking things to come. Because more and more stone tribe members appeared one after another. Lin Feng had seen more than 20 of them. He had never seen so many stone tribe members at once. Speaking of which, after all these years, Lin Feng had been to many places. All the stone tribe members that he had seen before were added together. There were not as many stone tribe members as there were today. What are these stone tribe members trying to do? Lin Feng muttered. Finally, Lin Feng arrived at the place where the stone tribe members were gathered. Altogether, there were about 70 to 80 stone tribe members. These stone tribe members were gathered in front of a stone peak. In front of them stood a member of the stone clan. It was a stone clan member with 3 heads. The left head was a tiger head, the right a lion head, and the middle head a dragon head. As for the 3-headed stone tribe member, its body was that of a huge python. Of course, its body was also made of stone. What kind of monster is that? Lin Feng couldn't help but wonder. The 3-headed stone tribe member should be the strongest among these stone tribe members. The 3 stone creatures were talking to a group of other stone creatures. However, Lin Feng did not understand what they were talking about. He guessed that it was the language of the stone tribe. What are they talking about? Lin Feng could not help but mumble. The expressions of the 3 stone creatures were extremely solemn. From this, it could be seen that what they were talking about was probably something extremely important. As for the stone tribe creatures, they all had solemn expressions, filled with a sense of holiness. At this moment, the 3 stone creatures turned around and kowtowed to the huge stone peak. As they kowtowed, they mumbled something. The rest of the stone tribe creatures stood behind the 3 stone tribe creatures. They followed the 3 stone tribe creatures and kowtowed towards the stone peak. Seeing this, Lin Feng was extremely shocked. He could not help but frown slightly. He felt that the 3 stone creatures and the rest of the stone creatures were performing a ritual. Of course, it also felt like a pilgrimage. What are these guys doing? What's so special about that stone peak? Lin Feng looked at the mysterious stone peak. That stone peak was the largest, reaching a height of 5,000 to 6,000 meters. It was extremely steep. It was like a battle spear stabbed into the ground. Roar. Just as the stone creatures were kowtowing, a wolf-like howl suddenly rang out. Lin Feng lowered his head and looked at it. It was a small stone wolf the size of his palm. Little thing, don't howl. Lin Feng shouted and quickly suppressed the stone wolf. The miniature stone wolf's cultivation was not high, so it was easily suppressed by Lin Feng. The stone creatures in the distance did not notice what was going on. This allowed Lin Feng to let out a sigh of relief. However, in the next moment, Lin Feng felt many cold gazes staring at him. He looked around and saw a dozen stone wolves jumping out from behind one of the stone peaks. At this moment, those stone wolves were looking at him with ferocious eyes. Holy sh*t. Lin Feng didn't even think about it, he turned around and ran away. So many stone wolves had discovered him. And a few thousand meters away, there were 70 to 80 powerful stone creatures. There was no need to even think about this battle. Of the 36 stratagems, escape is the best stratagem. Roar, more than a dozen stone wolves let out a loud howl and immediately chased after Lin Feng. Not far away, the living beings of the stone tribe were also alarmed, and they all looked over. Then, a group of stone creatures chased after Lin Feng. Damn it! Lin Feng howled. He wasn't able to escape, blocked by a group of stone clan creatures. Don't force me. Otherwise, I'll snap this little wolf's neck. Lin Feng looked at the surrounding stone tribe creatures and threatened them loudly. The stone tribe members looked at Lin Feng with mocking gazes. When Lin Feng saw the expressions of the stone clan's members, he had the feeling something was wrong. The stone clan's members' expressions made him feel uneasy. He didn't know why they were looking at him with such disdain. It can't be. Lin Feng thought of a possibility and looked at the wolf cub in his hand. The wolf cub also looked at Lin Feng. Then, the wolf cub smiled at Lin Feng. Next, the wolf cub's body trembled slightly and shook off Lin Feng's hand. Then, it clawed at Lin Feng. Heaven patching art! Lin Feng shouted. He wanted to use the heaven patching art to dodge the wolf cub's attack, but something terrifying happened. When he activated the heaven mending technique, it actually lost its effect. With the wolf cub as the center, a terrifying magnetic field seemed to have formed. It broke his heaven patching art. Lin Feng was shocked. This wolf cub was too scary. He had been fooled by its appearance. Only now did he know why the stone tribe members were looking at him with such mocking gazes. Those stone clan creatures were clearly laughing at him. Bang, the wolf cub slapped Lin Feng with its claw, sending Lin Feng flying. Wah! Lin Feng's blood was boiling. He almost spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was as white as paper. The wolf cub's attack was too terrifying. Lin Feng could feel that the wolf cub was just casually attacking. It didn't use its full strength at all. It was hard to imagine how terrifying the wolf cub would be if it used its full strength. Roar! Immediately, several stone tribe members pounced on Lin Feng, wanting to kill Lin Feng. Capture him alive. We can use him as a tribute. The 3 stone tribe members ordered. Upon receiving their orders, the stone tribe members who were attacking Lin Feng did not kill him. Instead, they suppressed Lin Feng. Brother Wolf, the 3 stone tribe members smiled and greeted the wolf cub. Seeing this, Lin Feng nearly fainted. Could this wolf cub be on the same level as the 3 stone tribe members? No, it seemed like this was very possible. If they weren't on the same level, there was no need for greetings at all. The wolf cub smiled and greeted the 3 stone tribe members as well. After the stone tribe members gathered together, the ceremony continued. This is troublesome, Lin Feng's face was dark. These stone tribe members wanted to use him as a tribute. Lin Feng did not know who they were going to be sacrificed to. But for these stone tribe members to be sacrificed to someone, it must be an unimaginably terrifying existence. Lin Feng knew that his situation was terrible. But he could not find a way to resolve this situation. Am I really going to die here? Lin Feng was extremely annoyed. He pulled a long face and was extremely anxious. After the stone tribe members were done with their worship, the 3 stone tribe members looked at Lin Feng and laughed sinisterly. Kid, I have to say that your luck is extraordinarily bad. To think that you would encounter the resurrection of the stone tribe and the ceremony to sacrifice to the evil god. Soon, you will become the evil god's food. Evil god? Lin Feng mumbled. He did not know the identity of the evil god mentioned by the 3 stone tribe members, But it was obvious that this evil god was not a simple existence. It was also not a godly cultivator. It should be the same as the fire god Jerome. Although it considered itself a god, its cultivation was far beyond the godly realm. Lin Feng remembered that Zhao Lin Air had been able to communicate with daimon strength. He didn't know if Zhao Lin Air's daimon was the same daimon as the one the 3 members of the Stone Clan had mentioned. The 3 Stone Clan's members grabbed Lin Feng and flew towards the top of the mountain. "Don't be rash. Let's talk this out," Lin Feng called out. "Go talk to the evil god." The 3 Stone Tribe members sneered and flew to the peak. Lin Feng saw a huge black hole appear at the peak. Clang! Lin Feng fell heavily to the ground. He was dizzy from the fall, and his whole body was in extreme pain. His surroundings were pitch black, and he couldn't even see his own fingers. He didn't know where he was. Lin Feng activated the archaic dragonesque elephant art. Gradually, the seal suppressing him was dissolved. He sat up from the ground and carefully observed his surroundings. He was in the belly of a huge mountain. There seemed to be nothing in the belly of the mountain. Lin Feng didn't see the evil god mentioned by the 3 stone creatures. Didn't they say there was an evil god here? Where is that evil god? I don't see him. Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng suddenly felt a cold aura behind him. He turned around and saw a mysterious cultivator shrouded in evil aura standing a meter behind him. Lin Feng's expression suddenly changed. That cultivator was probably daimon. This person's cultivation is too terrifying. He appeared behind me, and I don't even know how he did it. He really didn't know what level this evil god was at. Lin Feng quickly retreated, putting some distance between him and the evil god. The evil god's emotionless voice sounded, "Are you afraid of me?" "Yes." Lin Feng spoke the truth. His expression was very ugly because he didn't know what would happen later. This evil god definitely wouldn't let him go. The evil god didn't kill him now, but it didn't mean that he wouldn't kill him later. Lin Feng was very clear about this. "Actually, you don't have to be afraid of me. I'm a very kind person." The evil god smiled. Lin Feng couldn't help but roll his eyes. He had seen shameless people, but he had never seen such a shameless person. The evil god killed people without batting an eyelid. He actually had the nerve to say that he was a kind person. Lin Feng finally understood the meaning of the phrase "shameless people are invincible under the heavens." Of course, Lin Feng naturally wouldn't expose the evil god. There was no need for that at all. After exposing the evil god's true colors, if this fellow became angry out of humiliation, wouldn't Lin Feng be in trouble? "Since Lord Evil God is so kind, why don't you let me go?" Lin Feng said with a grin. He then added, "Of course, before I leave, if Lord Evil God can teach me some powerful divine abilities, that would be even better." "Don't worry, Lord Evil God, I will definitely make great use of the divine abilities that Lord Evil God teaches me." The evil god speechlessly looked at Lin Feng and then said, "I haven't finished speaking. I used to be very kind, but now I have completely changed. Now, there is only hatred and killing intent in my heart." After the evil god finished speaking, an eerie and terrifying aura surged out of the evil god's body. That aura made Lin Feng feel like he had fallen into hell. The evil god didn't deliberately target Lin Feng. However, the aura that was inadvertently revealed was enough to make Lin Feng feel despair. Lin Feng took a deep breath and said, "Did something happen that caused Lord Evil God's temperament to change?" "You have too many questions. A person who is about to die shouldn't ask so many questions." The evil god coldly looked at Lin Feng. Lin Feng was communicating with the mysterious box. Since the box had brought him here, he had no choice. Lin Feng felt that the mysterious box might be able to save his life. This was his only chance at survival. Thus, Lin Feng was doing his best to delay the evil god. He hoped that the evil god would take action later. The later the evil god took action, then, Lin Feng's chances of survival would be higher. "Curiosity won't disappear just because I'm about to die," Lin Feng said. "Ha ha ha ha." The evil god suddenly laughed. He said, "You're an interesting person. I've met many people, but you're the only one I find interesting. I'm even a little reluctant to kill you." Lin Feng said. That's great. Letting someone live is better than building a 7-storied pagoda. The evil god sneered. However, I really want to eat your soul origin. That's why I'm conflicted. Thus, after some consideration, I still want to kill you. Seeing Lin Feng's calm expression, the evil god asked in astonishment, don't you feel disappointed? Lin Feng said. Of course not. I didn't have much hope that you would let me live. Then die. The evil god said coldly. Said Daimon icily. He wanted to kill Lin Feng. At that moment, Lin Feng hurriedly stopped him. Wait. The evil god said coldly. What? Do you still have something to say? Before I die, I want to ask you one more question, Lin Feng said. He looked calm, but he was actually very nervous. This was because he had tried to communicate with the mysterious box time and time again. However, he failed again and again. This caused Lin Feng's mood to sink to the bottom. It was abnormally terrible. If the mysterious box did not help him now, only death would await him. Lin Feng felt an urge to crush the mysterious box with his foot. This fellow had kidnapped him and brought him here, but after encountering danger, it did not come out and acted like a coward. This was too much of a scam. Thus, Lin Feng continued to find topics to delay the evil god. Why do you have so many questions? The evil god looked coldly at Lin Feng. However, he did not kill Lin Feng. Evidently, he agreed to let Lin Feng continue asking him questions. Lin Feng pondered for a moment before asking, why are there so many titles in the world, such as the fire god, evil god, water god, and so on, all called gods, but their strength far surpasses that of gods? I heard that it's because these people have these titles before they become powerful. Once they become powerful, they either get used to these titles, or they like these titles, so they are unwilling to change their titles. Is that the reason? The evil god sneered. There's such an explanation? I wonder which idiot first came up with such a theory. Lin Feng asked, if it's not one of those reasons, then what is it? The evil god said coldly, originally, when there were no immortals in the world and there were no pre-celestial beings, those powerful pre-celestial beings were called gods. Every god had a title, and that title was either a god or an emperor. For example, the title of the fire god. The first fire god was called Zhu Rong, the second fire god was called Li Mei, and the third fire god was called Yan Chang. The fire god was passed down from generation to generation. Not only the fire god, but also the water god, the evil god, and some other emperors, such as the great emperor Zhen Wu, were all titles passed down from generation to generation. The evil god was the same. The evil god's words were very simple and easy to understand. The evil god looked coldly at Lin Feng and said, now that I've answered your question, you can die. Lin Feng still hadn't been able to successfully communicate with the mysterious iron box. How could he fight against the evil god at this time? He hurriedly said loudly, I still have a question, I hope Senior Evil God can answer. The evil god said coldly, I no longer have the patience to answer your question. Now, you must die. I don't want to continue chatting with you. Rumble, the evil god raised his right palm and slapped towards Lin Feng. When the terrifying palm slashed through the void, there was a violent sound of friction. It was as if an ancient mountain had slashed through the void. It was impossible to imagine how terrifying the power of this palm was. Facing this palm, Lin Feng found that he couldn't avoid it at all. His heart was filled with astonishment. The evil god's attack was too terrifying. Was he really going to die at the hands of the evil god? Lin Feng was extremely unwilling. How many dangers had he experienced over the years, when had he not turned the tables, but this time, Lin Feng really didn't know how to fight against the evil god. Because since this evil god had inherited the title of evil god, it meant that this guy was very likely in existence before the immortal ancient times. This was because the title of god gradually disappeared after the Master of Gods created a new cultivation system. That was after the immortal ancient times. This era was an extremely important turning point. It was the immortal ancient times. Before the immortal ancient times, it was the era when Xiantian lifeforms ruled the heavens. The Great War between Xiantian lifeforms led to the fall of Xiantian lifeforms. Although the era of Xianxia lifeforms ended, the heavens fell into turmoil. Every world had its own cultivation system. Cultivation also entered an unprecedented period of decline. The rise of the Master of Gods brought the world of cultivators, which had been on the verge of decline, back onto the right path of cultivation. Why was the sovereign of the Emperor clan called the Master of Gods? Actually, this was the reason. Although the era of Xianxia lifeforms had ended, a new cultivation system hadn't been born. During this period, some of the newly risen powerhouses inherited the title of God. As such, the beings that ruled over the world were still these powerful gods. This ancestor of the sovereign emperor clan rose to prominence. The titled gods all submitted. Therefore, this ancestor of the sovereign imperial clan was known as the Lord of Gods. There were also some Taoist scriptures that called him the Lord of Gods. After becoming the Lord of the Gods, this ancestor of the sovereign emperor clan began to create a new cultivation system. This was something that would last for 1,000 years. This was because the Master of Gods was definitely one of the top 10 figures in this era's history. Lin Feng was the descendant of the Master of Gods. Perhaps this evil god knew Lin Feng's ancestor, the Master of Gods. Thinking up to this point, Lin Feng hurriedly shouted, "My ancestor is the Lord of Gods. For my ancestor's sake, how about letting me go?" "What? Your ancestor was the Lord of Gods?" Evil God was shocked. He stopped and began to examine Lin Feng. He couldn't believe that Lin Feng had such an extraordinary identity. But soon, he sneered, "So you really are the descendant of the Lord of Gods? You have that clan's bloodline." Previously, the evil god had looked down on Lin Feng, so he hadn't carefully observed Lin Feng's situation. Given the evil god's strength, it was very easy to find out Lin Feng's real situation. He had just used a special method to investigate and discovered Lin Feng's bloodline inheritance. Of course, Lin Feng didn't know what this special method was. The evil god hadn't revealed it, but it was definitely an extremely powerful method. Even Lin Feng hadn't grasped a method to investigate someone else's bloodline. From this, one could see how shocking the evil god's method was. When Lin Feng saw the evil god stop, he sighed and said, "You know my ancestor? He's the descendant of an old friend. Not only can you not kill him, but you should also take care of him. If you have any treasures, abilities, and so on, give them all to me. The more, the better." Evil God laughed coldly and said, "Are you daydreaming? I was actually thinking about how to torture you." Lin Feng's mouth twitched. "You won't even let off the descendant of an old friend? You're really crazy." "Descendant of an old friend?" The evil god sneered. Although the Master of Gods ruled over the gods back then, not all of the titled gods submitted to the Master of Gods. Hearing this, Lin Feng's expression suddenly changed. The evil god was clearly trying to tell him something. He was one of the gods who hadn't submitted to the Lord of Gods. Cough, cough. Even if my ancestor didn't submit to me, there shouldn't be any grudges between us, right? Lin Feng laughed dryly. The grudge is huge. The evil god said coldly. In the era of titled gods, every cultivator fought hard to become a titled god. This was because every titled god could only be inherited by one cultivator. Any cultivator who could inherit a titled god's title was a high and mighty figure who looked down on the common people. However, your ancestor actually abolished the titled god realm and divided it into the middle stages of cultivation. This greatly reduced the status of titled gods in the hearts of cultivators. The status of titled gods like us wasn't as high as before, and the cultivators of the world no longer had to risk their lives to become titled gods. Because of this, many people unloaded the burdens in their hearts and got rid of their inner demons. More and more cultivators rose to prominence, and the best of them even reached the immortal realm. Their cultivation far surpassed the cultivation of titled gods like us. This was something unimaginable in the past. If it weren't for your ancestor, how could those people have achieved such extraordinary achievements? If it weren't for your ancestor, we titled gods would still be in limitless glory. It's because of your ancestor that we titled gods no longer had our former glory. Back then, we dreamed of killing your ancestor. Since we couldn't kill your ancestor, killing you would be our revenge. Lin Feng sneered. Since those ordinary cultivators could put down the burdens in their hearts, get rid of their inner demons, and improve their cultivation by a large margin, why can't you stronger titled gods face yourselves? So many titled gods have pledged allegiance to my ancestor and have made greater breakthroughs and achievements in their cultivation. However, you titled gods who didn't pledge allegiance to my ancestor are blaming the heavens and blaming others, pushing the blame to my ancestor. You are simply too stupid. My ancestor abolished the titled gods and established a new cultivation system, allowing the weakened world of cultivators to return to glory. Such a feat is something that you will never be able to achieve in your lifetime. You are destined to lick your wounds in the dark like a wounded lone wolf. You're simply a stupid and ignorant wretch. Boy, who do you think you are? How dare you humiliate me? I'll take your life. The evil god was furious. Right now, he only wanted to slap this bastard who dared to humiliate him. That terrifying palm gave off a destructive aura as it smashed towards Lin Feng. Just as that palm was about to hit Lin Feng, at that moment, the mysterious metal box flew out of its own accord. Lin Feng had successfully established a connection with the mysterious metal box. Originally, the mysterious metal box didn't want to bother with Lin Feng, but Lin Feng threatened it. If he died, it wouldn't have a good ending when it fell into the hands of the evil god. You know my identity. When I become stronger, I might be able to help you do things that you want to do but are difficult to do. The mysterious metal box had a spirit, and it heard Lin Feng's words. Thus, it successfully established a connection with Lin Feng once more. The evil god attacked Lin Feng, which was why the mysterious metal box flew out of its own accord to block the evil god's attack. Bang! The mysterious iron box's tyrannical attack landed on the mysterious iron box. Although the power of this attack was great, the mysterious iron box's attack was extremely powerful. Although the attack was powerful, the mysterious metal box was too strange. The powerful attack of the evil god was completely devoured by the mysterious metal box. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng smiled. The mysterious metal box was too powerful. It had blocked the evil god's attack. It seemed that with the mysterious metal box, it wouldn't be easy for the evil god to kill him. What the hell is this? The evil god's expression sank as he stared coldly at the mysterious metal box. The mysterious metal box made the evil god feel a bit uneasy. But that uneasiness quickly disappeared because the evil god was extremely confident in his own cultivation. I'll have an evil art. The evil god's voice was cold as he sent palm after palm at the mysterious metal box. When he attacked, he also used a powerful divine ability. It was the I'll have an evil art. It was abnormally powerful. He continuously slapped the mysterious metal box. The mysterious metal box was sent flying. The evil god's battle prowess was truly terrifying. He was able to suppress the mysterious metal box. Suppress. The evil god's voice was cold as he stepped forward. His hands formed a series of seals. A series of hand seals turned into a blinding evil glow. The spell seals flew towards the mysterious metal box in an attempt to suppress it. At this moment, the mysterious iron box underwent some changes. Cracking sounds could be heard. The mysterious iron box started to open on its own. However, the mysterious iron box was not that easy to open. Evil God wanted to seal the mysterious iron box faster. When the runes pressed down on the mysterious iron box finally opened a crack. The mysterious metal box contained the mysterious dismembered corpse. He didn't know whose body was placed inside. Lin Feng often felt that the mysterious iron box was terrifying. Actually, it wasn't the mysterious iron box itself that was terrifying. What was truly terrifying was the dismembered corpse inside the mysterious iron box. That was the source of the mysterious iron box's power. After the mysterious iron box was opened, a terrifying divine aura was released, which made everyone turn pale with fright. Crack! Crack! Cracking sounds could be heard as the runes that were suppressing the mysterious iron box were all shattered. Then, the mysterious iron box flew out and gently swept towards the evil god. With a loud bang, the evil god was actually swept away by the mysterious iron box. So strong. Lin Feng couldn't help but take a deep breath. The mysterious iron box was stronger than he had imagined. Originally, he thought that the mysterious iron box being able to resist the evil god was already the best result. He didn't expect the mysterious iron box to be able to send the evil god flying. The power of the mysterious iron box was truly terrifying. Huh? The evil god looked at the mysterious iron box in disbelief. He quickly retreated and pulled away from the mysterious iron box. The evil god didn't continue to attack. Instead, he looked at the mysterious iron box with a serious expression. He had already sensed that the mysterious iron box was very scary. It seemed to contain something terrifying. The mysterious iron box also didn't continue to attack the evil god. Lin Feng guessed that it would be difficult for the mysterious iron box to truly defeat the evil god. Therefore, it didn't continue to attack. Now, the mysterious iron box only needed to intimidate the evil god. There was no need to risk its life against the evil god. What's inside? The evil god looked at Lin Feng with a gloomy expression. Something terrifying, Lin Feng said. He didn't tell the evil god exactly what it was. There was no need for him to explain. Moreover, the more mysterious the iron box was, the better. The more mysterious it was, the more intimidating it would be to the evil god. Trying to mystify things? The evil god coldly looked at Lin Feng. Think whatever you want, evil god. If I'm not wrong, you should be a cursed life form, right? Lin Feng narrowed his eyes at the evil god. The evil god's expression sank slightly. How do you know? I once saw a cursed life form that was very similar to you. They were trapped in a certain place, unable to leave for eternity until they completely lost themselves. You didn't lose yourself, but you have already lost your nature. Being trapped here for countless years has caused you to go crazy, Lin Feng said. You know too much. This seed wants to kill you more and more. The evil god licked its scarlet tongue. Its gloomy eyes stared at Lin Feng, emitting an eerie aura. But you can't kill me, Lin Feng said with a calm expression. If it wasn't for the mysterious iron box, you would have died countless times, the evil god said with a sneer. But the key is that I have the mysterious iron box, Lin Feng said with a faint smile. Leave quickly. Don't disturb this seat here, the evil god said coldly. It knew that it couldn't kill Lin Feng, so it didn't intend to continue fighting. After all, it wouldn't benefit anyone to continue fighting. After being cursed, the evil god's consciousness would gradually sink and become lost. Therefore, the evil god needed great power. He needed great power to resist the strange power of laws that caused him to sink and lose himself. He couldn't be injured. Once he was injured, his resistance would be greatly weakened. It was very likely that he would no longer be able to resist the suppression of the power of laws. At that time, there might be no hope of dispelling the curse. Lin Feng didn't leave. Instead, he looked at the evil god and asked, You were so powerful in the past. What cursed you? Curses were strange and terrifying. Be it Fire Crow, Jun Mashio of the Heavenly Master bloodline, the Coffin Carrier, the evil god, or even himself, they were all cursed. What kind of existence could control such a powerful curse? How could it curse so many experts? Were there any connections between the living beings that unleashed the various curses? Lin Feng wanted to know. The evil god's pupils shrank slightly, as if it had recalled some unbearable past. Its breathing became ragged. Don't ask what you shouldn't ask. It won't do you any good. After a long time, the evil god finally calmed himself down and said coldly, Don't worry. Lin Feng said, Even the mighty evil god is so scared? What do you know? Do you know how your ancestor, the Lord of Gods, died? The evil god laughed strangely. Lin Feng frowned. He hadn't expected the evil god to mention his ancestor, the Lord of Gods, at a time like this. The Lord of Gods was someone from the immortal era, which had been more than 2,000 eras since then. One had to know that an era only had 3,000 eras. Even though Lin Feng already knew that the leader of gods was his ancestor, he didn't know much about what the leader of gods had gone through in his life. As for how the Lord of Gods had died, Lin Feng was even more clueless about that. You know? Lin Feng asked. The evil god laughed sinisterly. Even someone as powerful as your ancestor was capable of killing him. That's why, kid, there are many unknown existences in this world that are extremely terrifying. As for you, you're just an ant. It's best if you don't ask around. You don't have the right to know. Any powerful cultivator starts from being weak to becoming strong. Sooner or later, I will surpass my ancestors. Lin Feng said indifferently. The evil god didn't tell Lin Feng the exact cause of his ancestors' death. Lin Feng knew that the evil god was deliberately not telling him. Of course, there was another possibility. Perhaps the evil god didn't know either. The evil god had only said those words to deceive Lin Feng. It's good to be confident, but if you're too blindly confident, you'll be stupid. The evil god mocked. Buzz, at this time, the mysterious iron box suddenly emitted a violent wave of energy. Next, the box flew into the depths of the cave. Lin Feng was shocked. The mysterious box had taken the initiative to act strangely. It seemed that something was about to happen. Lin Feng knew that the mysterious box needed something in this area. It seemed that it was in the evil god's lair. What exactly had attracted the mysterious box to this place? This made Lin Feng feel very strange. The belly of the mountain was huge, and the mysterious metal box flew into the depths of the mountain. Lin Feng saw a tunnel in the depths of the mountain. The passageway was extremely deep, and no one knew where it led to. Lin Feng followed the mysterious iron box into the tunnel. It's best if you don't go to that place. Evil God sneered. He also followed behind, but did not get too close. Moreover, he was on guard. What is in the depths of the cave? Lin Feng asked. I don't seem to have the obligation to tell you this. The evil god said coldly. It wasn't easy to get information from Daimon, so Lin Feng decided to ignore Daimon for the time being. He followed behind the mysterious metal box and headed into the depths of the cave. A stone chamber appeared in the depths of the mountain. The stone room was sealed by a stone door. The mysterious iron box slammed into the stone door. Clang! 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 Sounds of violent collisions could be heard. The mysterious iron box hit the stone door again and again. After over 100 collisions, Kacha! Kacha! Cracks appeared on the stone door. How violent! Evil God muttered in the distance. He seemed very dissatisfied with the mysterious iron box's actions. The mysterious iron box naturally didn't care about Evil God's opinion. It continued to hit the stone door. What is behind the stone door? Why is it attracting the mysterious iron box like this? Lin Feng couldn't help but ponder. The thing behind the stone door was definitely extraordinary. Otherwise, it wouldn't have attracted the mysterious iron box like this. Lin Feng couldn't help but look forward to seeing what was behind the stone door. Bang! 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 The frequency of the mysterious iron box hitting the stone door increased. His strength was also getting stronger and stronger. Kacha! Kacha! The stone door was also cracking more and more. Rumbling sounds could be heard. Finally, the stone door was smashed into pieces by the mysterious iron box. Then, the mysterious iron box quickly entered the stone chamber. Lin Feng followed it into the stone chamber. Instantly, Lin Feng saw a shattered stone statue in the stone chamber. The stone statue was of a man. He looked extremely valiant. Although the stone statue was shattered and its divinity had disappeared, when Lin Feng saw the stone statue, he still had the urge to kneel on the ground and worship the mysterious man. The feeling was so strong that it shocked Lin Feng. Who was that man? Now, it was just a broken stone statue. How could it make him feel that way? It was unbelievable. Lin Feng originally wanted to ask Evil God, but when he saw Evil God's shocked expression, Lin Feng knew that it was very likely Evil God's first time here. Although Evil God had always been here, he might have sensed the extraordinariness of the stone chamber and had never opened it. Lin Feng guessed that Evil God might know the identity of the stone statue's owner. However, after thinking about it, Lin Feng decided not to ask Evil God. Because if he asked Evil God wouldn't answer him. Blood. Lin Feng looked at the blood stains on the stone statue. The blood still hadn't dried up, as if it had just dripped on the stone statue. He didn't know whose blood it was. When the mysterious iron box appeared in the stone chamber, the blood became even more enchanting. This blood is extraordinary. Lin Feng muttered to himself. Said Lin Feng to himself. When he saw the blood, his heart started pounding faster and faster. Lin Feng couldn't help but take a deep breath. This blood was too extraordinary. Crack, crack. The mysterious iron box opened by itself. Finally, it opened a crack. Then, a powerful suction force surged out from the mysterious iron box. The blood on the stone statue flew toward the mysterious iron box. It's here for blood. Could the mysterious metal box contain? Evil God's eyes twitched violently. He seemed to have thought of something, and his expression became uncertain. Could the dismembered corpse and the blood belong to the same person? Lin Feng couldn't help but ponder. The mysterious iron box had entered such a dangerous place for the blood. It was easy for Lin Feng to connect the dots. What was the identity of the dismembered corpse in the mysterious iron box when he was alive? Lin Feng muttered to himself. He felt that the mysterious iron box was filled with too many mysteries. Lin Feng was extremely curious. However, Lin Feng had no way of finding out the secrets of the mysterious iron box. This feeling was like 100 claws scratching at his heart. After devouring the blood, the mysterious iron box closed by itself and flew toward Lin Feng. I'm leaving. Don't let those stone creatures outside make things difficult for me, Lin Feng said. Evil God gave Lin Feng a deep look and said, I'll inform them. They won't make things difficult for you. Before I leave, I'll leave you with 4 words. Which 4 words? Lin Feng looked at Evil God in confusion. Pray for your own good fortune? What do you mean? Lin Feng looked at the Evil God. Lin Feng didn't understand why Daimon had said those words to him. He didn't understand why Daimon had said those words to him. Lin Feng had no idea what was going on. However, the Evil God didn't intend to explain to Lin Feng. He just smiled and looked at Lin Feng with a gaze that was asking for a beating. Lin Feng couldn't be bothered to pay attention to the Evil God. He quickly left. After arriving outside, the stone creatures looked coldly at Lin Feng. However, they didn't attack Lin Feng. Lin Feng guessed that something unknown had happened between the stone creatures and the Evil God. That was why they listened to the Evil God's orders. After leaving the stone forest, Lin Feng took a deep breath and returned to the celestial path to the heavens. The dark forest had disappeared without a trace. Lin Feng wouldn't be surprised no matter what appeared on the 2 sides of the heavenly path. Even if there was a passage to the heavenly realm, the chaotic Xianxia realm, or the underworld, Lin Feng wouldn't be surprised. It's him. That person, a cultivator in the distance, saw Lin Feng and was very surprised. During this period of time, Lin Feng's portrait had spread across the heavenly path. Many people knew that several top experts were looking for Lin Feng's whereabouts. Now that Lin Feng had appeared, everyone was very surprised. Because they couldn't find Lin Feng for a long time, many people thought that Lin Feng had left the heavenly path. Therefore, during these few days, some experts who were searching for Lin Feng also left the heavenly path to search for Lin Feng's whereabouts outside. Of course, there were also some experts left in the heavenly path to search for Lin Feng's whereabouts. Some people thought that these big factions couldn't find Lin Feng because they thought that Lin Feng had already left this mysterious space. But now, Lin Feng appeared in front of everyone. What are you looking at? Have you never seen a man as handsome as me? Lin Feng flew into the depths of the heavenly immortal path and said to a few cultivators who were looking at him. The few of them curled their lips. Someone said, the practitioners of the yin-yang world, the dark world, the undead world, and the heaven realm are all looking for you. The immortal path to heaven and the outside world are very dangerous. Leave this space quickly. Otherwise, you will die. Lin Feng chuckled. Running away isn't my style. Besides, why would I need to run when dealing with a bunch of small fries? Several cultivators were dumbfounded. Lin Feng's words were simply too arrogant. Lin Feng quickly left. Along the way, many cultivators saw Lin Feng. Many people were shocked. Lin Feng had appeared. After hearing the news, those big factions would definitely come quickly to kill Lin Feng. In many people's opinion, Lin Feng was dead for sure. Lin Feng didn't care too much about these things. He had absolute confidence in himself. Now, Lin Feng had the stone sword in his hands. After taking out the stone sword, Lin Feng's battle prowess would soar dozens of times or even more. With the stone sword, Lin Feng believed that he could kill any god or Buddha that stood in his way. Even the strongest geniuses of the heaven realm would find it difficult to fight against him. Lin Feng went to some mountain ranges that had shown signs of him. He wanted to look for opportunities in the mountain ranges. He was eager to find some extremely precious heavenly treasures, such as some immortal source, earth core immortal liquid, and other heaven-defying heavenly treasures. When the time came, he might be able to use these heavenly treasures to increase his cultivation. Unfortunately, such heavenly treasures weren't easy to find. Lin Feng went to a few mountain ranges, but he couldn't find any. In fact, Lin Feng had also thought of a way to break through to the giant god realm. That was to find a heavenly fire and refine it. With the boundless energy brought by the heavenly fire. When the time came, he would definitely be able to break through. Unfortunately, Lin Feng had nowhere to look for the heavenly fire. Currently, he knew the whereabouts of two heavenly fires. One was the reincarnation immortal sex heavenly fire, the reincarnation everlasting fire. Lin Feng couldn't get his hands on this heavenly fire. That was the heavenly fire that the reincarnation immortal sect used to suppress the sect's destiny. The reincarnation immortal sutra was guarding it. Lin Feng couldn't snatch it away even if he wanted to. Although the reincarnation immortal sutra didn't reveal its strength normally, it was an immortal artifact. Lin Feng didn't know how terrifying its cultivation was. The other heavenly fire was the black flame god devouring fire. This heavenly fire was also the one that Lin Feng had been coveting for a long time. This was the heavenly fire left behind by the heavenly demon emperor. It was ranked 8th. Now, it was controlled by the heavenly demon emperor's son. The heavenly demon emperor's son had countless fortuitous encounters, and his cultivation base had increased tremendously. Killing him and seizing the black flame god devouring fire was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Furthermore, the heavenly demon emperor's son was accompanied by a terrifying golden crow of the three races. That golden crow of the three races should be the Tao protector of the heavenly demon emperor's son. With that golden crow protecting the heavenly demon emperor's son, it would be even more difficult to kill the heavenly demon emperor's son. Therefore, the plan of using the heavenly fire to break through to the giant god realm was extremely difficult to achieve. There were countless fortuitous encounters in the immortal path to heaven. If he could find some heaven-defying treasures in the immortal path to heaven, the effects might not be as good as the heavenly fire. But at the very least, it could play an important role. At that time, he might be able to make use of those heaven-defying treasures to break through to the giant god realm. But the key was that Lin Feng couldn't find any of those heaven-defying treasures even after searching for a long time. These treasures weren't something that could be found just because one wanted to. They required luck. Without luck, it was impossible to find such treasures. Boom, a terrifying chi filled the air. A man came out of the celestial path and entered the mountain where Lin Feng was. Yin-Yang world. Qin Muyu. Someone recognized the identity of the newcomer and immediately exclaimed in surprise. Qin Muyu was one of the top geniuses in the Yin-Yang world. His strength could be described as unfathomable. During this period of time, he had been searching for Lin Feng's whereabouts, hoping to kill Lin Feng. And now, he had finally found Lin Feng. "Where are you? Come out and accept your death." Qin Muyu shouted coldly when he arrived at the mountain range. "That kid is indeed here. I saw him not long ago. I wonder where he is hiding now," a cultivator said. He had seen Lin Feng appear here before. "You don't dare to come out? Looks like you're scared out of your wits. But do you think you can escape by hiding? That's just wishful thinking." Qin Muyu's voice was extremely cold, and his tone was extremely arrogant. He didn't put Lin Feng in his eyes at all. "Found him. He's there." Just then, someone shouted from afar. Everyone quickly flew over. "Damn, he's really the best of the best. He's the weirdest of weirdos. What kind of situation is this? Why is this guy eating barbecue so leisurely?" Many cultivators were floating in the air. They were all staring at Lin Feng with their mouths agape. Lin Feng started a bonfire beside a pool. Then, he killed a ferocious beast. Above the bonfire was a piece of golden barbecue meat that emitted a tempting fragrance. Lin Feng ate as if there was no one around. The corner of Qin Muyu's mouth twitched violently. He was provoking Lin Feng just now, hoping to force Lin Feng out. However, he did not expect that Lin Feng did not even flinch at him. Instead, he was barbecuing meat here. This made Qin Muyu go crazy with hatred. This was because Qin Muyu felt that Lin Feng was looking down on him. For a genius like Qin Muyu, what he cared about the most was his reputation. Everyone lived for their reputation. Buddha fought for an incense stick. Many people cared about their reputation. It could cause blood to stain 5 steps. Qin Muyu was an expert with the sword. He drew his sword and slashed at Lin Feng. Swoosh. A dazzling sword chi condensed and slashed at Lin Feng. The sword chi tore through the void, emitting an aura that was extremely shocking. The powerful attack pierced through the void. It instantly arrived in front of Lin Feng and slashed at Lin Feng. You're disturbing me from enjoying my delicacies. How despicable. Lin Feng flicked his finger and shattered the sword chi. Then, he said in a dissatisfied tone. What the hell is this guy thinking? Many people could not help but roll their eyes. They really wanted to pry open Lin Feng's head to see what Lin Feng was thinking. Lin Feng was still so calm when a great enemy like Qin Muyu had arrived. It was as if he did not care about this matter at all. After all, this was Qin Muyu, an existence with shocking strength. Could it be that this guy had not heard of Qin Muyu's reputation? Many cultivators could not help but mutter in their hearts. They felt that it might be possible. If he had heard of Qin Muyu, he would not be so calm. Therefore, a cultivator whispered to Lin Feng, "Brother, that person is Qin Muyu." "I know. Hasn't this guy been looking for me? He seems to be someone from the Yinyang Great World, right?" said Lin Feng indifferently. He looked like a cloud in the wind. Qin Muyu looked glum. His eyes were filled with murder. Lin Feng had already infuriated him. The killing intent in his heart surged like a sea. "You reckless fool. Today, I will chop off your head. I will avenge Xianxia and the others." Qin Muyu said in his voice. "What is your relationship with Xianxia and the others?" Lin Feng asked. "They both came from the same great world," Qin Muyu said with an indifferent expression. Lin Feng could not help but roll his eyes speechlessly. He sneered and said, "You are really arrogant. Since this has nothing to do with you, get lost quickly and you can still keep your life. If you continue to jump around in front of me, I will let you accompany Xianxia." Yinyang sword technique. Qin Muyu sneered and charged towards Lin Feng. Obviously, he was using his actions to answer Lin Feng's question. Lin Feng had a personal feud with Xianxia and the others. Therefore, life and death were up to fate. Qin Muyu had nothing to do with Xianxia and the others, but he had come to kill Lin Feng. Could it be that he wanted to avenge Xianxia and the others, whom he did not know? How was that possible? Lin Feng guessed that there were only 2 reasons why Qin Muyu wanted to kill him. The first reason was that Qin Muyu wanted to establish his position among the cultivators of the Yinyang Great World by killing him. The second reason was that Qin Muyu heard that he had many powerful magic treasures or treasures of heaven and earth. He wanted to kill him and take his treasures. Everyone in the world was after benefits. Everything happened for a reason. It made people take a huge risk to do something without any benefits. Who would do such a thing? No one in this world would be stupid enough to do such a thing. Qin Muyu's Yinyang sword technique was very powerful. Sword chi shot out. The dense sword chi slashed towards Lin Feng. A light flashed in Lin Feng's right hand, and a black war spear appeared in his hand. He waved the war spear and swept it towards the sword chi. Clang, 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 a series of violent collisions were heard. The sword chi was directly shattered by Lin Feng. Yin and Yang of heaven and earth, divided into 2. Yin and Yang are 2 extremes, and the cycle is endless. Qin Muyu's voice was cold. He held his sword and charged towards Lin Feng. His body actually split into 2. The other Qin Muyu looked exactly the same as the original Qin Muyu. The 2 Qin Muyus kept moving. It was so dazzling that it was difficult to tell which one was the real Qin Muyu. Yin sword breaking moon. Yang sword cutting heaven and earth. Suddenly, the 2 Qin Muyu attacked at the same time. The Qin Muyu on the left slashed out with his sword, and a black moon appeared. The Qin Muyu on the right slashed out with his sword, and a scorching sun appeared. black moon and scorching sun. It formed the cycle of yin and yang. The two Qinmuyu leaped up and turned into a huge yin-yang diagram. It charged towards Lin Feng. Sword technique combined with the great yin-yang technique? Lin Feng looked at Qinmuyu in shock. Qinmuyu's divine ability was very powerful, but in Lin Feng's eyes, there was a flaw. Lin Feng leaped up and held the war spear with both hands. Then, he fell from the sky. He smashed towards the yin-yang diagram formed by Qinmuyu. Bang, that tyrannical attack slammed into the yin-yang diagram. In an instant, Qinmuyu's yin-yang diagram was beaten back to its human form by Lin Feng. The illusory Qinmuyu disappeared without a trace. Qinmuyu's body flew out and he coughed out a mouthful of blood. Go to hell. Lin Feng sneered. He held the war spear and strode towards Qinmuyu in the void. The war spear in his hand pierced towards Qinmuyu. Lin Feng's attack was too powerful. The spear pierced through the void. Qinmuyu wanted to block Lin Feng's attack, but it was too late. Puff, the sound of flesh tearing could be heard. Lin Feng's spear pierced through Qinmuyu's chest. Then, Lin Feng held the war spear in one hand and lifted Qinmuyu into the air. His right hand shook. Bang, Qinmuyu's body exploded. Qinmuyu was scared out of his wits. He died on the spot. Qinmuyu is dead. Oh my god, Qinmuyu has such a powerful cultivation, but he died just like that. It's a one-sided battle. That guy is too terrifying. Even an expert like Qinmuyu was easily killed by him. I really don't know how this guy cultivates. He's simply heaven-defying. Could he really be a cultivator from the chaotic Xianhuang world? The surrounding cultivators who were watching the battle started discussing. Qinmuyu's death caused quite a commotion because Qinmuyu was famous and his cultivation was abnormally terrifying. On the other hand, Qinmuyu was easily killed by Lin Feng. This allowed everyone to have a more direct understanding of Lin Feng's cultivation. The top geniuses of the heaven realm may be able to suppress him, but the cultivators of the other worlds will find it difficult to suppress this person. A cultivator said so. Many people agreed with this point of view. Perhaps there are some top geniuses in the Undying Realm who can suppress him. Then someone said. Although the Undying Realm was not one of the 3 supreme realms, it was still the number 1 great world among the 3,000 great worlds. It was rumored that even in this era where cultivation was declining, there were still immortals in the Undying Realm. From this, it could be seen how extraordinary the Undying Realm was. There were many geniuses in the Undying Realm. The strength of some of the top geniuses was not much weaker than the geniuses of the Heaven Realm. Of course, we can't forget the cultivators of the underworld. Someone continued. Hearing the words underworld, many cultivators could not help but frown. Many people were unwilling to talk about the underworld. Of course, there was a reason for this. The underworld was too strange and terrifying. It was a place where the dead went. Therefore, cultivators were unwilling to talk about the underworld, nor were they willing to have any interaction with the cultivators of the underworld. Because many people felt that it would bring bad luck. In a world where ghosts and gods appeared, there was no such thing as superstition. Since everything existed, it was reasonable. Soon, news spread. Some cultivators of the Yin-Yang Great World sent back what happened on the immortal path to heaven. A few top experts of the Yin-Yang Great World would descend. Those experts were all cultivators who had entered the mysterious space to cultivate 3,000 years ago. Their strength was abnormally tyrannical. Now that 3,000 years had passed, no one knew how terrifying the strength of those cultivators had reached. However, one could imagine that they must be extremely terrifying. The Undying Realm also sent out experts. Zhao Yu of the Zhao family contacted a few top experts of the Undying Realm to kill Lin Feng together. The 11 Dark Knights of the Dark World gathered together. This was a force that no one dared to ignore. These Dark Knights were abnormally tyrannical and terrifying. Of course, the most terrifying ones were the cultivators from the Heaven Realm. The experts from the Hellion family of the Heaven Realm's immortal race threatened to tear Lin Feng into pieces. However, just like last time, these experts were unable to find Lin Feng on the heavenly immortal path. The last time they couldn't find Lin Feng, it was because Lin Feng had entered the stone forest. This time, he was unable to find Lin Feng because Lin Feng had entered a mysterious cave to cultivate. This immortal's cave was most likely left behind by an ancient cultivator. There was nothing precious left in the cave. It was obvious that the ancient cultivator had taken everything of value with him before he left. However, there was a spirit spring in this cave. The spirit spring was only the size of a thumb and was not particularly thick. But the spirit spring water was incomparably pure. Moreover, the spirit spring also contained a very strange energy. Lin Feng drank a mouthful of the spirit spring, and his body absorbed the strange energy contained within the spirit spring. In an instant, Lin Feng felt as if there was a ball of flame burning within his body. He was very surprised. This spirit spring was extraordinary. Therefore, Lin Feng planned to cultivate in the cave for a period of time. Cultivation knew no time. In the blink of an eye, more than half a year had passed. Lin Feng would refine the spirit spring every day. This spirit spring had an extremely important effect on consolidating one's cultivation. After refining the spirit spring, Lin Feng's realm became extremely stable. Moreover, between Lin Feng's eyebrows, there was a flash of tribulation light. This meant that Lin Feng could already try to break through to the giant god realm. If he went out now, he would be able to activate the tribulation light between his eyebrows and attract the lightning tribulation. However, Lin Feng would not do this. He needed heaven-defying treasures to provide the energy needed to break through. This kind of energy must be refined in a short period of time. This was because Lin Feng needed too much energy. Things like high-grade origin crystals could not be used at all. This was because Lin Feng needed an extremely large amount of energy stored in origin crystals to break through. Maybe Lin Feng had been able to break through because he had so many source crystals in the mountains. But the key was that when breaking through, Lin Feng did not have so much time to constantly refine origin crystals. Once the energy supply was insufficient, when the tribulation failed, he would inevitably end up dead. However, some heaven-defying treasures were different. Or a fist-sized treasure contained pure energy that could reach the energy contained in several mountain peaks of high-grade origin crystals. However, such heavenly treasures were simply too rare. After Lin Feng came out of seclusion, he heard a very shocking piece of news. It was said that in the depths of the immortal path to heaven, near the passage to the heaven realm, a huge lake had appeared. There was endless immortal light surging out of the lake. It was very likely that some immortal treasure was hidden. After hearing this news, Lin Feng quickly flew towards the immortal path to heaven. With such fierce immortal light surging out, there might be something like an immortal pill in the lake. If he could not obtain a heaven-defying treasure, if he could obtain an immortal pill, Lin Feng could also break through to the giant god realm. Now, many cultivators who had received the news had already flown towards the lake, wanting to enter and fight for the opportunity. If they could really obtain an opportunity from it, they would definitely benefit for life. Not long after, Lin Feng arrived at the periphery of the lake. Roar! The roar shook the heavens and the earth. For cultivators were fighting with an evil dragon. Many cultivators were standing in the periphery of the lake, watching the battle. Lin Feng asked around and found out that the lake was extremely dangerous. There were many terrifying fierce beasts. Entering it was very likely to be attacked by fierce beasts. Those extremely powerful cultivators had already joined forces to enter the lake to search for immortal treasures. Now, some people joined forces and tried to enter the lake. However, not long after entering the lake, they were attacked by an evil dragon. The evil dragon was 1,000 meters long. Its methods were shocking and could spit out all kinds of powerful attacks. Lightning, hailstones, cold snow, water swords, and so on. Moreover, it also knew some powerful divine abilities. The strength of the 3 or 4 cultivators was also extremely powerful. They joined forces and fought fiercely with the evil dragon. As time passed, the evil dragon gradually fell into a disadvantage. The evil dragon was psychic. After discovering that it was no match for the 4 cultivators, it wanted to escape. However, the evil dragon was unable to get rid of the 4 cultivators and was eventually killed by them. Just as the 4 cultivators were about to enter the depths of the lake, everyone looked towards the depths of the lake and was shocked. A ferocious beast flew out from the depths of the lake. Its appearance was extremely strange. It looked like a cow, but its entire body was gray. It had no horns, and only one leg. When it appeared, a storm started in the lake. The ferocious beast shone brightly, as if the sun and the moon had merged together. It was extremely blinding and filled with a sense of holiness. Its roar was as deafening as the thunder. The legendary Kuei cow. Suddenly, a cultivator exclaimed. Lin Feng was shocked as well. He thought of a piece of content recorded in the Classic of Mountains and Seas. The Classic of Mountains and Seas, Legend of the Kuei cow. There was a strange beast that looked like a cow. It had one leg and no horns on its head. It was gray in color, and there was always wind and rain when it entered the water. Later on, the Yellow Emperor obtained this beast and used its skin to make drums. He also used the bones of the thunder beast as drumsticks to beat the drums. The sound of the drums could be heard from 500 miles away, intimidating the enemy and conquering the world. Many of the birds and beasts recorded in the Classic of Mountains and Seas had long disappeared from the world. Therefore, many people thought that the birds and beasts recorded in the Classic of Mountains and Seas were fictional. For example, the Kuei cow was fictional. Because in the long years, no one had seen the real Kuei cow. But now, the Kuei cow had really appeared. This is an extremely ancient living being. I didn't expect to see such a spirit beast today. I thought that the Kuei cow was just a legend, but now I see it with my own eyes. This is really an eye-opener. Many people lamented. The appearance of the Kuei cow had shocked everyone. Boom, after the Kuei cow appeared, it immediately attacked the 4 cultivators in the lake. Wind, rain, thunder, and lightning gathered and all of them attacked the 4 cultivators. Kill. The 4 cultivators were extraordinary. They had just killed the evil dragon not long ago, so they were very confident. Now that they roared, they charged towards the Kuei cow. But they underestimated the Kuei cow's strength. The Kuei cow was simply too terrifying. The wind, rain, thunder, and lightning that it summoned could destroy the heavens and the earth. The thick bolts of lightning shattered the void. They enveloped the 4 cultivators. Bang 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 bang, the lightning bolts struck the 4 cultivators, causing their bodies to explode and die on the spot. The Kuei cow, on the other hand, devoured the sole origin of the 4 cultivators. What a ferocious beast! Many people were horrified. The battle prowess displayed by the Kuei cow was too terrifying, causing many cultivators to be shocked. Isn't the Kuei cow an auspicious beast? Now, it seems like the rumors. A cultivator said, changing his opinion of the Kuei ox. Now, he no longer felt that the Kuei ox was an auspicious beast. It should be a berserk beast. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. According to the Classic of Mountains and Seas, the Kuei ox was an auspicious beast. However, the Kuei cow that appeared in front of him was not even close to an auspicious beast. See, there were several. The 6 styles, Kuei, 1 foot, Kuei walk. But more ancient books said that Kuei was a snake-like monster. Kuei is a divine charm, like a dragon with 1 foot. Moo. The Kuei cow let out a low roar as its cold eyes swept across the cultivators standing outside the lake. Whoosh. A cultivator flew towards the lake and entered it. It was a cultivator with a halberd in his hand. Someone recognized the cultivator's identity. His name was Xianxia, and it was said that he was a cultivator from the Heaven Realm. I heard that this person is from the Shinko mansion of the Heaven Realm. Someone said, revealing the identity of this cultivator. Lord Xianxia was a peerless and invincible existence. Shinko's name was Yang. He was born with 3 eyes, so he was also called Erlangshin. Back then, when the great sage, Heaven's Equal wreaked havoc in the heavenly palace. Shinko had once fought with the great sage, Heaven's Equal. Even someone as powerful as the great sage, Heaven's Equal was only on par with Shinko. Now that countless years had passed, Shinko had long turned into a pile of dirt. The Heaven Realm was no longer the Heaven Realm of the past. However, Shinko's orthodoxy had not been extinguished, and there were still descendants in the world. Yang Xianlong was one of Shinko's descendants. Like his ancestor, Yang Xianlong also used a halberd as a weapon. Boom! Endless divine lightning struck down. It charged towards Yang Xianlong. He wanted to kill Yang Xianlong. Yang Xianlong suddenly swept the halberd in his hand. Clang 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 clang, a series of violent collisions rang out, and sparks flew in all directions. Yang Xianlong broke through the Kuei cow's attack, then turned into a ray of light and quickly rushed into the depths. The Kuei cow did not chase after Yang Xianlong. Perhaps it felt that Yang Xianlong was not to be trifled with. Thus, he did not continue to attack Yang Xianlong. Following that, a few more experts joined forces and charged towards the lake. A total of 7 people. The Kuei cow attacked again, wanting to stop these experts. However, these experts were very terrifying. They broke through the Kuei cow's attack and entered the lake. There were people constantly entering, some succeeding, some failing. All the cultivators who failed were killed by the Kuei cow. Someone wanted to kill the Kuei cow and wanted to join forces with others to kill it. In the end, a group of cultivators successfully killed the Kuei cow. However, something terrifying happened at this moment. The Kuei cow actually came back to life. Everyone was taken aback by this. No one expected the Kuei cow to be able to come back to life. The resurrected Kuei cow was even more powerful. It broke through everyone's attacks and then started a massacre. Many people died at the hands of the Kuei cow. The Kuei cow would devour the soul source of all the dead cultivators. Undying body. Lin Feng frowned. He felt that this Kuei cow was very strange. Why did it have an undying body? Could it be that the Kuei cow was also cursed? Was that why it became an undying body? Or perhaps there was another possibility. This was a terrifying ability of the Kuei cow. Lin Feng walked towards the depths of the lake. The Kuei cow's expression was cold as it directly soared into the sky and trampled towards Lin Feng. The void instantly shattered. The Kuei cow's attack was simply too powerful. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent as he faced the Kuei's attack with a punch. Bang! Accompanied by a violent collision sound, Lin Feng's tyrannical punch directly smashed onto the Kuei's hoof. The Kuei's huge body was directly sent flying by Lin Feng's punch. Lin Feng wasn't afraid of any creature in a contest of physical strength. Even if it was the Kuei cow with extraordinary talent, he was not afraid at all. Am I seeing things? That guy actually sent the Kuei flying with one punch? Some cultivators exclaimed in disbelief. They couldn't believe their eyes. The Kuei was such a terrifying creature, yet it was sent flying with one punch. Was that guy really human? How could his physical body be so terrifying? It's him, I recognize who he is. He's the cultivator wanted by the Heavenly Realm, Undying Realm, Dark Realm, and Yin-Yang Realm. He has been missing for more than half a year. I didn't expect him to appear again. A cultivator recognized Lin Feng and exclaimed. This cultivator had probably seen Lin Feng's portrait before, so he recognized Lin Feng's identity. In this half a year, many new cultivators entered the heavenly path. These cultivators hadn't seen Lin Feng's portrait, but they had heard of Lin Feng. Now that they heard that cultivator just pointed out Lin Feng's identity, everyone was extremely shocked. They didn't expect that the cultivator wanted by the 4 realms would be so young. No wonder this cultivator dared to kill the cultivators of the 4 realms. His cultivation was indeed too strong. Before these cultivators could react, Lin Feng had already entered the lake. The lake was very large with blue waves rippling as far as the eye could see. This time, Lin Feng came to find the heaven-defying heavenly treasures or immortal pills he needed to help him break through to the giant god realm. Lin Feng hoped to find these things here. It had been almost a year since he entered this mysterious space. Back then, Dugaya had told Lin Feng he could cultivate in this mysterious space for a year. Therefore, there wasn't much time left for Lin Feng. They were about to leave this mysterious space. If he was still unable to break through to the giant god realm before he left, then he would have no choice but to leave. In that case, he could only think of a way after he got out. Of course, Lin Feng hoped to break through here because there were many opportunities on the heavenly path. If it wasn't easy to break through to the giant god realm here, after going out, it would be even more difficult to find the treasures needed to break through to the giant god realm. One after another, more and more cultivators entered the lake. Many of them were heading towards the depths of the lake. Lin Feng saw some cultivators fighting one another. They were probably fighting over some treasures. He also saw some cultivators fighting ferocious beasts. There were many beasts in the lake. Some ferocious beasts were extremely powerful. Those ferocious beasts attacked one after another, wanting to hunt down the cultivators and devour their soul source. After devouring a cultivator's soul essence, the ferocious beasts here seemed to be able to greatly increase their strength. Roar! Suddenly, a deep roar resounded through heaven and earth. Splashing sounds could be heard. A ferocious beast drilled out of the lake, flapped its huge wings, and attacked Lin Feng. It turned out to be a winged dragon about 100 meters long. This winged dragon spewed out a large amount of dragon breath. Dragon breath was an extremely terrifying attack. It was one of the dragon clan's innate divine abilities. Facing the winged dragon's dragon breath, Lin Feng didn't fight it head-on. He dodged the winged dragon's dragon breath. At this time, the winged dragon's wings suddenly flapped. Suddenly, a dense number of huge wind blades flew out, tearing through the void, and slashing towards Lin Feng. The winged dragon's attack was really powerful. Dragon breath, wings, they were all powerful attack methods of the winged dragon. In the distance, when the cultivators saw the winged dragon attacking Lin Feng, they were so scared that their faces turned pale, and they hurriedly fled. Those cultivators were worried that the winged dragon would attack them after killing Lin Feng. This winged dragon was one of the top ferocious beasts. Lin Feng used the white tiger aura to block the winged dragon's wind blades. Then, he quickly charged towards the winged dragon and fought it. The two sides fought for dozens of rounds, but there was no clear winner. Lin Feng finally got rid of the winged dragon. Perhaps because Lin Feng and the winged dragon fought, Lin Feng's body was stained with the winged dragon's aura, so many ferocious beasts didn't attack Lin Feng when they saw Lin Feng. Lin Feng arrived at the bottom of the lake without any problems. In the depths of the lake, there was a primitive island. From time to time, the roars of beasts could be heard on the primitive island. Cultivators entered the primitive island one after another. The immortal treasure is in the deepest part of the island. Many people have gone there. Let's go take a look. I'm very curious what the immortal treasure is. A cultivator said and quickly flew towards the depths of the primitive island. Lin Feng also flew towards the depths of the primitive island. Before long, he arrived at the depths of the island. There were 4 pitch-black demonic mountains in the depths of the island. 4 pitch-black demonic mountains surrounded each other, forming a gigantic abyss. Many cultivators hovered around the 4 demonic mountains, looking towards the depths. Some cultivators who had just arrived asked the cultivators who had come before them about the specific situation. There seems to be something wrapped in a ball of immortal light, but it shouldn't be a magic treasure. Perhaps it's a natural treasure. The immortal chi fluctuations it contains are too intense. Why hasn't anyone entered to fight for it? A cultivator asked. The 4 demonic mountains are very dangerous. The area has formed a no-fly zone, and there's also the power to distort space-time. Previously, someone couldn't resist and entered, but died in the end. The cultivator explained. When Lin Feng heard the cultivator's words, he couldn't help but ponder. It wasn't a magic treasure, but it had such powerful fluctuations. Could it be a heaven-defying natural treasure or an immortal pill? No, Lin Feng hoped that it was one of these 2 things. Because such an item could allow him to break through. Many powerful cultivators gathered around. Lin Feng even saw Xianxia. Back then, Lin Feng had eaten Xianxia clean. Thinking of the scene back then, Lin Feng still felt his heart skip a beat. This woman was a top-grade beauty. Xianxia seemed to have sensed something and turned her head towards Lin Feng's position. But Xianxia didn't see anything. That position was empty. What's going on? Xianxia frowned slightly. She felt that someone was spying on her from that position. But now, she didn't see anything. This woman's perception is really strong. Lin Feng, who was hiding behind a big tree, couldn't help but mutter to himself. He didn't show himself. If this woman saw him, Lin Feng was worried that she would tear him apart alive. She was a fairy of the heaven realm, but her purity was taken away. Thinking of this, Xianxia had the urge to tear Lin Feng into pieces. Boom, a powerful fluctuation came from afar. Terrifying creatures had arrived. They were all creatures from the immortal path to heaven. For example, winged dragon, Kuei ox, three-headed demon lion, desolate heavenly crocodile, and other beasts had all arrived. Every beast could be said to be peerless and terrifying. These beasts were overlord-level beasts scattered all over the immortal path to heaven. These beasts probably wouldn't appear for ordinary opportunities, but an immortal treasure had appeared here. And it was very likely that it was an immortal treasure that could directly increase one's strength. These beasts couldn't sit still. They came to snatch the immortal treasure. Obviously, the fight for the immortal treasure this time would be extremely fierce. As for who would get it, it would depend on who was the strongest. With so many experts from so many worlds gathered here, plus so many powerful overlord-level beasts, it would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens for anyone to get the immortal treasure from so many experts. Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. Everyone was waiting for the immortal treasure to appear again. No one dared to climb the 4 demonic mountains. It was too dangerous and covered with restrictions. It was incomparably terrifying. The abyss and the depths of the 4 demonic mountains represented death and despair. Boom, waves of violent fluctuation surged out. Finally, the immortal treasure in the abyss made a move, shaking with powerful fluctuations. Not long after, a ball of immortal light surged out. Something mysterious could be vaguely seen in the immortal light, but no one knew what it was. The immortal treasure has appeared, everyone's eyes suddenly lit up, and their faces were filled with wild joy. Everyone was here for the immortal treasure. Seeing the immortal treasure, they naturally coveted it. The immortal treasure floated above the abyss formed by the 4 demonic mountains and didn't fly outside. Some cultivators couldn't hold back and quickly flew toward the demonic mountain. Boom. Soon, the cultivator's physical body directly exploded. Because when that cultivator entered the range of the demon mountain, he was attacked by the restrictions. That cultivator was unable to withstand the powerful might of the restriction and thus died under the attack of the restriction. However, the death of this cultivator did not stop the other cultivators from entering the Devil Mountain. Although the Devil Mountain was dangerous, there were still many cultivators who possessed powerful techniques. They didn't encounter any calamities and quickly climbed up the mountain. Even those powerful overlord-level beasts were climbing up the demon mountain. The temptation of immortal treasures was simply too great. It was enough to drive everyone crazy. However, there were also many people who died in the Devil Mountain. If one wasn't a top-notch expert or wasn't particularly proficient in grand arrays, they would inevitably face great danger after entering the Devil Mountain. Just like everything that was happening before his eyes, it was full of danger and horrifying. Cultivators were constantly dying within the Demon Mountain. Some of the more powerful cultivators could also die within the Demon Mountain if they were not careful. Such a dangerous place was filled with danger and crisis. One wrong step and he might die without a grave. At this moment, there were huge battles breaking out on the peaks of the 4 demon mountains. There were battles between cultivators and ferocious beast overlords. There were also battles between cultivators and ferocious beast overlords. In order to fight for the immortal treasures, these powerful cultivators and overlords of the beasts attacked each other. However, if someone was free to try and obtain the immortal treasures, they would be attacked by the rest of the crowd. Therefore, if one wanted to obtain the immortal treasures at this time, they would need to have some special abilities. The battles were extremely tragic, and cultivators and overlords of the beasts were constantly falling. Lin Feng had also reached the peak of the Devil Mountain and used the Great Devouring technique. A devouring black hole was formed. The powerful devouring power suddenly sucked. The immortal treasures flew rapidly towards Lin Feng. "You're courting death," many cultivators and overlords of the beasts roared angrily and looked at Lin Feng with murderous eyes. It's him, the cultivator wanted by the Celestial Realm, Undying Realm, Yin-Yang Realm, and Dark Realm. He actually appeared. This guy is really bold. It's obviously unwise to snatch the immortal treasures now. He should at least wait until the battle is almost over. At that time, the cultivators and overlords of the beasts will either die or retreat. That's the best time to snatch the immortal treasures. With so many cultivators and overlords of the beasts attacking together, I'm afraid that kid is dead for sure. The cultivators watching the battle from the periphery discussed animatedly. As for the cultivators who attacked Lin Feng, many of them recognized Lin Feng's identity. This was especially true for the cultivators from the Celestial Realm, Undying Realm, Dark Realm, and Yin-Yang Realm who wanted to kill Lin Feng. When they saw Lin Feng appear, their faces were filled with murderous intent. They had been looking for Lin Feng for a long time but could not find Lin Feng. Now, they finally saw Lin Feng. Therefore, everyone attacked with all their might, wanting to kill Lin Feng. When Xianxia saw Lin Feng, she gnashed her teeth in hatred. Everything that happened in the past. Even though it had been a long time, Xianxia still remembered it vividly and could not forget it. Now that Lin Feng had appeared, Xianxia naturally hated Lin Feng to the core. She wanted to take revenge. As for those overlords of the beasts, although they did not have much conflict with Lin Feng wanted to snatch the immortal treasures. In their eyes, he was simply courting death. They also spared no effort to kill Lin Feng. Their attacks blotted out the sky and covered the earth as they moved towards Lin Feng. Such a powerful attack was simply despairing. Perhaps only great emperors would be able to withstand it. If it was someone else who resisted such a powerful attack, at that time they would definitely die. When the attacks were about to hit Lin Feng, swish, suddenly. With a flash of light, Lin Feng disappeared without a trace. When he appeared again, he had already appeared 100 meters away. At the critical moment, Lin Feng used the heaven patching technique to avoid the calamity just now. And that immortal treasure was also devoured by Lin Feng with the Great Devouring Technique, one of the 3,000 Great Daos. The immortal treasure was suspended in Lin Feng's palm. Looking at it from a close distance, Lin Feng finally knew what the immortal treasure was. It turned out to be a drop of immortal blood. Lin Feng guessed that this drop of immortal blood should be the origin blood of an immortal level expert. Although it was only a drop, it had an unimaginable divine effect. Kid, hurry up and hand over the immortal treasure, otherwise, you will definitely die today. Hundreds of peerless experts and 50 to 60 powerful overlords of the beasts surrounded Lin Feng, each of them filled with murderous intent. Surrounded by so many experts. No matter who was in this situation, they would be in despair. No one would be able to escape from such a dangerous situation. However, it was impossible for Lin Feng to hand over the immortal blood, and he would never agree to it. Facing the aggressive cultivators and the overlords of the ferocious beasts, Lin Feng opened his mouth and swallowed the immortal blood. Haha. Everyone, the treasure has been swallowed by me. You can all leave now. Lin Feng said with a smile. Many people's mouths twitched. How could he still laugh at a time like this? Many people were impressed by Lin Feng's carelessness. Was this something an ordinary person could do? You are seeking death. The experts and the overlords of the ferocious beasts all let out furious roars. They looked at Lin Feng with eyes that seemed to be spitting fire, containing endless killing intent. Lin Feng had thoroughly angered these cultivators and beast overlords. Kill him. The cultivators and beast overlords all roared. Then, all kinds of powerful attacks were unleashed towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng was already prepared. He naturally knew that he was no match for these cultivators and beast overlords. So Lin Feng just swallowed the immortal blood because he wanted to rely on it to break through. Breaking through to the giant god realm was extremely important. When breaking through, it would definitely attract a powerful lightning tribulation. When all kinds of lightning tribulation descended, he would be able to use it to destroy these cultivators who were attacking him. Lin Feng hurriedly activated the tribulation light in between his eyebrows. Streaks of tribulation light rose to the sky, disappeared into the clouds. Then, in the sky, lightning flashed, and the lightning tribulation began to brew. At this time, the cultivators and beast overlords' attacks were about to arrive. Great Death Substitution Technique. Life and death were upon him. Lin Feng used the Great Death Substitution Technique and once again dodged the combined attack of the cultivators and beast overlords. At this time, the lightning tribulation had finished brewing, and the first lightning tribulation condensed into the shape of a mountain. This type of lightning tribulation was called the mountain tribulation. It descended from the sky and blasted towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng directly rushed towards the crowd. Hurry up and dodge. The expressions of the surrounding cultivators and overlords changed drastically. They all cursed Lin Feng for being despicable and shameless. He actually used the lightning tribulation to deal with them. Cultivators were generally unwilling to get involved in other people's lightning tribulations, because it would easily attract their own lightning tribulations in advance. His cultivation wasn't high enough, and his savings weren't enough. However, the lightning tribulation had been drawn down in advance. This was definitely a disaster. At that time, he would definitely die a miserable death. Even if Lin Feng couldn't attract their thunder tribulation, the thunder tribulation itself had a powerful attack power. If they fought against Lin Feng's thunder tribulation, they might suffer. What if Lin Feng decided to take them down with him? Who would he cry to then? One by one, the cultivators and overlord wild beasts quickly fled. However, Lin Feng was simply too fast. Lin Feng quickly rushed into the crowd. Moreover, Lin Feng displayed 3 types of domineering aura. The 3 types of domineering aura stacked together could form a magnetic field. This was Lin Feng's newest ability. Normally, only Emperor Realm cultivators could begin to grasp the power of magnetic fields. However, Lin Feng, who had 3 types of domineering aura, had also obtained this ability. This ability was extremely powerful. The magnetic field formed by the 3 types of domineering aura stacked together directly enveloped the surrounding cultivators and overlord wild beasts. In an instant, the surrounding cultivators and overlord wild beasts' speed was greatly reduced. Some of the weaker cultivators and overlord wild beasts couldn't even move an inch. At this time, Lin Feng's thunder tribulation descended. Lin Feng's thunder tribulation was extremely frightening. Previously, when he broke through to the heavenly god realm, Lin Feng's Great Reincarnation Tribulation. The Great Reincarnation Tribulation had a total of 3,275 lightning bolts. The power of each lightning bolt was extremely terrifying. This was because the Great Reincarnation Tribulation was a tribulation that heaven-defying prodigies would only undergo when they broke through to the boundary Emperor realm. Ordinary cultivators would probably die when they broke through to the boundary Emperor realm and underwent the Great Reincarnation Tribulation. Even for those heaven-defying prodigies, it was extremely dangerous to undergo the Great Reincarnation Tribulation. It was easy to fail the tribulation. However, Lin Feng began to undergo the Great Reincarnation Tribulation when he was in the heavenly god realm. This was the most terrifying part. Now that Lin Feng had broken through to the giant god realm, the tribulation he would undergo would definitely far exceed the Great Reincarnation Tribulation. Of course, Lin Feng didn't know what kind of tribulation it would be. However, judging from the power of the first lightning bolt, Lin Feng knew that the tribulation this time would definitely be extremely frightening. Of course, with Lin Feng's accumulation, it would be difficult for the first lightning tribulation to hurt him. However, it might not be the same for the others. When Lin Feng's thunder tribulation enveloped the other cultivators and overlord wild beasts, about 20 cultivators and a dozen overlord wild beasts' thunder tribulations were also activated. No, those cultivators and overlord wild beasts screamed in horror. Their accumulation was not enough to withstand their own thunder tribulations. Now that the thunder tribulations were about to descend, almost all of them were dead. Now, these cultivators and overlord wild beasts hated Lin Feng to the core. They couldn't wait to eat Lin Feng's flesh and drink Lin Feng's blood. Boom, 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 bolts of thunder tribulations descended one after another. Those cultivators and overlord wild beasts' thunder tribulations came crashing down. In addition to Lin Feng's thunder tribulation. With so many cultivators and overlord wild beasts undergoing their tribulations together, all the thunder tribulations were connected. The power of the thunder tribulations increased by more than 100 times. All the cultivators and overlord wild beasts who were enveloped in the thunder tribulations were struggling to resist the power of the thunder tribulations. Lin Feng, on the other hand, was using the Great Disaster technique. Bolts of thunder tribulations bombarded Lin Feng's body, but they were all devoured by the Great Disaster technique. Not only did the thunder tribulations not hurt Lin Feng, but they were also constantly tempering Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng took out the stone sword. He moved through the thunder tribulations and slashed at those cultivators and overlord wild beasts one after another. Those cultivators and overlord wild beasts had to resist the magnetic field formed by Lin Feng's 3 chi auras. They also had to resist the attacks of the thunder tribulations. Now, they still had to resist Lin Feng's attacks. They couldn't handle it at all. Moreover, Lin Feng's stone sword was too powerful. With the stone sword in hand, Lin Feng was like a demon god from the primordial era descending to the world. Poof. Poof, tearing sounds could be heard one after another. One after another, powerful cultivators and overlord wild beasts were directly split in half by Lin Feng's stone sword. They died on the spot. Lin Feng seemed to have entered an unstoppable state. One sword strike could kill a powerful cultivator or overlord wild beasts. Heavens, is he going to kill all the cultivators and overlord wild beasts? Cultivators were constantly being killed. For those cultivators, the situation was extremely bad. It was not easy to escape now. Lin Feng's attack with the stone sword was too powerful, causing many people to feel a sense of despair enveloping their bodies. That feeling was too terrible, causing many people to be on the verge of despair. Puff puff puff, the sound of tearing could still be heard endlessly. More and more cultivators and beast overlords were killed by Lin Feng. As the lightning tribulation grew stronger, those cultivators and beast overlords who were forced to transcend the tribulation in advance gradually could not hold on. Their bodies exploded one after another, dying tragically on the spot. Not long after, more than half of the cultivators and beast overlords had died. Following the deaths of the cultivators and overlords of the ferocious beasts, the power of the lightning tribulation also gradually decreased. Because the lightning tribulation of these cultivators and beast overlords dissipated with their deaths. As a result, only Lin Feng's lightning tribulation was left. Lin Feng's lightning tribulation alone was naturally not as powerful as the lightning tribulation of dozens of cultivators gathered together. As the power of the lightning tribulation decreased by a lot, some of the top experts finally got rid of the suppression of the lightning tribulation on their bodies. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, some of the cultivators and beast overlords who were trapped by Lin Feng resisted the lightning tribulation's attack and got rid of the suppression of the magnetic field. They quickly rushed out. In the end, about 20 cultivators and a dozen beast overlords escaped. The remaining people were either killed by Lin Feng or killed by the lightning tribulation. Those cultivators and beast overlords who escaped floated in the void in the distance. All of them looked extremely pale. They were simply mad with hatred. With so many cultivators besieging Lin Feng, wouldn't it be easy to kill Lin Feng? However, in the end, they were defeated by Lin Feng and most of them died. These people were incomparably sullen. They clearly had the strength to kill Lin Feng. Instead, they were schemed against by Lin Feng. If it wasn't for the lightning tribulation, in their opinion, Lin Feng would have died countless times. I really didn't expect this to happen. Yeah, I thought that kid was dead for sure, but I didn't expect him to kill over 100 powerful cultivators and ferocious beast overlords in the end. Every single one of those dead cultivators had extraordinary identities. They were all top-notch heavens prides of their respective worlds. And yet, they had fallen here. If the major forces behind them were to find out about this, they would definitely go crazy. When cultivators fight, it's either you die or I die. If you die, you can only blame yourself for not having enough cultivation. You can't blame anyone else. But those big forces won't think that way. They'll definitely kill that brat. Many cultivators who were watching the show said one after another. None of these cultivators had expected such an outcome. They were all waiting for Lin Feng to transcend the tribulation. If Lin Feng failed his tribulation, the cultivators and overlords of the ferocious beasts would not attack again. If Lin Feng were to succeed in his tribulation, those cultivators and overlords would most likely take action. At that time, Lin Feng would be in a weakened state. At that time, facing the attacks of so many powerhouses, wouldn't it be a dead end? The cultivators and overlords of the ferocious beasts who had just avoided the tribulation did not leave. Instead, they all looked at Lin Feng with murderous intent. They even hoped that Lin Feng would succeed in transcending the tribulation. If Lin Feng were to die during the tribulation, it would be too easy for Lin Feng. If he were to succeed, they would be able to attack and torture Lin Feng to their heart's content. Many people were already thinking about how to torture and humiliate Lin Feng. Boom. Boom. Boom, terrifying bolts of tribulation lightning blasted towards Lin Feng. Each bolt of tribulation lightning contained a terrifying power that could destroy heaven and earth. Lin Feng's tribulation was so powerful that it made the surrounding cultivators tremble in fear. Lin Feng bathed in the tribulation lightning and resisted it. The tribulation lightning grew stronger and stronger. It became more and more terrifying. The first 3,000 lightning tribulations were not able to harm Lin Feng. The tribulations after the third 1,000 were able to harm Lin Feng. Of course, Lin Feng's strength was extraordinary. Even though the Culpa lightning had injured him, he was still injured. Although the lightning tribulations were caused by the tribulation lightning, they were not fatal. At that moment, a true dragon condensed in the void. The true dragon roared at the sky and swooped down towards Lin Feng. This was the true dragon tribulation. It was an extremely terrifying tribulation lightning that was unusually powerful. Even if a heaven-defying cultivator were to undergo a boundary emperor tribulation, a true dragon tribulation might not necessarily appear. This is the 3,200th bolt of tribulation lightning. A true dragon tribulation has appeared. Is this guy going to undergo a great reincarnation tribulation? A cultivator said. There was a certain probability that a true dragon tribulation would appear during a great reincarnation tribulation. Did you guys sense his aura? He should have just broken through to the giant god realm. Is he going to undergo a great reincarnation tribulation? Although his cultivation realm isn't particularly high, his talent is monstrous and his combat strength is terrifying. It's not strange that he can attract a great reincarnation tribulation. Many cultivators discussed fervently. A great reincarnation tribulation? I'm afraid it's not that simple. Several cultivators were floating in the northwest direction. One of them, a black-robed cultivator, had a faint smile on his face. It's already very heaven-defying to attract a great reincarnation tribulation after breaking through to the giant god realm. According to Brother Huang, is that kid's tribulation not a great reincarnation tribulation? A cultivator next to him said. If I'm not mistaken, this kid's tribulation is exactly the same as mine. The black-robed young master said. What? How is that possible? The rest of them were shocked when they heard that. They knew very well how heaven-defying this black-robed cultivator was. Even in the chaotic bound of Shanhuang realm. This existence. He was also known as the most talented prodigy in 1,000,000 years. When he was in the heavenly god realm, the people around him could easily defeat boundary emperor realm cultivators. When he broke through to the giant god realm, he even attracted a minor karmic tribulation. After breaking through to the giant god realm, he was invincible. Except for great emperor realm experts. No one could suppress him anymore. And now, he actually said that the cultivator who was undergoing the tribulation was very likely to undergo a minor karmic tribulation. Didn't this mean that the cultivator who was undergoing the tribulation would also be so terrifying in the future? So heaven-defying, the black-robed cultivator laughed and said, I hope this kid doesn't disappoint me. It's only interesting if there are more powerful people in the world. But now, it's really too boring. At this time, the true dragon formed by the lightning tribulation had already swallowed Lin Feng. Is he dead? Although the lightning dragon swallowed Lin Feng, it couldn't hurt Lin Feng at all. Lin Feng stood on the lightning dragon's abdomen and punched out. Bang, with a dull sound of collision, the lightning dragon's abdomen was shattered by Lin Feng's punch. Lin Feng managed to get out of the trap. He's out. Many cultivators exclaimed. Seeing Lin Feng come out, they were all shocked. Naturally, they didn't want to see Lin Feng get killed by the lightning tribulation just like that. The cultivators wanted to watch Lin Feng's battle against the cultivators and the overlord ferocious beasts after he passed the heavenly Culpa tribulation. As for the cultivators and beast overlords who were lucky enough to escape the tribulation, they didn't want Lin Feng to die so easily. Therefore, those cultivators and ferocious beasts all hoped that Lin Feng would succeed. After the true dragon tribulation came the myriad demon tribulation. Ancient demons condensed and charged at Lin Feng. Shouted Lin Feng furiously, throwing himself at the 10,000 demons. Even the myriad demon tribulation couldn't kill Lin Feng. Soon, Lin Feng transcended 3,275 types of lightning tribulation. However, the lightning tribulation didn't dissipate. A new one was brewing. Isn't this the Great Reincarnation Tribulation? The Great Reincarnation Tribulation has 3,275 types of lightning tribulation, right? Hasn't he transcended 3,275 types of lightning tribulation already? A cultivator asked doubtfully. It's obviously not the Great Reincarnation Tribulation. Could it be the legendary Minor Karmic Tribulation? A cultivator said in shock. The Minor Karmic Tribulation was an even more terrifying type of lightning tribulation. It consisted of 4,999 types of lightning tribulation. Under normal circumstances, very few cultivators could attract a minor karmic tribulation. Even breaking through to the boundary emperor realm wouldn't attract a minor karmic tribulation. Minor karmic tribulation? Isn't that the legendary emperor tribulation? Many cultivators spoke. They had heard of minor karmic tribulations. Such tribulations would only descend when one broke through to the immortal emperor realm. From this, one could see how terrifying such tribulations were. Not everyone who breaks through to the Dichi layer will attract a small karma culpa, because when a cultivator breaks through to the Dichi layer, their karma culpa can't be the same. Among all kinds of karma culpa, the small karma culpa is definitely one of the best. A cultivator said. That kid attracted a minor karmic tribulation right after breaking through to the giant god realm. Isn't that too heaven-defying? He's probably going to fail the tribulation this time, right? Yeah, breaking through to the giant god realm but having to undergo a minor karmic tribulation is just too difficult. To be able to draw down a minor karmic tribulation, one can see how monstrous that kid's talent is. But how could a giant god cultivator resist an emperor tribulation? Looks like there's no need for the cultivators and beast overlords to do anything because that brat will soon die to the lightning tribulation. Many cultivators began discussing amongst themselves. They did not have much confidence in Lin Feng. The minor karmic tribulation was simply too terrifying. This was an emperor tribulation after all. If Lin Feng broke through to the quasi-emperor realm and attracted a minor karmic tribulation, although everyone would be extremely shocked, but after all, he was breaking through to the quasi-emperor realm. At this realm, the cultivator's life force would change. Perhaps he could rely on the change in life force to successfully resist the minor karmic tribulation. But the key was that Lin Feng was breaking through to the giant god realm. Not the quasi-emperor realm. Breaking through to the giant god realm and wanting to resist the minor karmic tribulation, it was simply daydreaming. It was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Dying to the lightning tribulation is too easy for that brat. The cultivators and beast overlords who were prepared to attack Lin Feng after Lin Feng underwent the tribulation looked extremely gloomy. They still wanted to ruthlessly torture and humiliate Lin Feng. But now it seemed that they would not have the chance. Boom boom boom. One after another, powerful lightning tribulation blasted towards Lin Feng. But Lin Feng resisted the various lightning tribulations that descended from the sky. Although the lightning tribulations were powerful, they could not cause fatal injuries to Lin Feng. Roar! The roar shook the sky as a chaos beast formed. In the sky, flames rolled as the chaos beast pounced towards Lin Feng. Many people were shocked. Chaos was a famous beast. This was a terrifying creature that was born from the flames. Its entire body was fiery red. It had no eyes or nose. It looked like a big meatball. But absolutely no one dared to underestimate this beast. The Chaos Beast was one of the most terrifying and ancient creatures since ancient times. Kill, shouted Lin Feng furiously. He rose up in the air and started fighting against the primal Chaos Beast. Lin Feng's physical body was almost torn apart. But in the end, Lin Feng killed the Chaos Beast. This is the 4,819th lightning tribulation. Many people exclaimed. When everyone knew that Lin Feng was going to transcend the minor karmic tribulation, they thought that Lin Feng might be obliterated by the lightning tribulation soon. But who would have thought that Lin Feng had gone through more than 1,000 lightning tribulations in a row without being obliterated? Now there were more than 100 lightning tribulations left. Lin Feng was about to successfully transcend the minor karmic tribulation. When the time came, Lin Feng would break through to the giant god realm. How much would his cultivation improve after transcending the minor karmic tribulation? Just thinking about it made people feel shocked. A new lightning tribulation formed again. This time, it was an immortal palace. That immortal palace seemed to be the Lingxiao Palace of the Heaven Realm. It descended from the sky and suppressed Lin Feng. Lin Feng walked towards the palace. He looked like a demon. He threw a punch at the palace. Lin Feng continued to transcend the tribulation. Although the later lightning tribulations were getting stronger and stronger, the time he took to transcend each lightning tribulation would be longer and his injuries would become more and more serious. But every time, Lin Feng persevered. Finally, there were only 10 lightning tribulations left. Is he really going to succeed in transcending the tribulation? This is a tribulation that only the great emperors would transcend. Many cultivators muttered to themselves, shocked in their hearts. The last 10 lightning tribulations will be incomparably terrifying. Perhaps they can obliterate him. A cultivator said. Generally, these special lightning tribulations, such as the minor reincarnation tribulation, major reincarnation tribulation, minor karmic tribulation, major karmic tribulation, and so on, the power of the last 10 lightning tribulations would increase to a terrifying level. That kind of power was simply despairing. And now, Lin Feng began to face the last 10 lightning tribulations, which were also the most terrifying 10 lightning tribulations. Those cultivators who failed to break through to the Great Emperor realm were basically obliterated by the last 10 lightning tribulations. From this, it could be seen. How terrifying would the last 10 lightning tribulations be? If the King of Hell wants you to die at midnight, he will not let you live until dawn. Suddenly, between heaven and earth, a gloomy voice suddenly resounded. Then, a cold wind swept through. The sky became dark. In the darkness, a mysterious door was opening. That door seemed to be the legendary Hell's Gate. Hell's Tribulation, could it be the legendary Hell's Tribulation? After hearing the gloomy voice, a cultivator saw the door in the darkness and thought of some content about the lightning tribulations in the Taoist scriptures. He couldn't help but exclaim. The Hell Tribulation was an extremely rare lightning tribulation. It was said that the Emperor Tribulation was also a minor karmic tribulation. The Hell Tribulation was usually the last lightning tribulation. However, Lin Feng still had 10 lightning tribulations left. His last 10 lightning tribulations were actually the Hell Tribulation. That was too terrifying. It was no wonder that the other cultivators were so shocked. The gates of hell have opened. Your life is about to end. Hell is where you belong. Return to the embrace of hell. A sinister voice resounded between heaven and earth. Terrifying energy surged out of the mysterious gate. Wherever the energy passed, flowers and trees withered instantly. It was the power of time. That energy actually contained the power of time. It was too terrifying. It was simply unheard of. It was said that even great emperors could only see a sliver of the power of time. They couldn't control the power of time at all. Time was the quickest way to age. Now that the power of time surged out of the gates of hell, it was the last lightning tribulation. It was truly terrifying. So that's how it is. The Hell Tribulation is actually a lightning tribulation formed by the power of time. This is troublesome. The power of time will probably strip away all of that kid's lifespan. Some cultivators cried out in alarm. They felt that Lin Feng would very likely die under the corrosion of the power of time. No one in the world could withstand the attack of the power of time. Once anyone was enveloped by the power of time, they would definitely age rapidly. Their lifespan would pass in an extremely short amount of time. Now, the terrifying power of time was enveloping Lin Feng, trying to kill Lin Feng. Facing the attack of time, Lin Feng stepped forward. A mysterious incantation resounded between heaven and earth. Everything in this world has a cause and effect. The power of time can strip away a person's life. This is the cause. The Tao of longevity can restore lost lifespan. This is the effect. The Tao of longevity that Lin Feng spoke of was the Grand Longevity Art, one of the top 10 great Taoists of the Great Longevity Art. Among the top 10 great Taoists of the Great Longevity Art, the Grand Longevity Art was the only divine ability that didn't have any offensive power. However, the Grand Longevity Art also had heaven-defying aspects. The Grand Longevity Art could continuously increase a cultivator's lifespan. If the power of the laws of time were to deprive Lin Feng of his lifespan, Lin Feng might not be able to contend against it. But now, it was the Thunder Tribulation that was depriving Lin Feng of his lifespan. Although the time force condensed by the Lightning Tribulation was terrifying, it was not uncontrollable. When the power of time deprived Lin Feng of his lifespan, Lin Feng used the great karma art to create a karmic cycle between himself, the power of time, and the great longevity art. The power of time deprived Lin Feng of his lifespan, while the grand longevity art immediately replenished Lin Feng's lost lifespan. This was the heaven-defying aspect of the great karma art, the 3,000 great daos. As long as Lin Feng could find the relationship between cause and effect, then Lin Feng could use the great karma art to change the karmic cycle. Lin Feng rushed forward and shattered the Hell's Gate with a single punch. The 10th last lightning tribulation was broken by Lin Feng. The surrounding cultivators and ferocious beast overlords were all dumbfounded. Even the top geniuses of the heaven realm frowned at this moment. Lin Feng had even dissolved the power of time. Lin Feng's methods were so shocking that they were all shocked. Boom. Boom. Boom, then, bolts of lightning tribulation struck down. The last 10 bolts of lightning tribulation were each more terrifying than the previous one. In the following bolts of lightning tribulation, Lin Feng was also severely injured. Especially the 5th last lightning tribulation, it actually condensed a phantom of the King of Hell. This phantom of the King of Hell was too terrifying. Lin Feng's attack could not break the defense of the phantom of the King of Hell. The phantom of the King of Hell almost cut Lin Feng in half. At the moment of life and death, Lin Feng's great curse art played a key role. He used the great curse art to break the defense of the phantom of the King of Hell. Then, he destroyed the phantom of the King of Hell. The 4th last lightning tribulation condensed 6 distorted black holes and suppressed Lin Feng. The 6 black holes were very mysterious. When the surrounding cultivators looked at the 6 black holes, they suddenly felt a sense of dizziness. Everyone almost lost their minds. The 6 black holes had an extremely strange power. That power was a power that could not be resisted. 6 paths of reincarnation tribulation, a cultivator shouted in horror. The words 6 paths of reincarnation tribulation were too heavy. So one could imagine how terrifying the 6 paths of reincarnation tribulation was. When the tribulation suppressed down, Lin Feng even had a feeling that he had entered the cycle of reincarnation and was reborn. Of course, Lin Feng knew that this was an illusion. It was a very scary thing to have this illusion now. This illusion would make him give up the will to resist. When the 6 distorted black holes suppressed down, when that time comes, he would definitely die. My fate is up to me, not the heavens. Lin Feng couldn't help but roar. What 6 paths of reincarnation, what reincarnation, he didn't believe in that. Lin Feng only believed in this life. He only pursued everything that happened in this life. Lin Feng's willpower had always been very strong. The 6 black holes had affected his mind, but now he finally walked out of that confused state. Lin Feng hurriedly used the 3 types of qi. Epic qi. White tiger qi. Supreme qi. The 3 types of qi merged into one and formed a powerful magnetic field. When the 6 black holes attacked Lin Feng, they were immediately blocked by the magnetic field. Break! Lin Feng roared and the 5 black holes in his dantian began to revolve. He displayed the 5-fold dragon elephant arm. He punched out 6 times in a row. Bang! 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 Lin Feng directly shattered the 6 distorted black holes. Too strong. A cultivator exclaimed. This should be his strongest combat power, right? I wonder if he can withstand the next 3 lightning tribulations? A cultivator took a deep breath and said. Lin Feng knew that using the 3 types of qi at the same time would consume too much of his body, so he only used the 3 types of qi superimposed when he killed those cultivators and beast overlords at the beginning of the tribulation. Then, he quickly removed this state. Even though his body was seriously injured, he didn't even use the 3 types of qi to resist the lightning tribulations. It was to save his magic power. He was waiting for the last moment of life and death. The last few lightning tribulations were really terrifying. Lin Feng no longer held back and used the 3 types of qi at the same time. Then, the 3 types of qi formed a magnetic field to protect Lin Feng. Boom! Terrifying fluctuations surged from above. The 3rd last lightning tribulation. It was brewing. A blood-red light surged in the void. A pair of huge eyes suddenly opened. That pair of eyes emitted waves of violent fluctuations. At this time, everyone clearly saw what it was. Everyone had a puzzled expression on their faces. The lightning tribulation condensed into an eye. No one knew what kind of lightning tribulation it was. Could it be the legendary Eye of Heaven? Suddenly, a cultivator said aloud. The Eye of Heaven. This was an extremely rare lightning tribulation. It was said that the Eye of Heaven could condense the power of heaven. The power of heaven could penetrate heaven and earth, break the sun, moon, and firmament, and kill all the immortals and Buddhas. If this was really the Eye of Heaven, it would be terrifying. It would definitely have unimaginable power. The Eye of Heaven. The black-cloaked cultivator from the Xianxia realm narrowed his eyes and looked at the Eye of Heaven. The other cultivators suspected that it was the Eye of Heaven. However, he was certain. That pair of huge eyes. It was the Eye of Heaven. This was because the black-cloaked cultivator also faced this lightning tribulation when he was going through the minor karmic tribulation. But when Lin Feng was facing the third Kulpa lightning, Lin Feng's Kulpa lightning was facing the second last Kulpa lightning. Interesting. When the cultivator in black clothes looked at Lin Feng, the corners of his mouth curled into a faint smile. No one knew what he was thinking. Swoosh, a terrifying light beam shot toward Lin Feng. The Eye of Heaven unleashed its power and shot out a powerful attack. Facing the attack of the Eye of Heaven, Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He fully activated the 3 types of domineering aura. The magnetic field formed by the 3 types of domineering aura was abnormally powerful. The void around Lin Feng started to distort. This was the power of the magnetic field. Bam, the light beam shot out by the Eye of Heaven slammed into Lin Feng's domineering aura. Suddenly, a violent collision sound was heard. However, the light beam from the Eye of Heaven could not destroy Lin Feng's domineering aura. The power of the 3 types of domineering aura was too strong. Lin Feng soared into the sky and quickly flew toward the Eye of Heaven. He wanted to destroy the Eye of Heaven. How is this guy so powerful? A cultivator from the chaotic bound of heaven and earth was astonished. He's already so extraordinary after breaking through to the giant god realm. I wonder what level he'll reach in the future. Another cultivator said. He possesses domineering aura, and it's not just one type of domineering aura. I suspect that this person is from one of those families. The black-cloaked young master said. The few cultivators from the Xianxia realm of primal chaos understood what those clans meant. They were extremely shocked. Those few families were a taboo even in the Xianxia chaos world, and could not be mentioned casually. He should have another type of bloodline. A cultivator said. Immortal divine blood? Another cultivator said, seems like he has a deep relationship with the Undying clan. When the cultivator from the Xianxia world mentioned the Undying clan, his expression turned serious. Clearly, even to him, the Undying clan was a clan that he had to pay attention to. That was a huge monster. Any cultivator who had some understanding of the history of the Undying clan would know just how powerful and terrifying the Undying clan was. No, I'm not talking about the Undying clan. I'm talking about the 3rd type of bloodline. The cultivator who had spoken earlier said. He was wearing a blue robe and looked very handsome. This cultivator was not simple. He was rumored to have the body of prophecy. Later on, he cultivated the great prophecy technique, and it was said that he could predict many things that would happen in the future. Moreover, this person's perception was extremely sharp, and he could sense things that others could not. Apart from that, this person also possessed many shocking methods, some of which could even shock the heavens and make gods weep. Even the black-cloaked young master did not dare to underestimate this blue-cloaked young master. A 3rd type of bloodline? The others frowned slightly. One of them asked, what bloodline is it? This bloodline is very special, and it might never awaken. However, once it awakens, I have a premonition that this person will undergo a huge change. Whether this change is good or bad, I don't know. The blue-clothed young master said. The black-clothed young master said, in that case, this person is getting more and more interesting. Lin Feng did not know what these people were talking about. Currently, he was walking step by step toward the Eye of Heaven. The attacks from the Eye of Heaven were getting stronger and more concentrated. Dense beams of light bombarded Lin Feng's aura. Bang! 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 A series of collisions rang out. Lin Feng's aura started to crack after withstanding so many attacks from the Eye of Heaven. The Eye of Heaven's lightning tribulation was so terrifying, so its attack power was naturally terrifying. When Lin Feng was 100 meters away from the Eye of Heaven, cracking sounds could be heard from Lin Feng's aura. His aura was almost unable to withstand the attacks from the Eye of Heaven. Lin Feng's expression turned grave. He increased his speed and charged toward the Eye of Heaven. However, the attacks from the Eye of Heaven were too powerful. The attacks bombarded his aura, making it difficult for Lin Feng to advance. Swish! Suddenly, Lin Feng transformed into a Taiji yin-yang diagram. The Taiji yin-yang diagram spun rapidly and flew toward the Eye of Heaven. Lin Feng's aura was attached to the surface of the Taiji yin-yang diagram. Although the attacks from the Eye of Heaven were concentrated, Lin Feng easily dodged most of the attacks after transforming into the Taiji yin-yang diagram. Finally, the Taiji yin-yang diagram rushed to the front of the Eye of Heaven and slashed toward it. A spluttering sound rang out. The Taiji yin-yang diagram directly tore the Eye of Heaven apart. The third last lightning tribulation was broken by Lin Feng. Roar! Just as Lin Feng broke the third last lightning tribulation, an earth-shaking roar came from the 9 heavens. The second last lightning tribulation was formed. It was a giant. He was holding a huge axe in his hand. With a roar, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. Many cultivators floating in the air spat out mouthfuls of blood after hearing the giant's roar. Some people even fainted from the shock. Everyone turned pale as they looked at the giant. Wasn't this giant too terrifying? With a roar, he injured so many people. The giant wielded the huge axe and slashed at Lin Feng. The might of the huge axe was so terrifying that it instantly split the world. When the axe slashed down, it felt like it could split the world apart. The giant wanted to split Lin Feng in half. Is that the sky-splitting axe? That giant can't be Pangu, right? Who hadn't heard of the legend of Pangu holding the heaven-splitting axe to split the world? Pangu had a special status among the cultivators in the universe. His power, his mysterious aura, and his historical status. They were all unparalleled. Now that the lightning tribulation had appeared, it was very likely that it was Pangu's shadow, which shocked everyone. Clang! The giant's tyrannical attack landed on the magnetic field formed outside Lin Feng's body. The magnetic field formed by the overlapping house was abnormally tyrannical. Pangu's axe landed, producing a clanging sound, but it didn't tear apart Lin Feng's magnetic field. But at this time, Pangu's attack became more and more fierce. One attack after another, he hacked at the magnetic field outside Lin Feng. Clang! 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 A loud sound shook the sky. Sounds of violent collisions rang out one after another. Lin Feng's 3 house began to crack again. The penultimate lightning tribulation was much stronger than the penultimate lightning tribulation. Lin Feng wanted to rush up and destroy this Pangu's shadow. But the attack of Pangu's shadow was too fierce. It was like a storm. Lin Feng didn't have a chance to get close at all. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. If this continued, it would be extremely disadvantageous for him. Lin Feng was naturally very clear about this. If the magnetic field protecting his body was destroyed, at that time, he wouldn't be able to resist the attack of Pangu's shadow. That kid seems to be in trouble. The spectating cultivators said. Pangu's shadow. With the heaven-splitting axe in hand, this kind of lightning tribulation is too terrifying. I've never heard of it before. It's very normal that he can't resist this lightning tribulation. Another person said. He didn't think that Lin Feng could resist the lightning tribulation of Pangu's shadow holding the heaven-splitting axe. Yeah, this kind of lightning tribulation is too terrifying. It's as difficult as ascending to heaven to resist it. Another cultivator said. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Lin Feng, who was fighting against the lightning tribulation in the sky. At this moment, except for Lin Feng himself. There was probably no one who had confidence in Lin Feng surviving this tribulation. Bang, 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 the attacks launched by Pangu's silhouette grew fiercer. Crack! Crack! The speed at which the 3 types of domineering aura split apart also increased. It was becoming more and more intense. Perhaps it wouldn't take long. The three domineering auras were about to be completely destroyed. The situation was extremely bad. Lin Feng's face turned ugly. He didn't have much time left. Lin Feng stepped into the void. He began to display a theurgy that he had just cultivated. The 9 Moons Cliff was a divine ability created by a living being who had survived the previous era. I control the 3 realms, I am the master of the 3 realms. The 3 realms shall fall, and all life shall perish. Lin Feng roared. The mana in his body began to circulate. Waves of destructive energy surged out. Above Lin Feng, the 3 realms appeared. These 3 realms were the heavenly realm, the mortal realm, and the netherworld. Countless epochs had passed. No matter what kind of living being controlled the various worlds during these epochs, they would all be divided into 3 realms. This included the current era. The heaven realm was high and mighty. It represented the higher planes. The netherworld represented death. As for the mortal realm, it represented billions of stars and billions of worlds. That was the place where all life lived. After Lin Feng's theurgy of the 3 realms manifested the phantom of the 3 realms, the 3 realms that he had manifested began to collapse. Everything in the myriad worlds would be destroyed along with the destruction of the 3 realms. There was nothing that could avoid such a fate. Even Pangu was no exception. That was because Pangu belonged to the living beings of the 3 realms. Unless Pangu could jump out of the 3 realms and not be within the 5 elements, only then would he be unaffected by this theurgy. Boom, a series of terrifying shockwaves swept through the world, shaking the void and collapsing the entire universe. The 3 worlds formed by the theurgy of the 3 realms crushed down on Pangu's phantom. Pangu's phantom waved the heaven-splitting axe in his hands. Axe after axe cleaved out. Those streaks of axe light cleaved down on the 3 illusory worlds. However, they were devoured by the 3 worlds. After that, the illusory worlds of the 3 realms crushed down on Pangu's phantom. The theurgy of the 3 realms. Pangu had fallen. Bam! Pangu's phantom's body exploded instantly. Lin Feng had successfully overcome the second last lightning tribulation. He broke Pangu's phantom. Shocked gazes fell on Lin Feng one after another. Following that, many people's eyes flashed with awe and greed. These people could naturally tell that Lin Feng had mastered many powerful secret arts. The reason why Lin Feng was so strong, apart from his own accumulation, was because of these powerful secret arts that he had mastered. An ordinary man's wealth was his own ruin by causing others greed. After knowing that Lin Feng had mastered so many powerful secret arts, those cultivators who originally had no grudges with Lin Feng now had murderous intentions towards Lin Feng. They wanted to kill Lin Feng. They wanted to snatch Lin Feng's secret arts. One could imagine. If Lin Feng succeeded in overcoming the tribulation, even more cultivators would besiege him. After all, there were simply too many greedy cultivators. There's only one last lightning tribulation left. I wonder what kind of tribulation it will be. Many people murmured as they stared at the sky. Lin Feng was recovering quickly. The immortal blood in his body had been completely devoured by his body. Lin Feng was only able to reach this step by relying on the boundless energy contained within the immortal blood to continuously convert it into magic power. But Lin Feng knew that this was the moment of life and death. His immortal blood had been used up. He was going to make a final gamble. Boom, the final lightning tribulation was successfully brewing. A beam of immortal light condensed and formed. Like a long rainbow, it streaked across the sky and slashed towards Lin Feng. That beam of immortal light emitted a primordial aura. It was like a beam of light formed not long after the creation of the world. It's the primordial immortal light. Heavens, this kid actually summoned the primordial immortal light after breaking through. That's too terrifying. Some cultivators shouted in disbelief. Legend had it that the primordial era began with the appearance of the primordial immortal light. The primordial immortal light was rumored to be able to slay immortals. Of course, the beam of light that was attacking Lin Feng wasn't the true primordial immortal light, but the condensation of the lightning tribulation. But even if it was the primordial immortal light condensed by the lightning tribulation, it was terrifying to an unimaginable degree. To summon such a lightning tribulation. I'm afraid he's going to fail the tribulation. The black-robed young master's eyes narrowed. By then, the primordial immortal light had already arrived in front of Lin Feng. Lin Feng activated his 3 Daos with all his might. The magnetic field formed by the 3 Daos reached its peak. Lin Feng wanted to use the 3 Daos to block the attack of the primordial immortal light. But at that moment, something terrifying happened. Lin Feng had already used the heaven-mending art and great death substitution art, so he couldn't use them to dodge the primeval immortal light's attack. This kind of special ability usually had a cooldown time. Usually, they could only be used after a certain period of time. That was why Lin Feng couldn't dodge the primeval immortal light's attack and was torn in half. That brat has been killed, many people cried out in alarm. The primeval immortal light's attack was too powerful. Even Lin Feng couldn't resist it. What a pity. All the abilities he mastered will disappear with his death. We won't be able to get them. Many cultivators and beast overlords felt that it was a pity. They had been spying on Lin Feng's abilities all this time. Now that Lin Feng was dead, their hopes were dashed. This made them extremely depressed. The ones who wanted Lin Feng to live the most were probably those cultivators and beast overlords. They were waiting for Lin Feng to succeed in his tribulation and then make a move on Lin Feng. With Lin Feng's death, everything became nothing. Did he really die just like that? Someone from the Undying clan shouldn't have been killed so easily, right? The black-cloaked young master couldn't help but mutter to himself. Although he didn't think Lin Feng could resist the primeval immortal light, he felt that Lin Feng shouldn't have been killed so easily. Undying body, nirvana of my body. Lin Feng's voice resounded between heaven and earth. Everyone saw a ball of fire burning fiercely. It enveloped Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng's body turned into ashes. Then, he was reborn from the flames. Heavens, what kind of ability is that? Many people cried out in shock. They couldn't believe their eyes. Lin Feng had clearly been split in half. He should have been dead without a doubt. But now, Lin Feng was reborn. It was really unbelievable. This kind of ability could be described as heaven-defying and shocking. What a terrifying ability. This Undying clan is truly a heaven-defying clan, a cultivator said. However, not everyone was familiar with the Undying clan because the cultivators here came from different worlds. In reality, the Undying clan had always kept a low profile. They had only appeared in the 9 continents, the Undying realm, the Heaven realm, and a few other limited worlds. Now, they even went into hiding. Everyone was extremely unfamiliar with the Undying family. Even though the cultivator mentioned Lin Feng's Undying bloodline, many people were only very surprised and couldn't understand the meaning of the Undying clan. Undying clan? What clan is that? Someone asked. They wanted to know what was so extraordinary about this family. The word immortal, in addition to the ability Lin Feng had just displayed, made them think of many things. It's an ancient clan. It said that their bloodline has the ability of immortality. That brat's body was reborn. This is the ability of immortality. A cultivator said. Many people were shocked because the ability Lin Feng had just displayed was too terrifying. The Undying clan was truly a terrifying clan that caused people to tremble in fear. I did it, the reborn Lin Feng heaved a sigh of relief. This rebirth was an ability that he had awakened when his undying divine blood reached 40%. This ability was very special. It could heal Lin Feng's damaged body. For example, if someone chopped off one of Lin Feng's arms, Lin Feng could quickly regrow his arm. However, this ability wasn't without its flaws. If Lin Feng's soul was destroyed, then Lin Feng would be completely dead. Earlier, the absolute primordium immortal light had only torn apart Lin Feng's body and didn't destroy his soul. That was why Lin Feng was able to recover. It was said that there was only one race in this world. Even if their soul was destroyed, they could still be reborn. That was the Phoenix clan. Apart from the Phoenix clan, even the Undying clan couldn't do something like rebirth after having one's soul destroyed. Amazing. Amazing. The people from the Undying clan are really terrifying. A cultivator from the Xianxia realm took a deep breath and said. The blue-robed young master looked at the black-robed young master and said, "Is there such a person in the Undying clan?" The black-robed young master had been to the Undying clan before, so he had some understanding of the younger generation. No. This is interesting. This kid might be a descendant of one of the Undying clan's exiled clansmen, said the black-robed young master. Those clansmen who were expelled by the large clans, in order to prevent their bloodline from spreading outside, and at the same time to prevent those people from harboring hatred towards the main bloodline and becoming enemies with the main bloodline in the future, they would often kill those who were expelled. This person's ancestor wasn't killed by the Undying clan, but instead escaped with his life. Moreover, it was passed down to this generation. It is indeed interesting. The blue-robed young master's lips curled into a faint smile, as if waiting to watch a show. The absolute primordium immortal light once again slashed at Lin Feng. Lin Feng quickly retreated. The success rate of the Undying God Blood's rebirth ability was extremely low. Therefore, although he was able to successfully use it last time, he might not be able to succeed this time. Therefore, Lin Feng couldn't allow himself to be cut in half by the absolute primordium immortal light a second time. If that really happened, Lin Feng felt that he would die without a doubt. Naturally, this wasn't something Lin Feng wanted to see. However, the absolute primordium immortal light's attack was too powerful. At this moment, the absolute primordium immortal light swept over again. Lin Feng had no choice but to take out the stone sword to block the attack. However, Lin Feng couldn't release the stone sword's power at all. Clang, following a clanging sound, the absolute primordium immortal light swept over the stone sword. The web between Lin Feng's thumb and forefinger was cracked. The stone sword left his hand. The absolute primordium immortal light once again slashed at Lin Feng. The absolute primordium immortal light's attack was too powerful, far beyond Lin Feng's imagination. Lin Feng quickly took out the mysterious metal box. He didn't know if the mysterious metal box could help him block the absolute primordium immortal light's attack. However, Lin Feng didn't have any other choice at this time. He had to treat a dead horse as a living one. Clang, the absolute primordium immortal light slammed into the metal box. Lin Feng and the metal box were both sent flying. The powerful vibrations caused Lin Feng to spit out a mouthful of immortal blood. The absolute primordium immortal light's power was too terrifying. The absolute primordium immortal light's attack didn't stop. It once again slashed at Lin Feng. Lin Feng's expression was dark. He used his full strength in the face of the oncoming absolute primordium immortal light. He tried his best to open a crack in the metal box. Boom, a terrifying aura spread out from the metal box. Lin Feng was the first to suffer. His body was riddled with holes. He used the Great Void technique to escape and appeared 100 meters away. More than a dozen bloody holes appeared on his body. He was almost killed by the terrifying aura emanating from the mysterious metal box. Fortunately, he was lucky enough to keep his life. The absolute primordium immortal light was shattered by the mysterious metal box. Too terrifying? What kind of treasure is that? Shocked and aghast gazes turned toward the mysterious metal box. At this moment, a series of heavenly Tao laws descended from the sky and surged into Lin Feng's body. The magic power in Lin Feng's body surged like a river bursting its banks. Waves of terrifying aura spread out from Lin Feng's body. He broke through. He finally broke through. Lin Feng finally broke through to the giant god realm. The giant god realm and the heavenly god realm were completely different realms. If the heavenly god realm was just a dragon, then the giant god realm was a divine dragon. If the heavenly god realm was just a lake, then the giant god realm was a vast ocean. This was the difference between the two realms. The difference between these two realms was like heaven and earth. After breaking through to the giant god realm, Lin Feng knew how weak the heavenly god realm was. Now in Lin Feng's body, the magic power was increasing crazily, like a surging river flowing. This feeling was really too good. Lin Feng operated the immortal divine body. His body quickly recovered to its original state. If it were others breaking through, even if they succeeded, they would be seriously injured because of the body. Their condition would be extremely bad. But Lin Feng was in a different situation. After he broke through, the immortal divine body quickly recovered to its original state. So after breaking through, Lin Feng did not feel weak at all. Now Lin Feng felt better than ever. Stronger than ever. Now Lin Feng's realm stopped at the first layer of the giant god realm. His physical body had also improved greatly. Lin Feng felt that his physical body was almost stronger than many beginner stage great emperors. He had not entered the great emperor realm. Lin Feng did not know how the great emperor realm was divided. But Lin Feng felt that his physical body had surpassed the beginner stage great emperor realm. Of course, Lin Feng did not know if it had really surpassed the beginner stage great emperor realm. That would have to wait until Lin Feng came into contact with great emperor realm experts to know. Lin Feng's soul level had also improved greatly with this breakthrough. His soul had risen to the level of a boundary emperor cultivator who had reached the 8th step of the stone steps. Lin Feng's bloodline had also changed. After breaking through to the giant god realm, Lin Feng's bloodline power had improved. His immortal god blood had increased from 42% to 43%, while his sovereign emperor blood had increased from 31% to 32%. One had to know that as more and more bloodlines were awakened, it would become more and more difficult to awaken one's own bloodline. Therefore, this time, Lin Feng's 2 bloodlines could be upgraded again. It was a major upgrade. After breaking through to the giant god realm this time, Lin Feng obtained too many benefits. The increase in his fighting strength was also too much. The tribulation clouds above the 9 heavens began to dissipate gradually. Lin Feng waved his hand, and the stone sword and mysterious metal box quickly flew towards him. Lin Feng put away the mysterious iron box. He gripped the stone sword. Now that the stone sword was in his hand, Lin Feng immediately felt that he had a very mysterious connection with the stone sword. Lin Feng felt that he could activate more of the stone sword's power. After breaking through to the giant god realm, Lin Feng had begun to gradually release the power of the stone sword. There was still a stone sword in the Chonglu demonic palace. He didn't know if he could activate that stone sword. If the 2 stone swords were activated together, the power would be too strong. Because it was said that these stone swords could sense each other. The more stone swords were activated, the more powerful the power would be. If the 36 stone swords were activated together, they would be invincible in the world. Kill him. Many cultivators and ferocious beast overlords charged towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng's remarkable ability and Lin Feng's magic weapon. These people were crazy. The first wave of cultivators and ferocious beast overlords that besieged Lin Feng was only left with more than 20 cultivators and a dozen or so ferocious beast overlords. But this time, there were more than 100 cultivators and more than 40 ferocious beast overlords that besieged Lin Feng. A few heaven-defying geniuses from the heaven realm, 3 cultivators from the underworld, and a few cultivators from the Chaos Xianhuang realm did not make a move. The cultivators from the Chaos Xianhuang realm and the underworld did not plan to make a move from the beginning. The heaven-defying geniuses from the heaven realm did not make a move when they besieged Lin Feng for the first time. Although there were many cultivators from the heaven realm who made a move, those who made a move did not reach their level of combat strength. Now that they saw Lin Feng break through, these people did not plan to make a move. He's quite an interesting person. It's boring to die too early. After he comes to the heaven realm, he might cause some trouble. When that time comes, we'll play with him slowly. A heaven-defying existence from the heaven realm said with a faint smile. I have the same plan. Another person said with a smile. Since you want to die, I'll send you to hell. After breaking through, Lin Feng's confidence increased greatly. When he was at the peak of the heavenly god realm, he was no match for so many cultivators and ferocious beast overlords. But now that Lin Feng had broken through, his cultivation had increased tremendously. He was no longer afraid of being besieged by these people. He held the stone sword in his hand and slashed at the cultivators and ferocious beast overlords that besieged him. Buzz. Suddenly, the stone sword spat out an inch-long sword light. One had to know that Lin Feng could not activate the stone sword at all. He could only release a small amount of the stone sword's power with the help of the remnant soul. But after breaking through to the giant god realm, Lin Feng could make the stone sword spit out a sword light. From this, one could see how much Lin Feng's cultivation had increased after breaking through. The current Lin Feng was simply invincible and unrivaled. The power of the stone sword in his hand was terrifying. Any magic treasure that was swept by the stone sword would be torn apart. Any cultivator that was swept by the stone sword would be cut in half. What magic treasure is this? Its power is so terrifying? It's definitely not an ordinary stone sword. Many cultivators shouted in shock. They were scared out of their wits and frantically fled outside. They did not dare to continue fighting with Lin Feng. Could it be one of the rumored 36 stone swords? Someone said, mentioning the faintly discernible 36 stone swords that were close to the legends. It was said that once the 36 stone swords were combined into one, even Hong Meng, Hong Jun ancestor, and the others, they would be killed. Of course, no one knew if the rumor was true. But since there was such a rumor, it was enough to prove how terrifying the 36 stone swords were. The cultivators and ferocious beast overlords that besieged Lin Feng fled in a sorry state. Lin Feng was like a peerless killing god. He started a massacre. Many cultivators and ferocious beast overlords were killed. In the end, only about 30 cultivators and 7 or 8 ferocious beast overlords escaped. The remaining cultivators and ferocious beast overlords all died under Lin Feng's attacks. Lin Feng was like an azure from hell. Many people looked at Lin Feng with reverence. Fairy Kai, I will not forget that night. When I go to the heaven realm, we will fight another 300 rounds. What is he talking about? Did something wonderful happen between him and Fairy Kai? How is that possible? Fairy Kai is the goddess of the heaven realm, the proud daughter of heaven of the celestial clan. Who knows how many geniuses pursued her, but she didn't even look at them. Now, she actually had a one-night stand with that brat? This is definitely not true. That brat must be talking nonsense to ruin Fairy Kai's reputation. Some cultivators of the heaven realm roared angrily. They didn't want to believe that Lin Feng's words were true. As the proud daughter of the heaven realm, Ying Kai was the goddess in countless people's hearts. How could she casually have sex with someone else? The people of the other worlds were also shocked. Although they weren't cultivators of the heaven realm, they still had some understanding of Ying Kai. They knew how extraordinary Ying Kai's status in the heaven realm was. It was said that in the entire heaven realm, Ying Kai was ranked in the top 10 fairies. Of course, it wasn't just because of Ying Kai's beauty. It was also because of Ying Kai's talent and background. Everyone looked at Ying Kai. Ying Kai was expressionless. No one knew what she was thinking. In fact, at this moment, Ying Kai's heart was fluctuating greatly. She couldn't wait to cut Lin Feng into pieces. However, she knew that she was no match for Lin Feng now. Therefore, Ying Kai didn't make a move, nor did she refute Lin Feng. Because the more she tried to hide it, the more she tried to explain. This kind of thing would only make things worse. Therefore, Ying Kai didn't try to explain. If she really tried to explain, it might cause an uproar when the time came. Lin Feng left the heavenly immortal path. He estimated the time. It was almost time for his training to end. This time, he had gained too many benefits from cultivating on the heavenly immortal path. Lin Feng was extremely satisfied with this 1 year's experience. He left the heavenly immortal path and came to the space outside. Half a month later, a twisted whirlpool appeared above the mountain forest where Lin Feng was cultivating. Duguya's voice came from the whirlpool. Time is up. You can return to the real world now. All right. Lin Feng stood up and nodded. Then, he transmitted his voice to the remnant soul. Whether or not we can bring the stone sword out depends on you. This was because only Lin Feng's soul had entered this mysterious space. His soul was not enough to take the stone sword away. The storage ring that Lin Feng obtained was also unable to store a treasure like the stone sword. If a treasure like the stone sword was placed in a storage ring, the storage ring would instantly shatter. Therefore, whether or not he could take the stone sword away depended on the remnant soul. The remnant soul had already formed a connection with the stone sword. It was equivalent to the owner of the stone sword. Of course, to leave this mysterious space, he had to pass through the chaotic spatial flow world. As for whether the remnant soul could successfully bring the stone sword into the real world with Lin Feng wasn't sure. Whoosh, Lin Feng soared into the sky. As for the remnant soul, it followed Lin Feng and controlled the stone sword to fly into the vortex. Whoosh. With a flash of light, Lin Feng and the stone sword disappeared. Following that, Lin Feng and the stone sword flew through the spatial passage and quickly flew into the real world. When they saw the exit, the remnant soul's horrified voice came from the stone sword. I can't hold on any longer. I'm going to be destroyed. Lin Feng's expression couldn't help but change. At this time, he had no way to help the remnant soul. Could it be that the stone sword was not fated with him? Just as the remnant soul was about to disintegrate, suddenly, a large energy hand condensed and grabbed the stone sword. It brought the stone sword out of the spatial passage. Lin Feng quickly flew out as well. The remnant soul returned to the body. Lin Feng returned to the real world. He opened his eyes and saw Duguya standing not far away. He held the stone sword in his hand and was observing it. Duguya gently stroked the stone sword and muttered to himself, I didn't expect to see this stone sword again after so many years. Uncle Dugu, have you seen this stone sword before? Lin Feng asked. I've seen it before. Duguya's eyes revealed a look of reminiscence. At that time, I had just met your father not long ago. I once saw your father fight with a cultivator with 9 stone swords on his back. When the 9 stone swords appeared, it truly shocked the heavens and earth. Even though many years had passed, Duguya still couldn't forget that scene. That battle caused the heavens to collapse, the earth to split, and the mountains to collapse. Now that he thought about it, he couldn't help but feel emotional. How was that battle? Lin Feng couldn't help but ask. He wanted to know more about what happened to his father, but there were many things that Duguya wasn't willing to tell him. Duguya felt that if he knew too much, it would be disadvantageous for Lin Feng. Now that Duguya took the initiative to mention what happened back then, Lin Feng felt that this was an opportunity. A chance to learn more about his father's past. That battle was extremely intense. The origin of these stone swords is very special, and their power is unimaginable. The stronger the cultivator, the stronger the stone swords will be. Moreover, these stone swords can form a very special resonance. This resonance is also very special. Once it resonates, the stone sword's power will continue to increase. Thus, the more stone swords you collect, the stronger they will be. Back then, that cultivator had 9 stone swords on his back. He was simply invincible. He had never been defeated, until he met your father. He lost to your father. What happened to that person? Lin Feng asked. From then on, he began to follow your father, said Duguya. Was that person Di Wudao? Lin Feng took a deep breath and said a name. Perhaps only that person could be so heaven-defying. Only someone like that could match that person's identity. That's right. He was Di Wudao. I rarely saw Di Wudao fight with his full strength. That battle with your father was the only time I saw him fight with his full strength. That person is very terrifying. He can deceive the heavenly secrets. Your father controlled the great Tao of destiny, but he was still deceived by him. If he knew of your existence, he would definitely think of a way to kill you in the future. Before you become strong enough, you can't go to the celestial world. I know. Lin Feng nodded heavily. A stone sword could easily kill a creature in the black fog at its peak. And 9 stone swords at the same time, needless to say, Di Wudao's strength was terrifying. You stay in Jiuzhou and cultivate well. I'm going to the starry sky world to find your father. I hope I can find him. Duguya said. Uncle Dugu, I'll have to trouble you. If you can find my father, please tell me. I'll go find you then. Lin Feng bowed to Duguya. After Duguya left, Lin Feng returned to the Dragon Gate. After returning, Lin Feng inquired about the current situation in the 9 states. The 9 states had entered a period of extreme chaos. First, the cultivators of the myriad races came to the 9 states. Previously, they had come for the southern immortal demon realm. But the southern immortal demon realm had been closed. Now, the cultivators of the myriad races were unwilling to leave the 9 states. Obviously, they had the ambition to occupy the 9 states. In history, the myriad races had invaded the 9 states several times. But no matter what the process was, the end result was the same: they were expelled from the 9 states. Naturally, the myriad races were extremely unwilling. Now that the 9 states was weak, the myriad races once again had the idea of occupying the 9 states. Moreover, the 9 states was very special. It was the starting point of the myriad worlds. Now that the age of chaos was approaching and the 5 decays of celestial beings had appeared, the world would change greatly before the apocalyptic battle. At that time, the golden age of cultivation would reappear. And the 9 states would be the first world to change. As the first major world to enter the golden age of cultivation, the 9 states would certainly have many cultivators with great fortune. Therefore, occupying the 9 states was very important. Moreover, it was said that the greatest secret of the myriad worlds lay in the 9 states. This was one of the important reasons why the myriad races wanted to occupy the 9 states. In fact, it was not just the myriad races. There were also other races, such as the races from the outer realms, who had sent many experts. They also wanted to divide the 9 states. Several terrifying creatures had also appeared in the stone race. Previously, Lin Feng had witnessed the birth of the Stone King in the sacred stone city of the Tianwu continent. Now, the Stone King had crossed the sea and come to the 9 states. He occupied a region and had many experts relying on him. Recently, the Stone King had occupied 16 ancient cities in the Dragonfire state, which could be said to have shocked the 9 states. But the Stone King was so powerful that no one dared to provoke him. In addition to the Stone King, there were also some terrifying creatures, such as the foreign creature that Lin Feng had injured. Now, his forces were growing stronger and stronger. That foreign creature was said to have swallowed some heaven-defying treasures and recovered his cultivation extremely quickly. Moreover, that foreign creature had been searching for Lin Feng's whereabouts. He had threatened to kill Lin Feng. In addition, there were a dozen or so black fog creatures. They were creatures from the previous epoch, although it was unknown what had caused their cultivation to drop so drastically. But a starving camel is still bigger than a horse. The creatures in the black fog were still extremely powerful and terrifying. Currently, the forces formed by the creatures of the black fog were extremely large. The native forces of the 9 prefectures, the myriad races, the extraterritorial races, the black fog creatures, the otherworldly creatures, and other forces all had various conflicts. From time to time, great battles would break out. The 9 prefectures had also moved from an era of peace to an era of war. Lin Feng frowned slightly when he heard the news. He naturally didn't want 9 regions to fall into such a state of war. This was because this was simply a great disaster for the common people of the world. Once the world fell into chaos, who knew how many innocent people would die in the chaos? However, Lin Feng was powerless to stop the outbreak of war. He was only one person, and his strength was limited. More and more cultivators are pouring into the ocean. The first place in the 9 provinces to become chaotic is the inland. Now, various forces have appeared. Large and small forces are fighting each other for territory and resources. This has also caused many people to flee to the ocean. Du Zhu said. Recently, Du Zhu had been observing the situation in the 9 prefectures, so he knew the situation in the 9 prefectures in detail. Lin Feng nodded and said, "The 9 prefectures are so chaotic. I wonder how the Sky Martial continent is doing. I plan to return to the Sky Martial continent to take a look." The plan to return to the Sky Martial continent had long been buried in Lin Feng's heart. He wanted to bring Shangguan Fei Morong Shui, and his other close female friends to live in the 9 prefectures. However, Lin Feng's cultivation was not enough to protect them. Therefore, Lin Feng's plan had been stranded. Now, Lin Feng had broken through to the giant god realm. He was also much more confident. Therefore, Lin Feng felt that it was time to bring them to the 9 prefectures. Moreover, Lin Feng was not at ease letting Shangguan Fei and the others live in the Sky Martial continent. This was because the cultivators of the myriad races and the extraterritorial races had all entered the Sky Martial continent from the extraterritorial starry world, and then entered the 9 prefectures from the Sky Martial continent. With so many cultivators entering the Sky Martial continent, it was hard to guarantee that those cultivators would not cause trouble. "How many people do you plan to bring back, young master?" Du Zhu asked. "You and the evil Dominator Saint can follow me back," Lin Feng said. "Okay, I'll go and inform the big zombie now," Du Zhu said. Lin Feng stayed in the dragon sect for 3 days. In these 3 days, he dealt with some important matters in the dragon sect. Now, there were many experts in the dragon sect, and the people in charge of the various departments were loyal to Lin Feng. Do not doubt the people you use, and do not use those you doubt. This was Lin Feng's principle. Therefore, he trusted his subordinate Lin Feng very much. After briefly explaining the matters of the dragon sect, Lin Feng planned to return to the reincarnation immortal sect. He naturally did not forget the agreement between Lin Feng and the Reincarnation Immortal Sutra. Lin Feng had done what he promised the Reincarnation Immortal Sutra. Lin Feng naturally wanted to go to the Reincarnation Immortal Sutra to ask for the cultivation method of the second part of the Great Reincarnation Technique. The first part was the past. The second part was the future. The first part of the book contained the Eternity Rush, a divine ability that had never existed since time immemorial. As for what kind of divine power the second part contained, Lin Feng did not know for the time being. He needed to comprehend it properly. Lin Feng, Du Zhu, and the evil dominator Saint set off for the Reincarnation Immortal Sect. Along the way, they saw many places covered in corpses. Battles broke out everywhere. Lin Feng could only sigh. If this continues, I think most of the forces in the 9 states will be destroyed. Du Zhu said. Du Zhu's words were not without reason. The native forces of the 9 states were much weaker than the myriad tribes, the extraterritorial races, the otherworldly beings, the black fog beings, and the stone puppet kings. If this battle continued, the native forces of the 9 states would definitely be the first to be unable to hold on. It was only a matter of time before they were destroyed. Perhaps only those forces with immortal artifacts and emperor weapons could continue to survive. It was only a matter of time before the rest of the forces were destroyed. When the 9 states is in chaos, the people will be plunged into misery and suffering. Lin Feng could not help but sigh. Half a year later, Lin Feng returned to the Reincarnation Immortal Sect. Some cultivators from the myriad tribes and the extraterritorial races appeared in the outer area of the Reincarnation Immortal Sect. Lin Feng could not help but frown when he saw those people. Lin Feng's return caused quite a stir. Who did not know of Lin Feng's reputation? Who did not know of him? In the past, Lin Feng was called scum by the male disciples of the Reincarnation Immortal Sect. Now, Lin Feng had become the backbone of the Reincarnation Immortal Sect. The territory ruled by the Reincarnation Immortal Sect was relatively peaceful. Many powerful races and extraterritorial races had sent people to the Reincarnation Immortal Sect to investigate. Perhaps they were afraid that the Reincarnation Immortal Sect had immortal artifacts, so they did not make a move. Lin Feng received a grand invitation when he returned to the Reincarnation Immortal Sect. Now, Lin Feng was extremely famous in the 9 states. Lin Feng was like a gold-plated signboard that could attract a large number of experts. The words heaven-defying level carried a lot of weight. Even in the 10,000 races, there were not many such geniuses. Many people felt that Lin Feng's rise was unstoppable. When Lin Feng rose, he would be able to hold his own. Perhaps the Reincarnation Immortal Sect also valued this point. Therefore, the Reincarnation Immortal Sect valued Lin Feng very much. In addition, the sect leader of the Reincarnation Immortal Sect had left the 9 states for a long time. There was still no news of the sect leader. Now that the 9 states was in turmoil, some of the supreme elders of the Reincarnation Immortal Sect and the Great Elder of Punishment discussed and decided to make Lin Feng the deputy sect leader. They wanted Lin Feng to be in charge of the Reincarnation Immortal Sect. Because there was still no news of the sect leader. Therefore, Lin Feng, as the deputy sect leader, was basically no different from the sect leader. It was said that the Supreme Elders and the Great Elder of Punishment had already asked for the Reincarnation Immortal Sutra. They were waiting for the Reincarnation Immortal Sutra to be finalized. Lin Feng chatted with the higher-ups of the sect for a while, then returned to the barren mountain. "Big brother, you're back." Cute Little ran out when she heard that Lin Feng was back. Then, she opened her arms and pounced on Lin Feng. Lin Feng took Meng Meng in his arms. She looked so adorable, like she was carved from jade. "Hey, where's little Tian Tian?" Lin Feng was puzzled. When he left Tian Tian behind. He asked Tian Tian to cultivate with Lord Turtle. He came back, but Tian Tian did not come out. Lin Feng was puzzled. Little Tian Tian is gone. Grandmaster said that little Tiantian's mother came and took little Tian Tian away. Little said Tian 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 Tian. Perhaps it was because she had lost a friend, or perhaps it was because Xiao Tian Tian had parents and she didn't. She felt disappointed. Lin Feng could feel Meng Meng's sadness. He couldn't help but rub her head and say, "Little girl, don't be sad. Big brother will take care of you and protect you." Little Meng Meng nodded heavily and quickly became happy again. Children's mood changed quickly. No matter if she was sad or happy. Their mood could vary quickly, their mood immortal sect very quickly. Master Tortoise walked out, squinted his eyes and said, "It's been almost 3 years since I left. Your cultivation has improved quite well. Could immortal sect immortal Lord Turtle was immortal sect? Lord Sage Saint Holy and Lord Saint. Lord nodded dead Lord. Nodded Lord Nodong. Then Lord Turtle said, "What have you experienced in the outside world all these years? Tell me." Lin Feng told Mr. Turtle about what had happened in the southern celestial sea realm, the boat of curses, Duguya, and the celestial path to the heavens. Although this cheap master was sometimes unreliable and often cheated his disciple. But the saying "a teacher for a day is a father for life" was very reasonable. Lin Feng was dissatisfied with Lord Turtle. But in fact, he treated Lord Turtle as his family. There were many things that were not easy to talk about with outsiders. With his family, he could naturally talk about them one by one. Lord Turtle had been listening quietly. He said, "Life is like a boat going downstream. There is no turning back. Everything has to be looked forward." Lin Feng understood what Mr. Tortoise meant. He was persuading him to look forward instead of worrying about things. No matter how much he worried about those things, what would happen would still happen. Right now, the only thing he could do was to raise his cultivation base and increase his own cultivation base. In the future, he would be able to do what he wanted to do. If he could not raise his cultivation, then in the future, when he wanted to do something but found that he was not capable enough to do it, at that time, it would be a tragedy. Lin Feng then asked about little Tian Tian. After all, little Tian Tian was young and could not express many things clearly. Therefore, he still had to ask Lord Turtle about some things. Lin Feng asked, "Who are little Tiantian's parents?" This was what he was most concerned about. When little Tian Tian participated in the prodigy ranking battle, she was alone and had no one to accompany her. Lin Feng was not clear about little Tiantian's origin. "Don't ask about those people's identity. It won't do you any good to know," Lord Turtle said. Lin Feng could not help but frown. Since Lord Turtle said so, it meant that little Tiantian's identity was too extraordinary. Little Tian Tian was so young but so powerful. It was reasonable for her to have an extraordinary identity. "I hope the little girl can grow up healthily in the future," Lin Feng said. "Don't worry about that little girl. You don't have to worry. If fate wills it, we might have a chance to meet in the future," Lord Turtle said. "That may be the case, but in this vast sea of people, once separated, it will be too difficult to meet again." Lin Feng could not help but sigh. At this moment, Lord Turtle flicked his finger and a porcelain bottle appeared. He tossed the bottle to Lin Feng. "What's this?" Lin Feng asked, puzzled. He noticed that the bottle was sealed with restrictions. "The Epic Tao Source. I got it from little Tiantian's mother." "What's the Epic Tao Source?" Lin Feng asked, puzzled. This was the first time he had heard of the Epic Tao Source. It's something passed down from the Supreme Celestial Court. It allows a cultivator to undergo a bloodline baptism. After the baptism, the cultivator's bloodline can undergo a second awakening, which is what we usually call a deeper bloodline awakening. Lord Turtle said. "What? It can allow one's bloodline to undergo a deeper awakening?" Upon hearing Lord Turtle's words, Lin Feng's right hand, which was holding the bottle, suddenly trembled. Lin Feng's 2 bloodlines, be it the undying divine blood or the sovereign emperor blood, had not undergone a second awakening. Currently, he was only undergoing a shallow first awakening. Although he had awakened 2 bloodlines, if he wanted to possess those extraordinary abilities, he also needed to undergo a second awakening. One had to know that Lin Feng's father had undergone 9 bloodline awakenings. The reason why Lin Feng's father's combat strength was so heaven-defying was because he had undergone 9 bloodline awakenings. He had mastered too many heaven-defying techniques. If Lin Feng underwent a deeper bloodline awakening, the memories in the depths of his bloodline would awaken. At that time, he would definitely awaken some extremely terrifying abilities. Can this bottle of epic Dao source allow my 2 bloodlines to awaken on a deeper level? Lin Feng looked at Lord Tortoise. Naturally, he hoped that the epic Dao source could awaken both his undying bloodline and sovereign bloodline. If it couldn't, Lin Feng planned to awaken the sovereign bloodline. This was because the sovereign bloodline was stronger than the undying bloodline. Lord Tortoise said, "Of course not. Your sovereign emperor blood requires even more epic Dao sources, so I'm not sure if this bottle can awaken your sovereign emperor blood to a deeper level, but it shouldn't be a problem to awaken your undying bloodline to a deeper level." Lin Feng said, "If that's the case, I'll awaken my undying bloodline first." Naturally, he had to make a choice. It was easy to make. The sovereign bloodline was powerful, but there was only 1 bottle of epic Dao source. Moreover, this bottle might not be able to awaken the sovereign bloodline. Since that was the case, he should awaken his undying bloodline first. Lin Feng's undying bloodline was a heaven-defying bloodline. This was especially true for his ancestor, Lin Qi. He seemed to have a glorious history. Lin Feng had learned this from the savage. However, the savage didn't say much about Lin Feng's ancestor, Lin Qi. However, Lin Feng guessed that the bloodline might contain some of the terrifying abilities passed down by Lin Qi's ancestor. Once those abilities were activated, they would be heaven-defying. Lin Feng put the bottle away. He had just returned. Now wasn't the time to refine the epic Dao source. After leaving Lord Tortoise's place, Lin Feng couldn't wait to head to the Reincarnation Immortal Sutra. He wanted to ask for the cultivation method of the second part of the Great Reincarnation Art. This was an absolute art that defied the heavens. Hee, kid, you've done well. It seems like the revival of the Reincarnation Immortal sect is on your shoulders. The Reincarnation Immortal scripture praised Lin Feng ferociously after seeing him. This was not the style of the Reincarnation Immortal Sutra. Lin Feng looked at the Reincarnation Immortal Sutra warily and said, "One who is unaccountably solicitous is hiding evil intentions." "What is it? Tell me quickly." The Reincarnation Immortal Sutra said angrily, "What are you talking about? I'm praising you. Don't be so ungrateful." "Then should I thank you for your praise?" Lin Feng curled his lips and said. The Reincarnation Immortal Sutra said, "You don't have to thank me. This is the praise you deserve. Actually, there is something I want to tell you. But don't worry, it's definitely a good thing." Lin Feng said, "If there's no problem, teach me the second part of the Great Reincarnation Art." Whoosh! A jade tube flew out from the void. Lin Feng grabbed the jade tube. "I am naturally a man of my word. This is your reward." The cultivation method of the second part of the Great Reincarnation Art is recorded in it. The Reincarnation Immortal Sutra said. Lin Feng's face lit up with joy. He quickly used his divine consciousness to check it. After sensing the contents of the jade tube, Lin Feng kept it and said with a smile, "Senior, you have something to say." "What do you want to say?" "Little fox." Translator, trans and editor, trans in the Reincarnation Celestial Sutra slandered him in his heart. Then he said, "During this period of time, the Supreme Elder, the Great Elder of Punishment and the other elders have come to see me. They elected you to be the deputy sect leader of the Reincarnation Celestial Sect and you will be in charge of the sect. Now that the 9 states are in chaos and the 5 decays of heavenly beings have appeared, we don't have much time left. After some consideration, I think it's the best choice to let you be in charge of the Reincarnation Celestial Sect. I hope you can lead the Reincarnation Celestial Sect to avoid the catastrophe when the doomsday comes." Lin Feng did not expect the Reincarnation Immortal Sutra to talk about this. As Lin Feng had just returned, he did not know much about what had happened in the sect. It was not impossible for Lin Feng to take charge of the Reincarnation Immortal Sect. After all, the Reincarnation Immortal Sect was very powerful. Lin Feng had been spying on the Reincarnation Everlasting Fire in the Reincarnation Immortal Sect. Since the Reincarnation Immortal Sutra mentioned that he should take charge of the Reincarnation Immortal Sect, Could he negotiate with the Reincarnation Immortal Sutra now? Lin Feng said, I can take charge of the Reincarnation Immortal sect, but I have a condition. What condition? The Reincarnation Immortal Sutra asked. Let me refine the Reincarnation Everlasting Fire. Lin Feng said. The Reincarnation Immortal Sutra said, if the Reincarnation Everlasting Fire belongs to the Reincarnation Immortal sect, you can do whatever you want with it. However, the Reincarnation Everlasting Fire does not belong to the Reincarnation Immortal sect. It does not belong to the Reincarnation Immortal sect? Why is it in the Reincarnation Immortal sect? Lin Feng questioned. He felt that the Reincarnation Immortal Sutra was lying to him. The Reincarnation Immortal Sutra said, the Reincarnation Everlasting Fire was placed in the Reincarnation Immortal sect by a great emperor-level expert. The Reincarnation Everlasting Fire still contains the great emperor-level expert's soul imprint. That person was an imperial emperor when he left. I wonder how terrifying his cultivation base is now. He might have already become an immortal or a saint. Would you dare to refine it if he asked you to? That. Lin Feng's expression darkened. He did not expect the Reincarnation Everlasting Fire to have such a history. If the Reincarnation Immortal Sutra was true and the owner of the Reincarnation Everlasting Fire was such a terrifying existence, he would not dare to refine it. As long as the owner of the Reincarnation Everlasting Fire was still alive, he would be killed by the soul imprint in the Reincarnation Everlasting Fire. Lin Feng asked, who is that expert? A terrifying cultivator. His name is Zhua. Some call him Yin Zhua. Rumor has it that he's a living being born from evil. The Reincarnation Immortal Sutra said. A living being born from evil? Then why did he place the Reincarnation Everlasting Fire in the Reincarnation Immortal sect? Lin Feng asked, puzzled. Back then, this person saved the life of the sect master of the Reincarnation Immortal sect, who was from the same generation as him. He placed the Reincarnation Everlasting Fire in the Reincarnation Immortal sect. The sect master promised him that the Reincarnation Immortal sect would protect the Reincarnation Everlasting Fire for generations. The Reincarnation Immortal Sutra said. Lin Feng frowned slightly. He did not expect there to be such a reason behind it. He continued, why did this person called Yin Zhua place the Reincarnation Everlasting Fire in the Reincarnation Immortal sect? I have a feeling that this person is hiding some secret. I'm not sure. You can ask Lord Turtle. Perhaps he'll know, the Reincarnation Immortal Sutra said meaningfully. After leaving the Reincarnation Immortal Sutra, Lin Feng returned to the barren mountain. He planned to ask about the undying reincarnation flame. Master, the undying reincarnation flame doesn't belong to the Reincarnation Immortal sect? Wasn't it said that the undying flame was suppressed by the Reincarnation Emperor? How did it become that Yin-Yang Immortal sect? Lin Feng asked. It seems like the Reincarnation Immortal Sutra has told you about the undying reincarnation flame? Lin Feng nodded. Yes, the Reincarnation Immortal Sutra told me about the undying reincarnation flame, but there are many things that he didn't explain clearly, so he asked me to ask you about it. The undying reincarnation flame is indeed Yin-Yang Immortal sect, and it was suppressed by the Reincarnation Emperor. Back then, the undying reincarnation flame almost caused a disaster, but the Reincarnation Emperor suppressed it. Since then, the undying reincarnation flame hasn't caused much of a commotion. Lin Feng understood what Lord Tortoise meant. The undying reincarnation flame was left behind by Yin-Yang Immortal sect. However, the undying reincarnation flame was unwilling to be suppressed. As time passed, the undying reincarnation flame accumulated great power. Therefore, the undying reincarnation flame tried to break the seal and escape. The Reincarnation Emperor suppressed the undying reincarnation flame once again. Lin Feng asked. Why did Yin-Yang Immortal sect leave the undying reincarnation flame behind? He must have some ulterior motive, right? Lord Tortoise said. This isn't something you should know. It won't do you any good if you know now. I've already told you not to think about the undying reincarnation flame for the time being. Lin Feng smiled bitterly. Even if I want to, I can't do it. Lin Feng gave up on refining the undying reincarnation flame for the time being. He continued, the Reincarnation Immortal Sutra told me about becoming the vice sect master of the Reincarnation Immortal sect. I've already agreed to it. It's good that you're in charge of the Reincarnation Immortal sect. Lord Tortoise said. Speaking of which, the Reincarnation Immortal sect has a terrifying foundation, Lord Tortoise said. Oh? Terrifying foundation? I wonder how strong the Reincarnation Immortal sect is. Lin Feng asked curiously. Lord Tortoise said, the foundation I'm talking about is not the foundation of the mortal world, but the foundation of the heaven realm. If we really want to talk about it, we can only be considered as a branch of the heaven realm's Reincarnation Immortal sect. Lin Feng was shocked. He really hadn't thought of this. Lord Tortoise continued, in fact, it's not just the Reincarnation Immortal sect. The Taisheng Immortal sect is also a branch of the Taisheng Immortal sect in the heaven realm. Moreover, the Taisheng Immortal sect in the heaven realm is even more powerful because they inherited the Taisheng's legacy. Exalted One. A terrifying existence that could change the color of the heavens and the earth. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that this existence's cultivation could shock heaven and earth and make ghosts and gods weep. Taisheng meant surpassing everything. Grand Supreme should be the sixth sovereign to awaken in this era after the five sovereigns, Hong Meng, Hong Jun, Daoist Luya, and Chaos Puppet. He named himself Taisheng. It meant to surpass everything. Taisheng was very arrogant. Although he was only the sixth sovereign to awaken, he looked down on the other five sovereigns. He gave himself the name Taisheng to tell the world that he was the supreme existence in the world. He had surpassed the sovereigns, Primordial Chaos, Patriarch Chaos Fiend, Daoist Luya, and Patriarch Chaos Fiend. Lin Feng asked. Apart from the Taisheng Immortal sect and the Reincarnation Immortal sect, do the other immortal sects have a main branch in the heaven realm? Lord Tortoise shook his head and said, the other immortal sects shouldn't have a main branch in the heaven realm. However, I have high hopes for the Red World Fairy. She will definitely enter the heaven realm in the future and establish her own faction there. She's not a simple person. Lord Tortoise rarely evaluated others. Ordinary people weren't qualified for him to evaluate. But now, Lord Tortoise actually had such a high opinion of Senior Immortal Hong Chen. It was obvious how extraordinary the Red World Fairy was. The Red World Fairy was known as the most powerful person in the 9 provinces. Lin Feng didn't know if the Red World Fairy was the most powerful person in the 9 provinces, but he felt that his chief master's cultivation base was definitely not lower than the Red World Fairy's. In the next few days, the Reincarnation Immortal sect was very lively. The news that Lin Feng was going to be the vice sect leader of the Reincarnation Immortal sect quickly spread throughout the sect. It caused a huge commotion. Lin Feng had only joined the sect for a little over 10 years. Now, he was going to become the vice sect leader of this ancient sect. This gave rise to a strange feeling in many people's hearts. It wasn't jealousy. When a person was too outstanding and surpassed everyone else by too much, they wouldn't be jealous. Those who had been surpassed would not be able to feel any jealousy. They were jealous of those who weren't much stronger than them, but who were superior to them in every aspect. He's the youngest vice sect leader in the history of the Reincarnation Immortal sect, right? Although he's the vice sect leader, he's actually the acting sect leader. Now that the 9 provinces is in chaos and the 9 provinces is about to fall into turmoil, the sect leader hasn't returned for many years. Lin Feng is going to exercise the power of the sect leader. Back then, I joined the sect with Lin Feng. Now, Lin Feng is going to take charge of the Reincarnation Immortal sect, while I'm just an ordinary inner disciple. It's like heaven and earth. Now that I think about it, I can't help but sigh with emotion. Brother, don't be discouraged. Lin Feng is a God-favored one. He's naturally not someone ordinary people like us can compare to. The entire sect was talking about Lin Feng being the vice sect leader. The male disciples were all emotional. The female disciples seemed to be more excited than the male disciples. Lin Feng was a God-favored one. Their hearts palpitated. Even the peerless beauties of the Reincarnation Immortal sect were attracted to him. While the Reincarnation Immortal sect was preparing for the ceremony of Lin Feng taking over as the vice sect leader, Lin Feng went into seclusion. This time, Lin Feng planned to refine the epic Tao source. He wanted to awaken his immortal bloodline for the second time. In order to awaken his bloodline, he had to go to the ancestral land. This was because the ancestral land usually had the method to awaken his bloodline. Apart from going to the ancestral land, there was another way, which was to find some extremely powerful treasures. Some extremely powerful treasures could help a cultivator awaken his bloodline. Of course, such treasures were too rare. One might not necessarily find them even after searching all the heavens. For example, the epic Tao source. It was a treasure passed down from the Supreme Celestial Court. However, how many people could find the Supreme Celestial Court? Therefore, it was unrealistic to hope to find these treasures to awaken one's bloodline. Lin Feng was able to obtain the epic Tao source thanks to Master Tortoise. Therefore, Lin Feng was very respectful and grateful to Master Tortoise. Although Master Tortoise liked to cheat his disciples, Master Tortoise would also think for himself. As the archaic dragonesque elephant art circulated, the epic Tao source started to disintegrate. The epic Tao source turned into the purest energy. Then, the energy was gradually absorbed by Lin Feng's body. The energy fused with Lin Feng's undying bloodline. Suddenly, Lin Feng's undying bloodline started to transform. After such a long time, who wouldn't die? Suddenly, a voice sounded in Lin Feng's mind. It was hazy. Lin Feng felt that he had entered a mysterious world. There was a mysterious existence in this world. He was shrouded in mystery and looked at Lin Feng from afar. Lin Feng had a strange feeling. It was a special feeling, as if their blood vessels were connected. This feeling made Lin Feng feel very warm. It was like a wanderer returning home and seeing his family. This feeling was so good that Lin Feng had the urge to cry. Who are you? Lin Feng asked. That existence didn't say anything. He was still looking at Lin Feng. When Lin Feng got closer to him, he realized that the cultivator had disappeared. Where did he go? Lin Feng muttered to himself. He started to look for that existence. However, he couldn't find him even after searching many places. Lin Feng traveled through this lonely world. Finally, Lin Feng saw a huge ancient city. The ancient city had the words Yuan written on it. The Undying clan is surnamed Yuan, Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. The famous Undying clan was ancient and powerful. They had a long history. It was a clan that could make the descendants of the top forces in the heaven realm pale. From this, one could see how terrifying this clan was. In the 9 prefectures, the Undying clan only appeared in the Immemorial era. That was because the Undying clan wasn't a native of the 9 prefectures. The Undying clan that appeared in the 9 prefectures during the Immemorial era was just a side branch. Their bloodlines were not particularly powerful. Moreover, in the bloodline of the Undying clansmen of the side branches, many powerful divine abilities would not appear in their bloodline memories. The most heaven-defying divine abilities were usually only passed down to the descendants of the main branch. The inheritances of these major forces were passed down through their bloodline. They didn't rely on scrolls or jade tubes to imprint divine abilities. Because if they used scrolls and jade tubes to imprint the clan's inheritance, someone might steal the scrolls and jade tubes. At that time, the clan's inheritance would be leaked. This was something that the major forces would never allow to happen. These major forces would often place restrictions in the minds of their disciples. Therefore, outsiders couldn't obtain their inheritance through soul searching. Because once the soul search, the restriction would instantly destroy his soul. Of course, there were some great powers that wouldn't do this, but such great powers were in the minority. Lin Feng entered the ancient city. The ancient city was bustling with people coming and going. However, these people didn't seem to see Lin Feng. The sacrificial ceremony is about to begin. The talented descendants of the clan should quickly head to the plaza to undergo the bloodline awakening, a dignified voice resounded in the ancient city. The bloodline awakening ceremony is finally about to begin. Many people were extremely excited as they rushed to the central plaza. The descendants of the Undying clan are undergoing the bloodline awakening? Lin Feng was very surprised. He thought of a possibility. Now that he was about to undergo the bloodline awakening, could it be that he was going to undergo the bloodline awakening together with the Undying clan? Lin Feng didn't stop and quickly rushed to the plaza. Soon, he arrived at the plaza. When he arrived, the plaza was already filled with people. The Undying clan was a huge clan that had existed for tens of thousands of years. Naturally, there would be many clansmen. However, these clansmen were mostly from the side branch. There were very few true main branch cultivators. The status of these side branch disciples naturally couldn't be compared to the main branch disciples. However, they also had the chance to awaken their bloodline. After their bloodline awakening, their bloodline wouldn't record the most heaven-defying divine abilities. However, if they displayed shocking talent, at that time, the main branch would focus on nurturing them and teach them all kinds of heaven-defying divine abilities. All of these were highly possible. There were about 3,000 descendants gathered in the plaza. These should be the descendants of the side branch of the Undying clan. Lin Feng heard the people around him talking about the bloodline awakening. It turned out that the location and method of the bloodline awakening of the side branch disciples was different from that of the main branch disciples. The bloodline awakening of the side branch disciples relied on the power of fortune. On the other hand, the main branch disciples awakened in the ancestral land. It was said that there was an awakening pool in the ancestral land. In the pool, there were all kinds of precious spirit herbs, immortal liquids, and other treasures. Moreover, there were some special methods. As for what they were, no one knew. The awakening process in the ancestral land was much more complicated. The probability of bloodline awakening was also much higher than the simple awakening process outside. Could the awakening have something to do with those stone statues? Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. There were 9 stone statues in the plaza. Every stone statue was vivid and lifelike. Moreover, they were surrounded by divine light and looked very dignified. Those stone statues should be the ancestors of the Undying clan. A few cultivators flew over from afar, led by an old man. The old man said loudly, "You are all outstanding descendants of the side branch. I hope that you can successfully undergo a deep bloodline awakening during this ceremony." At this time, Lin Feng found out that the young cultivators in the plaza had already undergone a bloodline awakening. And now, they were undergoing a second bloodline awakening. These people first performed a sacrifice. Then, they began their bloodline awakening. One of the priests walked out. There was a table in front of this priest. On the table, there were many sacrificial offerings and an incense burner. This priest began to chant an incantation. It took him half an hour to chant the incantation. Suddenly, the eyes of the 9 stone statues shot out 2 dazzling beams of light. The ancestors have appeared. Many people exclaimed, then knelt on the ground and kowtowed to the 9 stone statues. "Fortune descends, bow to the ancestors." The priest shouted loudly. "May the ancestors bestow fortune upon us." Over 3,000 disciples on the plaza all knelt on the ground. Then, these disciples all kowtowed to the 9 stone statues. Rumble. The 9 stone statues raised their arms at the same time. They pointed their fingers at the sky. In an instant, 9 beams of light shot out from their fingertips. The 9 beams of light fused together, forming a huge pillar of light. That huge pillar of light shot up to the sky. It seemed to be connected to a mysterious spacetime. Then, a mysterious energy descended from the sky. It was golden energy, like golden rain falling from the sky. Bathing in the holy light, they awakened their powerful bloodlines. Many people were immersed in this mysterious realm. They were awakening their bloodlines, and their bodies were emitting waves of shocking energy. Of course, not everyone could smoothly undergo a deep level of awakening. It was definitely very difficult. Out of more than 3,000 disciples, only 1/10 of them could undergo a deep awakening. That was already very impressive. This kind of deep awakening was very special. Every time one awakened, their combat strength would be greatly improved, and their bloodline would also be greatly improved. They would be able to master some ancient divine powers, and even the power of their ancestors that was sleeping in their bodies. Every time one awakened, their combat strength would be greatly improved. Therefore, a deep awakening was very important for a cultivator. It was definitely an extremely important opportunity. Perhaps this was a good opportunity to soar into the sky, but there were very few cultivators who could seize this opportunity. Every time one awakened, the difficulty level of the second awakening would be greatly increased. Therefore, One could imagine how difficult it was for those cultivators who had awakened 3 or 4 times, or even more. And how heaven-defying. Can this holy light awaken me as well? Lin Feng looked at the golden energy descending from the sky and could not help but mumble to himself. He walked toward the square, wanting to bathe in the holy light. When he arrived at the square, he began to absorb the golden energy descending from the sky. However, this golden energy had no effect on Lin Feng. Perhaps the reason for all this was because they were not in the real world. Other than this reason, Lin Feng could not think of any other explanation. Swoosh. At this moment, a figure appeared in the distance. Lin Feng was shocked. It was that person. He had seen that person's figure before. That person also looked at Lin Feng. When he saw that person this time, Lin Feng still felt very close to him, just like before. Lin Feng quickly walked toward that person. That person walked out of the city, and Lin Feng chased after him. He also came out of the city. In the vast ancient forest, there was only Lin Feng and him. The man stopped. He looked at Lin Feng and said, "The bloodline inheritance originated from a mortal ancient and has been passed down to this world." Lin Feng pondered deeply. The man's words should be telling them the time of the bloodline inheritance, right? He looked at the man and asked, "Senior, are you my ancestor?" "Our bloodline no longer belongs to the Undying clan." The man did not answer Lin Feng's question but said aloud. Lin Feng had some understanding of this before. Their lineage was the one abandoned by the Undying clan. Therefore, if they were to be discovered by the Undying clan, he would definitely not allow their bloodline to continue to survive. It was normal for a huge force like the Undying clan to have branches outside, but they would never allow those abandoned clansmen to spread their branches and leaves. Clans with external branches and those formed by those abandoned people were two completely different concepts in terms of power and influence. The rules set by the Undying clan were laws. As for the external branches, their existence was legal. As for the clans formed by those abandoned clansmen, their forces were completely illegal and would naturally be wiped out. Many things in the world were filled with cruelty. Even if they belonged to the same clan, when it came to benefits, they would fight to the death. There was no warmth to speak of. The man walked towards Lin Feng step by step. He came to Lin Feng's side and said, "Remember, avoid the Undying clan. The current you is not yet the time to face them head-on." The bloodline had been passed down for 3 generations. From the 4th band onwards, it could no longer be considered a close bloodline. From Lin Feng's generation to Lin Qi's generation, it had been tens of thousands of years. There was no longer any blood relationship between them. The so-called blood relationship only referred to 3 generations of the same clan, connected by blood. Therefore, no one would care about the so-called same clan. Just as the man in front of him had said, Lin Feng had to avoid the Undying clan, otherwise, the Undying clan would notice him. If he was discovered, the Undying clan would definitely send experts to kill Lin Feng. They would definitely not allow the descendants of those abandoned clansmen to live in this world. And his talent was so powerful. "I will remember." Lin Feng nodded. The man smiled, then stretched out his right hand and lightly tapped on Lin Feng's forehead. Buzz. A beam of light surged out from the man's fingertip and shone into Lin Feng's forehead. Then Lin Feng felt the world spinning. All the scenes disappeared. His consciousness returned to the real world. But Lin Feng could feel that his body was getting hotter and hotter. It was getting hotter and hotter. His body became boiling hot. In Lin Feng's undying bloodline, it was as if shackles were being unlocked. Those shackles were the inheritance of the bloodline and the ancestors' memory and power. And Lin Feng's dantian began to become dazzling. Inside his dantian, a twisted golden blood mist actually appeared. The distorted golden blood mist finally transformed into the shape of a human. "This is?" Lin Feng was shocked. That human figure was very special. Lin Feng felt that the human figure contained an unimaginably vast power. Once that vast power was activated, it would cause an earth-shattering commotion. The ancestors' power, Lin Feng revealed a look of joy. He guessed that it must be the ancestors' power. This deep awakening, Lin Feng awakened the ancestors' power. Now, the ancestors' power condensed into a small golden human figure. When Lin Feng connected with the small golden human figure, suddenly, Lin Feng felt that he was like a small pond. The ancestor's power was a vast ocean. And now, Lin Feng could borrow the ancestor's power to fight. Once he used the ancestor's power to fight, his battle strength would be greatly increased. And unlike using the 8-9 arcane art, using the ancestor's power to fight would only consume magic power at most. And it would not consume a lot of lifespan. This deep awakening seems to have only awakened part of the ancestor's power sleeping in the bloodline. Lin Feng sensed the condition of his body. Except for the ancestor's power sleeping in the bloodline, he did not sense anything else, such as the inheritance of some powerful divine ability, some special abilities, or some extremely important memories. None of them had been awakened. Of course, Lin Feng knew that this was only the second awakening of the undying bloodline. To be able to awaken the ancestor's power sleeping in the bloodline was already extremely heaven-defying. The stronger the bloodline, the more limited the awakened ability would be. Some weaker bloodlines might be able to awaken several abilities if they were to undergo a deeper awakening. This was because there was a limit to the number of times a bloodline could be awakened. Not all bloodlines could be awakened 9 times. Some bloodlines could only be awakened 2 or 3 times. Some bloodlines could only be awakened once. After awakening his bloodline, Lin Feng decided to enter the 5th floor of the Chonglu Devil Palace to take a look. He wondered what was inside. After entering the Chonglu Devil Palace, the Black Bear Sage appeared and bowed to Lin Feng. "Congratulations, Master, for breaking through to the giant god realm. From now on, Master is like a dragon entering the sea and an eagle soaring into the sky. Your rise is unstoppable." Lin Feng waved his hand and said, "Don't say that. Who knows what the future holds?" Then he said, "I want to see that stone sword. I don't know if I can take the stone sword in the demonic hall of the lofty building now." "Yes, Master." When the Black Bear Saint received the order, it abruptly waved its giant claw and a lump of black light surged out. It enveloped Lin Feng and the Black Bear Sage. They then disappeared from the palace and appeared in the 3rd layer space. The stone sword was placed in the 3rd layer space. Swoosh! With a flash of light, the other stone sword flew out and hovered in the palace. "Is this the stone sword?" The remnant soul appeared in his illusory body and carefully examined the stone sword. Lin Feng looked at the 2 stone swords and said, "Why do I feel that these 2 stone swords are different?" The 2 stone swords were identical in appearance, but Lin Feng felt that there was something different about them. It was a very strange feeling, but it was also very strong. The remnant soul said, "Master, these 2 stone swords are indeed different. In fact, all 36 stone swords are different." "Oh? What's different about them?" Lin Feng asked in surprise. The remnant soul said, "These 36 stone swords all have their own names. They are called Tian Kuei Sword, Tian Gang Sword, Tian Ji Sword, Tian Xian Sword, Tian Xiong Sword, Tian Xiong Sword, Tian Xiong Sword, Tian Xiong Sword, Tian Meng Sword, Tian Wei Sword, Tian Ing Sword, Tian Gui Sword, Tian Fu Sword, Tian Man Sword, Tian Gu Sword, Tian Fu Sword, Tian Fu Sword, Tian Man Sword, Tian Gu Sword, Tian Dao 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 Sword, Tian. Although the stone swords are made of the same material, their power is different. Among the 36 stone swords, it is said that the Heavenly Chief Sword is the strongest. The Heavenly Skillful Sword is ranked last. Lin Feng said in surprise. "So that's how it is. No wonder I felt that these 2 stone swords were different. So that's the reason." The remnant soul continued, "Although there is a difference in power, the difference is very limited. Even the Heavenly Skillful Sword, which is ranked last, can easily kill a creature in the black fog at its peak. This shows how powerful these stone swords are. Moreover, these stone swords can sense each other and form a special cycle. Their power can also be stacked together. This is the most terrifying part. Lin Feng asked in surprise, stacking their power? How do you understand this? The remnant soul explained, for example, if we activate 2 stone swords, the power of each stone sword is equivalent to the power of the combined attack of the 2 stone swords. Hearing this explanation, Lin Feng couldn't help but gasp. This kind of stacking of power was too terrifying. If he could gather all 36 stone swords and activate all 36 stone swords at the same time, then, the power that each of the 36 stone swords could unleash was equivalent to the power of the 36 stone swords fused together. It was simply too heaven-defying. Back then, Di Wudao controlled 9 stone swords and activated them to fight against his father. It was hard to imagine just how powerful Di Wudao was back then. But in the end, Di Wudao was still defeated by his father. When he thought of this, Lin Feng couldn't help but feel deeply shocked. Just how shockingly powerful was his father's battle prowess back then? What are these 2 stone swords? Lin Feng asked. The remnant soul said, the stone sword I control is the Skybest sword. It is ranked 34th among the 36 stone swords. The stone sword in front of you is called the Heavenly Sin sword. It is ranked 29th among the 36 stone swords. Therefore, the stone sword in the hall is slightly stronger than the Skybest sword. It is also more difficult to activate it. Lin Feng nodded and walked to the front of the Heavenly Sin sword. Then, he reached out and grabbed the hilt of the Heavenly Sin sword. Previously, after Lin Feng had broken through to the Heavenly God realm, he had tried many times to pick up the Heavenly Sin sword, but he had failed every time. Lin Feng knew that it was because his cultivation was not high enough. Now that Lin Feng had broken through to the giant god realm, his cultivation had increased greatly. Lin Feng's confidence had also increased. "Ha!" he shouted in a deep voice. Then, all the muscles in his body suddenly channeled magic power. In an instant, Lin Feng lifted the Skybest sword. What a heavy sword! Lin Feng's face couldn't help but turn red. The reason why he could easily activate the Skybest sword was because of the Remnant Soul's help. Without the Remnant Soul's help, Lin Feng would have a hard time unleashing the power of the Skybest sword. When he picked up the Heavenly Sin sword, the Remnant Soul couldn't help. Lin Feng had to rely on his own strength. Now, Lin Feng knew how terrifying the Heavenly Sin sword was. This stone sword was just too heavy. It was not an easy task to wield the Heavenly Sin sword to slay the enemy. Fortunately, Lin Feng could now lift the Heavenly Sin sword. This was a good start. When I kill Di Wudao in the future, I will be able to collect 11 stone swords. After Lin Feng put down the Heavenly Sin sword, he started to ponder. He just didn't know what kind of stone swords Di Wudao controlled. Let's go to the 5th palace to take a look, Lin Feng said. The Black Bear Sage nodded and brought Lin Feng and the Remnant Soul to the 5th palace. Inside the 5th palace, it actually formed a mountain and river. This is... Lin Feng looked at the mountain and river world that appeared in front of him suspiciously. It was huge and boundless. Originally, he thought that there would be something extremely precious in the 5th palace. He didn't expect it to be a space. The Black Bear Sage said, this space is rumored to be a space formed by the ancient god of space after he fell. The inheritance of the ancient god of space is somewhere in this space. What? The inheritance of the ancient god of space? Lin Feng was shocked. Is there really the inheritance of the space ancient god here? Lin Feng asked in disbelief. The most terrifying thing about the space ancient god was his ability to make use of space. It was said that the space ancient god could condense a huge space with a raise of his hand. Such an ability was simply unimaginable. Once the space was condensed, there were too many things that could be done. This was because the space condensed in an instant could easily trap any cultivator. Then, the space would collapse, and the cultivator trapped inside would die. Of course, the space ancient god's abilities were not limited to this. This was just the tip of the iceberg of the space ancient god's abilities. The Black Bear Sage said, of course it's true. This space was obtained by Demon Emperor Chonglu by accident. Originally, he wanted to find the inheritance of the space ancient god himself to cultivate. However, he did not expect that before he could comprehend the secrets of this space, Demon Emperor Chonglu would meet with a calamity and fall. The Black Bear Sage sighed as he said this. He was the weapon spirit of the Chonglu Devil Palace, which was equivalent to being created by Demon Emperor Chonglu. Hence, he was filled with emotions about the calamity that befell Demon Emperor Chonglu. Lin Feng looked at the space and frowned slightly. It seems like it won't be easy to comprehend the secrets of this space and find the inheritance of the space ancient god. Lin Feng did not have the time to comprehend the secrets of this space as he planned to head to the Sky Martial continent. Other than that, Lin Feng was unable to comprehend the chance that he had obtained from the Demon Lord. Furthermore, he was unable to comprehend the chance that he had obtained from Yuanqing Daolord. Now that the inheritance of the space ancient god was suspected to be in this space, Lin Feng was unable to find the time to comprehend the secrets of this space. Even if he wanted to comprehend it, he would first comprehend the chance left behind by the Demon Lord or Yuanqing Daolord. Lin Feng came out of the Chonglu Devil Palace. He then took out the evil corpse ring. He had been unable to open the evil corpse ring that he had obtained in the ancient city. He had thought that he would only be able to open it after breaking through to the heavenly god realm. However, he had still failed. Now that he had broken through to the giant god realm, would he be able to open the evil corpse ring? Lin Feng was not sure if he could open the evil corpse ring. He would only know after trying. If he could open the evil corpse ring, that would be even better. It was a happy ending for everyone. If he was still unable to open the ring. As such, he could only wait for a period of time and wait for his cultivation to increase before attempting to open it. Lin Feng's spiritual sense attempted to invade the evil corpse ring. Keek keek, a series of gloomy voices suddenly resounded in his mind. An extremely cold aura gushed out from the evil corpse ring. That aura poured into Lin Feng's mind. Lin Feng couldn't help but scream. That feeling was too painful. He felt as if his head was about to split open. The evil corpse ring was too strange. Lin Feng quickly activated Luya's stargazing chart. Only then did the pain gradually disappear. Huff huff huff, Lin Feng could finally breathe a sigh of relief. However, his face still looked a little pale. This ring is so strange. Yi Futian murmured. His expression was uncertain as he looked at the evil corpse ring. Although Lin Feng really wanted to open the evil corpse ring now. But obviously, with Lin Feng's ability, it was impossible to open the evil corpse ring now. The evil corpse ring contained a terrifying power. If he wanted to open the evil corpse ring, he would need to break that strange power. And obviously, Lin Feng currently didn't have the ability to break that strange power. Lin Feng kept the evil corpse ring. Perhaps he would need to wait until he became a half-emperor before he could try to open the evil corpse ring. The night was bright. There was a bonfire in front of a palace in the barren mountain. There was barbecued meat on top of the bonfire. An enticing aroma spread out. It was too delicious. Next to the bonfire was a table filled with various delicacies and fine wines. Lin Feng, Lord Turtle, Xiao Meng Meng, Du Zhu, and the evil dominator saint were all surrounding the table and enjoying the delicious food. This was a rare moment of tranquility. Only in the reincarnation immortal sect, in the barren mountain, Lin Feng could completely relax. Because his master, Lord Turtle, was here. Even if Lin Feng was dead drunk, he didn't have to worry about his head being chopped off in his sleep. But in the outside world, Lin Feng had to be on his guard at all times. The Deputy Sect Master's inauguration ceremony will be held tomorrow. This is an extremely important event for the reincarnation immortal sect. Therefore, the sect has invited some of the higher-ups of the forces that we are on good terms with to attend the ceremony. Lord Turtle said. Lin Feng nodded. This was also very necessary. It was equivalent to announcing to the world that he was going to take over the reincarnation immortal sect. During this period of time, the Reincarnation Immortal Sutra will try to communicate with the sect master. If the communication is successful, the sect master will step down and you will officially become the new sect master of the Reincarnation Immortal sect. Lord Turtle said. In fact, many major events in the Reincarnation Immortal sect were decided by the Reincarnation Immortal Sutra. Even the current sect master, the Reincarnation Immortal Venerable, had to listen to the Reincarnation Immortal Sutra. Perhaps the departure of the sect master had something to do with this matter. As for Lord Turtle, he was a carefree person who was not interested in the affairs of the sect. Perhaps the only thing that Lord Turtle was interested in was which female disciple's figure was better? If I take over the Reincarnation Immortal sect, I will gradually take control of the sect instead of taking orders from the Reincarnation Immortal Sutra. Lin Feng said. Lord Turtle raised his eyelids and said, "This matter will depend on your own means." Lin Feng nodded and did not talk about this matter any further. Lin Feng's character had always been like this. He would either not take up the position of deputy sect master. Since he had taken up the position, he must have great power. He would never allow anyone above him to control him. Even the Reincarnation Immortal Sutra was no exception. In the next few days, more and more cultivators arrived at the Reincarnation Immortal sect. They were all sects, families, or forces that were on good terms with the Reincarnation Immortal sect. As the land of the 9 prefectures was too big, the Reincarnation Immortal sect had sent invitations to the distant forces. However, they could not come in a short period of time. Lin Feng was in a hurry to leave the land of the 9 prefectures and head to the Tianwu continent. Therefore, the ceremony to take over the position of deputy sect master would not wait for the arrival of the major forces. On this day, someone came to visit Lin Feng. When he saw the person, Lin Feng was delighted. It was a woman who was standing in front of an ancient tree. Her clothes were as white as snow. She was like a fairy who had fallen from the 9 heavens to the mortal world. Her temperament was otherworldly and she was as beautiful as a jade. She was simply a peerless beauty. Her beauty was breathtaking. Xianxia. It was actually this woman. Lin Feng met Xianxia when he was participating in the Thunderblade Secret Territory trial in the Sky Martial continent. After so many years, Xianxia was still as beautiful as ever. When Lin Feng returned to the Sky Martial continent from the outer realm, he heard some news about the Longevity Hall. There were very few cultivators in the Longevity Hall. Hence, after the sea route from the Sky Martial continent to the 9 prefectures was opened, the cultivators of the Longevity Hall came to the 9 prefectures. And the Longevity Hall was a branch of the Longevity Immortal sect in the 9 prefectures. Hence, the people of the Longevity Hall joined the Longevity Immortal sect. The Longevity Immortal sect was 3 months away from the Reincarnation Immortal sect. They were informed to attend Lin Feng's inauguration ceremony. They were unable to rush over. Xianxia was able to come here because she followed an elder to visit an old friend in the Snow Eagle City. When she was about to leave, she heard that Lin Feng had become the deputy sect leader and came to the Reincarnation Immortal sect. Xianxia had long heard of Lin Feng from the Reincarnation Immortal sect, but she had never seen the true face of this Lin Feng. Hence, Xianxia did not know if this Lin Feng from the Reincarnation Immortal sect was the same person as the Lin Feng she knew. Back then in the Sky Martial continent, Xianxia heard about Lin Feng and knew that Lin Feng had been swallowed by the space-time reversal. Hence, at that time, she thought that Lin Feng would die in the space-time reversal. Now that she saw Lin Feng, even though they had not met for many years, Xianxia could still recognize him at a glance. The Lin Feng in front of her was the young man she met back then. The young man with a feather fan and shoulder-length black hair had now become a very handsome and responsible young man. Over the years, Xianxia had heard many things about Lin Feng. Now, the two Lin Feng had overlapped. Xianxia was even a little dazed. She even thought that she was still in the Sky Martial continent and Lin Feng was still the young man from back then. But when she came back to her senses, she realized. Those were the past. They were the past. Lin Feng walked towards Xianxia and said with a smile, "It's been many years since we last met. Fairy, you're still as elegant as ever." Xianxia sneered, "I never thought that the famous Lin Feng of the 9 regions was the Lin Feng I knew. When I heard about you that year, I knew that you would not die." Lin Feng said, "Back then, I was quite lucky to be able to survive. Has everything been well in the 9 provinces?" Xianxia nodded and said, "Everything is fine." When old friends met, they naturally had a lot to talk about. The two of them talked about many things. Not only did they talk about what they had seen and heard over the years, but they also talked about many things in the past. After sending Xianxia off, Lin Feng sighed. He might still be able to meet some of his old friends in the Tianwu continent, but he might never see some of them again. Lin Feng thought of many people. For example, his mentor, Sun Tiantu, and some of his fellow disciples from the Blue Cloud sect. He was destined to never see them again. Many people had died in the calamity of the Tianwu continent. Now, Lin Feng was even more anxious to return to the Tianwu continent. He wondered how Shangguan Fei'er, Morong Shui, Xiao Yufei, and the others were doing. Lin Feng could not wait to see them. On this day, the Reincarnation Immortal sect was bustling with activity. This was because Lin Feng was about to officially become the vice-sect leader of the Reincarnation Immortal sect. He would wield great power in the Reincarnation Immortal sect. The change of power in an ancient sect was naturally a very important matter. The Reincarnation Immortal sect placed great importance on this matter and was about to hold a sacrifice. The guests, core disciples, saints, saintesses, grand elders, and elders all headed to the ancestral hall. There were many guests, and they were all cultivators that Lin Feng did not recognize. These cultivators belonged to forces that were inextricably linked to the Reincarnation Immortal sect. More than 10 grand elders presided over the ceremony. First, they held a sacrifice. Then, they set up a memorial tablet for Lin Feng. After Lin Feng became the vice-sect leader of the Reincarnation Immortal sect, his memorial tablet was qualified to be placed in the ancestral hall. In the ancestral hall, the ancestors of the Reincarnation Immortal sect were enshrined. These ancestors. They were either the sect leaders of the Reincarnation Immortal sect or some ancestors who had made important contributions. Although Lin Feng was only the vice-sect leader now, everyone knew that Lin Feng was only a temporary vice-sect leader. Soon, he would officially become the sect leader of the Reincarnation Immortal sect. The memorial tablet was made of a special material. It was made of willow wood. This willow wood was an ancient tree from the Eldritch Age. Such a treasure was exceptionally precious. Lin Feng's memorial tablet was personally written by the most senior Grand Elder of the sect, Lin Feng's name. He also prayed for the blessings of the ancestors. Send it to the ancestral hall. The Grand Elders shouted in unison. A Grand Elder personally brought Lin Feng's memorial tablet to the ancestral hall to be enshrined. After all of this was done, the elders, deacons, and disciples of the Reincarnation Immortal sect all bowed to Lin Feng. Greetings, vice-sect leader. Everyone, please rise. Lin Feng raised his hand and said. Ha 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 ha, I'm afraid the Reincarnation Immortal sect has just appointed a vice-sect leader today. Next year, we will burn incense and paper offerings for the vice-sect leader on this day. At this moment, a laugh filled with disdain came from afar. A ball of divine light surged over. Next, a high number of cultivators descended. There were at least 1,000 of them. They were all cultivators from the various tribes. Those cultivators weren't from the same clan. Lin Feng saw cultivators from the blood-winged celestial wolf clan and the ancient god clan. There were probably dozens of different races and clans. Xianxia, the heaven-defying genius of the blood-winged wolf tribe, was killed by Lin Feng. This news had already spread throughout the 9 states. Everyone knew that the person who had just spoken was an expert from the blood-winged heavenly wolf clan. His name was Lung Wanzong. He was the 13th elder of the blood-winged wolf tribe. His cultivation base was extremely terrifying. You finally appeared. A sinister voice came from afar. A ball of black fog surged over. There were 3,000 elite troops in the black fog. The 3,000 elite troops were led by 2 living beings from the black fog. The 3,000 elite troops were cultivators who had sided with the living beings from the black fog. The living beings from the black fog hated Lin Feng to the core. Now that they knew Lin Feng's whereabouts, they naturally wanted to kill Lin Feng. Brat, have you thought about how you want to die? A cold laugh came from the void. Then, the void cracked. The living being from the foreign realm stepped out with a battle spear in his hand. Endless killing intent lingered around his body as he looked coldly at Lin Feng. The living being from the foreign realm was also an overlord. However, he came alone today. Everyone knew that the Reincarnation Immortal sect possessed an immortal artifact. Therefore, most people did not dare to provoke the Reincarnation Immortal sect. Even the myriad tribes and the foreign races would not easily provoke the Reincarnation Immortal sect. However, the myriad tribes, the living beings in the black fog, and the foreign races had arrived one after another. Since they were so brazen, they must have thought of everything. They must have found a way to deal with the Reincarnation Immortal Sutra. Otherwise, they would not have come to 9 states. So many experts are here to kill Lin Feng? I'm afraid there's going to be big trouble. The Reincarnation Immortal sect will be bathed in blood. Yes, with so many experts gathered here, the situation is not good. The guests began to discuss among themselves. Whether it was the myriad tribes, the living beings in the black fog, or the foreign races, they were all existences that the native forces of 9 states could not afford to provoke. Now that they had come together, the situation in front of them was truly despairing. Humph. Are you looking down on the Reincarnation Immortal sect? Do you really think that the Reincarnation Immortal sect has no way of keeping you here? A Supreme Elder said coldly. Sun Wancher, doesn't the Reincarnation Immortal sect rely on an immortal artifact to gain a foothold? The Taisheng Immortal sect also has an immortal artifact. The void split open, and a cultivator stepped out. It was an old man with the demeanor of an immortal. Many people's expressions changed when they saw this person. He was the Supreme Elder of the Taisheng Immortal sect, Guazimo. He had a high status in the Taisheng Immortal sect. Buzz, a distorted vortex appeared in the void. A terrifying existence could be vaguely seen entrenched in the vortex. It was the Supreme Endless Diagram, the immortal artifact of the Taisheng Immortal sect. Rumor had it that the Supreme Elder had forged this immortal artifact. Now, this immortal artifact had appeared to suppress the Reincarnation Immortal Sutra. Buzz, a second terrifying fluctuation surged out from the void. An ancient scripture book appeared. It was the Reincarnation Immortal Sutra. The Taisheng Immortal sect colluded with the foreign races. Are you trying to become a traitor of 9 states? The Reincarnation Immortal Sutra said coldly. A sneer came from the Supreme Endless Diagram. This world only cares about success or failure, not the result. Ha ha ha. Care about success or failure, not the result. Lin Feng suddenly burst out laughing. If they don't leave something behind, they won't be able to leave the Reincarnation Immortal sect. When Lin Feng finished talking, he waved his hand. Buzz, in the void, lines of formation runes intertwined and formed, sealing off the entire world. Everyone was trapped in the sect protection formation of the Reincarnation Immortal sect. Everyone was the reincarnation. What's going on now? So many strong cultivators had come to kill Lin Feng. Shouldn't Lin Feng be thinking about how to escape? But Lin Feng had activated the great deployment spell in front of him. Wasn't that trapping him as well, not to tea on him? Besides, Lin Feng had surprisingly said those words to so many strong cultivators. Did he really not put them in his eyes? The Reincarnation Immortal sect cultivators, including the guests, naturally hoped that Lin Feng would be fine. However, Lin Feng's actions made them think that Lin Feng was too arrogant. Brat, you're too full of yourself. Today, I'll take your head. Leng Wanzong of the blood-winged heavenly wolf tribe looked at Lin Feng coldly. His eyes flashed with cold killing intent. He held a blood-red dragon saber and charged at Lin Feng. He was a top expert in the blood-winged heavenly wolf tribe. His bloodline was powerful, and his divine powers were extraordinary. He was also a boundary emperor who had reached the 49th step of the stone steps. Back then, he was also a godly figure who could challenge those of a higher level. His combat strength was heaven-defying. He could challenge those of a higher level even when his cultivation level was lower, let alone now that his cultivation level had increased. He was considered a top expert among the 10,000 tribes. Die. Leng Wanzong's eyes flashed with killing intent. He slashed his saber at Lin Feng. Roar. At that moment, a dragon's roar resounded through the clouds. A huge dragon materialized and appeared. Its roar shook the mountains and rivers. It was a blood-red dragon. It was the shadow of Long Wanzong's blood-red dragon saber. It was so powerful that it struck fear in the hearts of those who saw it. He's too strong. Can the Vice Sect Master withstand Long Wanzong's attack? The Reincarnation Immortal Sect's cultivators turned solemn. It didn't matter if it was the Supreme Elder, the Grand Elder, or the ordinary elders, deacons, or disciples. They couldn't help but worry for Lin Feng. Long Wanzong was too terrifying. He was indeed a top expert among the 10,000 tribes. The combat strength he displayed was simply unheard of. The guests also sucked in a breath of cold air and looked at the battlefield with solemn expressions. The 10,000 tribes, the beings of the Black Fog, the beings of the other domain, and Guazimo's people all looked at Lin Feng coldly. They were waiting for Lin Feng to be killed. Whoosh, in a flash, the Purgatory Fiend spear appeared in Lin Feng's hand. The demonic spear exuded a powerful demonic aura. It was the Purgatory Fiend Master's treasure. Lin Feng obtained it after killing Xianxia. Now that he saw the Purgatory Fiend spear in Lin Feng's hand, Lin Wanzong's murderous intent soared. Lin Feng stepped forward. He channeled all the energy in his body. When Lin Feng started to move, the earth and the sky started to rumble with the sound of thunder. Lin Feng's physical body was too strong, he only needed to move a little bit. Just a slight movement was enough to cause the world to resonate. One had to know that his physical body had long reached the Great Emperor realm. Now that he had broken through to the Giant God realm, his physical body had improved tremendously. In the Great Emperor realm, his physical body had risen by another level. Naturally, it was even more terrifying. Lin Feng's spear pierced through the void, causing it to collapse. Lin Feng was like an invincible demon god as he charged toward Lin Wanzong. Clang, the Purgatory Fiend spear collided with the blood-colored dragon saber, causing an earth-shattering sound. The blood-colored dragon saber was sent flying by Lin Feng. Then, Lin Feng held the Purgatory Fiend spear and pierced toward Lin Wanzong. What? How is that possible? Many people looked at the two sides in disbelief. In the exchange just now, Lin Feng had gained the upper hand. Wasn't that too unbelievable? Lin Wanzong's expression changed drastically as he retreated. He wanted to dodge Lin Feng's terrifying attack. But it was too late. Lin Feng's speed was too fast. He chased after Lin Wanzong like a shadow. He looked at Lin Wanzong with an indifferent expression, and the corner of his mouth curled into a murderous smile. Die, Lin Wanzong. Boom, a terrifying aura spread out as Lin Feng stabbed out with his spear. Pucci, Lin Feng's spear directly pierced through Lin Wanzong's chest. He lifted Lin Wanzong up with his spear. His right arm shook violently. Lin Wanzong's vitality was scattered by Lin Feng. He died on the spot. A powerhouse like Lin Wanzong was killed just like that? Isn't Lin Feng too powerful? The guests exclaimed one after another. The Vice-Sect Master is too powerful. As expected of a genius that only appears once in a billion years. The people from the Reincarnation Immortal sect were also overjoyed. The combat strength that Lin Feng displayed was truly heaven-defying. Even a powerhouse like Lin Wanzong couldn't contend against him. It was hard to imagine how terrifying Lin Feng's cultivation was. Lin Feng suddenly swept his right hand. Lin Wanzong's corpse flew toward the people from the myriad tribes. He sneered and said, "I'll return him to you. Who else wants to throw their lives away? I'll fulfill his wish. Your cultivation has really improved, but you're definitely going to die today." The foreign creature stepped forward and charged toward Lin Feng. A defeated general doesn't deserve to be called a hero. Lin Feng looked at the foreign creature mockingly. The foreign creature was furious. Last time, he was injured by Lin Feng, and this incident made him feel an unprecedented humiliation. The foreign creature had always held a grudge against Lin Feng and wanted to kill him all the time to avenge his humiliation. During this period of time, the foreign creature had recuperated and recovered a lot of his strength. Hence, he was full of confidence. Previously, I had just escaped, so you had the chance to take advantage of me. However, now that I've recovered a bit of my strength, killing you is as easy as slaughtering a dog. The foreign creature was very arrogant and didn't think much of Lin Feng. It was just as he said. Although his cultivation had only recovered a bit, it was still the same as before. However, this was only relative to the foreign creature at his peak. Hence, even if the foreign creature's cultivation had only recovered a bit, it was still very powerful. However, the increase in his combat strength was also extremely terrifying. The foreign creature waved his battle spear and stabbed toward Lin Feng. The spear had a will that could pierce through heaven and earth and shatter the sky. The foreign creature was indeed powerful. It wasn't bragging about its strength. The foreign creatures indeed had the strength to look down on anyone. However, the foreign creatures didn't understand just how powerful the current Lin Feng was. During the 1 year in that mysterious space, Lin Feng's battle prowess soared. Now, he had broken through to the giant god realm. He didn't even know what level his combat strength had risen to. After his breakthrough, Lin Feng had never used his full strength. When the foreign creature's peerless spear pierced over, Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He didn't show any fear, also slaughtering his way towards the foreign creatures. Let's see who will kill who today. Lin Feng looked at the foreign creatures with an indifferent expression. That terrifying spear directly swept towards the foreign creatures. Clang! The spears of both sides clashed. Clang! Clang! Sparks flew everywhere. Even the surrounding space was shattered. Shwa! Suddenly, there was a flash of light in the space behind Lin Feng. A scorpion tail pierced through the void and pierced toward Lin Feng's body. The foreign creatures really were crafty to the extreme. He held a battle spear in his hand and attacked Lin Feng, but it was just a feint. His real attack was actually this tail hidden in the void. At the end of the tail was a barb. The barb shone with a blue luster. It was obviously poisonous. Once pierced, death was almost certain. Be careful, the cultivators of the reincarnation immortal sect and the surrounding guests exclaimed. Obviously, no one expected the foreign creature's killing move to be the barb at the end of the scorpion's poisonous tail. You can't dodge now even if you want to. The foreign creature laughed sinisterly. His left hand formed a series of seals and directly sealed the void, preventing Lin Feng from escaping. Ha 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 ha, is this kid going to die? Many cultivators of the 10,000 races laughed. The two black fog creatures had indifferent expressions. The Supreme Immortal Sex Guazimo also watched all of this with an extremely cold expression. Lin Feng was about to be killed. Suddenly, a light flashed in Lin Feng's dantian. Shwa! The stone sword flew out. Lin Feng had long been on guard against the foreign creature. He controlled the stone sword. He had not used it before in order to avoid unexpected situations. Now that the foreign creature's poisonous tail was stabbing toward Lin Feng instantly activated the stone sword and slashed at the foreign creature's tail. The stone sword's speed was too fast, far faster than the foreign creature's poisonous tail's attack speed. Poof, a tearing sound was heard. The foreign creature's tail was directly cut off by the stone sword. The stone sword was indeed worthy of being one of the most mysterious treasures in the universe. Its power was heaven-defying. Ah, the foreign creature immediately released an incomparably miserable cry. That tail was very important to him. With the tail cut off, the foreign creature was also severely injured. Lin Feng seized this opportunity and pierced the foreign creature's body with the battle spear in his hand. Clang, the foreign creature waved the battle spear to block Lin Feng's attack. Demon Chaos Heavens! Lin Feng activated his divine ability and charged toward the foreign creature. A demon saint condensed and pounced toward the foreign creature. The foreign creature was sent flying, its entire body covered in blood. Lin Feng rushed forward, wanting to kill the foreign creature. Attack! At this moment, the black fog creature shouted coldly. Then, the black fog creature led the 3,000 elite troops and charged toward Lin Feng. Attack together, kill him. The cultivators of the 10,000 races also shouted and charged toward Lin Feng. Disciples of the reincarnation immortal sect, quickly follow the supreme elders and grand elders into the formation core. These people dare to barge into the reincarnation immortal sect. Do they really think that the reincarnation immortal sect is a pushover? Lin Feng shouted. Everyone returned to their positions. Lin Feng did not continue to tangle with so many experts. No matter how strong he was definitely not a match for so many experts. Lin Feng also entered the formation. The reincarnation immortal sex formation was set up by the reincarnation emperor. The emperor was a top-tier existence among the great emperors. Therefore, the reincarnation immortal sex formation was extremely terrifying. With Lin Feng leading the entire reincarnation immortal sect to activate the formation, its power was naturally unimaginable. Reincarnation. World. Destruction. Formation, a deep roar resounded between heaven and earth. The formation was completely activated. An immortal existence appeared in the depths of the formation. That existence seemed to be the legendary reincarnation emperor. He was like a god that was respected and worshipped by others. He was immortal. Boom, 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 endless reincarnation light descended from the sky as if it was going to destroy the world. The power was too terrifying. Pft, pft, pft. The sound of something being torn apart could be heard continuously. People were being killed continuously. Those who were trapped in the formation were like turtles in a jar. The reincarnation immortal sex formation is too powerful. The guests were shocked. They did not expect the reincarnation immortal sect to have such a heaven-defying formation. In the end, the supreme limitless diagram wrapped around Guazifan, the dead foreign creature, a black fog creature, and 3 myriad race cultivators, tearing apart the formation and escaping. As for the others, letting the foreign creatures and the others run really was a bit of a pity, but since they ran, then so be it. He'll just deal with them next time. Lin Feng was very confident in himself. Lin Feng ordered his men to clean up the battlefield and asked the elders to entertain the guests. He went to see Master Tortoise. Master, I'm afraid that these forces have their eyes on the reincarnation immortal sect. I'm about to go on a long journey. I hope you can help me. Lin Feng said. He knew how powerful Master Tortoise was. He still remembered how Master Tortoise killed His Holiness with one move. Therefore, if Master Tortoise helped, the reincarnation immortal sect would be safe. However, Master Tortoise had an eccentric temperament. No one knew if he would help. The reincarnation celestial sect is your territory now. You can leave now. I'll take care of it for you. Master Tortoise said. After hearing Master Tortoise's promise, Lin Feng was relieved. At night, the reincarnation immortal sect was very lively. The reincarnation immortal sect held a banquet to entertain the guests. Everyone knew that Lin Feng had made his move. If there were no accidents, Lin Feng's rise was unstoppable. He was so young, but his cultivation was so heaven-defying. It was terrifying. At the banquet, the beautiful female disciples of the sect looked at Lin Feng. They were secretly flirting with him. Out of the 10 great fairies of the immortal sect, only 4 of them were in the sect. They were Nangong Qiming, Shui Lianyue, Hua Lingxi, and Bai Yusen. The rest were not here. Among the 10 fairies, Lin Feng had the closest relationship with Xia Shiyun. This was because Lin Feng had spent the night with Xia Shiyun. Besides, he was also flirting with Dancing Flame Fairy, Nangong Qiming, and Bai Yusen. Although he had some interactions with the other fairies, it was not to the extent of flirting. However, even Shui Lianyue and Hua Lingxi could not take their eyes off Lin Feng. On the second day after the banquet, Lin Feng, Du Zhu, and the evil dominator Holy Sage left for the Arctic tundra. They had to pass by the Arctic tundra to get to the 9 states. The news of the myriad clans, the black fog creatures, the foreign cultivators, and the supreme immortal sect joining hands to kill Lin Feng, but were almost completely annihilated by Lin Feng, quickly spread throughout the 9 regions. This matter could be said to have caused a huge uproar. Soon, news spread that there would be great emperor-level experts from the myriad tribes' royal bloodlines descending upon the 9 states. This matter shocked the entire 9 provinces. Many people were discussing this matter. That was a great emperor-level expert, a figure who looked down on the heavens. Now that such a character had arrived in the 9 prefectures, it was unknown how many storms would be stirred up. The news has come. It's said that more than one great emperor has arrived. A cultivator said. The 9 prefectures had already declined, and it was difficult for a great emperor to emerge. Originally, it was widely rumored that a maximum of 3,000 great emperors would appear in an epoch. In fact, this legend was just a rumor and couldn't be taken seriously. It was just that it was rare for a great emperor to appear in this world, so many people believed this rumor to be true. Of course, it was indeed difficult to become a great emperor. In history, there weren't many great emperors in the 9 prefectures. It was said that there were no more than 3,000 great emperors in the 9 prefectures since the beginning of the New Age. Compared to some of the top great realms, they were definitely inferior. Especially in this era, it had been a long time since a new great emperor had appeared in the 9 prefectures. Now, the entire 9 prefectures was in turmoil. If the great emperors of the myriad tribes descended, the situation in the 9 prefectures would become even more chaotic. A month later. Boom, a terrifying aura erupted in the Dragonfire state as a great battle broke out between peerless experts. Some people saw the stone puppet king fighting in the sky with a 9-headed creature. The 9-headed creature exuded an endless great emperor's aura that suppressed the world. It was shocking. It's the evil execution great emperor. Some cultivators of the myriad tribes were shocked when they saw that existence. The evil execution great emperor was an unparalleled existence. The 9 saints' heavenly sovereign who had been killed was a descendant of the evil execution great saint. Now that the evil execution great emperor had descended upon the 9 prefectures, the native forces of the 9 prefectures were almost unable to breathe. Stone puppet king, hand over that thing, and I'll spare your life. The evil execution great emperor looked coldly at the stone puppet king. He was asking for something from the stone puppet king, but he didn't say what it was. Do you really think you're invincible? The stone puppet king sneered and stepped into the sky, fighting the evil execution great emperor. This battle caused heaven and earth to crumble. The sun and moon lost their light, the mountains and rivers shattered, and the stars were destroyed. This battle was so terrifying that it shocked everyone. However, the 2 sides fought to a draw. Neither side could do anything to the other. The stone puppet king is also a great emperor. Many people were shocked. The stone puppet king had come from the martial heaven continent. Originally, many cultivators of the myriad tribes had underestimated his strength. Only now did they realize how terrifying he was. Many people were watching the battle, including Qing Emperor. The battle ended without a conclusion. The stone puppet king was a great emperor, so the evil execution great emperor found it difficult to kill him. In the end, the evil execution great emperor left. Great emperors could directly travel through spacetime, ignoring the distance between them. If they used a spacetime transportation formation, it would take half a year to reach the southern immortal sea region spacetime reversal sea region. However, the evil execution great emperor only used 5 days. My race's heavenly sovereign 9 saint died here. This is the Red World Fairy's territory. The Red World Fairy, if you can't give me an explanation, I don't mind twisting your neck. The evil execution great emperor's voice was cold and filled with boundless killing intent. Heavenly Sovereign 9 Saint had been killed by Lin Feng and the Dragon Gate's cultivators. This matter had nothing to do with the Red World Fairy. The Red World Fairy didn't explain anything. She had complicated feelings for Lin Feng. She had been secretly helping Lin Feng. The news that the evil execution great emperor was going to deal with the Red World Fairy spread like wildfire. Countless people went to the Red World Fairy to watch the battle. The Red World Fairy didn't respond to the evil execution great emperor. The evil execution great emperor's expression was indifferent. You don't know the difference between life and death. I can fulfill your wish. The evil execution great emperor personally went to the reincarnation immortal sect. A young man walked out of the spacetime reversal sea region. He had red lips and white teeth. He was exceptionally handsome. Upon closer inspection, one would realize that he was a woman disguised as a man. Many people noticed her. The Red World Fairy. Someone said. They recognized the Red World Fairy. Some cultivators from the myriad races also recognized the Red World Fairy. Not long after, the evil execution great emperor arrived. The Red World Fairy. Let me ask you, have you really seen the door of everlasting life? The evil execution great emperor looked at the Red World Fairy with an indifferent expression. Although he said that he was here for Heavenly Sovereign 9 Saint, everyone knew that the evil execution great emperor wasn't here for Heavenly Sovereign 9 Saint. Heavenly Sovereign 9 Saint wasn't worth mentioning in front of the evil execution great emperor. A great emperor wouldn't personally make a move for a mere junior. It would damage his reputation. In fact, an existence at the evil execution great emperor's level could even deduce the universe. He might know that the one who killed Heavenly Sovereign 9 Saint was Lin Feng and not the Red World Fairy. However, even if he knew, the evil execution great emperor didn't expose this matter. He needed to find an excuse to kill the Red World Fairy. The evil execution great emperor attacked the Red World Fairy for the door of everlasting life. That was his true goal. Even if Heavenly Sovereign 9 Saint wasn't involved, the evil execution Great Emperor would find another reason to make a move. The Red World Fairy and Lin Feng were already inextricably linked, and they couldn't be separated. The Red World Fairy also knew that the evil Xing Emperor wasn't here because of Heavenly Sovereign Nine Saints. She knew what he was here for. Yes. The Red World Fairy's answer was very simple. That's good. Where is the door of everlasting life? Tell me, and I'll give you a quick death. The evil Xing Emperor looked at the Red World Fairy with a burning gaze. The secret of the door of everlasting life was a huge secret that countless people wanted to know. Almost everyone wanted to know the secret of the door of everlasting life. But in the end, they couldn't find it. Perhaps they could find a breakthrough from the Red World Fairy. The Red World Fairy said indifferently, "Do you know that saying such words is already a crime punishable by death?" The surrounding people were all dumbfounded. No one had thought that the Red World Fairy would dare to say such words in front of an expert like the evil Xing Emperor. That was a great emperor. Wasn't the Red World Fairy a little too arrogant? You don't know the meaning of death. Today, I'll let you taste all the pain in the world before you die. The evil Xing Emperor looked coldly at the Red World Fairy. He walked towards the Red World Fairy and threw a punch at the Red World Fairy. Above his fist, there was an illusion of the heavens. The evil Xing Emperor was like the creator. One punch could destroy everything in the world. The Red World Fairy's expression was indifferent as she pointed her right hand at the evil Xing Emperor. Pfft! A bloody hole appeared in the evil Xing Emperor's chest. The evil Xing Emperor's attack was broken before it could even reach its target. His body flew backwards, and Emperor blood dripped from his wound. The evil Xing Emperor's expression became extremely ugly. Just now, he had looked at the heavens with an aura that could swallow mountains and rivers. But, in the first exchange of blows, he was actually injured by immortal Reverend Hong Chen. This was simply like a slap to the face. Not to mention, there were so many cultivators watching the battle. This made the evil execution emperor feel extremely humiliated. What immortal venerable Hong Chen had just used was the great curse art. It had silently inflicted severe damage on the evil execution emperor. The great curse art was very strange and terrifying, although it could not be successfully used every time. However, once it was successfully used, its power would often be unexpectedly tyrannical. Lin Feng could cast the great curse technique a dozen times or even dozens of times. Perhaps he could succeed once. But the Red World Fairy was different. The Red World Fairy cultivated 3,000 types of great Daos. He had even cultivated the great fate art. With the Red World Fairy's strength and background, she was able to defeat the Red World Fairy. Not to mention that every time he cast the Great Curse technique, he would succeed. However, it wouldn't be a problem for him to succeed after 3 or 4 tries. The Red World Fairy is too strong, isn't she? She actually injured the evil execution emperor. I didn't see her make a move. How did she do it? The surrounding cultivators, on the other hand, were all dumbfounded. They didn't even know what had happened. The evil execution emperor was already injured. Good. This emperor has underestimated you. The evil execution emperor glanced at the Red World Fairy with a gloomy expression, then quickly left. Perhaps this existence also knew that the Red World Fairy was not to be trifled with, so he planned to retreat. Do you think it's that easy to leave? The Red World Fairy's expression was indifferent. She was extremely domineering. This could be seen from the fact that the Red World Fairy had injured the 5 elders of the Supreme Immortal sect back then. The Red World Fairy was a very domineering person. This kind of personality naturally couldn't change overnight. The Red World Fairy made her move. Immortal light shot out, enveloping the evil execution emperor. Many people were shocked. Could it be that the Red World Fairy wanted to kill the evil execution emperor? The Red World Fairy's immortal light was too terrifying. It pierced through the evil execution emperor's body, seemingly trying to destroy his physical body. Ah! The evil execution emperor's furious roar shook the sky. His body directly exploded, turning into a cloud of blood mist and leaving through the void. This, everyone was already speaking incoherently. That was a great emperor. He actually didn't dare to fight the Red World Fairy. Instead, he used an escape method to quickly escape. A great emperor was actually forced into such a state by the Red World Fairy. Just how terrifying was the Red World Fairy's cultivation? The Red World Fairy turned around and walked toward the spacetime reversal sea. Soon, she disappeared from everyone's sight. They only fought once, and the evil Execution Emperor already wanted to escape. Someone as prideful as the evil Execution Emperor would definitely not leave like this if he didn't have a premonition. A cultivator said. This cultivator had some understanding of great emperors. He knew how terrifying great emperors were, and he also knew some shocking methods of great emperors. Therefore, he was shocked by the evil Execution Emperor's abnormal behavior. The Red World Fairy is too terrifying. Many people sighed. What happened in the spacetime reversal sea quickly spread. This caused an even bigger commotion. The Red World Fairy had only cultivated for a little over 4,000 years, but she already had such combat strength. It was too terrifying. The Red World Fairy really did see the legendary door of everlasting life. She admitted it herself. The reason why she's so powerful might have something to do with seeing the door of everlasting life. Many people were discussing this matter. This woman is strong enough to dominate a starfield. An expert from an extraterrestrial race exclaimed. Soon, another great emperor appeared in Jiuzhou. It was a great emperor shrouded in endless divine light. He was like an immortal god, making people involuntarily kneel on the ground and worship him. That great emperor was from the ancient god race. The nine-headed insect race is subordinate to the ancient god race, a cultivator said. The nine-headed insect race was the royal race of all races. The ancient god race was the royal race. The nine-headed insect race's talent and inheritance could not be compared to the ancient god races. The evil Execution Emperor is only a low-level great emperor. The ancient god race's great emperor is more terrifying. It's said that he's a great emperor from ancient times. His cultivation is not something the evil Execution Emperor can compare to. I just don't know if he will attack the Red World Fairy. If he does, the Red World Fairy will be in danger. A cultivator said. Soon, another great emperor appeared. This time, it was a great emperor from the Sky Devil race. This great emperor from the Sky Devil race was called the Sky Devil Saint. He was young Master Nia's uncle. Not long after, another great emperor appeared in the northern barbarian state. The great emperor from the northern barbarian state was shrouded in endless blood clouds. It's the great emperor from the blood-winged wolf race. A cultivator exclaimed. The blood-winged wolf race also had a great emperor. He had also arrived in Jiuzhou. After the great emperor from the blood-winged wolf race appeared, he flew in the direction of the reincarnation immortal sect. Heavens, is the great emperor from the blood-winged wolf race going to attack the reincarnation immortal sect? Many people were shocked. The arrival of the great emperor of the blood-winged wolf race attracted the attention of everyone in the 9 states. Under Lin Feng's leadership, the reincarnation immortal sect had destroyed so many cultivators from the myriad races. Many cultivators from the myriad races wanted to destroy the reincarnation immortal sect. Not only the cultivators from the myriad races, but also the living beings from the Black Fog. This was because one of the living beings from the Black Fog had also been killed. However, both sides had been biding their time. Now, the great emperor of the blood-winged wolf race had arrived in the 9 states. Obviously, the great emperor of the blood-winged wolf race would not let this matter rest. The deaths of Xianxia and Wanzhong might not be a particular concern to the great emperor of the blood-winged wolf race. However, the great emperor of the blood-winged wolf race coveted Lin Feng's mystical powers and treasures. Everyone in the world was here for benefits. Everything in this world was inseparable from the word benefits. Lin Feng is not a simple person. He has many powerful mystical powers and treasures. The reason why the cultivators from the myriad races wanted to kill him was because they wanted to obtain his mystical powers and treasures. A cultivator said. Yes, a man's wealth is his own ruin. This principle will not change even after the passage of time. Lin Feng has so many treasures and so many powerful mystical powers. If he was a cultivator from the myriad races and had the support of a great emperor, no one would dare to kill him. However, he is a cultivator from the 9 states. Without the support of a great emperor, he will naturally attract the attention of many people. Many people lamented. This was the cruelty of reality. Without strength, if one had some treasures or mystical powers, their final fate would often be extremely tragic. The cruelty of the world of cultivators was now displayed to the fullest. Although immortal artifacts were quite terrifying, the combat power of a peak immortal artifact could even compete with a great emperor. However, immortal artifacts were not at the great emperor level. Moreover, there were many factors that restricted the combat power of immortal artifacts. Immortal artifacts could only be controlled by humans. The combination of cultivators and Dharma treasures. Only then could the peerless power of immortal artifacts be displayed. However, was there anyone in the Reincarnation Immortal sect who could control the Reincarnation Immortal Sutra? Obviously, there was no one in the outside world. Of course, the outside world also knew that the Reincarnation Immortal sect had a Lord Tortoise who was not serious but had lived for a long time. There had always been news that Lord Turtle's cultivation was very strong, but in reality, who had seen Lord Turtle in action? Back then, when Lord Tortoise killed his honor, only Lin Feng was present. Other than Lin Feng, some cultivators of the Sea clan, such as the Merman clan, found out about the matter of Lord Turtle killing his honor through the fishes in the sea. However, those sea race cultivators kept their mouths shut. They didn't know Master Tortoise's temperament, so naturally, they didn't dare to casually talk about this matter. If they really made Lord Tortoise unhappy, Lord Tortoise would kill them. They also had unspeakable sufferings. Therefore, the outside world was not clear about Master Tortoise's strength. However, many people felt that since there had not been a great emperor in the 9 prefectures for so many years, the 9 prefectures should not have had a great emperor. Lord Tortoise might not be weak, but he probably hadn't reached the emperor realm. As for the Red World Fairy, she was an anomaly. The emperor of the ancient god clan had already deduced the Red World Fairy's matter and then released the news that the Red World Fairy wasn't an emperor realm expert. The reason why she was so powerful might have something to do with the door of everlasting life. Now that the situation in the 9 states was so tense, the emperor of the ancient god clan definitely didn't have good intentions when he released this news. Perhaps he wanted others to attack immortal venerable Hongchen so that he could sit back and reap the benefits. The Reincarnation Immortal sect's protective array had been activated. All the disciples had gathered inside the sect. Now that the emperors of the myriad tribes were about to arrive, the disciples of the Red World Fairy didn't know what would happen next. They hoped that the Reincarnation Immortal Sutra could withstand the attack of the emperors. If the Reincarnation Immortal Sutra couldn't do this, then they might die in the hands of the emperors. Many cultivators had gathered outside the Reincarnation Immortal sect. There were cultivators from the myriad tribes, the 9 states, the Stone Golem King, the otherworldly beings, and the Black Fog beings. Blood mist roiled in the distance. A terrifying aura permeated the air. The emperor of the Blood-Winged Wolf clan had arrived. He stood in the middle of the blood mist like an unparalleled demon god. In the end, the emperor of the Blood-Winged Wolf clan floated in the air and looked indifferently in the direction of the Reincarnation Immortal sect. Hand over Lin Feng and I can spare the Reincarnation Immortal sect. If you don't know what's good for you, then I'll destroy the Reincarnation Immortal sect today. The emperor of the Blood-Winged Wolf clan looked down at the Reincarnation Immortal sect with indifference. He didn't think much of the Reincarnation Immortal sect at all. Of course I won't hand over the vice sect leader. The Reincarnation Immortal Sutra floated in the air and said coldly. In that case, I'll kill all of you today. The emperor of the Blood-Winged Wolf clan's voice was filled with cold killing intent. Then let's fight. The Reincarnation Immortal Sutra's expression was cold and his eyes were filled with endless killing intent. He wanted to start an unprecedented battle with the emperor of the Blood-Winged Wolf clan. Ha 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 ha, honorable emperor of the Blood-Winged Wolf clan, leave the Reincarnation Immortal Sutra to the Taishang Immortal sect. You just need to destroy the Reincarnation Immortal sect and start a massacre. The void split open. Guazimo, who had escaped earlier, appeared again. The Taishang Wuji diagram floated above him. He hadn't left the northern barbarian state at all. He had been hiding in the northern barbarian state. The Taishang Immortal sect and the Reincarnation Immortal sect had old grudges that had accumulated over countless years. They had been hostile since the time of the Reincarnation Emperor. If the Reincarnation Immortal sect didn't have the Reincarnation Immortal Sutra, they would have been destroyed many times by the Taishang Immortal sect. Now, the Taisheng immortal sect had interfered with the reincarnation immortal sect's matters. They wanted to use this opportunity to destroy the reincarnation immortal sect. The Taisheng immortal sect is too despicable. They're helping the myriad tribes against the forces of the 9 states. Many cultivators of the 9 states gritted their teeth in hatred. However, the Taisheng immortal sect didn't care about this at all. Taisheng immortal sect, you deserve to die. The Reincarnation Immortal Sutra said hatefully. Ha 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 ha, the Reincarnation Immortal sect is about to be destroyed. It should be the Reincarnation Immortal sect that deserves to die. Guazimo laughed loudly. The blood-winged wolf clan Great Emperor also knew about the alliance between the myriad tribes and the Taisheng immortal sect. He nodded and said, "Alright, the Taisheng immortal sect will hold back the Reincarnation Immortal Sutra. After I destroy the Reincarnation Immortal sect, we'll attack together and suppress the Reincarnation Immortal sect." As soon as he finished speaking, the blood-winged wolf clan Great Emperor raised his right hand and slapped toward the Reincarnation Immortal sect's sect-protecting array. The Reincarnation Immortal Sutra swept out the Reincarnation Immortal Light to block the blood-winged wolf clan Great Emperor's attack. However, at this moment, the Taisheng Wuji diagram shook the void gently. The Taisheng Immortal Light condensed and swept toward the Reincarnation Immortal Light. The Reincarnation Immortal Sutra's attack was blocked by the Taisheng Wuji diagram. The Blood Great Emperor's attack fiercely struck the Reincarnation Immortal sect's sect-protecting array. Rumble. The Great Emperor's attack was too powerful. Although the grand protective formation of the Taisheng Immortal sect was powerful, it could not withstand the Great Emperor's attack. The Great Emperor of the blood-winged Heavenly Wolf clan had already caused the grand protective formation of the Reincarnation Immortal sect to tremble. It would not take long for the grand protective formation of the Reincarnation Immortal sect to be destroyed. I'm afraid the Reincarnation Immortal sect will not be able to escape this calamity. Many disciples of the Reincarnation Immortal sect were in despair. Although he had long expected that he would fall in this chaotic world sooner or later, he had not expected this. However, when the day came, fear and uneasiness surged in their hearts. If they could live, who would want to die? However, the people of the Taisheng Immortal sect were attacking the Reincarnation Immortal sect with their immortal weapons. The disciples of the Reincarnation Immortal sect could not see any hope of survival. I'm afraid the Reincarnation Immortal sect will become history after today. Many cultivators of the 9 prefectures felt sad. The Reincarnation Immortal sect had always had a good reputation in the 9 prefectures. It was also one of the more influential forces in the 9 prefectures. Now that the Reincarnation Immortal sect was about to be destroyed, the cultivators of the 9 prefectures could not help but feel sad. Bang! 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 The Great Emperor of the blood-winged Heavenly Wolf clan continued to attack. He slammed his palms on the grand protective formation of the Reincarnation Immortal sect. The grand protective formation of the Reincarnation Immortal sect emitted cracking sounds as it began to crack. It would be completely destroyed soon. The Great Emperor of the blood-winged Heavenly Wolf clan curled his lips into a cold smile. His eyes were filled with killing intent. At this moment, an impatient voice came from the barren mountain. "How dare you disturb my sleep? Leave immediately. Otherwise, I'll send you to hell to meet your ancestors." After hearing this voice, many people were astonished. Who was this? How dare he be so impudent to a great emperor? "Lord Turtle, it's Lord Turtle's voice," one of the cultivators who was watching the show said. The cultivators of the 10,000 races and the extraterrestrial races did not know much about Lord Turtle. However, all the cultivators of the 9 prefectures knew about him. Of course, the reputation that Master Tortoise left behind for the native cultivators of 9 regions was not a good reputation at all. The disciples of the Reincarnation Immortal sect were familiar with Lord Turtle's voice. When they heard Lord Turtle's voice, Lord Turtle's age was Lord Turtle's age. Lord Turtle was Lord Turtle's age. Great Emperor's cultivation base turtle was Lord Turtle's Great Emperor was Great Emperor Immortal Great Emperor. Lord Turtle is a mortal sect, get out here. The Emperor of the Great Emperors be Great Great Emperor 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 to kill immortal sects Emperors Emperors Emperor Emperors Emperor Emperor. His voice was full of contempt for Lord Turtle. As a great emperor, the blood-winged Heavenly Wolf clan's great emperor was naturally very arrogant. Young people really don't know how to behave. Emperor of the to-be, Emperor to-be's. You dare to flaunt your seniority in front of me? Do you know how you will die later? The blood-winged heavenly wolf clan's great emperor had an indifferent expression. His voice was filled with cold killing intent. Scram as far as you can and you can still live. If you don't, you'll die. Lord Turtle's voice turned cold. You're courting death. Lord Turtle's expression darkened. He raised his right hand and was about to strike the reincarnation immortal sect's great sect protecting array. At this moment, a figure flashed and appeared before the blood-winged heavenly wolf emperor. This figure was simply way too fast. It was so fast that the blood-winged heavenly wolf race's great emperor couldn't react in time. Lord Turtle appeared and reached for the blood-winged wolf great emperor's head. The blood-winged wolf great emperor's expression changed. He threw a punch at Lord Turtle. However, Lord Turtle was too fast. The blood-winged wolf great emperor did not react in time. Pfft! Blood splattered everywhere. His head had already been taken off by Lord Turtle. How is this possible? Heavens! What did I just see? The surrounding cultivators roared in disbelief. They could not believe what they were seeing. That was a great emperor. No one knew how powerful and terrifying his cultivation was. But now, Lord Tortoise had actually plucked his head off. What kind of existence was Lord Turtle? How did he manage to pluck off the head of a great emperor so easily? It was too shocking, too inconceivable, too appalling. Run! 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 Seeing this scene, Guizimo's face was filled with incomparable shock. He quickly shouted. The Supreme Infinite diagram wrapped around Guizimo and tore through the void to escape. Lord Turtle did not stop Guizimo and the Supreme Infinite diagram from escaping. Perhaps he did not want to make a move. Or perhaps he wanted to leave the Supreme Immortal sect for Lin Feng to deal with. No one knew what was going on in Lord Turtle's mind. With the blood-winged wolf great emperor's head in hand, Lord Turtle left the reincarnation immortal sect. From this day onward, Lord Turtle held the head of a great emperor and toured the 9 prefectures. If the myriad tribes dare to head to the northern barbarian state again, I'll kill them all. Lord Turtle was very domineering. Surrounded by holy light, he looked like an ancient saint emperor on patrol. His voice resounded throughout the 9 prefectures. The 9 prefectures were shaken. Lord Tortoise was holding the head of a great emperor. It was truly shocking. Lord Turtle went to the headquarters of the Stone Puppet King, the creatures of the Black Fog, the Otherworld, the Yazi, the extraterritorial races, and the myriad tribes. The group of great emperors did not dare to say a word when they saw Lord Turtle. No matter how powerful they were, they still felt insignificant in front of Lord Tortoise. That kind of feeling was really terrible, making them feel like they were going crazy. However, they did not dare to show any dissatisfaction for fear of being killed by Lord Turtle. Lord Turtle's tour of the 9 prefectures shocked the world. In the end, Lord Turtle returned to the reincarnation immortal sect. However, the 9 prefectures was not peaceful. There's an expert of this level in the 9 prefectures? How can there be an expert of this level in the 9 prefectures? The great emperor of the ancient god clan was in disbelief. Great Emperor Xianxia said. Fellow Taoist, are you saying that Lord Turtle is? The great emperor of the ancient god clan took a deep breath and said, even if he's not far from it. Then what should we do? Great Emperor Xianxia said with a gloomy expression. Should we ask the first ancestors to join forces and kill Lord Turtle? If the first ancestors join forces, even if he's in existence of that level, won't he still be killed by the first ancestors? Lin Feng did not know about the matters of the 9 prefectures because he had already entered the sea route to the Sky Martial continent. Before entering the sea route, Lin Feng first went to the Snow Race's territory to take a look and stayed there for a day. Then, he went to the Snake Empress Heavenly Snake Empire and stayed there for 2 days. After that, he entered the sea route to the Sky Martial continent. Now that the sea route to the Sky Martial continent had been opened for many years, ships came and went, and it was very lively. Of course, there were still many dangers along the way. Not only did they have to guard against the sea race and the sea beasts, but they also had to guard against all kinds of dangers that might appear on the sea. For example, if the ship accidentally entered the sea route to the underworld while sailing on the sea. If they couldn't get out of the waterway, they would definitely die. The ancient ship Xianxia sailed quickly on the sea. Lin Feng spent most of his time cultivating. He still had a few powerful divine abilities that he had yet to comprehend. Naturally, he wanted to properly comprehend them. On this night, a gloomy aura filled the sea. The bright moon instantly disappeared. Above the sea, it was pitch black. At this moment, miserable screams came from the distance. It came from a huge fleet. A fleet that was heading to the 9 prefectures from the Sky Martial continent. That fleet belonged to an alien race. On it were cultivators from the alien race who had descended on the Sky Martial continent. Those cultivators had boarded the fleet to head to the 9 prefectures. Now, they seemed to have met with a calamity. Lin Feng was also alarmed. He walked out of the cabin with Du Zhu and the evil Reverend Saint. I wonder what's going on. Du Zhu frowned and said. The evil Reverend Saint said, I sensed a very terrifying evil aura. Let's go and take a look. Lin Feng said. The 3 of them drove the ancient ship Xianxia towards the place where the miserable screams came from. Soon, they saw dozens of huge ships. The smell of blood permeated the air. Lin Feng and the other 2 flew out of the ancient ship Xianxia and landed on a huge ship. The huge ship was covered in blood and countless corpses. Lin Feng checked the corpse of a cultivator and frowned. There were a few claw marks and teeth marks on the cultivator's body. The teeth marks were on the neck. It seems to have been bitten by a zombie demon. Lin Feng pointed at the victim's neck. The evil Dominator Saint was transformed from a powerful corpse demon. The so-called zombie, in layman's terms, meant zombie. Du Zhu and the evil Dominator Saint also checked the surrounding corpses and found that the way these corpses died was extremely similar. Could it be that there are many corpse imps here? Lin Feng stroked his chin and said. To be able to cause so many cultivators to die so quickly, if a zombie had really appeared here, the methods of those corpse imps were a little too terrifying. This was not a place to stay for long. Lin Feng thought. The most important thing now was to leave this place as soon as possible. Because this place was simply too dangerous. If he didn't leave quickly, he was afraid that something would happen. They didn't stop and quickly left. The next few days were peaceful, and nothing special happened on the sea. Lin Feng and the others saw some fleets. There were no problems with the fleets either. On this day, Lin Feng suddenly had a dream. He dreamed that he was lying on a wooden bench in an academy to rest. Suddenly, the demonic chi in the distance churned. In the demonic chi, a 3-headed, 6-armed demon god appeared. The demon god descended and woke him up. Then, the demon god said something to him, but Lin Feng couldn't understand what the demon god was saying. Then, the demon god left. When Lin Feng woke up, he couldn't help but frown. This dream was really too strange. He didn't know why he had such a strange dream. One had to know that powerful cultivators like them had extremely strong mental strength. Under normal circumstances, they wouldn't dream. Usually, if they dreamed, there would be some signs or warnings. But now, Lin Feng had such an extremely strange dream. Lin Feng didn't know what this dream meant. Lin Feng told the Demon Lord about this dream. Then, he asked, Demon Lord, what do you think this dream of mine is indicating? Are there any signs? The Demon Lord said. That's hard to say. The Demon Lord couldn't tell what was so special about Lin Feng's dream because it was too simple. There was nothing special in the dream. About 3 days later, Lin Feng had another dream. In the dream, he saw the 3-headed, 6-armed demon god again. But this time, the fiend god was in an extremely miserable state. 2 of his 3 heads had been chopped off. Out of the 6 arms, 3 of them had been torn off by someone. His heart had also been dug out by someone. The demon god came to Lin Feng and shouted something to Lin Feng. His expression was very anxious. I don't understand, Lin Feng smiled bitterly, not knowing what the demon god was saying. Finally, the demon god left. Lin Feng wanted to chase after the demon god, but the demon god was suddenly devoured by a crack in the void. His whereabouts were unknown. Lin Feng woke up from the dream. At this time, he found that his back was soaked in sweat. This is... Lin Feng reached out and touched the corners of his eyes. He found tears. I'm crying? Lin Feng frowned. In the dream, he was crying. Was he crying for that demon god? I don't know him. Why did I dream of him? What did he mean by what he said to me? Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. He had too many doubts in his heart, but it was destined that no one would be able to answer them for him. On this night, 3 days later, a cold wind swept through the world. In the depths of the sea, endless thunderbolts condensed and formed. This was a lightning tribulation. Someone was going to undergo a tribulation. It's not a person. It's a nether spirit evil being. The evil sovereign saint said. What? A nether spirit evil being undergoing a tribulation? Nether spirits are naturally restrained by the power of lightning. How can they resist a lightning tribulation? Lin Feng said in disbelief. The evil sovereign saint said, it's as young master said. Ordinary nether spirits and evil beings definitely won't undergo a tribulation. However, there is a situation where they have no choice but to undergo a tribulation. Only by successfully undergoing a tribulation can they complete their transformation. If they fail, they're destined to die without a burial place. What situation? Lin Feng couldn't help but ask. He felt that the situation described by the evil sovereign saint was no small matter. Emperor tribulation. If a nether spirit evil being wants to break through to the great emperor realm, it has to undergo a tribulation. Once it succeeds, it will become a great emperor and regenerate its flesh and blood, rebuilding its body. Breaking through to the great emperor realm. It seems like this evil spirit is truly heaven-defying. I wonder what kind of existence it is. Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. With such a terrifying existence undergoing tribulation, there was naturally no reason for them to continue staying here. If that existence succeeded, it would become a great emperor. At that time, it would be very troublesome. 3 days later, Lin Feng saw a huge island appear in front of him. Fleets came and went on the island, and it was very lively. The island was called Guangzhou Island. It was a place where cultivators gathered after the sea route from the Tianwu continent to the 9 prefectures was opened. There were all kinds of people on this island. There were cultivators of the human race, as well as the demon race, the devil race, the myriad races, the alien races, and so on. Therefore, it was very complicated. Furthermore, it was also very chaotic, and there were killings happening on the island every day. However, this island was surrounded by restrictions, so it was relatively safe compared to the outside world. Therefore, cultivators who came and went liked to rest on this island. In fact, there were many such places on the sea in recent years. They were all located on the sea route from the Tianwu continent to the 9 prefectures. Lin Feng and the other 2 boarded the island and prepared to rest for 2 to 3 days before setting off again. There were all kinds of shops on the island, including all kinds of entertainment places. For example, brothels, gambling dens, and so on. These places were all available. Lin Feng, Du Zhu, and the evil dominator saint went to a more famous brothel when they had nothing to do. This brothel was called Extreme Joy Pavilion. The women here were all of high quality. They were proficient in music, chess, calligraphy, painting, music, and dancing. Naturally, the price was much more expensive than ordinary brothels. Of course, such a place emphasized elegance. Usually, they sold their skills and not their bodies. However, there was nothing absolute in this world. If one could afford the price, and the women here were moved. Naturally, they could play the flute in front of the flowers. Boom, in the middle of the night, a terrifying aura came from the sea and instantly filled the entire island. Everyone was alarmed when they felt the terrifying aura. This aura was simply too terrifying. It was simply appalling. As soon as Lin Feng, Du Zhu, and the evil dominator Holy Sage came out of the Extreme Joy Pavilion, they felt the terrifying aura. Their hearts were also filled with shock. What happened? The cultivators in the surroundings discussed animatedly. He was extremely shocked. Before long, a man with golden wings on his back flew above the island. He was like an immortal god, coldly glancing at the densely packed creatures on the island. Could they be from the golden-winged clan? Lin Feng couldn't help but murmur. When he saw this man, he thought of the golden-winged race. It had a pair of golden wings. He flapped his wings. It could split open 100,000 void worlds. It was abnormally terrifying. It's not the golden-winged clan, it's the flying zombie. The evil dominator saint said with a trembling voice. Zombies were a type of zombie, or rather, a type of zombie. He was from the same clan as the evil dominator saint, so the evil dominator saint could sense that man's aura. Lin Feng was shocked. No matter how he looked at it, that man didn't look like a zombie. The evil dominator saint's body was as hard as stone, and his flesh was solidified. As for the man with the wings on his back, it was obvious that he was made of flesh and blood. At this moment, Lin Feng thought of the evil spirit that he saw a few days ago. The evil dominator saint said that once an evil spirit broke through to the great emperor realm, it would be able to regenerate its flesh and blood, and reconstruct its body. Could it be that this man in front of him was actually that evil spirit? When he thought of this, Lin Feng couldn't help but feel shocked. If this man with golden wings was really the evil spirit that was going through the tribulation, this meant that he had successfully transcended the tribulation. He was already at the great emperor realm. Although he didn't reveal his great emperor realm aura, his cultivation had definitely reached the great emperor realm. Duzu and the evil dominator saint had obviously thought of this as well. Duzu said, "Isn't it impossible to become an emperor in the 9 states? How did this guy break through to the great emperor realm?" Lin Feng said, "When the apocalypse arrives, the various worlds will change. The 9 states is the starting point of the various worlds. Since this person has successfully broken through to the great emperor realm, it seems that the 9 states has already undergone a great change." The evil dominator saint nodded and said, "That's right. The golden age of cultivation in the 9 states is probably coming soon." For the 9 states, this was a good thing, but also a bad thing. The reason why it was a good thing was that after the golden age of cultivation arrived, many great opportunities would appear. When the time came, many people would rise and even become emperors because of this. An existence like the Red World Fairy might become a great emperor. However, such a flourishing age would definitely attract even more extraterrestrial races and cultivators from the myriad races to the 9 provinces. For the 9 states, this naturally wasn't a good thing. Because when the time came, in order to compete for resources and territory, the 9 states would definitely fall into chaos. For the native forces of the 9 states, this would definitely be a disaster. "Who are you?" Dozens of people flew out from the depths of the island, and one of them asked coldly. The person who spoke was shrouded in divine light. He was a cultivator from the ancient god clan. This island was created by the experts of the ancient god clan and several other races. Who knows how much wealth these forces have accumulated over the years. The cultivator from the ancient god clan who spoke is called Shindao Kuan. He's a cultivator from the ancient god clan with the word Dao in his name. It's said that he's a boundary emperor who has reached the 33rd stone step. There are a few people beside him who are also boundary emperors. They are overseeing this place. Another cultivator said. This cultivator gathering place was extraordinary. It had the backing of thousands of races. Under normal circumstances, no one would dare to provoke it. My body needs a lot of fresh blood. The golden-winged man let out a sinister laugh. He opened his mouth and suddenly inhaled. A terrifying force enveloped the entire island. Many cultivators couldn't control the blood in their bodies. Pooh. Pooh. Pooh, something terrifying happened. Countless cultivators' blood burst out of their bodies. All of them flew toward the golden-winged man. Those cultivators who had lost their blood instantly turned into dried corpses. They died on the spot. Not good, Lin Feng's expression changed drastically. The blood in his body was also restless. It looked like it was about to burst out of his body. Run, countless people screamed in horror and tried to escape. However, no one could escape. A huge light barrier enveloped the entire island. Any cultivator who came into contact with the light barrier, their bodies exploded, and their souls were destroyed. I'm a member of the ancient god clan. Our clan's great emperor is in the 9 states. You'd best stop now. Have you thought of the consequences if our clan's great emperor finds out? Shindao Kuan growled. The ancient god clan was the royal bloodline of tens of thousands of clans. They looked down on the world. Who would dare to offend the ancient god clan, if someone was foolish enough to offend the ancient god clan, only death would await them. Even now, they had encountered a terrifying existence like the golden-winged man. In Shindao Kuan's opinion, the golden-winged man would have to be wary of the ancient god clan. Ancient god clan? I know about this clan. I wonder how the blood of the ancient god clan tastes? I really want to taste the blood of the ancient god clan. The golden-winged man said sinisterly. He grabbed at the air. Instantly, a giant hand formed from energy. Crack. The hand grabbed Shindao Kuan's neck. Then, it grabbed Shindao Kuan. Shindao Kuan struggled violently, but after several attempts, he was unable to break free. Spare me. Spare me. For the sake of the ancient god clan, spare my worthless life. Shindao Kuan cried out in horror. Although Shindao Kuan didn't know the cultivation level of the golden-winged man, he knew that the golden-winged man didn't seem to fear the ancient god clan. A wise man knew better than to fight when the odds were against him. As long as he could survive. So what if he begged for mercy? It wouldn't be too late to take revenge after he escaped this calamity. However, the golden-winged man ignored Shindao Kuan's pleas. He broke Shindao Kuan's neck and devoured his blood. Shindao Kuan was a boundary emperor who had reached the 33rd step. He was such a terrifying existence. He didn't even have the strength to resist. Who on the island dared to fight the golden-winged man? Lin Feng circulated the archaic dragonesque elephant art to suppress the blood that was about to burst out of his body. Let's go. He looked at Du Zhu and the heretic sovereign sage, then rushed out of the island with the two. Many people touched the light barrier that sealed the island and suffered a calamity. Therefore, Lin Feng did not touch the light barrier directly. He took out the stone sword and slashed at the light barrier with the stone sword in his hand. The power of the stone sword was truly peerlessly terrifying. The sword slashed out. It was so powerful that it was shocking. That terrifying attack directly tore the light barrier apart. The golden-winged man in the distance was surprised to see this. He flicked his finger. Buzz. A terrifying beam of light shot out towards Lin Feng and the other two, intending to kill them. Hurry up and get out. Lin Feng shouted in a deep voice. He waved his stone sword and slashed at the beam of light. Du Zhu and the evil dominator Saint quickly rushed out of the light barrier. The next moment, the stone sword collided with the beam of light shot out by the golden-winged man. Lin Feng immediately felt an earth-shattering power surging towards him. Crack! Crack! His corporeal body began to crumble. His body swelled up and was about to explode. Lin Feng's heart turned pale with fright. Was this the attack of a great emperor? A light attack could take his life. At this moment, Lin Feng felt a thick aura of death enveloping his body. It was a terrible feeling. Bloodline awakening, I will not die. Lin Feng roared. Before his body exploded, Lin Feng activated the golden figure in his dantian. It was formed by the power of his ancestors' bloodline. The golden figure released a powerful force. It was the power that Lin Feng's ancestor had slumbered in his bloodline. It was supported by the power of his ancestors' bloodline. The power that the golden-winged man sent into Lin Feng's body was suppressed. Lin Feng's corporeal body that was about to explode gradually recovered. Swoosh. He quickly rushed out of the light barrier. This ant is quite interesting. The golden-winged man revealed a surprised expression. In his eyes, Lin Feng was indeed an ant. Without becoming a great emperor, everyone was an ant. In this world, not everyone was like the Red World Fairy, who could surpass a realm and defeat a great emperor. A person like the Red World Fairy was hard to come by in a billion years. Lin Feng and the others quickly ran away. They saw all the people on the island, no matter if they were men or women, old or young, all of them had been sucked dry by the golden-winged man. Lin Feng and the others quickly left. After flying for thousands of miles, they let out a sigh of relief. Time passed day by day. For a period of time, it was relatively peaceful. They did not encounter any great danger. We've arrived at the Divine Ruined Sea. Du Zhu said. After passing through the Divine Ruined Sea, they would reach the Tianwu continent. 1 month later, the ancient starship Xianyuan finally passed through the Divine Ruined Sea. The Tianwu continent is finally back, Lin Feng took a deep breath. After traveling for so many years, he finally returned to the Tianwu continent. This was the feeling of a wanderer returning home. That was because he had family on the Tianwu continent. This was the place where he had grown up. It was also the place where he had started cultivating. There were many people and many things here that he could not let go of. Besides, this time, Lin Feng had come back for another purpose. Taking Shangguan Fair and the others away was one of them. Other than that, Lin Feng had always felt that it was a pity that he had not been able to enter the cold scorching divine matter. He still remembered that there seemed to be a giant dragon trapped in the cold scorching divine matter. Lin Feng planned to explore the cold scorching divine matter again. He also wanted to go to the Godfall Cliff and other death zones to take a look. It was said that there were several death zones in the Tianwu continent that hid great secrets. Lin Feng was very interested in these secrets. Other than that, Lin Feng remembered that there was a cold pond in the demon race's territory in the southern prefecture. There was a huge abyss in the depths of the cold pond. That abyss was guarded by demon leeches. There was a powerful treasure in the abyss. He did not know what it was. Back then, his cultivation had not been high enough, so he did not have the ability to check it out. Lin Feng planned to go to the cold pond again. There were still many bandits in the sea region. Whether it was the 9 prefectures or the Tianwu continent, pirates ran rampant. The South Pole Immortal Island. The human forces in the southern sea region were also a gathering place for cultivators. In the past, this place was extremely lively. Now, it was in ruins. A force that had been passed down for hundreds of thousands of years was destroyed just like that. Lin Feng looked at the ruined South Pole Immortal Island and could not help but sigh. This made him feel sad. He had been here before. He had seen the prosperity of this place. Now, it was in ruins. There was a deathly silence, causing one to involuntarily feel a sense of sorrow. Boom, at that moment, waves of terrifying aura spread out from the South Pole Immortal Island. Crack. Crack, following that, the entire South Pole Immortal Island began to crack. A beam of immortal light shot out from the cracked South Pole Immortal Island. Let's go and take a look, Lin Feng said and quickly rushed towards the depths of the South Pole Immortal Island. Immortal light soared into the sky. Something extraordinary must have appeared. Perhaps it was a great opportunity. Thinking of this, Lin Feng felt a burst of excitement. His speed was raised to the limit. Duzu and the heretic sovereign saint followed closely behind. At this moment, a dazzling ball of light flew out. The ball of light was surrounded by immortal light, emitting shocking energy waves. When he felt the aura emitted from the ball of light, Lin Feng's face was filled with surprise. The aura was very pure and very powerful. It was very similar to the aura of immortal qi, but it was much purer than that. Lin Feng guessed that the ball of light should be a ball of immortal essence. The South Pole Immortal Island was an immortal Dao sect with a long history. Although the sect was destroyed, its treasury had been plundered clean. Perhaps there were precious things left behind. The ball of immortal essence was too fast. Lin Feng, Duzu, and the heretic sovereign saint chased after it. The immortal essence gradually shook off Duzu and the heretic sovereign saint. Only Lin Feng could catch up to the immortal essence. Lin Feng was astonished by the speed of the celestial original strength. Swoosh, Lin Feng's speed was raised to the limit. Finally, he caught up to the immortal essence. With a wave of his hand, he suppressed the immortal essence. The immortal essence surged with a terrifying wave, sending Lin Feng flying. Then, the immortal essence tore through the void and escaped. It's not as simple as an ordinary immortal essence. Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. An ordinary immortal essence couldn't possibly send him flying. The ball of immortal essence flew above the South Sea world, emitting an aura that shook heaven and earth. Many people were alarmed. The South Pole Immortal Essence. A cultivator exclaimed. Back then, the South Pole Immortal Island was destroyed because of the South Pole Immortal Essence. A cultivator said. Around 8 years ago, an alien race had descended upon the Sky Martial continent. Those alien races came to the South Pole Immortal Island and demanded the South Pole Immortal Source from the island master. The South Pole immortal source was rumored to be a treasure left behind by the South Pole immortal Wang, who was once an immortal. He had lived on the South Pole immortal island for some years. However, the South Pole immortal island master was unable to take out the South Pole immortal source. In the end, the alien race massacred the entire South Pole immortal island. From the island master to the ordinary odd job disciple. More than 200,000 people were all killed. The treasury of the South Pole immortal island was emptied. As for whether those alien races had obtained the South Pole immortal origin, the outside world had no idea. Now that the South Pole immortal origin had appeared, it seemed that those alien races had not been able to obtain it. Many cultivators chased after the South Pole immortal essence, wanting to obtain it. Lin Feng learned from some cultivators the reason why the South Pole immortal island was destroyed. He sighed. Perhaps the owner of the South Pole immortal island really didn't know where the South Pole immortal source was. If he had known, he would have refined it himself long ago. He would not have kept the South Pole immortal origin. Of course, from Lin Feng's point of view, the other party destroyed the South Pole immortal island. The South Pole immortal origin was just an excuse. The South Pole immortal island had been in the South Sea world for so many years. The resources in the sea were incomparably rich. So who knew how many precious resources the South Pole immortal island had collected? The reason why the other party destroyed the South Pole immortal island was probably because they wanted to obtain the precious resources of the South Pole immortal island. As for the legend of the South Pole immortal origin, it was just a legend. The alien races were powerful, and naturally were not something that the forces of the Sky Martial continent could contend against. The forces of the Sky Martial continent were destroyed, and countless people died miserably. Not only did it make people feel pity, it also made people feel anger and killing intent. Did these foreign forces really think that the cultivators of the Sky Martial continent could be killed as they wished? 3 days later, Lin Feng saw the South Pole immortal origin again. This time, he condensed the formation pattern. Sealing the void. Sealing the South Pole immortal origin. The speed of the South Pole immortal origin greatly decreased. Then, Lin Feng quickly rushed over and collected the South Pole immortal origin. Ha 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 ha, congratulations young master on obtaining the South Pole immortal origin. Duzu and the evil Lord Saint went forward to congratulate him. When the other cultivators in the distance saw that Lin Feng had obtained the South Pole immortal origin, they all had envious expressions. South. In the distance, a large number of cultivators flew over. They were all from the alien races. Those races were very strange. There were all kinds of people. There were stars, moons, and sun-like marks in between their eyebrows. This was their race's characteristic. So many times, these alien races were also called the Starry Sky race. About 10 alien races flew over, and then surrounded Lin Feng, Duzu, and the evil Lord Saint. Screech! A sharp and ear-piercing cry came out. The blood clouds in the distance surged, and within the blood clouds, a huge blood eagle flew over. It's the Blood Eagle Noble. When they saw the Blood Eagle, many of the surrounding people's faces changed. The Blood Eagle Noble was a famous cultivator from the Blood Eagle race. This race could borrow the power of the Blood Star. The Blood Star was a star in the outer realm. The alien races could borrow the power of the star to increase their fighting strength. Their fighting strength was abnormally terrifying. The Blood Eagle Noble descended and turned into a young man. He wore a blood-red robe and was very handsome. His eyes emitted a demonic and cold light. In between his eyebrows, there was a blood star imprint. The Blood Eagle race was among the alien races that destroyed the South Pole immortal island. Someone said. When the South Pole immortal island was destroyed, it wasn't 1 or 2 alien races that attacked, but more than 10 alien races. The South Pole immortal island's wealth was shocking. Those alien races naturally wanted a share of the profits. So, they joined forces and destroyed the South Pole immortal island. They massacred the entire South Pole immortal island, and the seawater within 100 miles turned blood red. Hand over the South Pole immortal origin, and I'll spare your life. The Blood Eagle Noble looked at Lin Feng indifferently. He was a direct descendant of the Blood Eagle race. Outsiders didn't know his name, so they called him by his race's origin. This was the origin of the Blood Eagle Noble's name. The Blood Eagle noble was talented and arrogant. He didn't put Lin Feng in his eyes at all. He glanced at Lin Feng with disdain and ridicule. Lin Feng said indifferently. A mere ant transformed from a blood eagle dares to be arrogant in front of me? Who gave you the guts? What is he saying? The surrounding cultivators were all dumbfounded. Everyone looked at Lin Feng with dumbfounded expressions. No one had expected Lin Feng to say such words. Who didn't know of the Blood Eagle noble's reputation in the Tianwu continent, who dared to offend him? Now, Lin Feng actually dared to humiliate him. The Blood Eagle prince was arrogant and conceited. He did not expect that Lin Feng would actually dare to humiliate him. Thus, the Blood Eagle prince was extremely furious at this moment. His eyes flashed with dense killing intent. However, the Blood Eagle prince was not sure of Lin Feng's background. In the Blood Eagle prince's eyes, humans were cowardly, weak, and lowly. However, Lin Feng seemed to be different from other humans. Although the Blood Eagle prince looked down on the humans of the Sky Martial continent, he knew that in other places, such as some worlds outside the region, there were also some peak powers of the human race. There were some powers that even the Blood Eagle race could not afford to offend. Thus, the Blood Eagle prince decided to first inquire about Lin Feng's identity. He looked at Lin Feng indifferently and asked coldly, "Are you from the Sky Martial continent?" "Yes." Lin Feng replied indifferently. Hearing that Lin Feng was a human cultivator of the Sky Martial continent, the Blood Eagle prince no longer had any fear. He looked at Lin Feng with disdain and said coldly, "A lowly human cultivator of the Sky Martial continent dares to be so impudent in front of this prince. You really don't know how to write the word deaf. Do you know that the human cultivators of the Sky Martial continent do not even have the qualifications to be this prince's slave?" The Blood Eagle prince's attitude was incomparably arrogant. He did not place Lin Feng in his eyes at all. In his eyes, Lin Feng was just a lowly cultivator. Furthermore, the Blood Eagle prince had the qualifications to do so. He was at the 5th layer of the giant god realm. In the eyes of the cultivators of the Sky Martial continent, there was no one who could match him. No one was his opponent. This was also the reason why the Blood Eagle young master was so arrogant. Lin Feng said indifferently, "To put it bluntly, you are just a bird. Normally, you are just a side dish. Who gave you the courage to be so self-righteous?" The surrounding cultivators were all dumbfounded. Because in their eyes, Lin Feng was getting more and more ridiculous. He did not place the Blood Eagle prince in his eyes at all. The Blood Eagle prince was such a powerful figure. How could he swallow such humiliation? Moreover, young Master Blood Eagle had an extremely brutal character. Back when he besieged the South Pole Immortal Island, he had killed countless cultivators of the South Pole Immortal Island. All these years, young noble Blood Eagle had made a name for himself in the South Sea because of his bloody methods, which had intimidated too many cultivators. This little brother is too impulsive. I'm afraid he won't be able to escape death today, some cultivators sighed. These cultivators who felt sorry for Lin Feng were all cultivators from the Sky Martial continent. Currently, the status of cultivators in the Tianwu continent was very low. All kinds of resources had been monopolized by the myriad races, alien races, and other external forces. It was very difficult for the cultivators of the Sky Martial continent to obtain cultivation resources, so the cultivators of the Sky Martial continent were in a difficult situation. On top of that, many of the native powers of the Sky Martial continent had been exterminated by the myriad races, extraterrestrial races, or other external powers. As a result, the power of the Sky Martial continent declined rapidly. The surrounding cultivators who were watching the show were mostly from the myriad races, extraterritorial races, or other foreign races. The cultivators of the Sky Martial continent were only a small portion of them. This guy is dead for sure. I just don't know how young Master Blood Eagle will torture him. A native of the Sky Martial continent actually dares to humiliate young Master Blood Eagle. He is simply courting death. The myriad races, extraterritorial races, and other external powers all looked at Lin Feng as though they were looking at a dead man. In their eyes, Lin Feng was no different from a dead man. Lin Feng had no choice but to die. Capture this brat. This young master wants to slice off his flesh piece by piece. Young Master Blood Eagle's face was filled with cold killing intent. He had the intention to kill Lin Feng. Now, he ordered the people around him to take action against Lin Feng. Yes, young master. Immediately, 2 extraterritorial race cultivators pounced towards Lin Feng like wolves and tigers. Who do you think you are? You dare to jump around in front of our young master? Du Zhu sneered and wanted to make a move. Lin Feng waved his hand and said, you don't have to make a move. These extraterritorial race bullied my Sky Martial Continent's human race. Today, I will kill these people until they tremble in fear. I will make these people kneel on the ground and beg for mercy when they see me in the future. Lin Feng waved his hand and the purgatory demonic spear appeared in his hand. He took a step forward and pierced out with his spear twice. Puff. Puff, following that, 2 spear lights flew out and pierced through the chests of 2 extraterritorial race cultivators. The 2 extraterritorial race cultivators' chests were pierced and they died on the spot. So powerful? Many people were shocked. They did not expect Lin Feng to be so tyrannical. He actually killed 2 extraterritorial race cultivators in seconds. It seemed like he was also a high-level deity realm cultivator. There were very few extraterritorial race cultivators of this level in the Sky Martial Continent. Little brother, leave quickly. That young Master Blood Eagle is a giant god. You will be at a disadvantage if you fight him. Where there is life, there is hope. Some extraterritorial race cultivators transmitted messages to Lin Feng, hoping that Lin Feng would leave quickly. He should not fight with these people. Don't worry, they are just a bunch of ants. Lin Feng replied. That extraterritorial race cultivator was shocked. No matter how he looked at it, Lin Feng did not seem like an impulsive and reckless person. He had already pointed out young Master Blood Eagle's cultivation. Lin Feng still had an indifferent expression. Could it be, as he said, that young Master Blood Eagle was just an ant? If that was the case, then what was this young master's cultivation? Thinking of this, that extraterritorial race cultivator could not help but become excited. Courting death, all of you, go and capture him alive. Seeing that 2 of his subordinates were killed by Lin Feng, young Master Blood Eagle immediately roared in anger. There were hundreds of experts beside him, all of whom were extraterritorial race cultivators. The weakest among them was at the heavenly god realm. Now that these experts had received young Master Blood Eagle's orders, all of them charged towards Lin Feng. There are too many people. Many ants can bite an elephant to death. Although that young master's cultivation is extraordinary, 2 fists are no match for 4 hands. Facing the siege of so many experts, I'm afraid he won't have the strength to resist. Some extraterritorial race cultivators looked at Lin Feng with worry. These extraterritorial race cultivators saw that the Sky Martial Continent's human race had finally produced an expert like Lin Feng. Naturally, they did not wish for Lin Feng to die here. Young Master Blood Eagle is angry, that brat will not be able to escape. The extraterritorial race, and extraterritorial race cultivators all looked at Lin Feng indifferently. The Sky Martial Continent belongs to the Sky Martial Continent's cultivators, not you. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. At this moment, everyone saw that Lin Feng was holding a war spear, like an unparalleled demon god. He took a step forward. A terrifying aura spread out from his body. Those extraterritorial race cultivators who charged towards Lin Feng. One by one, their bodies exploded. They died on the spot. Isn't this too terrifying? Who is this young master? What exactly is his cultivation base? The cultivators of the Sky Martial Continent were all excited. All these years, the cultivators of the Sky Martial Continent had been extremely sullen, to the point that they could not even raise their heads. Now that they saw how powerful Lin Feng was, they were all extremely excited. Previously, Lin Feng had already said that he was a cultivator of the Sky Martial Continent. It was just that no one knew who Lin Feng was. Lin Feng had already left the Sky Martial Continent for more than 10 years. Back then, Lin Feng was famous in the Sky Martial Continent. However, there were only a few cultivators who had seen Lin Feng before. All these years, the Sky Martial Continent was in chaos. Those cultivators who had seen Lin Feng had either died or left. The number of cultivators who had seen Lin Feng in the Sky Martial Continent was even fewer. Furthermore, Lin Feng's sphere of influence was in the Eastern Sea, not the Southern Sea. Thus, it was even more impossible for the cultivators of the Southern Sea world to recognize Lin Feng. As for the cultivators of the 10,000 races, the extraterrestrial races, and the other cultivators, they naturally did not recognize them. They had always been in the Sky Martial continent and had never been to the 9 prefectures. If they had been to the 9 prefectures, although they might not recognize Lin Feng, they would at least have heard of Lin Feng's name. But now, Lin Feng was a complete stranger in their eyes. It was as if he had appeared out of thin air. Furthermore, this person was a cultivator of the Sky Martial continent. His strength was tyrannical, and he was decisive in killing. This caused the 10,000 races, the extraterrestrial races, and the other cultivators to all have serious expressions. Who exactly are you? Blood Eagle Prince's expression became gloomy. The fighting strength that Lin Feng had displayed was something that even he could not do. Blood Eagle Prince knew that he had met an expert today. His face was extremely gloomy because he knew that if he was not careful today, he might die here. The person who will kill you. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. Holding the Purgatory Demon Spear, he walked towards Blood Eagle Prince. He was simply too powerful. He directly said that he wanted to kill Blood Eagle Prince. There were no more words. The Quasi-Emperor experts of my clan are overseeing the South Sea world. If you kill me, you will also die. Young Master Blood Eagle threatened. Even if a Quasi-Emperor comes, I'll still kill him. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent and his voice was ice-cold. He stepped forward and pierced through the void with his spear. He ignored the Quasi-Emperor experts of the Blood Eagle race and was incomparably arrogant. However, the surrounding cultivators had a very strange feeling. They felt that Lin Feng was not boasting. They felt that Lin Feng might really have the strength to kill the Blood Eagle race's Quasi-Emperor. Whoosh, young Master Blood Eagle quickly flew into the distance. He wanted to escape. When he saw Lin Feng kill so many alien race cultivators with his aura, he was shocked. His confidence had completely collapsed, and he no longer had the courage to fight with Lin Feng. Now, young Master Blood Eagle only wanted to escape quickly. After escaping, he would bring out the experts of the Blood Eagle race. At that time, he would capture Lin Feng and torture Lin Feng as much as he wanted to torture Lin Feng. The ideal was beautiful. The reality was cruel. Although young Master Blood Eagle's speed was very fast, he couldn't be compared with Lin Feng. Swish. A light flashed in the void. Lin Feng stepped out of the void. He shuttled through the void. He blocked young Master Blood Eagle's path. Go to hell, Lin Feng's voice was cold, and the spear in his hand directly pierced towards young Master Blood Eagle. Blood Thunder Cut. Young Master Blood Eagle roared. He opened his mouth. He directly spat out a ball of blood-colored thunder power. The power of that ball of blood-colored thunder power was extremely terrifying. It could be described as destroying heaven and earth. The blood-colored thunder power turned into a ray of lightning and slashed towards Lin Feng. However, it was directly pierced through by the Purgatory Demon Spear in Lin Feng's hand. Puff. In the next moment, the sound of a body being pierced came out. The spear in Lin Feng's hand directly pierced through young Master Blood Eagle's chest. He held the spear with one hand, and his right hand suddenly shook. Young Master Blood Eagle's body directly exploded. Young Master Blood Eagle died on the spot. Young Master Blood Eagle is also dead. He is an expert of the giant god realm, but he couldn't even take a single move. Many people sucked in a breath of cold air. The fighting strength that Lin Feng displayed shocked everyone. Do you think that there is no one in my Sky Martial continent? I will wait for the cultivators from the extraterritorial races above the ruins of the South Pole Immortal Island. No matter how many come, I will kill them all. Lin Feng's voice was cold. His words could be said to be incomparably arrogant. He looked askance at the extraterritorial races, revealing a cold killing intent. The cultivators of the Sky Martial continent all felt their blood boiling. For so many years, they had been humiliated. They had been suppressed by the myriad races, the extraterritorial races, and the other foreign cultivators to the point that they couldn't raise their heads. Now, the Tianwu continent had finally produced a peak powerhouse. This made the cultivators of the Sky Martial continent feel a sense of exaltation. Lin Feng, Du Zhu, and the evil sovereign saint left very quickly. Lin Feng's arrogant and domineering words spread throughout the South Sea world. Truly ignorant and foolish. Do you really think that by killing young Master Blood Eagle, you can contend against the extraterritorial races? There are countless experts in our extraterritorial races, and there are even great emperors overseeing them. This person dares to provoke our extraterritorial races. Just wait and see, he will be killed very soon. The extraterritorial race cultivators sneered. They did not place Lin Feng in their eyes. They felt that Lin Feng's provocation of the extraterritorial races was like dancing on a sword. This matter spread like wildfire. Many cultivators quickly headed towards the South Pole Immortal Island. Including the cultivators of the myriad races, the extraterritorial races, and the other foreign cultivators, they all headed towards the South Pole Immortal Island. Because they knew that the experts of the extraterritorial races would definitely not let this matter rest. If Lin Feng really stayed on the ruins of the South Pole Immortal Island, at that time, there would definitely be a battle. The once prosperous South Pole Immortal Island had long become history. Walking among the dilapidated palaces, Lin Feng could not help but sigh in his heart. There was no immortal force in this world. Back then, when he had just come into contact with the outside world, he only felt that a force like the South Pole Immortal Island was like a giant. High and mighty. But now, he could already look down on many experts of the Sub-Emperor realm. And the South Pole Immortal Island had become a cloud of the past. The main hall had not collapsed yet, and there was a large formation protecting the main hall. "Help me guard the pass," Lin Feng said. He planned to refine the South Pole Immortal Source and perhaps achieve a breakthrough. "Yes, young master," Du Zhu and the evil Lord Saint responded. Lin Feng entered the main hall to refine the South Pole Immortal Source. Du Zhu and the evil Lord Saint guarded outside, preventing anyone from approaching. Lin Feng devoured the South Pole Immortal Source. The South Pole Immortal Source turned into the purest energy and poured into his body. 3 days later, Lin Feng came out of seclusion. This time, he had obtained huge benefits from refining the South Pole Immortal Source. Lin Feng's words were too arrogant, but the cultivators who saw Lin Feng's attack didn't think so. Lin Feng was indeed too powerful. If Lin Feng didn't have the strength to say these words, many people would scoff at him. But now, the surrounding cultivators felt that Lin Feng's words were full of boundless dominance. It made their blood boil and their battle intent surge. "Kid. No matter how strong you are, even if you have the combat strength of a heaven-defying monster, do you think you can defeat the 12 of us?" Gongyang Kanri's voice was extremely cold. Among the 12 boundary emperors, the weakest 4 were those who reached the 20th, 23rd, 24th, and 26th stone steps. The remaining 8 people were quasi-emperor realm cultivators who had reached the 34th, 39th, 41st, 48th, 55th, 59th, 61st and 65th stone steps respectively. Apart from Gongyang Kanri, the other boundary emperor who reached the 60th stone step was called Wang Mushan. He was from the Stellar Rahula clan. The Stellar Rahula clan was an extremely powerful clan among the extraterrestrial races. They had a long history and had countless experts. Therefore, among the 12 boundary emperors, 2 of them were top experts who had reached the 60th stone step. The 12 boundary emperors naturally didn't fear Lin Feng. Lin Feng put away the black flame bow and took out the infernal demon spear. With the infernal demon spear in hand, he walked toward the 12 boundary emperors and said coldly, "Killing all of you is a piece of cake." Lin Feng's words were extremely arrogant. The 12 boundary emperors were top experts after all. When they joined forces, their combat strength would be even more terrifying. But now, in Lin Feng's eyes, they were so weak. Many people muttered, "Is Lin Feng really that powerful? Kill him." Gongyang Kanri couldn't help but shout coldly. He took the lead to condense a divine ability and attacked Lin Feng. Gongyang Kanri's divine ability was called Great Sun Destroys the World. He condensed a great sun. That sun seemed to be able to burn the sky and boil the sea. Its power was unimaginably terrifying, and it directly suppressed Lin Feng. Star Gathering Hand. Sky-breaking technique of flowing clouds. Void Samsara Slash. Divine Art of Withering Solitude. Heavenly Tao God-shattering palm. 6 paths of destruction. Buddha's angry immortal fist. Great devil Vajra fist. Flying leaves technique. Godly slaughter fist. Nirvana heaven art. The 12 quasi-emperors unleashed their powerful divine abilities one after another towards Lin Feng. Every single one of them was a top-notch ability passed down from their respective races, and they were all extraordinarily powerful. When the 12 quasi-emperors attacked together, the destructive power of these remarkable abilities was naturally very shocking. Facing the attacks of the 12 quasi-emperors, Lin Feng had an indifferent expression. He immediately used magic immunity, and when the opponent's attack landed on his body, he was immediately hit by the attack. The magic power immunity immediately blocked the attacks of the 12 quasi-emperors. How is this possible? Everyone who saw this scene was completely dumbfounded. They simply couldn't believe their eyes. Those were the joint attacks of the 12 quasi-emperors, and they couldn't even break through Lin Feng's defense. Lin Feng's defense was too heaven-defying, wasn't it? Swoosh! At this moment, Lin Feng's figure swayed, and as if he had teleported, he appeared in front of a quasi-emperor. The battle spear in his hand directly pierced through the void, and pierced through the chest of that quasi-emperor. How dare you! The other 11 quasi-emperors couldn't help but roar in anger. Lin Feng didn't care about those people at all, and the battle spear in his hand was as fast as lightning. And that quasi-emperor wanted to dodge, but it was already too late for him to dodge Lin Feng's attack. There was a piercing sound. The battle spear in Lin Feng's hand instantly pierced through that quasi-emperor's chest. Then, Lin Feng's right hand shook. Bang! That quasi-emperor's physical body directly exploded. Then, Lin Feng grabbed his opponent's soul with his hand. The attack just now didn't destroy his opponent's soul, but only his physical body. Ha 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 ha, the soul of a quasi-emperor is quite good, just right to throw it into the ghost-raising jar and feed 2 ghost emperors. Lin Feng couldn't help but laugh. The second ghost emperor had been born, but the 2 ghost emperors had their own consciousness, and Lin Feng couldn't subdue them for now. However, this didn't stop Lin Feng from making the 2 ghost emperors stronger. In the future, he would definitely be able to subdue the 2 ghost emperors. No, I'd rather die than become food for the ghost emperors. A terrified cry came from that soul. Becoming food for the ghost emperors, bit by bit, being devoured by the ghost emperors. It was a fate worse than death. Lin Feng didn't care at all about this quasi-emperor's soul begging for mercy. He threw this quasi-emperor's soul into the ghost-raising jar. Now it's your turn. Lin Feng's voice was cold as he locked onto his second target and quickly attacked. Take out your Dharma treasures and kill him. Gongyang Kanri shouted in a deep voice. He saw that the runes that appeared on Lin Feng's body could be immune to their divine ability attacks. Gongyang Kanri thought of the Great Immunity Technique, one of the 3,000 Great Daos. The Great Immunity Technique recorded in the Great Immunity Technique was to be immune to divine ability attacks. Since that was the case, he would use his Dharma treasures. The Dharma immunity rune could be immune to divine ability attacks, but it definitely couldn't be immune to Dharma treasure attacks. Swish, 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 a burst of light flashed. The remaining 11 quasi-emperor experts all took out their Dharma treasures. They controlled their Dharma treasures to attack Lin Feng. The moon-breaking sword shattered the void and slashed toward Lin Feng. The meteor hammer streaked across the sky and smashed toward Lin Feng. The Stardow hammer shattered the sky and swept toward Lin Feng. The dragon blood axe split heaven and earth and slashed toward Lin Feng. Fire dragon saber, god-slaying ruler, and other Dharma treasures were all taken out and locked onto Lin Feng, making it impossible for Lin Feng to dodge. The 11 quasi-emperors looked indifferent, as if they had already seen the scene of Lin Feng being killed. Heaven-devouring jar. At this moment, Lin Feng took out the heaven-devouring jar, which was a supreme treasure forged by the heaven-devouring demon emperor. Although this supreme treasure had lost its attacking power because it was incomplete, it could still devour all the supreme treasures in the world. After Lin Feng took out the heaven-devouring jar, it suddenly sucked in. The 11 powerful Dharma treasures were all directly devoured by the heaven-devouring jar. Then, the heaven-devouring jar forcibly wiped out the spiritual connection between the 11 quasi-emperors and their Dharma treasures. The 11 quasi-emperors suffered a backlash and their faces turned pale. Qi into 3 pure ones. Lin Feng shouted in a low voice, activated his divine ability, and split into 3. This Qi into 3 pure ones was a divine ability that was comprehended from the chant passed down by Yuanqing Daoist master. Once used, Lin Feng could split into 3 for a short period of time. The 3 Lin Feng held the Purgatory Fiend Spear, the Black Dragon Sword, and the 5 Dragon Wheel respectively and attacked the 3 Quasi-Emperors. Poof. Poof. Poof, the sound of flesh being torn apart could be heard. The 3 Quasi-Emperors were killed directly. 4 of the 12 Boundary Emperors had been killed by Lin Feng. The rest of the Boundary Emperors were scared out of their wits. Even the 2 Boundary Emperors who had crossed the threshold of the 60th step felt a deep sense of fear in their hearts at this moment. Lin Feng was simply too heaven-defying. Even they were far from Lin Feng's ability. If Lin Feng was only 1 Boundary Emperor, they might be able to fight to the death with him. But now, Lin Feng had split into 3. This method was simply too heaven-defying. Could it be the 1 Qi into 3 pure ones? A cultivator said as he thought of an ancient divine ability. This was the inheritance of Taoism. A breath of primordial Qi. 3 sacred venerables. 3 pure ones controlled billions of Daos. All the worlds in the universe were at peace. This was a chant passed down from Taoism. It talked about the 1 Qi into 3 pure ones. A ball of primordial Qi born from heaven and earth turned into 3 sacred venerables. These 3 sacred venerables were the so-called 3 pure ones. They were Heavenly Lord Yuanshi, Heavenly Lord Ling Bao, and Heavenly Lord Dao Da. Of course, it was not clear if these rumors were true, but the 1 Qi into 3 pure ones was passed down. This was one of the most ancient and powerful divine abilities of Taoism. Who is this person? He has even learned this legendary divine ability. Countless people were puzzled. Not only the myriad races, but also the foreign cultivators were puzzled. Even the cultivators of the Tianwu continent were extremely puzzled. They wanted to know Lin Feng's identity. Lin Feng seemed to have appeared out of thin air, shocking the world. You can't escape. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. The 3 Lin Feng's epic dominance, white tiger dominance, and supreme dominance were displayed at the same time. It was equivalent to 9 types of dominance stacked together. The magnetic field formed also became many times more terrifying than before. Now, it could not be said that Lin Feng was invincible under the Great Emperor realm. But at the very least, it was very difficult for anyone to be a match for Lin Feng. Even those heaven-defying geniuses could not. Unless those heaven-defying heaven realm experts were much stronger than Lin Feng, they might be able to suppress Lin Feng. If they were heaven-defying geniuses who were at the same level as Lin Feng was confident that he could kill them instantly. Lin Feng could no longer be described as heaven-defying. When the magnetic field formed by the 9 domineering auras enveloped the area. Bang bang bang, the sound of bodies exploding could be heard. The 3 weaker quasi-emperors could not withstand the magnetic field formed by the 9 types of tyrannical Qi stacked together. As a result, he suffered a calamity. Seeing this scene, the surrounding cultivators were so scared that their bodies trembled. Wasn't this too terrifying? His aura was oppressive. He had actually killed 3 quasi-emperor level experts. This was simply too shocking to hear. Spare me, there were still 5 quasi-emperors who had not fallen, but they were now trapped by the magnetic field and could not escape. All of them looked at Lin Feng in horror. Their faces were full of pleading, hoping that Lin Feng would let them live. They had never been so desperate before, and they were facing such a young human cultivator. However, Lin Feng's strength made their souls tremble. Lin Feng said indifferently, "Have you ever thought of sparing the lives of those people from the South Pole Immortal Island? Did the South Pole Immortal Island offend you? Hundreds of thousands of people were slaughtered by you, and the surrounding 100 miles turned into a sea of blood. Do you really think you can do whatever you want? Do you really think the humans of the Tianwu continent can be killed by you at will? Then you are gravely mistaken. A debt of blood must be repaid with blood." Pft. 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 As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng raised his hand and slashed down. Heads were chopped off one by one, and blood splattered everywhere. The corpses of the 5 quasi-emperors all fell down. Lin Feng threw their souls into the ghost-raising jar, He let them taste endless pain before they died. Then, Lin Feng dissipated the other two bodies. Let's go. Lin Feng looked at Du Zhu and the evil Dominator Saint, and then walked into the distance. Du Zhu and the evil Dominator Saint followed closely behind. Everyone opened a path for Lin Feng, looking at Lin Feng with eyes full of reverence, as if they were looking at a god. The killing of 13 quasi-emperors from the extraterritorial races in the South Sea world was naturally impossible to hide. Soon, this news spread throughout the Tianwu continent, causing a huge uproar. It's a human cultivator, and a native of the Tianwu continent. He's extremely powerful. He killed Xue Wuzhong on the ruins of the South Pole Immortal Island, then went to Kanglin Island to kill the other 12 quasi-emperors and more than 2,000 experts from the extraterritorial races. Basically, the extraterritorial race cultivators who destroyed the South Pole Immortal Island were all killed by him. Does this person have something to do with the South Pole Immortal Island? Is he taking action this time to avenge the dead human cultivators of the South Pole Immortal Island? I'm not sure about that, but with such a powerful cultivator appearing in the human race, I'm afraid the Tianwu continent will be stirred up again. The entire Tianwu continent was in a state of turmoil because of this matter. The cultivators of the Tianwu continent were naturally elated. However, the myriad races, extraterritorial races, and other foreign cultivators were not in a good mood. They were all invaders. Naturally, they did not want the native cultivators of the Tianwu continent to have an expert. This was a huge threat to them. A month later, Lin Feng arrived in the East region. This was a region of the Tianwu continent near the East Sea. Currently, the East region was barren for thousands of miles, like a ghost town. Compared to the prosperous Eastern region of the past, it was a strong contrast. Boom, a violent fluctuation came from afar. This was the fluctuation of magic power. Cultivators were fighting. Let's go and take a look, Lin Feng said. Soon, they saw the two sides of the battle. It was a group of myriad races cultivators. There were about 300 of them, surrounding more than 100 human cultivators. The myriad races cultivators were tyrannical as they surrounded and attacked the human cultivators. Human cultivators were constantly being killed. Yanqing. Lin Feng saw one of the human cultivators and was stunned. He had some impression of this person. In the past, Lin Feng had met his sister, Yan Ruyu, a few times. Yan Ruyu was one of the top 10 beauties of the East region back then, and was known as the twin pearls with Xianxia. Furthermore, the Yan family was the royal family of the East region's Aolai country. Yan Ruyu was the princess of Aolai country, and Yanqing was the prince of Aolai country. After not seeing each other for so many years, he never thought that he would see Yanqing here. Furthermore, Yanqing was being besieged by the myriad races cultivators. Lin Feng and the other two flew over. Kill them, Lin Feng said indifferently. Yes, young master. The poison ancestor and the evil dominator saint responded and joined the battle. Du Zhu had long since recovered his quasi-emperor realm. The evil sovereign saint had also broken through to the quasi-emperor realm. Who are you? How dare you interfere in the matters of our myriad races? Are you tired of living? A myriad races cultivator shouted angrily, his killing intent overflowing. These myriad races cultivators had always been high and mighty in the 9 prefectures. This was the first time they had seen someone who dared to take the initiative to attack or even kill them. Don't leave a single one alive. Lin Feng had his hands behind his back. His expression was indifferent, and his voice was filled with cold killing intent. Among these people, only the leading cultivator was at the heavenly god realm. The rest were all at the divine fire realm. This kind of cultivation was naturally no threat to Du Zhu and the evil supremacy saint. Not long after, the group of myriad races cultivators were all killed. Thank you for saving our lives, young master. Yanqing hurried forward to thank him. Yanqing's cultivation had already broken through to the void god realm, and the cultivators around Yanqing were all at the deity realm, and there was even a heavenly god realm cultivator. It seemed that the change of heaven and earth might have started from the Sky Martial continent. Then, it spread from the Sky Martial continent to the 9 prefectures. Then, with the 9 prefectures' great world as the starting point, it spread to the various worlds. Do you still remember who I am? Lin Feng looked at Yanqing and said. Previously, Yanqing did not dare to look at Lin Feng carefully. Now that he heard Lin Feng's words, he could not help but be slightly stunned. He raised his head and looked at Lin Feng. He felt that Lin Feng was somewhat familiar. Suddenly, a figure appeared in Yanqing's mind. Back then, at the 10,000 Flower Hall's gathering of geniuses, Lin Feng had appeared. He followed beside Xikong Jiayue. Later on, the Sky Martial continent was in chaos, and Lin Feng rose to prominence. He even became the leader of the East Sea Cultivator Army, leading the East Sea Cultivator Army to fight against the Heavenly Demon Army. Lin Feng's reputation could be said to be known by everyone. Yanqing had seen Lin Feng twice, but he had never spoken to Lin Feng. Many years had passed. Memories surged in his mind. He looked at Lin Feng excitedly and said, Lin Gongzi. I heard that you went to the 9 prefectures, but I didn't expect you to come back. Lin Feng nodded and said, I just returned from the 9 provinces. How did you offend these cultivators? Hearing Lin Feng's words, Yanqing hurriedly said, it was a person called Saint Devil Prince from the Wan tribe. He took a fancy to our family's ancestral magic treasure, the immortal AO sword. It's a top-notch quasi-emperor weapon that's close to being an emperor weapon. If it's refined by a peerless expert, it might become a true emperor weapon. When Saint Devil Prince heard about it, he sent people over. In just one night, more than 10,000 people of our Aolai immortal country were slaughtered. Hearing Yanqing's words, Lin Feng's expression suddenly changed. Aolai ancient capital was a famous ancient capital in the eastern region. At its peak, it had a population of more than 1 billion. However, after the Heavenly Demon Rebellion, the 72 prefectures in the north were filled with corpses. Aolai state was also affected. Countless people died tragically. Later on, Lin Feng led the East Sea Cultivator Army and fought against the Heavenly Demons, gradually recovering the 72 prefectures in the north. The 72 prefectures that were originally abandoned were rebuilt and gradually regained their vitality. Aolai ancient capital was also rebuilt. It's just that after so many years, it still hasn't recovered its vitality. This time, more than 100 million people in Aolai ancient capital were slaughtered. Such a huge massacre caused Lin Feng's heart to be filled with endless killing intent. Yanqing continued, this Saint Devil Prince reared a sky-splitting concave. It's said that the sky-splitting concave is a desolate beast that needs to devour large amounts of flesh and blood every day. Saint Devil Prince has already slaughtered 36 cities. The people who died are all food for the sky-splitting concave. Hearing this, Lin Feng felt that the killing intent in his chest could no longer be suppressed. How many people were there in 36 cities? They were actually killed by this person and fed to a beast. He completely treated human lives as grass. It was as if the Sky Martial continent had returned to a dark era in history. At that time, the human race was weak, including the 9 prefectures. The human race was enslaved by the myriad races. They were worse than livestock. The myriad races could slaughter the human race however they wanted. They could humiliate the human race however they wanted. What was the difference between the current Sky Martial continent and the Sky Martial continent of the Dark Era? The human race was reduced to slaves. They were bullied and killed. But they didn't have the power to resist. Thus, the great change in the world was a disaster for the Sky Martial continent and the 9 prefectures. Where's your elder sister, Yan Ruyu? Lin Feng couldn't help but ask. He thought of Yan Ruyu, that top-quality beauty, and wondered how she was doing. My elder sister escaped in another direction. I don't know what's the situation now. Yanqing said. Lin Feng continued asking, do you know where that Saint Devil Prince lives? Lin Feng asked. Saint Devil Prince built a Saint Devil City. He currently lives in the Saint Devil City. The Saint Devil City is a place where the myriad races, alien races, and foreign cultivators gather. Yanqing said. Alright, bring me to the Saint Devil City to take a look. Lin Feng said. Young master, please follow me. Yanqing said as he led the way, flying in the direction of the Saint Devil City. The Saint Devil City was huge and bustling. When Lin Feng and the rest entered the Saint Devil City, the originally noisy Saint Devil City quieted down. There were human cultivators in the Saint Devil City. However, those human cultivators were all captured as slaves. Since when did humans dare to strut around the streets of the holy demon city so openly? Thus, many people found it inconceivable. Reckless fool, do you think the Saint Devil City is a place you can casually barge into? A myriad race cultivator sneered. He was from the Berserk Devil Giant race. The Berserk Devil Giant race was very special. Their bloodline could go berserk. Once they went berserk, their battle prowess would increase greatly. The Berserk Devil Giant race cultivator sent a palm strike toward Lin Feng. Lowly human cultivator, how dare you barge into the Saint Devil City? You're courting death. Ha 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 ha, do you think that kid will be smashed into meat paste with a single slap? Many cultivators laughed out loud. They looked at Lin Feng as if they were looking at a dead man. In their opinion, it was impossible for Lin Feng to withstand the terrifying attack of the Berserk Devil Giant race cultivator. Seeing that the Berserk Devil Giant race cultivator's attack was about to land on Lin Feng's body, Lin Feng made his move. He raised his right hand and gently swiped in the air. A sword chi shot out, slashing towards the Berserk Devil Giant race cultivator. When the Berserk Devil Giant race cultivator felt the power of the sword chi, his expression suddenly changed. He threw a punch at the sword chi that was slashing towards him. But it was too late. The sword chi that Lin Feng slashed out was simply too fast. In an instant, it arrived in front of the Berserk Devil Giant race cultivator. A poochie sound was heard. Blood splattered as the Berserk Devil Giant race cultivator was split into two by Lin Feng on the spot. The Berserk Devil Giant race was a royal race among the myriad races. Therefore, this race was extremely powerful. Now, this Berserk Devil Giant race cultivator was actually killed by Lin Feng in an instant. The surrounding cultivators were unable to react in time. Brat, you actually dare to commit murder in the holy demon city, you're courting death. Attack together, kill these people. The cultivators of the myriad races in the holy demon city, the foreign races, and some other foreign cultivators all shouted coldly. The holy demon city was where the cultivators from all three sides gathered. Unless they were slaves of the human race. Or else. Humans were not allowed to enter. Now, Lin Feng had led a group of human clan cultivators into the holy demon city, and even killed the Berserk Devil Giant race cultivator in the holy demon city. Wasn't this provoking the cultivators of the holy demon city? Let's fight, who's afraid of who? Killing one won't be a loss, killing two will still be a gain. Yanqing took out his weapon and gritted his teeth as he looked at the densely packed myriad races, and foreign cultivators. These people had wreaked havoc in the Sky Martial continent, and in these years, the population of the Sky Martial continent had shrunk rapidly. Not even a tenth of the original population was left. A group of people had died during the demonic upheaval. However, the demonic upheaval did not harm the foundation of the Sky Martial continent. It was after these myriad races cultivators, and foreign cultivators descended on the Sky Martial continent. The Sky Martial continent had truly been injured. A large number of Sky Martial continent cultivators and even ordinary people were massacred. Corpses littered the ground, and it was simply like purgatory on earth. Now, Aolai ancient capital had not escaped such misfortune. Many of Yanqing's family members had died tragically. His hatred for the myriad races, the alien races, and the foreign powers could not be described with words. Kill, kill, kill. 20 years later, you will be a hero again. The 100 cultivators beside Yanqing also had bloodshot eyes, they were not afraid of fighting. Their relatives were basically all in Aolai ancient capital, but they had all died tragically. The hatred in their hearts could not be washed away by the water of the four seas. Everyone's heart was filled with killing intent. Brothers, there's no need to be so agitated. It's just a bunch of cats and dogs. What do you think? I'll teach them a lesson. Duzu said calmly. Go to hell. After hearing Duzu's arrogant words, many cultivators of the Saint Demon City rushed towards Duzu. Since Duzu dared to look down on them, how could the cultivators of the Holy Demon City swallow this insult? Spirit of poison, spirit of poison. At this time, Duzu began to use his ultimate move. Endless amounts of poison gushed out from his body. How did the name Duzu come about? It was because this guy was most proficient in the art of poison. Du Zhu's poison techniques were unparalleled. Even without any highly toxic ingredients, even if there was only air around him, Du Zhu could change the composition of the air and turn it into highly toxic air. This was what made Du Zhu so terrifying. Now, Du Zhu's cultivation had recovered to the quasi-emperor realm and was even more refined than before. His methods were even more terrifying and bizarre. The poison released by Du Zhu gave birth to numerous spirits of poison. These spirits of poison were condensed from the essence of poison. Any cultivator who came into contact with these spirits of poison would immediately die. The poison spread out. The cultivators of the holy demon city were all enveloped by Du Zhu's poison. Those who were attacked by the spirits of poison died instantly. Those who weren't attacked by the spirits of poison fell to the ground one after another and struggled in pain. Xianxia and the others stared at the scene in front of them, dumbfounded. Then, they revealed looks of admiration. Du Zhu's poison techniques were too terrifying. Fortunately, they weren't enemies with Du Zhu. If they were, it would be a nightmare. Lin Feng waved his hand and dense formation runes appeared in the air. The formation runes sealed off the holy demon city. Don't these alien races and foreign cultivators like to massacre cities? Today, we'll massacre the city as well. Other than the human slaves they captured, kill everyone else. Lin Feng said. Yes, young master. Du Zhu and the heretic sovereign sage hurriedly responded. Lin Feng left Du Zhu, the heretic sovereign sage, Xianxia, and the others to deal with the cultivators in the holy demon city. Meanwhile, he used void transference. He headed toward the palace in the depths of the holy demon city. The palace in the depths of the holy demon city was where the holy demon prince resided. This palace was luxuriously built and heavily guarded. Lin Feng appeared at the entrance of the palace. Stop. How dare you barge into the holy demon prince's palace? Are you tired of living? A guard looked coldly at Lin Feng. Lin Feng stepped forward and grabbed the guard's neck. Brat, how dare you fight outside the holy demon prince's palace? Are you tired of living? Hurry up and put him down. Dozens of guards surrounded Lin Feng, their eyes flashing with killing intent. Is the holy demon prince inside? Lin Feng asked coldly. Of course, the holy demon prince is inside. Furthermore, he's enjoying a top-grade beauty that was just captured. Why are you looking for the holy demon prince? The guard captain looked coldly at Lin Feng. A top-grade beauty that was just captured? Lin Feng's expression sank. Could it be Yan Ryu? Lin Feng couldn't be sure if it was Yan Ryu or not, but when he heard the guard captain's words, Yan Ryu's beautiful face involuntarily appeared in his mind. Even though he had only met Yan Ryu once. And it was many years ago. However, Yan Ryu was simply too beautiful. After seeing it once, it was hard to forget that peerless face that could be broken by blowing on it. Go to hell. Lin Feng sneered. Gotcha. First, he broke the neck of the guard that he had captured. Then, he flicked his finger. Streaks of sword chi shot out in all directions. Pooh. Pooh. Tearing sounds rang out incessantly. Everyone was dismembered by Lin Feng's sword chi. Lin Feng then soared into the sky and flew towards the depths of the palace. Who's there? How dare you barge into the holy demon prince's residence? You're courting death. Kill him with arrows. The holy demon prince's residence was heavily guarded. Immediately, countless arrows shot towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng waved his hand, breaking all the arrows. Then, he sent out palm strikes towards the cultivators below. Bang bang bang, a large number of cultivators were killed by Lin Feng. None of them could block Lin Feng's attacks. Apocalyptic sword art. Right at that moment, a strong cultivator of the Huangqi layer jumped forwards. He took out his sword and threw it at Lin Feng. Sword chi swept across the area, transforming into 1,000 zhang sword ray. Xianxia has made his move. Xianxia is young master sword slave. His sword techniques are heaven-defying. This person will definitely die. Seeing that cultivator make his move, many of the cultivators of the myriad races cried out in alarm. Looking at Lin Feng, they immediately revealed a cold smile. It was as if they were looking at a dead man. Xianxia was a human cultivator. His talent was extraordinary, and his sword techniques were extremely powerful. In the past, when he was a slave, he was bought by the sacred demon race. After the sacred demon race discovered his talent, they focused on nurturing him. Xianxia had finally become a top-notch sword expert. The sword that was slashing towards Lin Feng was extremely terrifying. As a human, helping the tyrant to kill his own kind is even more deserving of death. Lin Feng's voice was indifferent, and with a palm strike, he broke Xianxia's sword chi. Then, he arrived in front of Xianxia and grabbed his head. Bang! Xianxia's head exploded. It was crushed by Lin Feng with one hand. Main hall. On the white jade bed, a woman's body was restrained. This woman was tall and charming. Her face was absolutely beautiful. She was simply a beauty in the world. This woman was none other than Yanryu. Many years had passed, but Yanryu was still as beautiful as a woman who had walked out of a painting. There was a saying that this woman should not exist in the world, and it was referring to a woman like Yanryu. Whether it was temperament, face, or figure, Yanryu was an impeccable peerless beauty. Hee, looks like you're still a virgin, not bad, not bad, a man stood in front of the white jade bed. This man was extremely handsome, but his eyes were incomparably evil. His body emitted a soft and feminine aura. And those eyes were like the eyes of a venomous snake in the darkness. Take a look. It made one's heart involuntarily tremble. This man was the holy demon young master. Not far from the white jade bed, there was a lion-sized heaven-splitting concave. The heaven-splitting concave looked like a lion, but it had dragon eyes, dragon nose, dragon horns, dragon whiskers, and dragon tail. Its body was not covered in fur. Instead, it was covered in scales, which looked like the scales of the snake race. Cold, dark. This kind of vicious beast was extremely terrifying and ferocious. Looking at the top-quality beauty on the white jade bed, the holy demon young master already couldn't wait to enjoy her. As Yanryu's body was imprisoned, she was unable to resist. His heart was already filled with despair. She was filled with despair. If she could die, she would bite her tongue to commit suicide. However, she didn't even have the ability to bite her tongue to commit suicide. The demon young master pounced forward. He wanted to do something to Yanryu at this moment. There was a sound. That human cultivator's cultivator was killed by that human cultivator, and he cultivators is his master is his master is master is. Master SSS, he s, SS is, and he's is. Question mark? Lowly human cultivator? He actually dares to come to this young master's territory and cause trouble. He's simply tired of living. This young master wants to see who this human cultivator is. After this young master catches him, I'll slice off his flesh piece by piece and pull out his soul and throw him into hell. I'll let him suffer for eternity and never let him reincarnate. The holy demon young master revealed a sinister smile. He stood up from the bed and looked at Yanryu, saying sinisterly, "Beauty, this young master will be back soon. At that time, I'll let you have a taste of what it's like to be a real woman." The holy demon young master then walked out. Heaven-splitting concave also stood up and followed beside the holy demon young master, walking out. Yanryu's SSSS was in chaos. At this moment, a human cultivator actually appeared here. Who was that human cultivator? Why was he here? Was he here to kill the holy demon young master? Yanryu hoped that the human cultivator would be able to kill the holy demon young master. That way, he would be able to escape. Although Yanryu knew that the possibility of such a thing happening was not high. But there was still hope. Yanryu began to pray. Outside the main palace, Lin Feng had killed his way in. There was already a river of blood. The moment the holy demon young master and heaven-splitting concave walked out of the main palace, they saw Lin Feng floating in midair. Little B** starred, "You didn't leave heaven but barged into hell. Since you're looking for death, then this young master will let you die without a burial ground." The moment the holy demon young master said that, he waved his hand. Zhui Tian'ao understood and roared furiously. He then rose up in the air and threw himself at Lin Feng. Swish swish swish. Suddenly, heaven-splitting concave's body disappeared. He teleported and appeared tens of meters away before disappearing again. In the next moment, he appeared in front of Lin Feng. He opened his bloody mouth and bit towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng dodged the heaven-splitting concave's bloody mouth and grabbed onto the heaven-splitting concave's front limbs. The reason why I massacred the innocent people of the 36 cities of Sky Marshall Continent was to feed a B***starred like you. Today, I will send you to hell. Lin Feng's voice was cold. The moment he said that, he could not help but roar. A poochie sound rang out. In that instant, the heaven-splitting concave was torn into two by Lin Feng. You deserve to die. This young master will tear you into pieces. Seeing the beast that he had reared being killed by Lin Feng, the holy demon young master's eyes turned red. He soared into the sky and sent a palm towards Lin Feng. Wind and thunder transformation, invincible. The holy demon young master roared out. Boundless wind and thunder energy condensed and coiled around the holy demon young master's palm. The holy demon young master seemed to have transformed into an immortal wind and thunder god. This person's fighting strength was extremely strong. Among all the opponents that Lin Feng had encountered, this holy demon young master could be considered as one of the best. This person came from the holy demon race of the myriad races. The holy demon race was one of the top 10 races of the myriad races. Their strength was not inferior to the ancient god race. This race was extremely terrifying. The holy demon young master was a direct descendant of this race. Hence, it was not surprising that he had such strength. Facing the terrifying attack of the holy demon young master, Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He also sent out a punch. This punch was surrounded by an extremely strange power. This power seemed to be the power of time. However, this power was not the power of time. Bang! Lin Feng and the holy demon young master clashed. In that instant, the holy demon young master was pushed back dozens of meters by Lin Feng. This caused the holy demon young master's face to turn ugly. He had never been at a disadvantage when fighting with others. But now, he was at a disadvantage when fighting with Lin Feng. This caused the holy demon young master to feel an unprecedented sense of humiliation. The holy demon young master was about to use an even stronger sacred art to deal with Lin Feng. But at this moment, the holy demon young master was shocked to discover that his spiritual power was rapidly depleting. In the blink of an eye, the holy demon young master had turned into a 4 or 5-year-old child. His fighting strength had dropped drastically. He did not even have a tenth of his previous fighting strength. This sacred art was the second part of Lin Feng's great reincarnation art. Once struck, one's body would shrink rapidly. Like aging, one's fighting strength would weaken greatly. When Lin Feng saw that Prince Holy Monster had been attacked, he quickly ran towards him and stomped on him. Just as the foot was about to land on Saint Demon Prince's body, Saint Demon Prince quickly dodged to the side, dodging Lin Feng's foot. Although he had turned into a child, his fighting strength had decreased greatly. But Saint Demon Prince's speed and reaction were still extremely fast. He easily dodged Lin Feng's attack. Bang! Lin Feng punched at Saint Demon Prince. His divine fist was invincible, shattering the void. This time, Saint Demon Prince wanted to dodge Lin Feng's attack like before. But this time, he did not succeed. Lin Feng's powerful punch landed on Saint Demon Prince's body, sending him flying. Wah! Saint Demon Prince could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood, his face turning as white as paper. Lin Feng raised his foot and kicked at Saint Demon Prince. You're usually high and mighty. Today, I'll let you have a taste of being stepped on. Bang! Lin Feng's foot landed on Saint Demon Prince's face, sending him flying tens of meters away. A huge footprint appeared on Saint Demon Prince's face. You dare to humiliate me like this? Saint Demon Prince roared in rage, his eyes turning blood red. Born in the Saint Demon race, he had always been a high and mighty existence. Even in the myriad races, Saint Demon Prince was an existence that could do whatever he wanted. He had always been the one bullying and humiliating others. When had he ever been bullied and humiliated? But now, in the Sky Marshall Continent, where there were so few experts, he was being humiliated by Lin Feng. The flames of anger were about to ignite Saint Demon Prince's entire being. Lin Feng said indifferently, "Humiliate you? Are you worthy? Today, I will take your life and feed your soul to the evil spirits. I'll let you taste endless pain before you die. Only in this way can the innocent people who died be comforted. With that, Lin Feng charged towards Saint Demon Prince once again, sending a punch towards him. In the face of Lin Feng's terrifying punch. Now that Holy Demon Young Master's battle strength was greatly reduced, he was not Lin Feng's match at all. Once again, he was sent flying by Lin Feng. Moreover, he was beaten by Lin Feng to the point where he spat out large mouthfuls of blood. His face was as white as paper. He didn't know how many of his bones were broken. For a person like you, even if you die 1,000 times, or even 10,000 times, your death will not be regrettable. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent as his attacks became even more ferocious. He wanted to kill Saint Demon Prince. At this time, Saint Demon Prince opened his mouth and spat out a magic treasure. It was a jade scepter. The ruby jade was engraved with the image of the Taoist three pristine supremes. Heavenly Lord Xianxia was in the middle. Primogenitor Ling Bao was on the right. Heavenly Lord Daoda was on the left. This treasure was extremely extraordinary. After it was taken out, it emitted a powerful ripple before sweeping towards Lin Feng. Out of nowhere, a terrifying force struck Lin Feng. That force was as though it could topple mountains and overturn seas. The power was extremely terrifying. It sent Lin Feng flying. Cough, cough, cough. Lin Feng coughed violently. After receiving the attack of the jade scepter, Lin Feng was injured to a certain extent. What kind of treasure is this? Lin Feng looked at the jade scepter in shock. A treasure like the jade scepter was relatively rare. In history, one of the more powerful jade scepter treasures was the jade scepter of the mystical maiden of the 9 heavens. It was a jade scepter that was nurtured by the heavens and earth, and was a Xianxia spiritual treasure. Therefore, it was extremely powerful. There were other jade scepters. Very few of them could be considered as top-grade treasures. However, the jade scepter that Saint Demon Prince had taken out was definitely an extremely powerful treasure. This is the three pristine jade scepter, a treasure passed down from Taoism. With the three pristine jade scepter, you're dead meat today. Saint Demon Prince's face was filled with a sinister smile as he controlled the three pristine jade scepter to attack Lin Feng. Bang, 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 the three pristine jade scepter was extremely strange. It could unleash an invisible force that was impossible to defend against. Lin Feng was sent flying by the three pristine jade scepter, and his face turned even paler. Damn it, this jade scepter is so strange. Lin Feng's face turned gloomy. The jade scepter's attack was similar to the great curse art. It was an attack that had no trajectory to follow. Therefore, there was no way to counter the jade scepter's attack. Lin Feng took out the stone sword, the 9 demons picture, and the 5 dragons wheel and attacked the jade scepter. However, Saint Demon Prince still waved his jade scepter in the face of the 3 treasures' attacks. Bang, 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 3 invisible forces slammed into Lin Feng's 3 treasures. Then, the 3 treasures deviated from the direction of attack. Although the 3 pristine jade scepter might not be able to block the attacks of the 3 treasures, it only needed to change the direction of the attacks of the 3 treasures. This was something that could be done. The 3 pristine jade scepter was powerful because every time it was waved, it could unleash a terrifying attack. And the power of this attack was extremely tyrannical and terrifying. After blocking the attacks of Lin Feng's 3 treasures, Saint Demon Prince's body recovered. Saint Demon Prince sneered and said, I really thought that you had the ability to shrink me. So it's only temporary. Now that I've recovered, it's time for you to die. Saint Demon Prince's voice fell as he continued to control the 3 pristine jade scepter to attack Lin Feng. Bang, 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 the attacks of the 3 pristine jade scepter continuously swept onto Lin Feng's body, sending Lin Feng flying. Lin Feng couldn't help but cough out a mouthful of blood. His face became extremely gloomy. This couldn't go on. He had to break the 3 pristine jade scepter's attacks. Or else he would lose this battle sooner or later. Soon, Lin Feng thought of a way to break the 3 pristine jade scepter. Lin Feng brought out the 4 vicious cauldron and entered it. Clang, 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 the attacks of the 3 pristine jade scepter all landed on the 4 vicious cauldron. The defensive power of the 4 vicious cauldron was simply too strong. The attacks of the three pristine jade scepter were unable to break through the defense of the four vicious cauldron. Although the attacks of the three pristine jade scepter were very strange, it was still different from the Great Curse technique. The Great Curse technique attacked the opponent from the inside out. But the three pristine jade scepter attacked the opponent from the outside. If the Great Curse technique was used, no matter what treasure the opponent was hiding in, they would be injured by the Great Curse technique. Ordinary defensive magic treasures wouldn't be able to withstand the three pure jade rui's attack. Ordinary defensive magic treasures would release energy barriers to protect the cultivator. Since the three pure jade rui's attack was so powerful, wouldn't it be easy to break through the energy barriers? However, the four ferocious cauldron was different. It was a cauldron. Lin Feng entered the cauldron. He closed the lid of the cauldron. If Saint Demon Prince wanted to break through the four ferocious cauldron's defense, he would need to destroy the cauldron's body. The materials used to forge the four ferocious cauldron were peak-grade god materials. Moreover, it was fused with some materials used to forge emperor weapons. It was incomparably tough. How could it be destroyed so easily? Seeing the four ferocious cauldron block the three pure jade rui's attack, Lin Feng was shocked. He directly controlled the four ferocious cauldron to charge towards Saint Demon Prince. The four ferocious cauldron was so heavy that the impact it produced was simply unimaginable. Moreover, Lin Feng's magic power was so strong. Now that he controlled the four ferocious cauldron, its speed reached its peak. It surpassed the speed of light. It produced a sonic boom. It instantly arrived in front of Saint Demon Prince. Saint Demon Prince's expression turned gloomy. He originally thought that he could use the three pure jade rui to eliminate Lin Feng. He didn't expect that Lin Feng would have such a powerful cauldron. If it wasn't for this cauldron, Saint Demon Prince believed that Lin Feng would have been killed by him. Seeing Lin Feng controlling the four ferocious cauldron, Saint Demon Prince's expression was indifferent. He was extremely confident in the three pure jade rui's power. Therefore, he didn't dodge. Instead, he waved the three pure jade rui to smash the four ferocious cauldron. A loud clanging sound was heard. The four ferocious cauldron and the three pure jade rui clashed. Both parties were sent flying. Today, this young master will smash your broken cauldron. Saint Demon Prince's face was filled with a sinister smile. He held the three pure jade rui and charged towards the four ferocious cauldron. As for Lin Feng, he continued to control the four ferocious cauldron to charge towards Saint Demon Prince. Clang! 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 Sounds of violent collisions could be heard as the two sides exchanged dozens of attacks. The web between Saint Demon Prince's thumb and index finger was cracked. Immortal blood flowed out and was all absorbed by the three pure jade rui. Saint Demon Prince also had a body of flesh and blood. In this sort of collision, he would also be injured by the powerful recoil. Of course, Lin Feng was also made of flesh and blood. With such a violent impact, his body would also be injured. However, Lin Feng's physical body was simply too strong. Because the jade rui was too terrifying. Therefore, the recoil that Lin Feng had to endure was far stronger than the recoil that Saint Demon Prince had to endure. But Lin Feng was completely fine. Saint Demon Prince was shaken to the point that his blood and qi roiled, and his magic power became chaotic. Buzz, Lin Feng continued to control the four ferocious cauldrons to attack the Holy Demon Prince. Saint Devil Prince wanted to dodge Lin Feng's attack. But the four vicious cauldrons were flying too fast, so the Saint Demon Prince was unable to dodge the four vicious cauldrons. The four ferocious cauldrons slammed into the Saint Demon Prince's body. Following which, Saint Demon Prince was sent flying by the four vicious cauldrons. Wah! Saint Demon Prince was struck by lightning. He spat out large mouthfuls of blood. Pooh! In the next moment, a bloody hole appeared in Saint Demon Prince's chest. Fresh blood splattered out. While controlling the four vicious cauldrons to attack Saint Demon Prince, Lin Feng had been using the Great Curse technique to attack Saint Demon Prince. But after using it over 100 times, he was still unable to injure Saint Demon Prince. But the heavens did not disappoint those who worked hard. This time, the Great Curse technique finally managed to injure young Master Saint Demon. Saint Demon Prince was heavily injured, and his fighting strength fell greatly. Lin Feng quickly charged out of the 4 vicious cauldrons and wielded the stone sword. He charged towards Saint Demon Prince. Saint Demon Prince waved the Jade Rui to attack Lin Feng as he fled. With the Jade Rui, Saint Demon Prince had a chance of escaping from Lin Feng. Seeing Saint Demon Prince flee, Lin Feng used the Heaven Mending technique to dodge the attack of the 3 pure Jade Rui. In the next moment, Lin Feng appeared behind Saint Demon Prince and slashed at him. Saint Demon Prince's face was filled with shock. At this moment, it was too late for him to dodge or block Lin Feng's attack. Pooh! Poochie! Lin Feng cut off Prince Holy Monster's head with his sword. He punched out, smashing Saint Demon Prince's head and capturing his soul. The sacred Demon Prince's soul roared out in resentment, "Little beast, you little beast, I am a direct descendant of the sacred demon tribe. Our sacred demon tribe is one of the 10 great tribes of the myriad races. Today, I will be killed by you. In the future, your fate will be 10 times more miserable than mine. Is that so? Maybe I will be the one to exterminate your Saint Demon tribe." Lin Feng laughed coldly. He then tossed Saint Demon Prince's soul into the ghost-rearing jar to feed the 2 ghost emperors. Lin Feng then dashed towards the main palace. He wondered how Yan Ryu was doing. He hoped that she was fine. After entering the main palace, Lin Feng saw Yan Ryu lying motionlessly on the white jade bed. This woman was truly beautiful. Be it her figure, face, skin, or aura, she was so beautiful that it was suffocating. Even though Lin Feng had many women in his life, looking at a peerless beauty like Yan Ryu, he could not help but feel a little restless. But of course, Lin Feng knew that this was not the time for him to let his thoughts run wild. He walked up and released the seals on Yan Ryu. "Lin Gongzi, it's you." Looking at Lin Feng, Yan Ryu exclaimed. Her beautiful eyes shone brightly. She had never thought that the human cultivator who had killed Saint Demon Prince would be Lin Feng. Although Yan Ryu did not have much of a relationship with Lin Feng had been the center of attention back then. Naturally, she would be attracted to him as well. She felt that compared to Lin Feng, all the men in the world were, the difference was too great. Later on, when Lin Feng left the Sky Martial continent for the 9 prefectures, Yan Ryu was lost for a few days after hearing the news. Now that she had met Lin Feng, furthermore, she had met Lin Feng at such a dangerous moment. Furthermore, it was Lin Feng who had saved her. Yan Ryu felt as though there was a little deer in her heart. "I never thought that princess would still remember me." Lin Feng smiled. Yan Ryu said faintly, "Which woman in the Sky Martial continent does not know young master?" These words seemed to be filled with resentment. Yan Ryu looked at Lin Feng with a hint of resentment in her eyes. It was as though Lin Feng had done something outrageous to her. Lin Feng's heart could not help but be moved. Could it be that Yan Ryu had a secret crush on him? Lin Feng was naturally interested in such a peerless beauty. Of course, Lin Feng knew that this was not a place to talk about love. He said, "Fairy, we cannot stay here for long. Let's leave quickly." Yan Ryu nodded. She stood up and left with Lin Feng. It was unknown if it was because she had been imprisoned for too long that her legs felt weak. Thus, Yan Ryu's delicate body swayed and she fell into Lin Feng's embrace. P.S. With a beauty in his arms, Lin Feng couldn't help but feel restless. At this moment, footsteps rang out from outside. It should be Du Zhu, the heretic sovereign sage, Yan Qing, and the others. Lin Feng helped Yan Ryu stand up and asked, "Celestial being, are you all right?" Yan Ryu nodded slightly and said, "Thank you, young master. This concubine's body is already much better." Yan Ryu's voice was soft and gentle. It was very pleasant to listen to. Now that she considered herself as a concubine, he wondered if she had other thoughts. She got off the white jade bed and walked outside with Lin Feng. As soon as they reached the door, they saw a group of people walking over. It was Du Zhu, the heretic sovereign sage, Yan Qing, and the others. "Big sister, are you all right?" Yan Qing asked when she saw Yan Ryu. "Fortunately, Lin Gongzi came in time," said Yan Ryu. Yan Qing let out a sigh of relief. "It's all settled?" Lin Feng looked at Du Zhu and the heretic sovereign sage. "It's all settled," said Du Zhu and the heretic sovereign sage. Lin Feng nodded and said, "We can't stay here for long. Let's go." Following that, the group left. On the way, Lin Feng and Yan Ruyu talked about many things, including many things that had happened in the Tianwu continent in the past few years. They also talked about some old friends from back then. Xianxia has fallen, said Yan Ruyu sorrowfully. Back then, she and Xianxia were known as the Twin Pearls. They were the two most beautiful women in the eastern region. Originally, they were like sisters. However, due to some misunderstandings, their relationship didn't get too good. Later on, the misunderstandings were resolved. The two of them recovered their relationship. Xianxiao's death made Yan Ruyu very sad. Lin Feng still remembered Xianxiao. She was a passionate and fiery woman. Now, she had turned into a skeleton. It was truly a pity. Such a peerless beauty had fallen. It was truly a pity. How did she fall? Lin Feng asked. In recent years, a person called the Fiend Lord of Great Desire came to the Martial Heaven continent. He's evil by nature and cultivates the art of plundering. Back then, he accidentally saw Qianjiao and had evil thoughts. Qianjiao would rather die than be humiliated, Yan Ruyu said. At this point, her tears were already falling like rain. Lin Feng sighed. Qianjiao was such a peerless beauty. In this chaotic world, it was indeed easy for her to become the target of bashfulness. If the myriad races, extraterrestrial races, and other foreign powers had yet to descend upon the Sky Martial continent, Qianjiao's family was enough to support her. However, after those existences descended on the Martial Heaven continent, Qianjiao's family was no longer enough to protect her. There are too many helplessness in this world that makes people sigh. Lin Feng muttered to himself. There were many things that made people feel powerless. When they heard about it afterwards, they couldn't help but feel sad. They entered the East Sea and headed straight for the East Sea's cultivators' gathering place, the country of desire. Back then, with Lin Feng's support, Madame Qi built the Kingdom of Desire and became the Empress. He wondered how the Kingdom of Desire was doing now. After a month, they finally arrived at the Kingdom of Desire. From afar, they could see that the entire Kingdom of Desire was enveloped by a huge restriction. Within the restriction, there were constantly cultivators patrolling. It was as if they were on guard against something. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. The Kingdom of Desire must be in trouble. Otherwise, they wouldn't have activated the restriction. Madame Qi, quickly come out to see me. At this moment, Lin Feng began to transmit his voice to Madame Qi. Madame Qi was his female slave. Lin Feng could transmit his voice to Madame Qi, within the palace. Madame Qi frowned. The Kingdom of Desire was indeed in trouble. Because the Kingdom of Desire was being targeted by someone called the Great Viper Sage. The Great Viper Clan. The king clan among the myriad races. This clan was extremely powerful. This Great Viper Sage's cultivation had even reached the Boundary Emperor realm. The Great Viper clan was lascivious by nature. The Great Viper Sage was no exception. After the Great Viper Sage came to the Sky Martial continent, he built the Great Viper Island in the East Sea. The Great Viper Island's sphere of influence was extremely huge. The Great Viper Sage wanted to unify the Eastern Seas. Naturally, he had to destroy the Kingdom of Desire. The Great Viper Sage had discovered that there were many top-notch human female cultivators in the Kingdom of Desire. Thus, the Great Viper Sage had evil intentions. Not only did he want to destroy the Kingdom of Desire, he also wanted to kidnap these top-notch human female cultivators. The Great Viper Sage had sent an army to attack the Kingdom of Desire 3 times, but he had failed to take it down. It was said that soon, the Great Viper Sage would personally lead an army to attack the Kingdom of Desire. As a result, the people in the Kingdom of Desire were in a state of panic. As the ruler of the Kingdom of Desire, Madame Qi was naturally extremely worried. This was because there were Master Lin Feng's women in the Kingdom of Desire. For example, Shangguan Fei'er, Morong Shui, and the others. If the Kingdom of Desire was breached, the consequences would be unimaginable. Just as Madame Qi was deeply worried, she heard Lin Feng's voice transmission. Madame Qi's spirits were lifted. Master's voice. Could it be that Master has returned? Madame Qi quickly walked out of the palace. Seeing Madame Qi come out, the cultivators in the Kingdom of Desire bowed to her. Soon, Madame Qi arrived at the periphery of the Kingdom of Desire. Madame Qi saw hundreds of cultivators floating outside, even though they hadn't seen each other for many years. At first glance, Madame Qi still recognized Lin Feng. Master. It's really Master. He's back. Madame Qi was pleasantly surprised. She ordered someone to open the restriction and quickly flew out. Master, you're back. Madame Qi's face was filled with excitement as she hurriedly bowed to Lin Feng. Now, many cultivators in the Kingdom of Desire rushed out after noticing Madame Qi's abnormal behavior. It's Lord Lin Feng. Lord Lin Feng is back. Some of the cultivators who had joined the Kingdom of Desire early on exclaimed when they saw Lin Feng. These cultivators were originally from the Eastern Sea Cultivator Army. After Lin Feng left, they joined the Kingdom of Desire. Back then, Lin Feng led them to fight against the heavenly demons and reclaim many mountains and rivers of the Tianwu continent. The scenes from back then were so soul-stirring. Now that they saw Lin Feng return, the cultivators who followed Lin Feng back then were very excited. Shangguan Fei'er, Xiao Yufei, Morong Shui, Xikong Xinyan, Xikong Zhaiyue, and the others also appeared one after another. When they saw Lin Feng, they were all extremely excited. Let's go back and talk. Lin Feng said. Everyone nodded and returned to the Kingdom of Desire. The current Kingdom of Desire could no longer be compared to the past. Firstly, a portion of the cultivators had gone to the 9 regions. Secondly, a portion of the cultivators had left the Kingdom of Desire. Thirdly, the Kingdom of Desire was in danger, and a portion of the cultivators had fled. Fourthly, the Kingdom of Desire had suffered heavy losses in the continuous battle with the Great Viper Sage. Hearing Lin Feng's question, Madame Qi told Lin Feng everything about the Great Viper Sage. Lin Feng's face became more and more gloomy. This Great Viper Sage was really courting death. He even dared to target the Kingdom of Desire. He even dared to target Shangguan Fei'er and the others. He was simply courting death. This Great Viper Sage is a boundary emperor. He's exceptionally terrifying. He's going to personally lead an army here. When that time comes, I'm afraid our Kingdom of Desire won't be able to resist. So, Master, should we choose to give up on the Kingdom of Desire? Madame Qi said. She had already had this idea before. She wanted to lead everyone to escape the Kingdom of Desire. However, although the world was big, there were wars and chaos everywhere. No matter where they escaped to, there seemed to be no place for them. Therefore, Madame Qi was a little hesitant before. Now that Lin Feng had returned, she told him her thoughts. Naturally, Lin Feng had to make the decision. He's just a boundary emperor. He's not a great emperor. Du Zhu said, curling his lips. Everyone looked at Du Zhu in astonishment. From Du Zhu's tone, it seemed like he was disdainful of boundary emperors. Lin Feng said, there's no need to leave. Once the Great Viper Sage comes, he's going to die. Everyone had always been extremely confident in Lin Feng. Therefore, when they heard Lin Feng's words, they were all very shocked. They believed that Lin Feng definitely had the strength to kill a boundary emperor. Otherwise, he would have said such words. Soon, Madame Qi and the others left. Only Shangguan Fei'er, Huang Shilan, Morong Shui, Xiao Yufei, Lu Piamiao, Shi Ningming, Shui Lanxian, Qiu Haining, Sun Shitong, and Dan Taixian were left in the main hall. Among these women, Shangguan Fei'er, Huang Shilan, Lu Piamiao, Sun Shitong, and Dan Taixian had already done it with Lin Feng. Morong Shui, Xiao Yufei, Shi Ningming, and Shui Lanxian had some ambiguous relationships with Lin Feng. Lin Feng met Qiu Haining when he was training in the Thunderblade Secret Realm. Back then, she was still a little young, but after many years of separation, she had never forgotten Lin Feng. As she grew older, she gradually understood the matters between men and women. She also admired Lin Feng. When Lin Feng left the Sky Martial continent, Sun Shitong, Dan Taixian, Shui Lanxian, Qiu Haining, and the others were not in the Country of Desire. Later on, they found out that the Country of Desire was related to Lin Feng. Moreover, several of Lin Feng's close female friends were in the Country of Desire. Therefore, they all came to the Country of Desire, waiting for Lin Feng to return. Now, Lin Feng had finally arrived. The many beauties in front of him were all beautiful. Some were enchanting, some were tall, some were charming, some were cute, and some were gentle. There were all kinds of them. It was truly a dazzling sight. Shang Guanfei and Lin Feng's wives were all looking at Lin Feng affectionately, as if their gazes were piercing through the limpid waters of autumn. As for Xiao Yifei, Shui Lanqian, and the other women who admired Lin Feng but had not done the deed of husband and wife with Lin Feng, their beautiful eyes were watery as they looked at Lin Feng with adoration. Lin Feng said, "This time, I returned to the Sky Martial continent mainly to bring you to the 9 regions. However, I did not expect the situation in the Sky Martial continent to be so chaotic." Shang Guanfei sighed. "Now, thousands of races, foreign races, and many other forces have come to the Sky Martial continent. Our Sky Martial continent's native forces are unable to contend against these forces. Moreover, these forces can kill with a single thought. In just over 10 years, the population of the Sky Martial continent has already decreased by more than 80 to 90%. If this continues, the native cultivators of the Sky Martial continent will be exterminated sooner or later." Lin Feng nodded and said, "I have already decided on this matter. The Sky Martial continent is not something that can be easily manipulated by anyone." That night, Lin Feng wanted to sleep with her on the same bed. However, this was destined to be just a beautiful wish. Shang Guanfei and the others naturally did not agree. When Lin Feng returned, these women naturally hoped that Lin Feng could accompany them. However, Lin Feng was also unable to split himself. For the first time in his life, Lin Feng felt that having too many women was actually a kind of trouble. This was only the women of the Sky Martial continent. Lin Feng of the 9 regions still had many women. In the next few days, Lin Feng remained in seclusion and did not come out. As for what he was doing, many people were very clear about it. Even heroes have a weakness for the charms of beauties. Rumble, on this day, above the sea, a loud sound shook the sky. Huge ancient warships quickly sailed towards the direction of the country of desire. On the flags of these warships, there was a picture of a huge viper. The viper's body was pitch black, but it had a single horn. Snakes rarely had horns, but the viper was an exception. This was the warship of Viper Island. In the main warship's hall, a banquet was being held. Sitting in the middle was a thin man, the Great Viper Sage. The Great Viper Sage's body emitted a sinister and terrifying aura. "Sir, we are about to reach the country of desire." A guard came forward to report. "Ha ha ha ha, speed up, this sage can't wait to enjoy the taste of those beauties." The Great Viper Sage laughed loudly. The fleet increased its speed. 3 days later, the fleet arrived outside the country of desire. Dong dong dong. The war drums beat. It resounded through the 9 heavens. "They're here." Lin Feng stood in the courtyard, squinting his eyes as he looked at the sea. Then, he soared into the sky and flew outside. The rest of the people also rushed to the outer regions of the country of desire. The densely packed cultivators of the country of desire were all waiting solemnly. "Young master has ordered everyone to stay put." Madame Chi's voice rang out. "Stay put? Is young master going to face the army of Viper Island alone? Isn't young master being a little too arrogant?" Instantly, the cultivators of the country of desire began to discuss. Many of them had heard of Lin Feng's legends. They knew that Lin Feng was a legendary figure. However, no matter how legendary he was, Lin Feng was going to face an army led by a boundary emperor. And now, Lin Feng had walked out of the country of desire's defensive light barrier alone. He was going to face an army of millions alone. The difference in numbers made the cultivators of the country of desire feel that Lin Feng was throwing an egg against a rock. However, the order had already been given. They did not dare to disobey it. "Brat, you came out alone. Are you here to die?" The Great Viper Sage stepped out and looked at Lin Feng indifferently. "I'm here to take your life." Lin Feng's expression was indifferent as he walked toward the Great Viper Sage. The Great Viper Sage's expression darkened as he took out his bow. He drew the bow and shot an arrow. Whoosh! A magical arrow streaked across the sky like a shooting star, flying toward Lin Feng. The Great Viper Sage has made his move. Will Lord Lin be able to block the arrow? The cultivators from the country of desire began to worry for Lin Feng. The great viper sage was too powerful. Lin Feng was a legend in the Tianwu continent back then. However, Lin Feng had left the Tianwu continent for too long and no one knew what cultivation level Lin Feng was at. Furthermore, the great viper sage was a boundary emperor. That kid is dead for sure, the cultivators from the Great Viper Island sneered as they looked at Lin Feng. They felt that Lin Feng was dead for sure as he would not be able to block the Great Viper Sage's attack. Even in the entire Tianwu continent, there were not many cultivators who could go against the Great Viper Sage. What more a mere human cultivator? Just as the cultivators from the Great Viper Island thought that Lin Feng was dead for sure, something happened. Lin Feng's body became illusory and when the arrow hit Lin Feng, it went straight through Lin Feng's body. Then, Lin Feng's illusory body disappeared. An afterimage. Many people could not help but exclaim. Lin Feng had disappeared without a trace. How fast did he have to be to leave behind an afterimage? It was too shocking and shocking. Many people had incredulous expressions on their faces. In the next moment, Lin Feng appeared hundreds of meters away. Each of Lin Feng's steps covered a distance of a few hundred meters. Today, I will take your head. Lin Feng's voice was indifferent. His black hair fluttered in the wind, making him look like a demonic god. He was the ruler of the heavens. The Great Viper Sage was originally full of disdain for Lin Feng. But now, his expression was slightly solemn. The arrow that he shot out just now was no ordinary arrow. It was an arrow that had been infused with spirit. Such a tyrannical arrow was shot towards Lin Feng, but it was easily dodged by Lin Feng. When experts exchanged blows, they only needed one move to know whether the other party was truly strong or just a facade. The Great Viper Sage knew that this human cultivator before him was definitely a terrifying existence. He really did have the strength. As such, the Great Viper Sage didn't dare to underestimate Lin Feng. Do it, kill him. The Great Viper Sage immediately gave the order. The snake tribe had always been cautious, and the Great Viper Sage had also inherited this trait. Although his cultivation was abnormally strong, he didn't want to fight Lin Feng head-on. If he could use the army to kill Lin Feng, it would save him a lot of effort. 1,000,000 cultivators attacked Lin Feng together. Of the 1,000,000 cultivator army, only 100,000 were made up of cultivators from the myriad races, extraterrestrial races, and some external forces. The remaining 900,000 were cultivators from the Sky Martial continent who had been enslaved by the Great Viper Sage. There were also cultivators from the Sky Martial continent who had taken the initiative to submit to the Great Viper Sage. The cruelty of the world of cultivators taught Lin Feng a lesson. Not everyone in this world could remain steadfast and would rather die in battle than surrender. Not everyone would be willing to fight a bloody battle to protect their homeland. Many people would sail with the wind. In order to survive, they were willing to do anything. As such, even the Great Viper Sage, who had committed countless crimes and slaughtered countless innocent people in the Sky Martial continent, was a heinous figure. There were also many cultivators from the Sky Martial continent who had submitted to the Great Viper Sage. That was because the Great Viper Sage's cultivation was strong enough. As such, it was easy for him to attract many followers. The 1,000,000 cultivators unleashed a powerful attack towards Lin Feng. A long river of attacks descended from the sky. The heavens fell and the earth cracked. The sun and moon lost their light. The power of this attack was terrifying to the extreme. Seeing the 1,000,000 cultivators attacking Lin Feng together, the cultivators from the country of desire began to worry for Lin Feng. No matter how strong a person was, even if he was strong enough, he would not be able to withstand the attacks of so many experts. At this moment, Lin Feng was walking in the void. Almighty Tao of Exile, please descend with the power of exile. Banish the attacks of these lowly beings to another space. Ancient incantations were chanted by Lin Feng. Lin Feng used the great art of exile. He used the 3,000 great Daos to connect to a parallel space. Then, when the 1,000,000 cultivators unleashed their attacks, they were all enveloped by the power of exile that permeated the world. Then, the attacks of the 1,000,000 cultivators were all banished to the parallel space. This, everyone was dumbfounded. No one had expected this outcome. Lin Feng's ability was too heaven-defying. That was the attack of 1,000,000 cultivators. How terrifying was that, but now, it was dispelled just like that. It was truly unbelievable. Lin Feng continued walking in the void. Soon, he arrived at the main ship. Many strong cultivators surrounded Lin Feng and tried to kill him. Lin Feng took a step forward and released a terrifying aura. The surrounding cultivators could not withstand Lin Feng's powerful aura. Bang, 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 one cultivator after another exploded, dying tragically on the spot. Only the Great Viper Sage was left on the main ship. Amazing, truly amazing. Yi Futian murmured. In the distance, the cultivators from the country of desire were already dumbfounded. Lin Feng was like a great emperor descending to the world. The battle strength he displayed was too terrifying. Snake Demon Country. The Great Viper Sage made his move and condensed an ancient country. That country was shrouded in demonic aura and demonic light, emitting terrifying waves of energy. That country descended from the sky and went straight for Lin Feng. You dare to show off your insignificant skills in front of me? Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. His right hand was like a blade as he slashed out. Pucci the Snake Demon Country was split into two by Lin Feng. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent as he threw a punch at the Great Viper Sage. Bang that powerful punch landed on the Great Viper Sage's body. The Great Viper Sage was sent flying. He spat out mouthfuls of blood in midair. Who are you? The Great Viper Sage shouted in disbelief. Lin Feng's battle strength was too strong. Even the Great Viper Sage was suppressed. The cultivators of Viper Island were trembling in fear. So what if they had 1,000,000 cultivators? Seeing Lin Feng make the omnipotent Great Viper Sage spit out blood with a single punch, the cultivators of Viper Island were shocked. The 1,000,000 cultivators of Viper Snake Island were scared out of their wits. I'm the one who will kill you. Lin Feng rushed forward, wanting to kill the Great Viper Sage. Bloodline rent back. At that moment, the Great Viper Sage roared and turned into a giant python that was 4,000 to 5,000 meters long. After the Great Viper Sage's atavism, his battle prowess had more than doubled. Now that he had awakened his ancestral powers, the Great Viper Sage was extremely confident in his own battle prowess. The Great Viper Sage's cold eyes stared coldly at Lin Feng. His eyes flickered with dense killing intent. Lowly human brat, today, I, the Great Viper Sage, shall grant you a tragic death. The Great Viper Sage roared and opened his bloody mouth. Following which, he spewed out balls of destructive energy. The destructive energy that the Great Viper Sage spewed out contained the power of lightning. And this power of lightning would greatly increase the destructive power of the Great Viper Sage's attacks. Therefore, the Great Viper Sage that had undergone atavism was definitely not to be underestimated. If the Great Viper Sage was up against anyone else, he might really be able to suppress or even kill them. However, the Great Viper Sage's current opponent was Lin Feng. The current Lin Feng was simply too powerful. Facing the Great Viper Sage's attack, he raised his right hand and gently slashed through the void. In an instant, the destructive energy that the Great Viper Sage spewed out was immediately dispersed to both sides. Lin Feng instantly appeared in front of the Great Viper Sage. A fist smashed towards the Great Viper Sage's head. The power of that fist was truly unparalleled. It was simply too tyrannical. Clang, that tyrannical fist smashed onto the Great Viper Sage's head. Kacha! Kacha, the Great Viper Sage's skull cracked open. Roar! The Great Viper Sage's roar shook the heavens. The horn on his head suddenly shot out a death beam. That death beam contained a powerful power of death and was extremely terrifying. Feeling the power of that death beam, Lin Feng couldn't help but be slightly surprised. However, even though this attack was powerful, it wasn't able to pose any threat to Lin Feng. Facing the Great Viper Sage's attack, Lin Feng swept his fist over. The power of destiny circled around his fist. Lin Feng's tyrannical fist directly broke the death beam that was shot out from the Great Viper Sage's horn. Then, Lin Feng raised his fist and smashed it towards the Great Viper Sage's horn. A loud clang. Lin Feng's heavy blow smashed onto the Great Viper Sage's horn. In an instant, the Great Viper Sage's horn was broken. Roar! The Great Viper Sage let out a blood-curdling shriek. The Great Viper Sage's horn had been broken, which was obviously a huge blow to the Great Viper Sage. Die. Lin Feng looked indifferent. He raised his right fist and punched the Great Viper Sage's head. Bang! The fist landed on the Great Viper Sage's head. His head exploded, but no blood flowed out. What ability is this mystique? Lin Sage's Sage, Great Viper Sage, Viper Sage, Viper Sage had Mystic Sage, Sage S, was, S. Great Sage, Sages, Viper Sage had Sages, Sage, this is Golden Cicada Shedding, an extremely powerful and strange mystique. It's similar to the Heaven Mending technique, but it's also very different. The Demon Lord explained. Lin Feng said, this mystique can complement the Heaven Mending technique and the Great Death Substitution technique. At this moment, the Great Viper Sage appeared 1,000 meters away. The Great Viper Sage had transformed into his human form. He raised his speed to the limit and quickly escaped. The Great Viper Sage's confidence had been completely shattered. Lin Feng's strength made his soul tremble. Thus, the Great Viper Sage no longer had the courage to fight with Lin Feng. The Great Viper Sage wanted to escape as quickly as possible. As long as he could escape, he would be able to get experts to deal with Lin Feng. Then, he would be able to crush Lin Feng to death in any way he wanted. Dreams were beautiful, but reality was cruel. The Great Viper Sage had no way of escaping from Lin Feng's hands. Lin Feng pierced through the void and quickly caught up to the Great Viper Sage. He took out the stone sword and slashed at the Great Viper Sage. Are you really going to kill me? I have the Great Viper royal family behind me. If you kill me, the Great Viper royal family will not let you off. Furthermore, I have the Great Desire Lord behind me. If you kill me, the Great Desire Lord will not let you off either. The Great Viper Sage threatened loudly. Hearing the name Great Desire Lord, Lin Feng's expression sank. Yan Ruyu had mentioned this person before. This person cultivated in the art of plucking and had harmed countless women in the Tianwu continent. Even a peerless beauty like Xianxia had severed her own meridians to prevent herself from being violated by the Great Desire Lord. Those who heard it would feel sad and those who heard it would feel pity. Now that he heard the name Great Desire Lord, Lin Feng's heart was filled with killing intent. What is your relationship with the Great Desire Lord? Lin Feng asked indifferently. When the Great Viper Sage heard Lin Feng mention the Great Desire Lord, he thought that Lin Feng was afraid of the Great Desire Lord. He said proudly, I am the sworn brother of the Great Desire Lord. Back then, the 7 of us became sworn brothers. Although the Great Desire Lord was only the 3rd brother, his cultivation was the strongest. Thus, the 7 of us looked up to him. Now, the Great Desire Lord is in the Tianwu continent. He is an expert who has reached the 90th step. You better consider your own strength. Just as the Great Viper Sage finished speaking, Lin Feng slashed out with the stone sword in his hand. Pooh, the Great Viper Sage's head flew into the sky. The Great Viper Sage had been killed by Lin Feng on the spot. Until his death, the Great Viper Sage's eyes were wide open. He could not believe that he had been killed by Lin Feng just like that. Lin Feng directly extracted the Great Viper Sage's soul. He wanted to collect the Great Viper Sage's soul, but he found that there was a restriction placed on the Great Viper Sage's soul. The Great Viper Sage's soul was instantly destroyed by the restriction. These major factions are truly despicable. They placed a restriction in the minds of their clansmen and killed so many experts. Yet, they were unable to obtain the inheritance and secrets of the divine ability from their souls. What a pity! Lin Feng could not help but frown. The Great Viper Sage is dead. Hurry up and run. When the Great Viper Sage's army saw that Lin Feng had killed the Great Viper Sage, their morale was in chaos, and they fled pathetically. Brothers, what are you waiting for? Let's get rid of these pieces of trash from Viper Island, Du Zhu shouted. Kill! Kill all these pieces of trash from Viper Island, the Country of Desire's army roared. Everyone was riled up. Their battle intent soared. Under the lead of Du Zhu and the heretic sovereign sage, the 800,000 Country of Desire's army began a massacre of the Viper Island's army. Although the Viper Island's army had the advantage in numbers, their morale was in shambles. They were no longer able to fight back. Many of the enslaved human cultivators chose to surrender. There were about 200,000 of them. However, none of them were killed. The incident in the East Sea had caused a huge uproar. The one who had died was the great Viper Sage, a boundary emperor. Furthermore, there were millions of cultivators working together with the great Viper Sage, but the other party was only one person. Who was that person? How could he be so terrifying? The country of desire is related to that person. The cultivators of the Sky Martial continent were discussing this matter. Lin Feng. A person who had awakened like a comet more than 10 years ago. Now, the cultivators of the Sky Martial continent were talking about him again. Is he back? Someone asked. When they thought of Lin Feng, a strange expression appeared in their hearts. When the heavenly demons had invaded, Lin Feng was only in his 20s, but he had led the East Sea cultivators to heavily injure the heavenly demon army. This was simply a legendary matter, but it had happened in the Sky Martial continent. Many people knew that the background of the country of desire in the East Sea was Lin Feng. Now, such a powerful human cultivator had suddenly appeared in the country of desire. Naturally, everyone could not help but think of Lin Feng. That dazzling and heaven-defying genius who had illuminated the Sky Martial continent. In the South Sea world, 13 boundary emperors of the foreign races were killed. In the East Sea world, the great Viper Sage led millions of cultivators to besiege the country of desire, but they were defeated by a single person. The commander was killed by a human cultivator, and it was said that he was an extremely young human cultivator. The Sky Martial continent has been in chaos for so many years, but there has never been such a powerful person who has appeared to uphold justice for the Sky Martial continent. How did two such powerful human cultivators suddenly appear? Many human cultivators were gathered in a tavern. A purple-robed cultivator voiced out his doubts. Brother, you mean, those two people are actually the same person? He is back? Someone asked excitedly. Everyone knew what kind of person this person was referring to. It is said that he left the Sky Martial continent and went to the 9 states. In a flash, more than 10 years have passed. Perhaps, he really is back. The 13 boundary emperors of the South Sea world and the great Viper Sage of the East Sea world might have been killed by him. The cultivator in purple clothes said. When he left the Sky Martial continent, he was only at the Void God realm, right? How could he kill a boundary emperor so quickly? Someone said, feeling that it was unrealistic. It is said that he was at the Divine Fire realm when he left. Someone said. In 10 years. In my opinion, the person who killed the 13 boundary emperors of the South Sea world and the great Viper Sage of the East Sea world must be someone else. The purple-robed cultivator said, if it were someone else, I wouldn't believe that they could possess such heaven-defying battle prowess in just a dozen years, but if it's him, I believe it. That's right. I believe it too. An old man said. Do you remember when the heavenly demons invaded? The 72 states in the north turned into a land of death. Corpses were everywhere. It was like hell on earth. No one could fight against the heavenly demons. He was the one who led the cultivator army to kill the heavenly demons and recover the lost land. He was only in his 20s at that time. The 9 states is a much bigger world. There are more opportunities there. Even the legendary Door of Eternal Life, the Supreme Divine Court, and the heaven-shaking stone tablet have appeared in the 9 states. Let's go. Let's go to the country of desire and see if he is back. A cultivator suggested. This suggestion was quickly approved by many cultivators. The cultivators of the Sky Martial continent really needed a leader. A leader who could become the backbone of the Sky Martial continent. Otherwise, the cultivators of the Sky Martial continent, including the ordinary people, would be exterminated by the 10,000 races, the extraterrestrial races, and other external forces. In just 10 years, the population of the Sky Martial continent had decreased by more than 90%. How many years could the remaining people last? Lord Great Desire, I will be waiting for you. If you do not come to the Eastern Sea, I will personally go to the Great Desire ancient capital and take your life. Very quickly, a cold voice sounded out from the country of desire. Currently, a large number of cultivators had gathered outside the country of desire. When they heard the voice, many were shocked. It was obvious that the cultivator in the country of desire was intentionally provoking the Lord Great Desire. The Lord Great Desire was a half-emperor who had reached the 90th step of the stone steps. Even in the nest of the 10,000 races, the heavenly sage great world, the Lord Great Desire was definitely a peerless and terrifying existence. Now, the human cultivator in the country of desire had first killed the sworn brother of the Lord Great Desire, the great viper sage, and then provoked the Lord Great Desire. This caused many people to become excited, because very soon an unprecedented war would erupt. Our human race has finally produced a peerless expert. Many human cultivators in the Sky Martial continent rushed to spread the news when they heard it. They could not help but shed tears. One must know that more than 90% of the people in the Sky Martial continent were humans. In the past few years, the population of the Sky Martial continent had decreased rapidly. The ones who died the most were humans. The most important thing was that the human race did not have a peerless expert to oversee the Sky Martial continent. Therefore, the myriad races, the extraterritorial races, and some other cultivators from foreign forces had no scruples at all. They could kill human cultivators however they wanted. Now, the human race had finally produced a peerless expert. This caused many people to become excited. The entire Sky Martial continent was discussing the identity of the human cultivator in the country of desire. 10 days later, a ball of evil cloud flew over from afar. There was a man standing in the evil cloud. The man's appearance could not be seen clearly. Only a blurry figure could be seen. The Lord Great Desire is here. Someone recognized the existence within the evil cloud and could not help but exclaim. The Lord Great Desire was a terrifying and evil existence. A half-emperor who had reached the 90th step of the stone steps. He had arrived outside the country of desire. In this world, all the cultivators who dared to provoke this seat have already turned into bones. Who do you think you are? Do you think that just because you have some ability, you dare to provoke this seat? The Lord Great Desire stood in the void, looking coldly at the country of desire. Provoke you? Are you worthy? I am here to take your dog life. A cold laugh came from the country of desire. The cultivators of the Sky Martial continent could not help but feel their blood boiling. The human cultivators in the country of desire were simply too strong. In the past few years, the cultivators of the Sky Martial continent who had been humiliated could finally hold their heads high. He's out. At this moment, a cultivator shouted. Everyone looked at the country of desire. It's him, he's really back, shouted a cultivator when he recognized Lin Feng. He was extremely excited. They had seen Lin Feng before. That was why they recognized Lin Feng at a glance. That's right, it's really him. Lin Feng, he's back. Another cultivator from the Tianwu continent recognized Lin Feng. Many people were excited. Lin Feng was a legendary figure in the Tianwu continent. Now that he had returned in such a powerful manner, everyone was excited. The cultivators of the myriad races, extraterrestrials, and other cultivators all looked at Lin Feng in confusion. They did not know Lin Feng. They had never heard of Lin Feng. So when they saw the cultivators of the Tianwu continent looking at Lin Feng excitedly, they could not help but feel puzzled. Who is this person? Why are these people so excited about his appearance? The reason was not something that the cultivators of the myriad races, extraterrestrials, and other cultivators would know. Lord Great Desire looked coldly at Lin Feng. He had always been a high and mighty existence. When had he ever been disregarded like this? But now, Lin Feng was looking down on him. This infuriated Lord Great Desire, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. I won't waste words with you. I'll kill you right away. Lord Great Desire looked coldly at Lin Feng. Then, he launched an attack on Lin Feng. Boom, a terrifying aura filled the air, shaking heaven and earth and sweeping out in all directions. Great Desire Evil Lord used the Devil's Fury Buddha hand. In the air, a giant hand was formed from the combination of demonic and Buddhist light. That hand was the combination of Buddha and demonic, and was boundlessly powerful. Rumbling sounds rang out as the giant hand slapped at Lin Feng. A powerful aura filled the air, and the spectators could not withstand the terrifying aura from the hand. Their bodies trembled violently. They had no choice but to retreat quickly, away from the battlefield. It's too terrifying. As expected of a quasi-emperor who reached the 90th step. Let's see how that human brat will die. The cultivators of the myriad races, the extraterrestrial races, and the cultivators of the other forces all sneered. These three forces were very close. They had always been bullying the native powers of the Sky Martial continent. Then, they divided up the local powers of the Sky Martial continent. The cultivators of the Sky Martial continent were previously full of confidence in Lin Feng, but now they saw how terrifying and powerful the Great Desire Evil Lord was. He couldn't help but worry for Lin Feng. In the face of such a powerful existence, could Lin Feng withstand its attack? Right now, no one was confident. Lin Feng frowned after sensing the power of Great Desire Evil Lord's attack. This was the first time he had fought against a quasi-emperor who had reached the 90th stone step. Cultivators of this level were indeed powerful. Previously, Lin Feng's words towards Great Desire Evil Lord were filled with disdain, but he wasn't really looking down on him. He was purposely angering him. Someone as powerful as Great Desire Evil Lord. Lin Feng would naturally take him seriously. Great Desire Evil Lord's angry Buddha palm was a dual Buddhist and demonic ability. Its power was abnormally terrifying and powerful. When facing the Buddha's angry demon hand, Lin Feng used the Black Tortoise Tablet. The Black Tortoise Tablet was an extremely heaven-defying ability. A huge river swept across the land. In the river, a black tortoise carrying a wordless tablet swam over. Boom, wherever the Black Tortoise Tablet passed, the void collapsed. The Black Tortoise Tablet collided with the angry Buddha palm. It directly broke Great Desire Evil Lord's angry Buddha palm. Then, the Black Tortoise Tablet quickly rushed towards Great Desire Evil Lord, suppressing him. How is this possible? The cultivators of the myriad races, extraterrestrial races, and other forces exclaimed in disbelief. Great Desire Evil Lord's attack was so powerful, but it didn't manage to kill Lin Feng. Instead, Lin Feng's ability broke Great Desire Evil Lord's ability. Wasn't Lin Feng's fighting strength a little too strong? Furthermore, how many years had Lin Feng been cultivating for? If he was already so terrifying now, what would happen in the future? Strong. He's really too strong. The cultivators of Sky Martial Continent were extremely excited. Previously, they were extremely worried about Lin Feng's safety. Now that they saw Lin Feng break Great Desire Evil Lord's ability, they were all extremely excited. They knew that Lin Feng was strong, but they didn't expect Lin Feng's strength to be this strong. It really made them go wild with joy. With such a strong cultivator appearing in the human race, who would dare to humiliate the human race in the future? Who would dare to massacre the human race? At this time, the Black Tortoise Tablet had already charged above Great Desire Evil Lord and was about to kill him. Lin Feng followed like a shadow and attacked Great Desire Evil Lord. Lin Feng's physical body was unparalleled, and his Dracophant arm was extremely powerful. Close combat was one of Lin Feng's favorite methods of fighting. An expert like Great Desire Evil Lord must have grasped a lot of terrifying methods. Lin Feng was extremely confident in himself, but if he could kill Great Desire Evil Lord with a simpler and more effective method, wouldn't that be better? Great Sky Demon Fist. Faced with the suppression of the Black Tortoise Tablet, Great Desire Evil Lord attacked again. He punched out, and an illusory world appeared above his fist. The world was vast and endless. It was unknown what kind of world it was. Inside the world, demonic light surged. Great Desire Evil Lord punched out 9 times consecutively, and finally broke Great Sky Demon Fist's ability. But at this time, Lin Feng was already in front of Great Desire Evil Lord, and he activated his Dracophant arm. He punched towards Great Desire Evil Lord. Lin Feng's physical body could kill a real dragon. In close combat, even great emperors might not be a match for him. Feeling the powerful force contained in Lin Feng's punch, Great Desire Evil Lord flicked his left hand. A twisting vortex appeared in front of him. That twisting vortex intercepted Lin Feng. When Lin Feng's punch landed on the vortex, all the power of the punch was dissolved by the twisting vortex. Evil Emperor Mortal Palm. Great Desire Evil Lord was extremely experienced in battle. He immediately executed a powerful palm technique, and slammed it towards Lin Feng's chest. That punch was extremely powerful, and it was as fast as lightning. That punch was about to hit Lin Feng's body. Suddenly, Lin Feng disappeared without a trace. He executed the Great Void technique. Instantly, he traveled through the void. While dodging Great Desire Evil Lord's palm, he appeared behind Great Desire Evil Lord and punched towards him. Great Desire Evil Lord's reaction was extremely fast. He turned around and punched towards Lin Feng. Bang, both sides clashed. Great Desire Evil Lord's hasty attack couldn't block Lin Feng's attack. He was sent flying by Lin Feng. Wah! Great Desire Lord is injured. Many people could not help but exclaim. Seeing Great Desire Lord injured was like seeing a ghost. For such a powerful existence like Great Desire Evil Lord to be injured in such a short period of time, it was truly unbelievable. For a powerful cultivator like Great Desire Lord, even if he was suppressed by his opponent, he would still have ways to protect himself. It was very difficult to injure Great Desire Lord in such a short time. But Lin Feng had managed to do that. This shocked everyone. Many people thought that Lin Feng would die in the hands of Great Desire Lord, but the result was different from what they expected. This person is so young, but he is already so strong? If he is allowed to grow, he will be a huge threat to us. A cultivator from the myriad races said with a gloomy expression. Not only did the cultivators from the myriad races have ugly expressions, but the extraterritorial cultivators and cultivators from other factions also had ugly expressions. They did not wish to see such a strong cultivator rise in the human race. Because these factions had extended their reach, not only in the Sky Martial continent, but also in the 9 states. The Sky Martial continent was a part of the 9 states. If Lin Feng really rose, he would be a huge threat to them in the future. You hurt me. Great Desire Evil Lord roared furiously. He was so angry that he was about to go crazy. A quasi-emperor expert who had reached the 90th step of the stone steps was actually injured by a young human cultivator. This was a great humiliation for Great Desire Evil Lord. Furthermore, he had always viewed the human race as a lowly race. Now that he was injured by Lin Feng, he was going crazy. Bam! Just as Great Desire Lord finished speaking, Lin Feng had already rushed in front of him and punched him. Great Desire Lord was sent flying again. This time, not only did Great Desire Lord vomit blood from Lin Feng's punch, several of his bones were also broken. A boundary emperor who reached the 90th step is only SOSO. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent as he sneered and attacked Great Desire Lord again. You deserve to die. Great Desire Lord roared and wanted to use his spirit art to counterattack. However, Lin Feng didn't give him any time to do so. This was one of the advantages of close combat. Because they were too close to each other, Lin Feng had enough time to interrupt Great Desire Evil Lord's condensed god art. Bang bang bang, Great Desire Evil Lord was sent flying again and again by Lin Feng. Great Desire Lord's injuries were getting worse and worse. Who knew how many of his bones were broken? Everyone looked at the two people fighting in the air in astonishment. The cultivators of the Sky Martial continent were naturally excited. On the other hand, the myriad races, the extraterrestrial races, and the cultivators from other foreign forces all had gloomy expressions. This scene was something they had never imagined before. He shouldn't have been suppressed to this extent. Some cultivators from the myriad races found it hard to understand why this battle would end up like this. Lin Feng's cultivation was indeed very strong, but he definitely wasn't strong enough to suppress Great Desire Demon Lord, who had reached the 90th step, to such an extent. His physical body is very strong. He's completely entangled Great Desire Lord and isn't giving him any chance to escape. An extraterrestrial race cultivator said. He had seen through the trick. His words woke everyone up from their daze. Many people came back to their senses. It was indeed as the extraterrestrial race cultivator had said. Lin Feng was relying on his strong physical body to fight Great Desire Lord in close combat, preventing Great Desire Lord from using his spirit art. That was why Great Desire Lord was forced to retreat. He's from the human race. The human race's physical body is weak. How can his physical body be so terrifying? He's actually suppressing Great Desire Lord. Some cultivators from the myriad races were puzzled and couldn't believe what they had just seen. A human race cultivator, who was recognized as the race with the weakest physical body, was actually suppressing a boundary emperor from the myriad races who had reached the 99th step with his physical body. It was truly inconceivable. His physical body may be strong, but he's still too young. His cultivation hasn't increased and his magic power can't be compared to Great Desire Lord's. If Great Desire Lord pulls away from him and attacks him with his spirit art, then doesn't let him get close. It won't take long for Great Desire Lord's magic power to be exhausted. When that happens, Great Desire Lord can do whatever he wants with him. A myriad race cultivator said. The myriad race cultivators, extraterrestrial race cultivators, and other foreign cultivators all hoped that Great Desire Lord could pull away from Lin Feng so that they could attack Lin Feng from afar. As long as Lin Feng didn't get close, he could wear Lin Feng down. On the other hand, the Sky Martial Continent cultivators hoped that Lin Feng could quickly kill Great Desire Lord. But how could a powerhouse like Great Desire Evil Lord be killed so easily? Although Great Desire Lord was being suppressed by Lin Feng, he didn't suffer any fatal injuries. Lin Feng's attacks were getting fiercer and fiercer. He wanted to use this opportunity to kill Great Desire Lord in one fell swoop. But at that moment, Lin Feng suffered a calamity. Pfft! A bloody hole appeared in his chest, and his body couldn't help but fly out. Great Curse Art! Lin Feng's expression turned ugly. Great Desire Evil Lord actually knew the Great Curse Art. He used it silently. And injured him. During this period of time, Great Desire Evil Lord must have been constantly trying to use the Great Curse Art to harm him. Now, Great Desire Evil Lord had finally succeeded in activating it. Brat, this seat will tear you to pieces. After escaping Lin Feng's close-range attacks, Great Desire Lord couldn't help but laugh sinisterly, his face filled with dense killing intent. Seeing Lin Feng injured, the myriad races, extraterritorial races, and the cultivators from the other sects were shaken. Great Desire Lord broke free from Lin Feng's close-range attacks and even injured Lin Feng. The tide of the battle was about to turn. As long as Great Desire Lord didn't let Lin Feng get close again, Lin Feng would die without a doubt. The expressions of the cultivators of the celestial martial continent suddenly changed. They looked at Lin Feng worriedly. Evil God descends. At this moment, Great Desire Lord let out a deep roar as he used a powerful ability. A distorted world appeared behind him. Evil Chi was rolling in that distorted world. An ancient evil god condensed and stepped out of the illusory world, heading straight for Lin Feng. There were 9 evil gods in the world and it was unknown which evil god was summoned by Great Desire Evil Lord. That evil god's attack was really strong. After Great Desire Evil Lord pulled some distance away from Lin Feng, he used a strong ability to suppress Lin Feng. The cultivators watching all knew where Lin Feng's weakness was. Great Desire Evil Lord obviously knew where Lin Feng's weakness was too. So now, Great Desire Evil Lord wanted to use his ability to suppress Lin Feng and then slowly torture Lin Feng to death. This method was naturally the best one. But Great Desire Evil Lord and everyone watching underestimated Lin Feng's combat strength. When the terrifying palm of the evil god came crashing down on him, Lin Feng's body suddenly flew into the air. Shua, with a flash, Lin Feng's body turned into a Taiji 8 trigrams diagram. This was one of the top abilities passed down by the human race's ancestor, Fuxi. But Lin Feng's Taiji 8 trigrams diagram was different from Fuxi's Taiji 8 trigrams diagram. It was the core of the Taiji Yin-Yang formation. It was the Great Yin-Yang technique. Hence, Lin Feng's Taiji 8 trigrams diagram was much stronger. The Taiji 8 trigrams that he had transformed into charged at the evil god. Since he couldn't dodge the evil god's attack, then he would fight it head-on. Lin Feng's powers weren't as thick as Great Desire Evil Lord's. But Lin Feng's various top abilities weren't something that Great Desire Evil Lord could compare to. Lin Feng's Dao foundations were really strong. Hence, as long as he had an endless supply of powers, his battle prowess would be extremely heaven-defying. Pui, the evil god's illusion was ripped apart. Lin Feng's Taiji 8 trigrams diagram was just too strong. With a light slash, it felt like it could shatter the 10 heavens and earth. Instantly, it was in front of Great Desire Evil Lord. Star Domain Collapse. Great Desire Evil Lord made his move. His entire body was shrouded in divine light. Powerful magical energy surged out and wrapped around his body. With the protection of his magic power, he was not afraid of Lin Feng in close combat. Because at this time, he could use his own magic power to protect himself. This star field collapse divine ability was abnormally powerful. With a single punch, a starry sky world was formed. Billions of stars in the starry sky world began to crumble. Lin Feng's Tai Chi Yin Yang diagram was also enveloped in the starry sky world. Waves of terrifying power bombarded the Tai Chi Yin Yang diagram formed by Lin Feng. In an instant, Lin Feng's Tai Chi Yin Yang diagram was shattered, and Lin Feng returned to his original form. Demon God Dragon Fist. Great Desire Evil Lord continued to attack. He arrived in front of Lin Feng and threw a punch at Lin Feng. Great Desire Evil Lord's various divine abilities were also extremely powerful, just like the demon god Dragon Fist he was using now. The phantom of a demon god appeared behind him. That demon god had 9 heads and 18 arms, and it also had a thick tail. It was an extremely rare demon god. A heavenly dragon coiled around the demon god's body. The heavenly dragon constantly let out sharp and ear-piercing roars. The demon god and Great Desire Evil Lord merged into one. At that moment, Lin Feng seemed to think that the demon god had turned into Great Desire Evil Lord. The demon god's dragon fist that Great Desire Evil Lord unleashed was simply too powerful after receiving the blessing of the demon god's power. Bang! Soon, the terrifying punch landed on Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng was sent flying by the overbearing punch. His face flushed red, and he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Great Desire Evil Lord rushed forward and threw another punch at Lin Feng, wanting to kill Lin Feng. Great Desire Evil Lord is using his magic power now, and indeed has the advantage. That kid is dead for sure. The myriad races, the extraterrestrial races, and the cultivators from other foreign powers all watched the battle with indifferent expressions. In their eyes, Lin Feng was dead for sure. Great Desire Evil Lord's battle strength was too shocking, and there was no way to fight back. The Sky Martial Continent's cultivators looked at the two people in the battle with worried expressions. Now, Lin Feng was suppressed by Great Desire Evil Lord. Great Desire Evil Lord would definitely chase after him, and not give Lin Feng any chance to counterattack. Thus, the Sky Martial Continent's cultivators were extremely worried about Lin Feng's situation and safety. Just as Great Desire Evil Lord's attack was about to land on Lin Feng, a poochie sound was heard, and a bloody hole appeared on Great Desire Evil Lord's chest. Great Desire Evil Lord was injured. Lin Feng gave him a taste of his own medicine. He also successfully activated the Great Curse Art and injured Great Desire Evil Lord. Great Curse Art. Great Desire Evil Lord couldn't help but let out a low roar. He didn't expect Lin Feng to know the Great Curse Art. He was different from Lin Feng, he didn't have the undying divine body, and once he was injured, he needed time to recover. Previously, Great Desire Evil Lord had broken countless bones, and his injuries were severe. However, Great Desire Evil Lord's cultivation was too high, and so his injuries were suppressed by him. But now, there was a bloody hole in his chest, and he was even more injured. This time, Great Desire Evil Lord found it hard to suppress his injuries. Although Lin Feng was also injured, Lin Feng had the undying divine body, and his injuries recovered very quickly, as long as his magic power wasn't depleted. Lin Feng's injuries could be healed continuously. Just like now. Lin Feng's injuries were quickly recovering under the undying divine body, and he rushed towards Great Desire Evil Lord, and sent a supreme reincarnation fist towards Great Desire Evil Lord. Behind Lin Feng, a starry world appeared. Within that starry world, huge stars appeared one after another. Those stars weren't real stars. They were superpowers, stars. Every star was a star formed by superpowers. The Supreme Reincarnation Fist was a superpower created by Lin Feng, and it evolved from the various superpowers that he cultivated as the foundation of the Great Tao. The more superpowers Lin Feng cultivated, the stronger his foundation of the Great Tao would be. Then, the Supreme Reincarnation Fist would be even more powerful. However, this superpower consumed too much of his magic power, and Lin Feng rarely used this superpower under normal circumstances. Of course, Lin Feng had mastered many superpowers, and so he rarely used the Supreme Reincarnation Fist in a fight. Now that Lin Feng used the Supreme Reincarnation Fist, he wanted to quickly finish off Great Desire Evil Lord. When Lin Feng punched out, it was as if he had become the supreme being of all worlds. The power of that terrifying punch was simply too tyrannical, causing the countless cultivators who were spectating the battle to reveal a look of horror. Great Desire Evil Lord's expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly used his superpowers to block Lin Feng's attack, but it was useless. Lin Feng's attack was so powerful that it broke through Great Desire Evil Lord's superpowers, and then landed on his body. Bang! The Supreme Reincarnation Fist was indeed powerful. Even Great Desire Evil Lord was severely injured by the punch. Of course, Lin Feng had used up a lot of energy. He had already used up a third of his energy. After using the Supreme Reincarnation Punch, Lin Feng had used up a lot of energy. After using the Supreme Reincarnation Fist, Lin Feng had expended another third of his energy. Right now, he only had 1/3 of his magic power left in his body. However, this was already enough. Great Desire Lord was severely injured, and only had a third of his energy left. Lin Feng was also confident that he could kill Great Desire Lord. He quickly charged towards Great Desire Evil Lord, wanting to kill him. As for Evil Lord Great Desire, he quickly retreated. Right now, Evil Lord Great Desire was filled with hatred. He had never thought that he would suffer such serious injuries at the hands of a young human cultivator. Great Desire Lord could not accept it. But no matter how much he did not want to believe it. But it had already happened. Great Desire Lord knew that he was in a bad situation. He had to get rid of Lin Feng quickly, otherwise, he would definitely die. But Great Desire Lord realized that he could not get rid of Lin Feng, and his expression turned gloomy. Lin Gongzi is too strong. Even Great Desire Lord is not Lin Gongzi's match. Seems like Great Desire Lord is going to be killed by Lin Gongzi. Show the might of the human race. Many cultivators from the Sky Martial continent shouted excitedly. Lin Feng's appearance was too timely. His appearance might change the situation of Sky Martial continent. His appearance made the Sky Martial continent cultivators who had fallen into darkness and despair see a blazing sun that illuminated the land. The myriad race, extraterritorial race, and other foreign cultivators all had gloomy expressions. They wanted to see Lin Feng killed, but what they wanted to see was Great Desire Lord being killed by Lin Feng. Such a powerful existence had appeared in the human race. In the future, they would not be able to do as they pleased in Sky Martial continent. Fellow Taoists, what are you waiting for? If you don't attack now, when are you going to attack? Virtuous Fiend Lord shouted coldly. You're dead. Ha 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 ha, Great Desire Evil Lord, I never thought that you would have such a day. Looks like you're really miserable. A loud laugh rang out from the void. Then, a man in a robe with the sun, moon, and stars stepped out. This man was exceptionally handsome. Surrounded by the moonlight and stars, he looked like an immortal god. Morong Xingchen. It's actually him. A cultivator from an alien race exclaimed in surprise as he recognized the identity of this man. This man was not simple. His background was extraordinary. This person was an expert from the extraterritorial Imperial Star Moon clan, and he was overseeing the Saint Ancient City. The Saint Ancient City was an ancient city built by the myriad races, the foreign races, and other foreign powers. It was said that the ones guarding this ancient city were the core members of the myriad races royal family, the extraterrestrial races royal family, and other foreign forces that were comparable to the myriad races royal family and the extraterrestrial races royal family. Therefore, the Saint Ancient City had a special status in the eyes of the myriad races, the extraterrestrial races, and other foreign forces. Morong Xingchen was one of the top experts overseeing the Saint Ancient City. Now that Morong Xingchen had appeared and mocked the Great Desire Evil Lord, the Great Desire Evil Lord was furious. However, the Great Desire Evil Lord needed to borrow Morong Xingchen's power, so he did not fall out with her. Now is not the time to mock me. We should join forces to kill this brat. If this brat is allowed to grow, he will become a great threat. Virtuous Evil Lord said with a gloomy expression. Morong Xingchen raised his eyebrows but did not say anything. Virtuous Evil Lord is right. This brat must die. Then, a second expert stepped out from the void. This was an old man with white hair and a beard. His body was stooped and he looked very ordinary. However, no one dared to underestimate this old man. This person is the sacred demon tribe's expert, Xianxia. The myriad races cultivators sucked in a breath of cold air. This was an ancient existence. It was said that he had cultivated for 7 million years and was a grand elder of the sacred demon tribe. I heard that the sacred demon prince was killed. According to reliable sources, the sacred demon prince was also killed by Lin Feng. No wonder Xianxia came out from the Saint Ancient City. The myriad races, extraterrestrial races, and other foreign forces cultivators began to discuss softly. Although Xianxia was old and weak, his combat strength was not as strong as before. However, his cultivation realm was unfathomable and his combat strength was still heaven-defying. No one dared to underestimate such an ancient existence. Ha 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 ha, I like to witness the fall of the top prodigies of other races. Personally destroying these top prodigies is an exciting thing. The third expert had arrived. This expert was actually an expert from the Heavenly Devil tribe. The Heavenly Devil tribe was divided into many branches. The extraterrestrial races also had the Heavenly Devil tribe. The Heavenly Sage Great World also had the Heavenly Devil tribe. Lin Feng didn't know where that Devamara had come from. Wu Rida, an expert from the Heavenly Sage Great World's Heavenly Devil tribe. After seeing this person, the myriad races cultivators recognized this Heavenly Devil's identity. He came from the Heavenly Sage Great World. Currently, he was also overseeing the Saint Ancient City. Each of these three experts' strength was not weaker than Great Desire Lord. But now, the three experts had come together. Including Great Desire Lord. There were a total of 4 top experts. Lin Feng did not continue to attack Great Desire Lord. Instead, he stood in the void and looked at the 4 experts indifferently. This was the current situation of the human race's cultivators. There were too few experts. In the entire Sky Martial continent, perhaps only he could contend against the myriad races, extraterrestrial races, and other foreign forces experts. But so what if it was only Lin Feng alone? He would still stand up to protect the mountains and rivers of his homeland. Ha 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 ha, for great experts, that brat has nowhere to go. No one can save him. The myriad races, extraterrestrial races, and other foreign forces cultivators all laughed. They felt that Lin Feng could only die today. The Sky Martial continent's cultivators' faces changed. They knew very well what the outcome would be if these 4 terrifying experts surrounded Lin Feng. It's rare for the human race to have someone as powerful as you. But no matter how powerful you are, you're destined to become a pile of bones today. Everyone, let's do it, lest something unexpected happens. Xianxia said coldly. Alright, let's do it. The other 3 nodded and walked towards Lin Feng. As they walked towards Lin Feng, they condensed their divine abilities. Terrifying fluctuations surged out from the bodies of the 4 experts. At that moment, dark clouds covered the sun. Each of the 4 powerhouses was more terrifying than the other. Now, they were attacking Lin Feng together. Such a situation was indeed too despairing. Now, almost no one was optimistic about Lin Feng's chances. No matter how they looked at it, there seemed to be only one result, and that was Lin Feng's death. When the 4 strong cultivators attacked him, Lin Feng didn't hold back anymore. 1 chi into 3 pure ones. His body was split into 3. 3 Lin Feng. They formed a triangle. They leaned together. At present, this was Lin Feng's most powerful technique. 1 chi into 3 pure ones. He could create 3 copies of himself. Then, Lin Feng activated his domineering aura. Epic Domineering, White Tiger Domineering, and Supreme Domineering. These domineering auras stacked together. The use of domineering aura was far from that simple. It was just that Lin Feng had cultivated domineering aura for too short a time, so he hadn't grasped the many uses of domineering aura. Lin Feng believed that as time passed, he would definitely be able to grasp the various powerful uses of domineering aura. Now, his use of domineering aura was still at the very beginning stage. However, domineering aura itself was too powerful. Even if he could only release a small part of its power, it was already terrifying enough. 1 Qi into 3 pure ones. In addition to the overlay of domineering aura. In fact, it was equivalent to 9 types of domineering aura stacking together, forming an unusually powerful magnetic field. The 4 powerhouses were trapped in the magnetic field, and their movements became extremely difficult. Now that Lin Feng didn't hold back and unleashed his strongest combat power, it could be said to be extremely terrifying. However, using so many powerful divine abilities at the same time naturally consumed a lot of magic power. Lin Feng could clearly feel the magic power in his body being consumed continuously. This consumption was extremely huge, and he knew that he had to replenish his magic power. Otherwise, no matter how powerful the divine ability was, it couldn't be used without the support of magic power. At that time, it would still be a dead end. Kill him with all your might. The 4 powerhouses' expressions were gloomy, and their killing intent was monstrous. Although their speed was greatly restricted, they weren't completely restricted and could still move. The 4 powerhouses' attacks condensed and blasted toward Lin Feng. Whoosh, at this moment, Lin Feng disappeared without a trace. He used the heaven patching technique. He instantly dodged the attacks of the 3 experts. Then, the 3 Lin Fengs arrived at Great Desire Lord's side. Great Desire Evil Lord was severely injured and was the easiest to deal with among the 4. Now that Lin Feng had used 1 Qi into 3 pure ones, his battle prowess had been raised to the peak. The 3 Lin Feng wielded the stone sword, the 5 dragon wheel, and the purgatory fiend spear respectively as they charged towards Great Desire Evil Lord. Lord Great Desire's expression changed drastically. He didn't expect such an unforeseen event to occur. Now, it was already too late for him to take out a magic weapon to protect himself. Puff, the 3 Lin Fengs unleashed their powers at the same time. The supreme treasures in their hands pierced through Great Desire Lord's body. Great Desire Lord's body exploded. Next, the 3 Lin Feng used the Great Devouring technique to devour all of Great Desire Lord's essence. This powerful source turned into surging magical power that flowed within his body. Lord Great Desire has been killed. 1 Qi into 3 pure ones, that's 1 Qi into 3 pure ones. This person's methods are too terrifying. He's even mastered 1 Qi into 3 pure ones. Great Desire Lord was careless. If he had been prepared, he wouldn't have been killed so easily. He must have felt that the appearance of the other 3 greatly increased his confidence and lowered his guard. I wonder if the other 3 will be able to kill that brat. The cultivators of the 10,000 races, the extraterrestrial races, and the cultivators of the other factions discussed fervently. They were now hesitant about whether the other 3 could kill Lin Feng. They had been full of confidence before. But now, they lacked confidence. That was because Lin Feng's battle prowess was too strong. Moreover, he was continuously using all sorts of legendary abilities. The cultivators of the Tianwu continent were shaken. They had been worried about Lin Feng's situation, but now they saw hope for Lin Feng to turn the situation around. Nice, this is really nice. After devouring Great Desire Lord's essence, Lin Feng couldn't help but smile. His magical power had been completely restored, and his battle prowess had once again soared to the peak. Now that one of the 4 experts had died, there were only 3 left. Now, it's your turn. Since you're here today, don't think of leaving. Lin Feng said indifferently. His voice was filled with boundless killing intent. 1 Qi into 3 pure ones, in addition to 9 different types of domineering magnetic fields. These were Lin Feng's advantages. The 3 Lin Fengs each had their eyes fixed on one person and were moving towards their opponent. Kid, you think too highly of yourself. You're just a body formed by the 1 Qi into 3 pure ones. It's not your real body. There are many techniques that you can't use. Morong Xingchen's voice was cold as she looked at Lin Feng. Her eyes were filled with cold killing intent. Lin Feng's real body was fighting against Morong Xingchen. They were fighting fiercely. I'll delay this kid's original body. The 2 of you, destroy the 2 clones. Once the 1 Qi into 3 pure ones is used, there's a cooldown time. He won't be able to use it continuously. At that time it'll be time for us to kill this kid. Morong Xingchen said indifferently. Such an expert. His grasp of battle opportunities was unparalleled. He knew how to deal with Lin Feng. No problem, we'll be able to deal with these two clones soon. Xianxia and Wu Raida said. Their attacks were getting stronger and stronger. The three of them had a good plan. However, Lin Feng wouldn't let their thoughts become reality. Lin Feng held the Purgatory Demon Spear and activated the Demonic Emperor's small world. This was a small world that appeared on the 4th floor of the Chonglu Demonic Palace. It was obtained by the Chonglu Demonic Emperor. After Lin Feng opened the 4th space, he refined this Demonic Emperor's small world. A small world condensed by a Demonic Emperor's body was naturally terrifying. 50% of Lin Feng's magic power was instantly sucked dry. Only then did he activate the Demonic Emperor's small world. From this, it could be seen how high the price to activate the Demonic Emperor's small world was. The most important thing was that the Demonic Emperor's small world was still continuously devouring Lin Feng's magic power. If this continued, Lin Feng's magic power would continue to be consumed. At that time, it wouldn't be as simple as consuming half of his magic power. However, the Demonic Emperor's small world was indeed powerful. Under Lin Feng's control, it directly suppressed Murong Xingqian. Bang! The Demonic Emperor's small world suppressed Murong Xingqian's body. In addition, the 9-layered magnetic field suppressed Murong Xingqian's body. Murong Xingqian found it difficult to move. You can go to hell now. Lin Feng's voice was indifferent. He stepped forward and stabbed the Purgatory Demon Spear towards Murong Xingqian. Puchi! Lin Feng's right hand suddenly shook the Purgatory Fiend Spear. Murong Xingqian's body exploded and died on the spot. His death could be said to be extremely miserable. Following that, Lin Feng devoured Murong Xingqian's source energy. Then, the source energy turned into boundless magic power and entered his body. He activated the Demon Emperor's small world and charged towards Wu Raida. Dead. Murong Xingqian is also dead. This person is too terrifying. The myriad races cultivators, extraterrestrial races cultivators, and the cultivators from other factions all had expressions of disbelief on their faces. Lin Feng was fighting against 4 strong cultivators alone, and now he had already killed 2 of them. No matter what the outcome of this battle was, it would definitely shock the world. Rumble! A loud sound rang out, resounding through the clouds. The Demon Emperor's small world descended from the sky and suppressed Wu Raida. Lin Feng was still using the Demon Emperor's small world and the magnetic field formed by the 9 layers of Haki to deal with Wu Raida, just like how he dealt with Murong Xingqian. This kind of combat power was extremely terrifying and also abnormally shocking. It was shocking. Wu Raida was also unable to resist the magnetic field formed by the Demon Emperor's small world and the 9 layers of Haki. Lin Feng rushed forward and the Purgatory Fiend Spear pierced through the void and stabbed towards Wu Raida. A Puchi sound could be heard. The spear directly pierced through Wu Raida's body. Sky Demon Disintegration Technique. Wu Raida roared loudly and his body exploded, turning into a cloud of black fog. Then, the black fog wanted to fly outside and escape. This was the Sky Demon race's method of escape. Lin Feng had studied that skill in the past. He had seen Wu Raida use the Devamara Great Technique. Lin Feng immediately took out the 4 heavenly flames. The 4 heavenly flames enveloped the black fog that Wu Raida had turned into. Then, they burned fiercely. Ah! Wu Raida's miserable cry could be heard. Wu Raida tried his best to struggle. But in the end, Lin Feng's heavenly flames burned his soul and scattered it. Wu Raida is also dead. The myriad race, extraterrestrial race, and the cultivators from other factions were all aghast. 3 of the 4 great experts had already been killed, leaving only Xianxia Mo. Xianxia Mo was bound to be alone. Lin Gongzi is mighty. The cultivators of the Sky Martial Continent shouted excitedly. The combat power that Lin Feng had displayed was simply too terrifying. The result of this battle was too exciting. Many cultivators had tears in their eyes. The native cultivators of the Sky Martial Continent had been oppressed for so many years, and now they finally saw the hope of turning things around. It's your turn now, Lin Feng charged towards Xianxia Mo. Although this person was old and his bloodline had collapsed, his realm was much higher than the other 3, so his battle prowess was extremely terrifying. Seeing Lin Feng rushing over, Xianxia Mo's expression was extremely gloomy. He knew that the situation was hopeless. It was impossible for him to fight against Lin Feng alone, so Xianxia didn't have the courage to continue fighting against Lin Feng. If they continued to fight, at that time, he might even die in Lin Feng's hands. Xianxia pushed back Lin Feng's incarnation with his palm, then rushed outside. Loud rumbling sounds could be heard. Lin Feng arrived and controlled the Demon Emperor's small world to attack Xianxia. He didn't want to let Xianxia go just like that. Sacred Demon Ancestor. Xianxia couldn't help but shout out coldly. He activated his bloodline, and a bloody light soared into the sky from his body. Within the bloody light, a terrifying existence appeared. That existence was an existence condensed from the bloodline power of the sacred demon tribe's ancestor. Perhaps it was an ancestor of the sacred demon tribe that had already passed away, and now this ancestor had reappeared in the world. That existence wanted to help Xianxia block Lin Feng's attack, and then buy time for Xianxia to escape. However, Xianxia underestimated the power of the Demon Emperor's small world. Lin Feng continued to pour his magic power into the Demon Emperor's small world. The fluctuations emitted by the Demon Emperor's small world became stronger and stronger. Dense runes even appeared outside the Shifter Emperor's small world. Those were the Demon Emperor's runes. Once the Demon Emperor's runes awakened, the power of the Demon Emperor's small world would greatly increase. Now, the Demon Emperor's runes had awakened. The Demon Emperor's small world's power had indeed greatly increased. Waves of tyrannical fluctuations surged out. The Demon Emperor's small world directly dispersed the ancestor's incarnation that Xianxia had condensed. Then, under Lin Feng's control, the Demon Emperor's small world struck Xianxia bang. Xianxia was sent flying by the Demon Emperor's small world. Wah! Xianxia spat out a mouthful of blood. The three Lin Feng incarnations attacked Xianxia at the same time. Why is it like this? Xianxia roared unwillingly, but now he was powerless to reverse the situation. Little bastard, just you wait. Your end won't be any better than ours. We'll look up to the world from hell, waiting for your arrival. Xianxia roared loudly. His voice was filled with deep resentment. Then you're destined to wait in hell forever. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. Pooh. 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 The three Lin Feng incarnations attacked at the same time, directly piercing through Xianxia's body. Xianxia fell. Dead, they're all dead. The four great experts have all been killed. The myriad races cultivators, the extraterritorial races cultivators, and the cultivators from other powers all looked at Lin Feng in shock. The four great experts, which one of them wasn't an unrivaled existence? But now, they were all killed by Lin Feng just like that. Everyone's hearts were filled with deep shock. Lin Feng was truly too powerful. He was like an unrivaled demon god, grasping the power to destroy the world. Everyone, what are you waiting for? How many of our Sky Martial Continent's people have been killed by the myriad races, the extraterritorial race, and the other powers? Let's attack together and kill all these people. Lin Feng roared loudly. Kill, deafening battle cries resounded through the clouds. The Sky Martial Continent's cultivators and the Country of Desire's cultivators all charged out, beginning to attack the myriad races cultivators, the extraterritorial races cultivators, and the cultivators from other powers. Run! How could the myriad races cultivators, the extraterritorial races cultivators, and the cultivators from other powers dare to stay behind and fight? They fled in fear. The Sky Martial Continent's cultivators and the Country of Desire's cultivators chased after them, unleashing a massacre. The sea region was dyed blood red. The news that Lin Feng had killed four extremely strong cultivators quickly spread throughout the celestial Martial Continent. The commotion caused by this matter was too great. One had to know that among the four great experts killed by Lin Feng, two of them were quasi-emperors who had reached the 90th step, the 91st step, and the 93rd step. But now, they were all killed by Lin Feng alone. No one dared to believe that this was real. Now, the entire Sky Martial Continent was discussing Lin Feng. Regardless of whether it was the Sky Martial Continent's cultivators, the myriad races cultivators, the extraterritorial races cultivators, or the cultivators from other powers, when Lin Feng was mentioned, they couldn't help but feel reverence. The Sky Martial Continent seemed to have entered a temporary calm. The myriad races, the extraterritorial races, and other external forces did not make any movements. More and more human cultivators came to the country of desire. Many people wanted to join the country of desire. With the protection of a powerhouse like Lin Feng, their lives were guaranteed. Lin Feng was holding a sheepskin scroll in his hand. This sheepskin scroll was given to him by Shangguan Feier previously. Shangguan Feier said that this sheepskin scroll was left behind by Shi Weizhu. Shi Weizhu had become Lin Feng's woman a long time ago. Shi Weizhu's background was quite pitiful. She was an orphan since young. Later, when she joined the Blue Cloud sect, she was almost humiliated. Fortunately, she met Lin Feng. At that time, Shi Weizhu left behind the sheepskin scroll and disappeared the next day. Bai Ying and Lu Ruyan also disappeared with Shi Weizhu. Bai Ying and Lu Ruyan were also Lin Feng's women. Moreover, one of them had the Yin spirit body and the other had the water spirit body. They were both top-quality cultivation furnaces. The three of them left without a sound. There must be some kind of connection between them. Perhaps the departure of Bai Ying and Lu Ruyan was related to Shi Weizhu, but what did the sheepskin scroll that Shi Weizhu left behind mean? Lin Feng's heart was full of doubts. He did not know how Shi Weizhu, Bai Ying, and Lu Ruyan were doing. Lin Feng originally wanted to study the sheepskin scroll. However, after studying it for a while, he did not get any results. He could not help but feel disappointed. Lin Feng could only temporarily keep the sheepskin scroll. Late at night. It was already late at night. Lin Feng and Huang Shilan hugged each other to sleep. He had another dream. It was still in that mysterious world. In that unknown courtyard, Lin Feng was lying down in a bright hall to rest. When he opened his eyes, he saw the demon god appear. That demon god was really miserable. He did not know who beheaded him, tore off his arm, and dug out his heart. Now, that demon god had reappeared and was constantly saying something to him. Lin Feng did not know what the god fiend was saying. However, he could sense that the god fiend was extremely anxious, as though there was something important that he wanted him to know. The demon god soared into the sky and flew into the distance. Lin Feng followed closely behind the god fiend. Who is he? This is the third time I've dreamed of him. Lin Feng muttered to himself. He wanted to know the identity of the demonic god. However, he was unable to communicate with the demon god. The god fiend's identity also became a mystery. Lin Feng followed behind the demon god. After an unknown period of time, Lin Feng discovered that the demon god had entered an extremely dangerous place. The blood moon rose into the sky, and a mortal light descended. In the depths of the mountains, a cliff appeared. It was unknown where the cliff was connected to, but it seemed to contain a peerless terror. Death Zone. Godfall Cliff. Lin Feng was shocked. At this moment, he suddenly woke up and sat up. Husband, what's wrong? Huang Shilan also woke up. Seeing Lin Feng covered in cold sweat, she could not help but look at Lin Feng worriedly. I'm fine. Continue to rest. There are some things that I need to think about carefully. Lin Feng said. He got up and went to the courtyard. The bright moon hung high in the sky, and it was late at night. However, Lin Feng's heart was extremely uneasy. This was the third time he had dreamed of that demon god. Now, Lin Feng finally knew where the demon god had gone. The demon god had gone to Godfall Cliff. Why was he going there? Lin Feng had a feeling that the demon god was deliberately luring him to Godfall Cliff. This feeling was very strong. What's in Godfall Cliff? Lin Feng could not help but mutter to himself. He was extremely puzzled. He had a feeling that Godfall Cliff hid some big secrets. Was the demon god luring him to Godfall Cliff to lure him to uncover some secrets? Lin Feng did not know if that was the case, but Lin Feng had a feeling. Perhaps it was really possible. The next day, Lin Feng summoned Du Zhu and the evil Lord Saint. He planned to let Du Zhu and the evil Lord Saint escort Shangguan Feier and the others to the 9 states. As Lin Feng still had some things to deal with in the Tianwu continent, he could not stay in the country of desire forever. However, Lin Feng was worried that once he left the country of desire, someone would make a move against Shangguan Feier and the others in the country of desire. After all, if they captured Lin Feng and the others, they could use them to threaten Lin Feng. This method was despicable and shameless, and many cultivators might not be willing to do it. However, in this world, there were some unscrupulous people who would use this method to deal with Lin Feng. If he really encountered such people, it would be quite terrible. Lin Feng had to be fully prepared. "Young master, are you not going back with us?" Du Zhu asked. Lin Feng said, "I still have some things to deal with. After I'm done, I will return to the 9 states. Young master staying here alone is really worrying. How about this? Let the big zombie escort young master's family to the 9 states, and I will stay behind to accompany young master," Du Zhu said. Lin Feng said, "No need. I can handle it alone. Furthermore, the journey to the 9 states is long. Who knows how many things will happen along the way. The two of you can go back together. If anything happens along the way, we can take care of each other." Following that, Lin Feng selected 30,000 elites from the Country of Desire's cultivator army. Shangguan Fei and the others, as well as Lin Feng and the other women's families, boarded the ancient starship Xianyuan. Under the escort of Du Zhu and the evil Lord Saint, the ancient starship Xianyuan embarked on the route to the 9 states. Madame Qi did not leave. This woman's desire for power was very strong. She did not want to leave the Country of Desire that she had single-handedly built. Therefore, she chose to stay. Madame Qi still lived a carefree life. She kept many beautiful concubines for her enjoyment. So many years had passed. This peculiar habit of hers had not changed. Lin Feng planned to make a trip to the God-Falling Cliff. When he went to the God-Falling Cliff for the first time, many things happened. Lin Feng could not help but think of the little girl Li Mingxi he picked up in the God-Falling Cliff. Later, Li Mingxi was taken away by her family. She should be an adult now, right? Lin Feng also remembered that on the way to the God-Falling Cliff, he met Gu Yun-er and had a series of misunderstandings with Gu Yun-er. But now, these misunderstandings had been cleared up. Half a month later, Lin Feng arrived at the magnetic fog lake. After arriving here, a delicate figure suddenly appeared in front of Lin Feng. He still remembered the unforeseen event that happened to his family more than 30 years ago. Only Zi Yuan was by his side. The two of them relied on each other for survival, crossed the magnetic fog lake, and went to the desolate domain to find a sect to join. Lin Feng still remembered the scene when Zi Yuan was taken away. However, so many years had passed, and he still did not have any news about Zi Yuan. Now that he thought about it, everything felt like a dream. Now, he came to the magnetic fog lake again. Looking back, choosing to go to the desolate domain was perhaps the most important decision in his life. Lin Feng entered the magnetic fog lake, but he didn't know if the Azure Ghost Yen was still there. Lin Feng took out an ancient ship. He stood on the ship, which floated in the magnetic fog lake. Lin Feng remembered that the Azure Ghost Yan's nest was near the area of the sunken ship. That place was very dangerous, and no cultivator would go there. The area was densely covered with restrictions. The Azure Ghost Yen was very good at finding hidden places. The ancient ship arrived at the periphery of the sunken ship, and Lin Feng looked at the foggy magnetic fog lake. Currently, the magnetic fog lake was very quiet. He couldn't help but shout, "An old friend has come to visit. I wonder if Brother Yan is still here." Not long after, a small ship floated over. It was surrounded by ghostly qi, and it looked very eerie. A black-robed cultivator stood on the ship. "It feels like a lifetime has passed. When we meet again, the Sky Martial continent has already changed," the Azure Ghost Yen said. He had already condensed his own body, and he had already completed his transformation. In these years, the laws of heaven and earth in the Sky Martial continent had changed, so many people had broken through. It was no longer the Sky Martial continent of the past. Lin Feng flew from the ancient ship to the ghost ship of the Azure Ghost Yen and put it away. He looked at the Azure Ghost Yen and said, "Yes, the Sky Martial continent has changed too much in these years. I didn't expect you to have already condensed your own body. Congratulations." The Azure Ghost Yen waved his right hand, and a table suddenly appeared in the ship's cabin. There was wine and several dishes on the table. "Brother Lin, let's sit down and talk," said the Azure Ghost Yen. Lin Feng nodded and sat with the Azura Ghost Yan on either side of the table. The two of them drank and chatted. The two of them talked about many things that had happened in these years. They couldn't help but sigh at the impermanence of the world. Who knew what would happen in the future? Where does Brother Lin plan to go this time? Asked the Azura Ghost Yan. I plan to go to the desolate region's fallen god cliff to take a look. Lin Feng said. Azura Ghost Yan said, a few years ago, the wasteland's god-fallen cliff changed. Many cultivators went there to explore, but most of them died in the god-fallen cliff. However, it is said that some people took out some things from the god-fallen cliff, which caused a great uproar. As a land of death, the fallen god cliff hid a great secret. Back then, Lin Feng had heard Saber Lord mention the Sky Martial Continent's land of death. Saber Lord had once said that the Sky Martial Continent's death zones hid the world's greatest secrets. As for what kind of secret it was, Lin Feng didn't know. The only thing he knew was that the death zones of the Martial Heaven continent were incomparably terrifying. There was only a slim chance of survival if one entered. In fact, there was no chance of survival. Naturally, the items taken out from the land of death would be extraordinary. In the past, Lin Feng had entered the Falling God Cliff. In the Godfall Cliff, he saw the Black Flame God devouring fire, the old Golden Crow, and the Heavenly Demon Emperor's son who had yet to hatch. Now, the son of the Heavenly Demon Emperor had been born. Obviously, there were still countless secrets hidden in the Falling God Cliff. Back then, his cultivation was too weak, so he was unable to explore the secrets of the Falling God Cliff. What exactly is it? Is there any news? Lin Feng couldn't help but ask curiously. I'm not sure about that. Perhaps only the powers that obtained those items back then would know. Azura Ghost Luo Yan said. Lin Feng nodded and didn't continue talking about this topic. He looked at Azura Ghost Luo Yan and said, do you have any plans to leave the magnetic fog lake? Azura Ghost Luo Yan said. For the time being, I don't have such plans. Lin Feng said, maybe when I go to a wider world, I'll be able to reach a higher level of enlightenment. Azura Ghost Luo Yan said, I also understand this logic. However, I feel that there are still some secrets hidden here. And the secrets here will play an extremely crucial role. Now, I'm still waiting for the secrets here to appear. Lin Feng said, I see. I hope the secrets here will appear soon. When the time comes, you can go to the 9 prefectures. At that time, I hope we can reunite in the 9 prefectures. Azura Ghost Luo Yan said, if I go to the 9 prefectures in the future, I'll definitely look for Brother Lin. After Lin Feng left Azura Ghost Luo Yan's place, he went straight to the Falling God Cliff. In his dream, the demon god's final destination was the Falling God Cliff. Lin Feng felt that the demon god seemed to be guiding him to the Falling God Cliff. Although this feeling was very strange, it was very strong. Even Lin Feng himself didn't know. Why would he have such a feeling? As always, the Falling God Cliff was shrouded in endless mystery. This was a land of death, so naturally, it was impossible to enter casually. Once one entered, there was a possibility of dying inside. In the past, the Falling God Cliff was very quiet, and very few people came here. But now, there were many cultivators in the outer area of the Falling God Cliff. Lin Feng saw the myriad races, extraterritorial races, and some other cultivators from the outside world. Lin Feng stood in the distance and didn't show himself. He frowned slightly. Why did the cultivators from the 3 forces come here? Lin Feng felt that the upper echelons of the 3 forces must know some unknown secret. But these secrets were destined not to be discovered by outsiders. Lin Feng didn't act rashly. He was waiting. Perhaps the cultivators from the 3 forces would take action. Dong, dong, dong. In the middle of the night, the sound of a bell came from the Falling God Cliff. Lin Feng couldn't help but be shocked. This bell sound contained the sound of the heavenly Tao and was extremely extraordinary. Could it be an immortal bell? Lin Feng was very surprised. There were too many secrets in the Falling God Cliff. If one wanted to discover these secrets, they would have to risk their lives. Buzz, at this moment, one of Lin Feng's treasures emitted a violent fluctuation. It was the 5 Flame 7 Birds fan, a powerful and strange demon weapon. What? Did you sense it? Lin Feng couldn't help but ask. As a top-grade demon weapon, the 5-flame 7-birds fan had a complete and meticulous intelligence. I sensed a special aura. It's not a good feeling. The 5-flame 7-birds fan said. Why do you say that? Lin Feng frowned slightly and asked. A terrifying demon weapon has awakened. It might be an ancient demon weapon. The 5-flame 7-birds fan said. The 5-flame 7-birds fan was a top-grade demon weapon, but it couldn't reach the level of an ancient demon weapon. Unless it evolved again, it couldn't reach that level. An ancient demon weapon was one of the 9 great ancient weapons. Every single ancient weapon possessed unimaginable power. Once an ancient weapon awakened, it could easily destroy a great world. Even an immortal weapon couldn't do that. From this, one could see how terrifying ancient weapons were. But now, the 5-flame 7-birds fan said that there was an ancient demon weapon in the falling god cliff, and that it had awakened. Lin Feng was no stranger to ancient weapons. This was because he had obtained a sky ring in the Wu Yuan immortal abode. In the depths of the sky ring, there was an ancient killing weapon. It was chained by 18 chains. Treasures of this level were extremely rare. In addition, the world had changed time and time again. These treasures had almost disappeared without a trace and were extremely difficult to find. Emperor weapons and immortal weapons could not be compared to ancient weapons. It was very difficult for cultivators to refine ancient weapons, unless they had heaven-defying strength to suppress ancient weapons. However, even great emperor-level experts could not suppress ancient weapons, let alone ordinary cultivators. Of course, there was another way to refine ancient weapons, and that was to obtain the ancient weapon's approval. If the ancient weapon took the initiative to recognize its master, then, the cultivator could obtain the ancient weapon. However, it was impossible for an ancient weapon to take the initiative to recognize its master. Of course, there was no guarantee that some ancient factions had the method to refine ancient weapons. One had to know that some ancient factions had existed for a long time and possessed many shocking secret techniques. As for those secret techniques, none of them were known to outsiders. Could it be that the myriad races, extraterritorial races, and other factions cultivators have come to the God-fallen cliff because of the ancient demon weapon? Lin Feng could not help but ponder. Of course, this was only his guess. He did not know whether it was true or not. Is that treasure emitting the chiming sound the ancient demon weapon you mentioned? Lin Feng could not help but ask. The 5-flame 7-birds fan said, no, that ancient demon weapon is very strange. I can't sense its form for now. Maybe it's because that ancient demon weapon is too powerful and far surpasses me. Lin Feng could not help but frown slightly. He muttered in his heart, what exactly is that mysterious ancient demon weapon? The bell stopped ringing and the world returned to normal. Lin Feng noticed that the myriad races, extraterritorial races, and extraterritorial races cultivators all had indifferent expressions after hearing the bell ringing. This made Lin Feng very surprised. He could not help but touch his chin. Could it be that the 3 factions cultivators were already used to this? Therefore, when the bell rang out from the fallen god cliff, they were all calm and collected. When it was almost dawn, something new happened. A towering existence stood up from the depths of the godfall cliff. Black mist swirled around, and the towering existence was hidden in the black mist. It was 10,000 meters tall. The lofty being did not make any sound. Instead, he paid attention to everything that was happening outside with an indifferent expression. What kind of creature is that? After Lin Feng saw that existence, he was extremely shocked. He did not know what kind of existence it was. Such a huge body was simply unbelievable. It was simply too shocking. At daybreak, the towering figure also disappeared without a trace. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown slightly. On this night, the immortal bell rang first. Then, the 5-fire 7-birds fan sensed the aura of an ancient demon soldier. Finally, a mysterious creature that was 10,000 meters tall appeared. The current falling god cliff was indeed different from the one in Lin Feng's memory. In Lin Feng's memory, the falling god cliff was usually very calm. Only when the blood moon appeared would the god-falling cliff change. But now, the blood moon had not appeared, and unexpected things were happening in the falling god cliff. Lin Feng couldn't help but have a lot of doubts. Is everything happening in the falling god cliff related to the great changes in heaven and earth? Lin Feng could not help muttering to himself. The laws of heaven and earth in the Tianwu continent had changed. Furthermore, the few death danger zones hid the greatest secrets of the Sky Martial continent. Thus, any changes that occurred in the death danger zones were possible. During the day, the death zones were very quiet. A day passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, night fell. Roar. This time, a dragon's roar came from the falling god cliff. Hearing it, Lin Feng could not help but feel puzzled. This dragon's roar, was it a magic treasure, or was there really a dragon? At night, the huge and mysterious creature did not appear. Instead, another creature appeared. A Milky Way fell. It seemed to have fallen from the 9 heavens into the falling god cliff. And in the Milky Way world, a mysterious figure appeared. It was a woman, dressed in white. Even the cultivators of the 10,000 races, extraterrestrial races, and other foreign forces were shocked. Because this was the first time they had seen such a scene. What a beautiful woman, someone said, staring unblinkingly at the woman who appeared in the Milky Way world. The woman's white clothes were like snow, and her face was exquisite and beautiful. Even the fairies of the heaven realm could not compare to a tenth of this woman's beauty. When Lin Feng saw the woman's appearance, he was also very surprised. This woman was really too beautiful. She could even be compared to the Empress. Such a beautiful woman. Rarely seen in the world. Who is she? Has she become a corpse now? Lin Feng could not help but mutter to himself. He felt that the woman who appeared in the Milky Way world was not a living person, but a corpse. Because her eyes were closed, and there were no fluctuations in her body. At dawn, the Milky Way world disappeared, and the woman also disappeared without a trace. On the 3rd day, the Milky Way world appeared again. This time, other than the woman, there was a second person in the Milky Way world. The second person was an old man with a sage-like demeanor, like an immortal who had achieved the Tao. Like the beautiful woman, he had his eyes closed, and there was no aura on his body. This caused a huge uproar. Experts from the 10,000 races, extraterrestrial races, and other foreign forces came and stood outside the falling god cliff to watch the 2 mysterious existences that appeared in the Milky Way world. Those experts were discussing something in private. But others could not hear what they were discussing. On the 4th night, the Milky Way world appeared again. This time, a 3rd mysterious cultivator appeared in the Milky Way world. This time, the cultivator had the appearance of a scholar. He seemed to be a great scholar. 3 mysterious cultivators appeared in a row. Lin Feng muttered to himself. On the 5th day, the Milky Way world fell again. On this night, a 4th mysterious cultivator appeared in the Milky Way world. It's him. When he saw the 4th cultivator appear in the Milky Way world, Lin Feng's face showed an extremely shocked expression. That existence turned out to be a divine demon. 2 of his 3 heads were chopped off, 3 of his 6 arms were torn off, and his heart was dug out. Lin Feng was shocked that the gods and demons in his dream had appeared in reality. He thought of many things and felt that this was very strange. There were many secrets hidden. Lin Feng frowned and pondered. Perhaps the secrets hidden here were earth-shattering and shocking. Their clothes are very ancient, Lin Feng couldn't help but say to himself. The clothes of the 4 experts in the Milky Way world were extremely ancient and had a sense of time. The era was different, so the style of dressing was also different. Especially some styles of clothing would have a strong sense of time. The clothes of the 4 experts that Lin Feng saw in front of him were very similar to the clothes of the Immortal Ancient Era. The Immortal Ancient Era was the watershed of this era. It was an important point from the weak period after the fall of the innate realm to the recovery period. Therefore, the Immortal Ancient Era was a glorious and brilliant era. In this era, experts came out in large numbers and hundreds of schools of thought contended. But now, the glory of the Immortal Ancient Era was destined to become history. Many secrets were buried by the long river of time. However, it was not an easy task to bury all the secrets. Just like the Milky Way world in front of him and the 4 mysterious experts in the Milky Way world. What was their origin? Why did they appear in this Milky Way world? How did they fall back then? What secrets were hidden in their bodies? And so on and so forth. There were too many things that made people curious about the 4 ancient existences in front of them and had the impulse to explore their secrets. However, these secrets were destined to be a mystery. Lin Feng stood in the distance and carefully observed the demon god. He frowned and pondered. He felt that the appearance of these four existences might not be so simple. The changes in the fallen god cliff were too great. Lin Feng had a strange feeling. Would the secret of the death impasse be unknown to the world, or would its mysterious veil be gradually unraveled? In the next few days, experts from the thousands of races, extraterrestrial races, and other foreign forces continued to arrive. The Milky Way world appeared every day. However, no other experts appeared in the Milky Way world. The four experts stood in four different places in the Milky Way world. It was unknown how many tens of thousands of years they had fallen, but their bodies were still so well preserved. This was incredible. Time was enough to destroy everything. Even Emperor weapons and immortal weapons could be destroyed. However, it was unable to destroy their physical bodies. This was the most shocking part. About 10 days later, one night, the Milky Way world did not appear. Many people were surprised. The Milky Way world had appeared for more than half a month, but it did not appear today. It was extremely strange. Buzz, a special wave of energy rippled out from the god-falling cliff. The wave wasn't particularly powerful, but it caused energy ripples. That energy ripple. It spread outwards. It shook the void. Waves of violent fluctuations were generated. Lin Feng suddenly felt the space around him distort slightly. Something's not right. Did something happen? His expression changed drastically, and he quickly flew into the distance, wanting to leave this place as soon as possible. Let's go. I'm afraid a great danger is about to appear. The experts of the myriad races, extraterritorial races, and other foreign forces also noticed this. Their expressions were extremely gloomy, and they loudly reminded the surrounding cultivators. They also quickly rushed outside, but it was too late. The surrounding void was distorting more and more. At the very beginning, it required a powerful divine consciousness to sweep the surrounding void. Only then would one know that the void was distorted. But now, even with the naked eye, one could see that the surrounding void had become distorted. Therefore, the current situation was extremely bad. Lin Feng took out the stone sword and wanted to tear the distorted void. But he failed. He was shocked back. Darkness descended. It was so dark that one couldn't even see his fingers. Lin Feng felt as if there was a pair of eyes staring at him in the darkness. This feeling was really terrible. It made Lin Feng's hair stand on end. It's him, the Five Fire Seven Birds fan screamed in horror. Lin Feng's expression suddenly changed. He knew who the him referred to by the Five Fire Seven Birds fan. The him referred to by the Five Fire Seven Birds fan was obviously referring to the ancient demon weapon. An ancient weapon. That was extremely terrifying. Even an immortal weapon couldn't compete with an ancient weapon. What kind of existence was an ancient weapon? Lin Feng didn't know either. He only knew that ancient weapons were synonymous with powerful and terrifying. The darkness in front of him gradually dissipated, and Lin Feng saw a blood-red world appear in front of him. Below him was a tumbling sea of blood. The thick smell of blood surged. Lin Feng smelled it. He almost vomited. He had never seen so much blood. A vast ocean was filled with blood. Is this an illusion? Lin Feng tried hard to calm himself down. He opened the heavenly demon snake eyes and looked at the sea of blood. But then, his expression changed. This wasn't an illusion. It was a real sea of blood. The ancient demon weapon is so powerful that it can condense its own world. We must be trapped in the ancient demon weapon's world. But I don't know why it wants to devour us. The Five Fire Seven Birds fan was full of doubts. Because the ancient demon weapon was too powerful. Cultivators of their level. It wouldn't be of much help to the ancient demon weapon's cultivation. It was at least at the Great Emperor level. Only then would it be able to attract the ancient demon weapon's interest. I don't know what its purpose is, but if we can't break out of the ancient demon weapon's world, I'm afraid we'll definitely die. Lin Feng's expression was gloomy. He flew into the distance, hoping to find some clues to leave this place. Not long after, Lin Feng saw many cultivators of the myriad races appear in front of him. Suddenly, The huge waves in the blood sea surged and swept towards the cultivators of the myriad races. Retreat! Many cultivators of the myriad races shouted and quickly dodged the huge waves in the sea of blood. But they couldn't dodge. Those cultivators were swept up by the huge waves. Then, their bodies seemed to be out of control and fell into the sea of blood. What's going on? Lin Feng was shocked. There was no lack of experts among those cultivators. They were only swept up by the huge waves in the sea of blood. It shouldn't be difficult to escape, right? But now, they fell into the sea of blood and disappeared without a trace. Lin Feng felt that those people had probably been killed. Whoosh! At this moment, another huge wave rolled up in the sea of blood. This time, the huge wave swept towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng quickly retreated to avoid the huge wave in the sea of blood. But he was shocked to find that no matter how he dodged, he couldn't avoid the huge wave in the sea of blood. This was because the order laws of this place were causing trouble. The crimson waves in the blood sea had a strange power. Lin Feng guessed that it was this strange power that restrained the cultivators' magic power. Therefore, the cultivators of the 10,000 races were swallowed by the crimson waves. The current situation was extremely bad for Lin Feng. Lin Feng's expression darkened slightly. Fortunately, the magic power in his body had not been completely suppressed. Although it was extremely difficult to circulate magic power, it did not mean that it was impossible. Lin Feng quickly circulated his magic power and activated epic dominance. The void around epical hockey started to distort, blocking the huge waves that were sweeping over. Lin Feng realized that the crimson waves were extremely strange. They could continuously erode his epic dominance. Clearly, the most important thing now was to leave this place as soon as possible. If he continued to stay here, it would be extremely dangerous. Lin Feng quickly flew into the distance. Roar! Suddenly, a roar resounded through heaven and earth. Above the blood sea, crimson waves rolled, and a terrifying existence condensed in the crimson waves. It was a crimson giant. The crimson giant threw a punch at Lin Feng. From afar, Lin Feng waved his right hand and slashed out a blade light. Puff! The blade light instantly penetrated the giant's body. To Lin Feng's astonishment, the crimson giant's body did not shatter. Although his attack penetrated the crimson giant's body, the giant did not seem to be injured at all. This crimson giant was very strange. It was not easy to deal with. Lin Feng could see that. The crimson giant had already rushed in front of Lin Feng. Crimson light surged and swept over. The tyrannical attack directly shattered the void. Lin Feng's body was about to explode. However, at this moment, a cold light flashed in Lin Feng's eyes. He threw a punch at the crimson giant. The power of karma appeared on his fist. Between heaven and earth, all living things. Things evolved. All things moved. Everything had karma. The existence of the sea of blood was the reason. The sea of blood condensed into a blood-colored giant as a result. And now, Lin Feng was using the great karma art to change the karmic relationship. The bloody giant was the cause. The blood-colored giant turning into blood was the result. The cycle of karma was endless. Bang! Lin Feng's powerful fist collided with the bloody giant's fist. In an instant, his punch directly shattered the blood-colored giant's body. The crimson giant turned into a puddle of blood again. He merged into the sea of blood. Lin Feng didn't stop and quickly flew into the distance. His speed was as fast as lightning. Along the way, Lin Feng saw many cultivators being devoured by the sea of blood. However, these cultivators were either cultivators from the myriad races, cultivators from other races, or cultivators from other forces. There was simply no need to sympathize with them. Who knew how many innocent people had died in the Sky Martial continent for these people? They deserved to die. In the end, Lin Feng left the sea of blood and went to the forest outside. The 5 Flames 7 Birds fan said, "Head towards the northwest. I feel that the world crystal wall there is slightly weaker." The 5 Flames 7 Birds fan was a top-notch demon weapon. Although it had not reached the level of an ancient demon weapon, it was still extremely extraordinary. And from a certain point of view, the 5 Flames 7 Birds fan and the ancient demon weapon were of the same race. They were already equivalent to weapon cultivators. They were all demon weapons. It was just that they were of different levels. Therefore, when trapped in the world created by the ancient demon weapon, the 5-flame 7-birds fan could sense some things that others could not. Lin Feng nodded and quickly flew in the direction indicated by the 5-flame 7-birds fan. Not long after, Lin Feng heard miserable screams. The screams came from the forest in front of him. He stealthily sneaked over and saw more than 10 extraterritorial race cultivators being imprisoned by a mysterious black-robed man. The black-robed man's sharp claws were like ghost claws, emitting a sinister and terrifying aura and a cold luster. Poochie! Poochie! The claws tore apart one cultivator's body after another. After those cultivators' bodies were torn apart, the black-robed cultivator grabbed their hearts. However, he did not eat their hearts. Instead, he played with them in his hand and casually threw them to the ground. Some cultivators had very strong vitality, so after their hearts were dug out, they did not die immediately. They watched helplessly as their hearts were dug out. Their deaths were too tragic. Go, 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 it's it, the 5-flame 7-birds fan screamed in horror. Lin Feng was shocked. Was that existence formed by the ancient demon weapon? He did not dare to stay and flew into the distance. 2 hours later, a sinister and terrifying aura spread and enveloped Lin Feng. After sensing that aura, Lin Feng's expression changed slightly. That terrifying existence was here. He stood in place and looked around as if he was facing a great enemy. Sovereign blood. Undying bloodline. In the forest, a black-robed cultivator walked out step by step. It was the existence that Lin Feng saw earlier. This was a body formed by the ancient demon weapon, and it was abnormally terrifying. Now, this existence could see Lin Feng's bloodline at a glance. It was indeed too powerful. You're the ancient demon weapon? Lin Feng looked at the black-robed cultivator and asked with a gloomy expression. That fan told you, right? The black-robed cultivator smiled faintly. But when Lin Feng heard his laughter, Lin Feng had the impression that he was terrifying. That's right. Lin Feng nodded. There was nothing to hide. To be precise, I'm the spirit of the ancient demon weapon. I control the ancient demon weapon's great power. The black-robed cultivator said. We're of no use to your cultivation. Why did you drag us into your world? Lin Feng asked. Because of loneliness. The black-robed cultivator's voice turned cold. After being trapped here for so many years, anyone would feel lonely. Every few years, the seal will loosen. During that time, I can move around a little. Killing people will remind me of the taste of blood. It will remind me to fight for my freedom to the end. Lin Feng was shocked. The ancient demon weapon was so powerful, but it was suppressed here. Who was it that suppressed the ancient demon weapon? Who suppressed you? Lin Feng couldn't help but ask. The black-robed cultivator's eyes suddenly burst with endless killing intent. That's a good question. Do you really want to know? Lin Feng's sky-devouring jar was a treasure passed down by the sky-devouring demon emperor. The demon lord had said that the sky-devouring demon emperor had the same martial soul as him, although there was no evidence to prove that the sky-devouring demon emperor was also a cultivator from the sovereign emperor's clan. However, Lin Feng could basically conclude that the sky-devouring demon emperor was an ancestor of the sovereign emperor's clan. This was because martial souls were related to bloodlines. The devouring martial soul was related to the sovereign emperor's bloodline. Since the sky-devouring demon emperor had awakened the devouring martial soul, therefore, the sky-devouring demon emperor should be a cultivator from the sovereign emperor's clan. However, Lin Feng knew very little about the sky-devouring demon emperor. Previously, he had guessed that the sky-devouring demon emperor's cultivation level was higher than that of a great emperor. Now, it seemed that this judgment was very likely true, because the sky-devouring demon emperor was able to suppress an ancient demon weapon. This was not something that ordinary people could do. The black-robed cultivator cursed the sky-devouring demon emperor, then looked at Lin Feng with cold and gloomy eyes. His eyes were filled with murderous intent as he said coldly, "For so many years, I couldn't find a way to take revenge on the heaven-devouring devil emperor. But today, I actually met the heaven-devouring devil emperor's descendant. This is really exciting. Even if I can't kill the heaven-devouring devil emperor, Killing his good people will make me feel a little better. Lin Feng said, every grievance has its perpetrator and every debt has its debtor. Don't drag me into the grudge between you and the sky-devouring demon emperor. No matter what, you are still an ancient demon weapon. You are a senior expert, so why bother with a junior like me? If you do, you will only lose your grace. If you had been trapped for so many years, you would have no scruples. The black-robed cultivator said with a sinister smile. Now, my heart is filled with hatred. No matter how glib your tongue is, only death awaits you today. As soon as he finished speaking, the black-robed cultivator walked towards Lin Feng step by step. A terrifying aura spread out and enveloped Lin Feng. At that moment, Lin Feng was shocked to find that his body was almost unable to move. The current situation was naturally extremely bad for him. Lin Feng knew that he had to find a way to break the black-robed cultivator's suppression. Otherwise, only death awaited him. What Lin Feng lacked now was time. He needed to buy some time. Why did my ancestor, the heaven-devouring devil emperor, suppress you back then? Lin Feng asked loudly. The black-robed cultivator roared angrily, is this something you should know? Do you think you're qualified to know these things? The black-robed cultivator was full of contempt for Lin Feng, so he didn't bother to explain anything to Lin Feng. He continued to walk towards Lin Feng, wanting to kill Lin Feng. What? Did I touch your sore spot? Was that why he was so flustered and exasperated? Now that I think about it, I guess you must have done something that angered the heavens and caused my ancestor to suppress you. An evil weapon cultivator like you shouldn't be suppressed, but should be thrown into the 18 levels of hell. Lin Feng mocked. Thrown into the 18 levels of hell? The black-robed cultivator sneered and said, your ancestor wants to, but does he have the strength to do so? Kid, I can't be bothered to talk to you. Go to hell. The black-robed cultivator directly slammed his palm towards Lin Feng. That terrifying palm contained an attack that could destroy the heavens and the earth. That attack was about to hit Lin Feng. Swoosh. At that moment, Lin Feng finally used his domineering aura to dissolve the black-robed cultivator's suppression. Then, he used the heaven-patching technique and dodged the black-robed cultivator's terrifying attack. Whoosh, next. Lin Feng turned into a bolt of lightning and quickly rushed into the distance. His speed was extremely fast. In an instant, he left the black-robed cultivator more than 10 miles behind. It's useless. In this world, I'm the only ruler. The black-robed cultivator's voice was indifferent. He quickly chased after Lin Feng. The black-robed cultivator's speed was too fast. The distance between him and Lin Feng was getting closer and closer. Before long, he was about to catch up with Lin Feng. Seeing the black-robed cultivator chasing after him, Lin Feng's expression became even more unsightly. Is there any way to deal with this guy? Lin Feng transmitted his voice to the Demon Lord and the 5-Fire 7-Foul Fan. However, the reply he received disappointed Lin Feng. Neither the Demon Lord nor the 5-Fire 7-Foul Fan could deal with the black-robed cultivator. The black-robed cultivator was equivalent to the weapon spirit of the ancient demon weapon. His combat strength was too strong and difficult to contend against. Your fate has long been decided. Prepare to die here. The black-robed cultivator slammed his palm towards Lin Feng across the void. That terrifying palm contained the power to destroy the heavens and the earth. That power made Lin Feng's hair stand on end. A huge energy palm condensed and blasted towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng realized that he could no longer avoid this attack. He wanted to activate the 3000 Great Tao, the Great Death Substitution technique, to save his life. However, Lin Feng was shocked to discover that his magic couldn't circulate. He was unable to circulate his magic power and was completely suppressed. Naturally, it was impossible for him to use the 3000 Great Tao, the Great Death Substitution technique. For Lin Feng, the black-robed cultivator's attack was a sure kill attack. Seeing that Lin Feng was about to be killed by the palm, suddenly, a powerful creature walked out of the void. This creature was actually the God Fiend from the Milky Way world. When he saw the God Fiend that suddenly appeared, Lin Feng's face was full of disbelief. Wasn't this God Fiend already dead? Why did he appear here? After this God Fiend appeared, he punched the black-robed cultivator's palm. Bang, accompanied by the sound of a violent collision. This god-fiend blocked the black-robed cultivator's attack. 10,000. Elephant. Destruction, this god-fiend let out a low roar. Then, he used a peerless divine ability. Thousands of images appeared in front of him. Those images evolved into worlds, the collapse of heaven and earth, birth, aging, illness, and death, the change of the four seasons. They evolved into all kinds of scenes. And every scene. They all represented a kind of Tao, a kind of law. This attack was really powerful. It blasted the black-robed cultivator's body. Even the black-robed cultivator was sent flying. Puff. Then, a tearing sound was heard. The small world condensed by the black-robed cultivator was torn apart by this god-fiend. Then, this god-fiend wrapped around Lin Feng and flew out of the small world. In the next moment, Lin Feng appeared in a huge cave. Inside this cave, there were 9 thick chains. As for the 9 huge chains, they were locking down a blood-colored demonic blade. Lin Feng was shocked when he saw the blood-colored demonic saber. He had guessed the true form of the ancient demon weapon. For example, cauldrons, bells, and other similar treasures. He hadn't expected it to be a demonic saber. The demonic saber was now chained up. It was as if its body was shackled, making it difficult for it to break free. Swoosh. The demonic saber flew into the air and let out a low roar. Demonic blood saber. Demonic blood saber. Slay all demons. Slay all demons. The demonic blood saber soared into the sky and slashed at Lin Feng. The god-fiend took out a huge sword and slashed at the demonic blood saber. A loud clang was heard. The huge sword in the god-fiend's hand slashed at the demonic blood saber, causing it to be knocked back. Roar, an angry roar came from the demonic blood saber. Damn it! Damn it! How dare you stop me from dealing with this brat? We've been living in harmony for so many years. Are you trying to shed all pretense of cordiality? This was the voice of the demonic blood saber's artifact spirit. It was the voice of the black-robed cultivator from before. He was clearly flustered and exasperated. This existence was about to be angered to death. He was suppressed by the heaven-devouring devil emperor and couldn't kill him. Therefore, he wanted to kill Lin Feng. This had become the demonic blood saber's artifact spirit's obsession. Lin Feng was about to be killed, but the god-fiend saved him. The artifact spirit was naturally infuriated. Lin Feng couldn't help but ponder. It seemed that the artifact spirit knew the identity of the god-fiend. The god-fiend didn't say anything. Lin Feng felt that there was something wrong with his condition. He didn't seem like a living creature, but more like a walking corpse. Although he had saved him, Lin Feng felt that the god-fiend didn't have his own consciousness. Saving her all came from his instincts. Lin Feng didn't know why he had such a strange thought. However, this thought of his was extremely strong. Hee, looks like I'm not fated to die yet. Come and hit me. Hurry up and hit me. With his hands on his hips, Lin Feng began to provoke the demonic blood saber's weapon spirit. The weapon spirit of the devil blood saber was so angry that he almost vomited blood because of Lin Feng. Whoosh. The demonic blood blade moved again. This time, it slashed out a dazzling blood-colored blade beam towards Lin Feng. He wanted to kill Lin Feng. The god-fiend waved his giant sword and blocked the saber light from the demonic blood saber. The weapon spirit of the demonic blood saber was currently stamping with rage. He wished he could cut Lin Feng into 1,000 pieces. But with this fiend god here, he couldn't do anything to Lin Feng. The god-fiend looked at Lin Feng and gestured for Lin Feng to leave first. My ancestor suppressed you. Wait until this young master's cultivation rises, then I'll come and subdue you. You'll become this young master's slave. Lin Feng said loudly to the demonic blood saber. Brat, who do you think you are? How dare you say such words to this seat? The demonic blood saber's weapon spirit roared in exasperation. I'm your ancestor. You're too rude to your ancestor. In the future, your ancestor will come and take care of you. Lin Feng couldn't help but shout. He quickly ran outside. With the god-fiend palace behind him, the demonic blood saber couldn't harm Lin Feng. Finally, Lin Feng rushed out of the cave. The God Fiend followed closely behind him. The God Fiend cliff covered an area of 50 miles. The mountain range within it was continuous. This cave was located in the depths of the God Fiend cliff. About 3 or 4 miles further in was the famous God Fiend cliff. Lin Feng could even see the mysterious cliff. There was a huge secret hidden within the God Fiend cliff. As for what it was, Lin Feng didn't know. "Senior, thank you for saving me," Lin Feng cupped his fists and thanked the God Fiend. If it wasn't for this God Fiend, he would have been dead this time. The God Fiend didn't say anything. He just walked in a certain direction. Lin Feng followed behind the God Fiend. Finally, they arrived at a valley a dozen miles away. Within this valley, there was a tomb. It was a nameless tomb. There wasn't even a tombstone. The God Fiend stood not far away and looked at the tomb. He didn't blink, as if he had fallen into a daze. "Whose tomb is this?" Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. He was very confused. Why did the God Fiend bring him here? Lin Feng didn't believe that there was no reason. However, Lin Feng didn't know what the reason was. Gotcha, gotcha. At that moment, something strange happened. The tomb actually cracked open on its own. Soon, a yellowish-brown jar appeared in Lin Feng's sight. There was no corpse in the tomb. There was only this yellowish-brown jar. Could it be bone ashes? Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter. He guessed that the yellowish-brown jar might contain the ashes of a cultivator. If it was really the ashes of a cultivator, whose ashes were they, since this god had brought him here? Could it be that the ashes in the yellow jar had something to do with him? If it wasn't ashes, what could it be? Whoosh! At that moment, there was a flash of light and the God Fiend disappeared. He first appeared in my dream and kept saying something to me. Then, in the dream, he brought me to the God Fiend cliff. Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. He thought of what had happened between him and the God Fiend. And now, I really saw this God Fiend in the God Fiend cliff. He brought me to this tomb. However, there was only this yellowish-brown jar in the tomb. Perhaps the secret is hidden in this yellowish-brown jar. Whatever, I'll open it first. Lin Feng took a deep breath. Then, he looked at the yellowish-brown jar. There was a wooden stopper on top of the yellowish-brown jar. However, the wooden stopper was densely covered with restrictions. Moreover, the restrictions were very powerful. It wasn't easy to break the restrictions on the wooden stopper. Lin Feng spent a full day and night to break the restrictions on the wooden stopper. Perhaps I'll open the wooden stopper. Then I'll know everything. Lin Feng muttered. Then, he pulled the wooden stopper out. Buzz. After the wooden stopper was pulled out, a destructive aura surged out from the wooden stopper. Then, that terrifying aura directly hit Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng was sent flying. Puff! Lin Feng couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. With a thump, he fell to the ground and struggled to get up. However, that terrifying aura suppressed his body, making it difficult for him to move. A blood-red light flew out from the yellowish-brown jar. That blood-red light turned into a blood-red shadow. It could be seen that it was the appearance of a cultivator. He wore a blood-red robe. What the hell is this? Lin Feng looked at the blood-robed cultivator in horror. He didn't expect such a turn of events. Because that demon god had been helping him all this time. That's why Lin Feng thought that the chances of the yellow jar containing a fortuitous encounter were higher than the chances of danger. But after opening the yellow jar, what awaited him was such a despairing scene. Lin Feng wanted to cry but had no tears. That blood-robed cultivator was too powerful. He directly restrained Lin Feng's body, making it hard for Lin Feng to dodge or fight back. It seemed that the only path left was to wait for death. Lin Feng tried his best to circulate his haki to resolve this terrible situation, but his haki couldn't be used. Whether or not a powerful technique could achieve such a shocking result depended on a very important condition. That condition was that the difference between the two sides couldn't be too great. If the difference was too great, it would be enough to ignore all thaumaturgies. A battle between cultivators naturally followed this principle. No matter how powerful a cultivator's technique was, when the opponent's cultivation was too strong, the result of this battle was already predetermined. No matter how hard one tried, the result couldn't be changed. Before, he didn't die at the hands of the demonic blood-saber's weapon spirit, but now he was going to die at the hands of this blood-robed cultivator. Lin Feng was naturally unwilling. But even if he was unwilling, what was the use? This blood-robed cultivator was too powerful. There was no way to fight back. Lin Feng's expression was as gloomy as it could be. He was unwilling to die here, but there was nothing he could do. At this critical moment, the mysterious metal box flew out of its own accord. It floated above Lin Feng. When the blood-robed cultivator saw the mysterious metal box, he stopped attacking Lin Feng. The blood-robed cultivator stared at the mysterious metal box. No one knew what he was thinking. What's going on? Lin Feng looked at everything in front of him in shock. The sudden appearance of the mysterious metal box was out of his expectations. What surprised him even more was that the blood-robed cultivator didn't continue attacking him either. The root of all this was the mysterious metal box. Could it be that the mysterious iron box is somehow related to the blood-robed cultivator? Or is there some connection between the dismembered corpse inside the mysterious iron box and the blood-robed cultivator? Lin Feng couldn't help but think. The secret of the mysterious iron box was the dismembered corpses. He didn't know what kind of expert's corpse it was. It was unimaginably terrifying. Crack, crack, crack. At this moment, something even more shocking happened. The mysterious iron box actually opened on its own. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng's face turned pale with fright. He quickly got up from the ground and ran away. He knew how terrifying it would be once the mysterious iron box was opened. Previously, he had only opened a small gap. The terrifying aura emitted from the mysterious iron box almost took Lin Feng's life. Now, it was clear that the mysterious iron box was not as simple as just opening a sliver. Lin Feng quickly distanced himself from the mysterious iron box and observed from afar. In the end, the mysterious iron box was opened, but not completely. He only managed to open a gap as big as 2 fingers. The blood-robed cultivator entered the mysterious metal box. Strictly speaking, he wasn't a real cultivator. Instead, he was an illusory figure condensed from an unknown object inside the earthen yellow jar. Whoosh, a powerful suction force came from the mysterious iron box. The suction force enveloped the earthen yellow jar. At this moment, Lin Feng saw many dismembered corpses flying out of the earthen yellow jar. Heavens, the thing inside the earthen yellow jar is actually a dismembered corpse. What a familiar aura. It's of the same origin as the dismembered corpse in the mysterious iron box. Are these the dismembered corpse of the same expert? Lin Feng was shocked. He didn't expect this to be the result. The identity of the dismembered corpse was definitely an unimaginably powerful existence. If Lin Feng knew the identity of that existence, he might be deeply shocked. However, Lin Feng didn't expect that the dismembered corpse of that expert would be stored separately. He had always thought that the mysterious iron box contained the dismembered corpse of a complete corpse. Now, he realized that it was only a part of it. All the dismembered corpse in the earthen yellow jar was swallowed up by the mysterious iron box. Then, the mysterious iron box closed on its own. Seeing this, Lin Feng couldn't help but feel apprehensive. This mysterious iron box was too strange. The more he learned about it, the more worried Lin Feng became. He felt that the mysterious iron box might become a huge problem in the future. But now, Lin Feng found that he seemed to be somewhat unable to leave the mysterious iron box. This was because there were many times when the mysterious iron box could display some astonishing miraculous effects and save him from danger. Now, Lin Feng couldn't be bothered with so much. He planned to take it one step at a time. After the mysterious iron box closed completely, Lin Feng came to the side of the mysterious iron box, put it on his back, and walked out. The Godfall cliff was densely covered with restrictions. One wrong step and death would be the only path. Moreover, there were many terrifying forbidden creatures here. Those forbidden creatures were abnormally terrifying. If one were to be targeted by those forbidden creatures, it would be a disaster. But Lin Feng was surprised because he didn't see any creatures from the forbidden areas on the way. Could it be because of the mysterious iron box? Or is it because of that fiend god? Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. He felt that it was because of these 2 reasons. In the end, he safely walked out of the Godfall cliff. Phew, after leaving the Godfall cliff, Lin Feng could finally let out a sigh of relief. Previously, a large number of cultivators from the myriad races had gathered around the God-falling cliff. There were cultivators from the extraterrestrial races and cultivators from other forces. However, these cultivators had all been devoured by the ancient demon weapon. Those cultivators' fates were definitely very miserable. Lin Feng naturally didn't care about those people's fates. Even if they died, they deserved it. He quickly left the Godfall cliff. Then, Lin Feng planned to go to the South Continent's demon race's territory. That was originally the Great Ping King's territory. After the South Continent's turmoil, all the residents of the demon race's territory moved to the demon domain. Therefore, the demon race's territory was no longer inhabited. But Lin Feng still remembered that there was a secret hidden in the depths of the cold pond. There was a powerful treasure there. As for what kind of treasure it was, Lin Feng still didn't know. Now that his strength had increased, he planned to explore it. When Lin Feng was rushing to the demon race's territory, almost at the same time, in the 9 continents, a great emperor expert entered the sea route to the Sky Martial continent. This great emperor was called Emperor God Wu Yuan. He had entered the Great Emperor realm 30 years ago. Emperor God Wu Yuan was a great emperor of 10,000 tribes and he was Lord Great Desire's uncle. Lord Great Desire's tribe was called Demon Tribe. This tribe was extremely evil. Just like the Great Desire Evil Lord, he was simply an unforgivable devil. God knows how many innocent women he had defiled and how many innocent people he had killed over the years. Such a person naturally deserved to be killed. However, compared to his uncle, Emperor God Wu Yuan, Lord Great Desire was a far cry. Back then, Emperor God Wu Yuan had killed 72 cultivators from vital planets in order to cultivate demonic skills. Adding those people together, there was a total of 500 to 600 billion people. From this, it could be seen how big of a massacre Emperor God Wu Yuan had caused. The world of cultivators was just that cruel. Experts were high up and looked down on all living things. They didn't care about other people's lives. Hence, cultivators had to continuously become stronger. Only by continuously becoming stronger could one control one's own life. Only then would he be able to control his own life. Otherwise, he might die in the hands of others one day. After Lin Feng came to Sky Martial Land, he had killed many experts from 10,000 tribes, extraterrestrial races, and other powerhouses. Moreover, he had killed a large number of cultivators from the 3 powerhouses. Even 4 boundary emperors who had reached the 90th step and above were killed by Lin Feng. The 3 powerhouses were enraged. Emperor God Wu Yuan had taken the initiative to come. He felt that Lin Feng possessed many powerful abilities and was greedy. Originally, there were a few other great emperors who wanted to come and kill Lin Feng. However, Emperor God Wu Yuan used the excuse that Lin Feng had killed his nephew to take on the mission of killing Lin Feng. The rest of them naturally couldn't compete with Emperor God Wu Yuan for the mission. Although the other 3 powerhouses had great emperors in their tribes, their great emperors didn't come to Jiuzhou. As for the other great emperors, they couldn't find a better excuse than Emperor God Wu Yuan. Emperor God Wu Yuan was naturally confident about killing Lin Feng. Although he was only a first-stage great emperor, a great emperor was still a great emperor. Even the weakest great emperor wouldn't spend too much effort to kill a boundary emperor who had reached the 99th step. After breaking through to the great emperor realm, I haven't been able to make any progress in my cultivation. I can't even see the hope of cultivating to the imperial emperor realm, let alone the realms beyond the imperial emperor realm. This time, after killing Lin Feng and seizing the many divine abilities and opportunities that he inherited, I might be able to make further progress. Emperor God Wu Yuan muttered to himself. Prodigies like Lin Feng could no longer be described as heaven-defying. His luck was monstrous. Emperor God Wu Yuan wanted to spy on Lin Feng's divine powers and luck. He hoped that he could use the divine ability and luck he obtained from Lin Feng to change his fate and make another breakthrough. He was now in the God Emperor realm. After the God Emperor realm, there were still the Immortal Emperor, Emperor Monarch, Emperor Ancestor, Emperor Venerable, Saint Emperor, and Emperor Lord realm. Hence, Emperor God Wu Yuan still had a long way to go. Lin Feng didn't know that at that very moment, a great emperor was rushing to the Sky Martial continent from the distant 9 prefectures to kill him. Lin Feng's thoughts were on the treasure in the South Region Demon Tribe's cold pond. He didn't know what kind of treasure it was, and he didn't know if the treasure still existed. After all, so many years had passed and the Demon Tribe's land had been abandoned. The treasure might have been taken away by someone else. If that was the case, Lin Feng would have no choice but to cry. He hoped that the treasure was still there. As most of the territory in the South region was covered by primitive forests, it was very dangerous. Because there might be some terrifying living creatures in the primitive forests. Those terrifying living creatures usually had extremely heaven-defying abilities. Even the 10,000 tribes, extraterritorial races, and other cultivators from other powerhouses didn't dare to underestimate the living creatures in the primitive forests of the South region. South region, South God City. It was one of the 10 ancient capitals of the South region. The ancient city was then controlled by the extraterritorial races. South God City was very lively. There were 10,000 tribes, extraterritorial races, and other cultivators from other powerhouses. Of course, most of them were Sky Martial Continent's cultivators. The extraterritorial race that controlled South God City was the famous Star Feather race. This race was considered a relatively neutral race among the extraterritorial races. Their race didn't massacre all the Sky Martial Continent's cultivators in their territory. Instead, they lived in peace. This was very rare and commendable. Therefore, the Star Feather race had a good reputation among the Sky Martial Continent's cultivators. However, the Star Feather race's actions caused the 10,000 tribes, extraterritorial races, and other powerhouses to be dissatisfied. However, the Star Feather race was too powerful. Because it was said that the Star Feather race had 3 emperors. This race had 3 great emperors. Among the 10,000 tribes, only a few powerhouses had such powerful strength. Furthermore, the 3 great emperors of the Star Feather race were very ancient and their fighting strength was heaven-defying. Because this race was relatively low-key, it had been very peaceful all these years. Some people said that a new great emperor had appeared in this race. However, the outside world's understanding of this race was very limited. Everything was just speculation. Lin Feng came to South God City. He didn't disguise himself, nor did he use the great transformation art to change his appearance. He still showed his true face. So what if the 10,000 tribes, extraterritorial races, and other powerhouses recognized him? Lin Feng wasn't afraid of these people. Unless a great emperor came, there were very few existences that could suppress him. It's him. Lin Feng. Not long after entering South God City, the 10,000 tribes cultivators recognized Lin Feng's identity. Lin Feng? Which Lin Feng? Someone immediately asked after hearing it. Which other Lin Feng is there? It's that Lin Feng from the country of desire. The 10,000 tribes cultivator said. Hearing the 10,000 tribes cultivators' words, many people were shocked. Who didn't know about Lin Feng's reputation? Who didn't know? The 10,000 tribes, extraterritorial races, and other powerhouses hated Lin Feng to the core. They couldn't wait to eat Lin Feng's flesh and blood. However, they couldn't do anything to Lin Feng at all. Now, Lin Feng had swaggered into South God City. This was the extraterritorial race's territory. I wonder if there will be experts coming to kill him. I heard that there are several quasi-emperor realm experts who have reached the 95th step of the stone steps in South God City. These quasi-emperor realm experts are not people that the Great Desire Evil Lord and the others can compare to. If they attack, this kid will definitely die. A 10,000 tribes cultivator said. But I'm not sure if those experts will attack, a cultivator who walked out of a parallel space said. The space that this cultivator was in was parallel to the 9 states' great world. Therefore, this cultivator belonged to the 3rd group of cultivators among the 3 powerhouses that had invaded the Tianwu continent. They were cultivators from the other powerhouses. I really hope those experts will attack. A extraterritorial races cultivator said. Soon, the news of Lin Feng's arrival in South God City spread throughout South God City. Returning to the land of South region, Lin Feng's heart was filled with emotions. Many powerful forces in the past had long been annihilated. For example, the top forces that besieged the demon race back then. Now, they had all become history. Time flowed like water. It passed quietly. Looking back on the past, things had long changed. Thousands of races, extraterritorial races, and cultivators from other forces were waiting for the top experts in South God City to kill Lin Feng. Back then, Lin Feng had killed 4 experts, including Evil Lord Great Desire. However, among the 4 experts, the strongest was only the Quasi-Emperor Xianxia Mo, who had reached the 93rd stone step. Moreover, Xianxia Mo was already old and weak, and his battle strength had decreased sharply. His strength could not be compared to those young and vigorous cultivators of the same level. Therefore, although Xianxia Mo was a quasi-emperor cultivator who had reached the 93rd stone step, it was difficult for Xianxia Mo to display the strength of this realm. These 4 people naturally could not be compared to the experts of South God City. Therefore, the cultivators of the 3 forces unanimously believed that as long as the experts of South God City took action, Lin Feng would definitely die. However, the experts of South God City did not take action, which made everyone very puzzled. They did not know why those experts did not seize this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to kill Lin Feng. A genius like Lin Feng must be killed as soon as possible to prevent any undue delay. Because once Lin Feng grew up, he would be a peerless and terrifying existence. To the 3 forces, he was a great threat. Perhaps those experts are discussing this matter, let's wait patiently. A cultivator said. That must be it. Then, another person said, affirming this cultivator's words. When Lin Feng arrived in Nanhuang City, he didn't try to keep a low profile. His attitude was very carefree. He found an inn to stay in. Someone transmitted a message to Lin Feng to quickly leave South God City. Perhaps they felt that this place was too dangerous. He should not stay here. Lin Feng expressed his gratitude to the other party. However, he had no intention of leaving South God City. Lin Feng planned to rest for a day before setting off from South God City towards the monster race's territory. He wondered what the situation there was like. The night was bright. Lin Feng arrived at the Myriad Flower Building in South God City. Even though the Tianwu continent was in turmoil, there were still many Myriad Flower buildings in many ancient cities. This showed how deeply rooted this force was and how extraordinary it was. This was definitely a force that countless people had underestimated. When Lin Feng arrived, the atmosphere in the Wanhua building became deathly silent. Soon, someone sneered. They felt that Lin Feng was simply courting death by daring to stay in South God City. Lin Feng ignored the gazes of others. He asked for a private room and ordered a group of beauties to accompany him. Bam, not long after, the door to the private room was blasted open and a group of cultivators rushed in. The one in the lead was a woman. This woman was very young. Her figure was tall and sexy, and there was an incomparably arrogant expression on her face. She had a pair of pure white wings on her back. Lin Feng initially thought that she was an angel. However, he soon realized that he was wrong. She was not an angel. She should be from the star feather race. This was because her pure white wings were surrounded by starlight and were not as big as an angel's wings. The star feather race was currently in control of South God City and was the master of the city. When they saw the woman arrive, many people gathered around to watch the show. Qianzhu. I didn't expect her to make a move. However, Qianzhu's cultivation is probably not that Lin Feng's match, right? Someone in the crowd said softly. Many people nodded. Qianzhu was a rising star of the star feather race. Moreover, she was a direct descendant with extraordinary talent. Although she was young, her cultivation was abnormally strong. She was also one of the heaven-defying geniuses of the younger generation. Moreover, she was a woman. Among all the geniuses who had reached the heaven-defying level, the proportion of female geniuses was very small. Not even 1/10 of the heaven-defying geniuses were women. Qianzhu was extremely famous. She had countless admirers and pursuers. However, Lin Feng's battle record was simply too strong. Therefore, even though someone as strong as Qianzhu was going to face Lin Feng, no one thought that she would be able to win. If the strong cultivator of Nanhuang City from the Star Feather clan came, he might be able to kill Lin Feng. After all, the Star Feather race expert in South God City was a terrifying existence who had ascended to the 97th step. You're that Lin Feng? Qianzhu did not show any courtesy when she saw Lin Feng. Instead, she looked coldly at Lin Feng and asked. Lin Feng nodded and said, "That's right, it's me." Why? After knowing this young master's name, she couldn't wait to throw herself into his arms. I've seen all kinds of beauties, but I've never seen a beauty from the Starfeather race before. As Lin Feng spoke, his eyes scanned Xianxia's body. He seemed to be in high spirits. Many people were astonished. Initially, they had thought that Lin Feng was a strong cultivator who was calm and steady, but he didn't seem like a strong cultivator. However, why was Lin Feng so flirtatious? Could the rumors be false? Wasn't Lin Feng the one who killed those experts? But that shouldn't be the case. The news had spread like wildfire. How could it be false? Many people muttered in their hearts. So you're just a lecher. Eat my whip. Xianxia sneered. She was an extremely arrogant woman who had never lost to anyone before. During this period, she had heard the name Lin Feng so many times that her ears were about to grow calluses. Xianxia hadn't seen the scene of Lin Feng killing Great Desire Evil Lord and the other 3 experts. She felt that this matter was created by someone with ulterior motives. Coupled with Xianxia's arrogant personality, she heard that Lin Feng had come to South God City. Xianxia couldn't wait to test Lin Feng's skills. However, she didn't expect that Lin Feng would dare to tease her in public. Xianxia held a large dragon whip in her hand and whipped it towards Lin Feng. The power of this large dragon whip was abnormally terrifying. It directly shattered the void and instantly arrived in front of Lin Feng. It was about to hit Lin Feng. Lin Feng grabbed the large dragon whip. Do you know that if you were a man, you would be a dead man now? Lin Feng looked at Xianxia indifferently. Are you looking down on women? Xianxia's voice was cold as she slapped her palm towards Lin Feng. On the contrary, I think that women are sometimes more difficult to deal with than men. As expected of a lecher. Your mouth is full of filthy words. Die. Qianji snorted coldly as her powerful palm shot towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng didn't dodge Qianji's palm. Instead, he countered with a palm of his own. Bang. The 2 sides collided. Thump. Thump. Qianji was forced back by Lin Feng. He's so strong. Looks like the rumors are true. The cultivators from the various races, alien races, and other factions all looked at Lin Feng in shock. Originally, they had doubted Lin Feng's cultivation. But now, they didn't have any doubts. Lin Feng's battle prowess was too strong. At this moment, Lin Feng stepped forward and stretched out his hand. Runes swirled around his palm as he pressed down on Qianji. You dare? Qianji's expression changed slightly. She snorted coldly and sent another palm strike towards Lin Feng. But it was too late. Lin Feng suppressed Qianji and grabbed her slender waist. Qianji sensed the strong masculine aura from Lin Feng and her face turned red. She looked at Lin Feng furiously and said, "Let go of me. This is South God City. Have you thought about the consequences if you dare to touch me?" Ha 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 ha, so what if it's South God City? You came to disturb my rest today, and now you dare to threaten me? What kind of logic is this? Fine, I'll capture you and enjoy you to my heart's content. Lin Feng then left with Qianji through the void. Oh no, Qianji was captured by Lin Feng, shameless. He's simply shameless. Many people started cursing Lin Feng. Qianji was the goddess in countless people's hearts. Now that she was captured by Lin Feng, how could she have a good ending? Just the thought of it made many people shudder. This was something that countless cultivators could not accept. Quickly report this matter to the higher-ups. Many people said. Then, he quickly went to report this matter. The news of Lin Feng kidnapping Qianji in front of everyone quickly spread throughout South God City. This matter caused the expressions of the extraterritorial race, the myriad races, and the other cultivators from outside South God City to become extremely ugly. These 3 forces had formed an alliance. They were bound together for glory and shame. Lin Feng had kidnapped Qianji. Didn't that mean that the 3 forces were incompetent? Put me down, bastard, bastard, I'm going to kill you. Qianji screamed in anger. Scream, scream as much as you want. No one will come to save you even if you scream yourself hoarse. The louder you scream now, the more excited I feel. Do you believe that I will do it 100 times later? 100 times. Lin Feng grinned and laughed. You, Qianji Wu's face turned pale. Please, spare me. I won't dare to do it again. Qianji Wu began to beg for mercy. A wise woman knew better than to fight when the odds were against her. She had to escape first. Now you know how to beg for mercy? Don't you think it's too late? Lin Feng said indifferently. He had already left South God City and was moving quickly through the forest. Finally, he stopped by a pool of water and placed the Qianji dance on a large smooth rock. Are you ready? Lin Feng said with a smile. No. Qianji Wu screamed. Shouted Qianji Wu. She wanted to break free from Lin Feng's restrictions, but she couldn't. Now, she felt as if she had fallen into a bottomless abyss. There was only despair in her heart. Was she going to lose her virginity here? Qianji Wu had never thought that she would lose her virginity like this. The more she thought about it, the more aggrieved she felt. Tears began to fall from her eyes. You're scared too? Said Lin Feng, smiling indifferently and caressing Qianji Wu's cheeks. Of course I'm scared. Qianji Wu looked at Lin Feng in fear and helplessness. There was a pleading look in her eyes. Since you're scared, then behave yourself. Don't think that you can offend people you can't afford to offend just because you have some strength. Lin Feng said indifferently. Then, he stood up and walked away. Qianji Wu froze on the spot, a look of astonishment on her face. She had thought that she wouldn't be able to escape today. She hadn't expected that Lin Feng wouldn't do anything to her. What was going on? Could it be that this guy was a gentleman? Had she wronged him before? Soon, Lin Feng disappeared without a trace. After Lin Feng left, Qianji Wu regained her mobility. She looked in the direction Lin Feng had left and bit her lips. Then, she quickly flew in the direction of South God City. Lin Feng was moving quickly through the forest. He heaved a sigh of relief when the feeling of danger disappeared. That expert from the Star Feather race followed me all the way out, right? Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. That feeling just now was really too dangerous. Previously, he had heard from the cultivators who were watching the show that there was a quasi-emperor from the Star Feather race who had reached the 97th step in South God City. Lin Feng hadn't fought with an expert of this level before. Therefore, he didn't know what level of combat strength this expert had. However, he had accidentally caught the aura of this expert. Lin Feng knew that even if he used all his means, the probability of killing this expert was only 50%. Moreover, Lin Feng realized that other than the expert from the Star Feather race, there seemed to be a few other terrifying existences lurking around. If there was only that expert from the Star Feather race, Lin Feng wouldn't mind fighting with him to test his combat strength. However, the other existences were too sinister. They were hiding in the dark. Lin Feng was worried that he would be ambushed during the battle. Therefore, he chose to leave. Of course, in the beginning, he didn't really want to do anything to Qianji Wu. He only wanted to frighten this woman. That was because the Star Feather race wasn't bad. In the ancient city controlled by the Star Feather race, the cultivators of the Sky Martial continent were living well. The cultivators of the Sky Martial continent would probably suffer heavy casualties. He didn't stop and hurried through the night. 5 days later, Lin Feng arrived at the dilapidated land of the demon race. Even though it was dilapidated, it was still protected by layers of restrictions. Lin Feng had already known how to open the deployment spells a long time ago. He opened the deployment spells in the territory of the Beast clan and entered it. Following that, Lin Feng headed towards the cold pond in the depths of the demon race's land. When he arrived at the cold pond, Lin Feng was shocked. That was because within a dozen miles of the cold pond, there were densely packed ice sculptures. Those ice sculptures were all cultivators. There were cultivators from the Sky Martial continent, cultivators from the myriad races, alien races, and other external forces. What's going on? Lin Feng looked at the densely packed ice sculptures in shock. Those cultivators were all sealed in ice. Lin Feng stretched out his hand and touched one of the ice sculptures. Crack, crack. Following that, the ice sculpture started to crack. Not long later, the ice sculpture completely shattered. Then, it shattered. So many cultivators are sealed in ice. Could it be related to the cold pond? Lin Feng couldn't help but look into the depths of the lake. He looked dignified and dignified. He recalled what had happened in the cold lake back then. At the bottom of the cold lake, there was a demon leech guarding it. Divine light floated in the depths of the cold lake, and a mysterious magic treasure was wrapped in it. However, the magic treasure had always been dormant, so no one knew what it was. There were cultivators guarding the cold lake. They were cultivators from the myriad races, the extraterrestrial races, and other external forces. These forces sealed this place. Obviously, they don't want outsiders to know what's going on here. They're probably looking for a way to break it. Lin Feng couldn't help but ponder. He walked towards the cold lake. Soon, someone noticed Lin Feng, the uninvited guest. Asterisk whoosh whoosh whoosh, asterisk one cultivator after another rushed over and looked at Lin Feng indifferently. "Who are you?" said one of the cultivators of the 10,000 clans icily. "I'm here to explore this place," Lin Feng said indifferently. "Kid, it seems like you know the secret of this place." The cultivators sneered, their eyes flashing with killing intent. When they saw Lin Feng enter the place, they had already wanted to kill him. They didn't want the secret of this place to be exposed to the world. Instead, they shared it among themselves. If Lin Feng entered that place, he would definitely die. Originally, these cultivators thought that Lin Feng had entered this place by mistake. But now, they knew that Lin Feng hadn't entered this place by mistake. He had come specifically for this place. "I know a little, but not much. These people being frozen, is it related to that thing in the cold lake?" Lin Feng asked. "Kid, you know too much." These cultivators all revealed sinister sneers. Then, they surrounded Lin Feng, their eyes flashing with killing intent. Asterisk boom, asterisk a cultivator from the Nine Mysteries Great World attacked Lin Feng. The Nine Mysteries Great World was one of the 3,000 Great Worlds. It was relatively close to the Nine States Great World. Among the other foreign forces, the Nine Mysterious World occupied an extremely important position and was very powerful. Note, extraterritorial practitioners refer to the extraterritorial races who live in the starry sky. These races occupy some extraterritorial stars, but most of the time they are active in the starry sky world. Other external influences refer to the practitioners from some macro worlds and parallel spaces. The practitioners from the Nine Mysteries world belong to the practitioners from other external influences, not the extraterritorial races. This cultivator from the Nine Mysteries Great World was in the giant god realm, so he could be considered an expert with decent strength. But in Lin Feng's eyes, there was nothing to be afraid of. Lin Feng gently waved his hand in the air. A sword chi swept out. Poochie. The sword chi tore the cultivator from the Nine Mysteries Great World apart. The Nine Mysteries Great World cultivator's body exploded, and he died on the spot. "Reckless thing, you actually dare to jump around in front of this young master. He deserved to die." Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He didn't have any psychological burden in killing these people. In the short span of a dozen years, countless people in the Sky Martial continent had died in the hands of these people. In Lin Feng's opinion, killing these people directly was letting them off easy. They should have been torn to shreds. "Attack together, kill him." A myriad races cultivator shouted coldly. Boom, after that, the group of strong cultivators attacked Lin Feng, condensing powerful spells and attacks. Hundreds of cultivators attacked together, and their attacks condensed into a torrent of attacks. They attacked Lin Feng. Just as these people's attacks were about to hit Lin Feng, a huge vortex suddenly appeared around Lin Feng's body. This was the devouring vortex condensed by the Great Devouring Technique. That powerful devouring vortex directly swallowed the attacks of hundreds of cultivators. Seeing this scene, the expressions of hundreds of cultivators suddenly changed. They knew that they had met an expert today. Sword Blade Storm. Lin Feng attacked with an indifferent expression, displaying the sword technique, Sword Blade Storm. With him as the center, dense sword chi swept across the void, shattering heaven and earth. The huge storm instantly engulfed all the cultivators. Tearing sounds could be heard one after another. Not long later, all the cultivators had been killed. Lin Feng walked towards the cold pool. A powerful cold air formed around the cold pool. The void seemed to be frozen. A terrifying ice chi enveloped Lin Feng's entire body, which made him shiver with fear. Why is the cold air here so terrifying? Lin Feng couldn't help but ponder, and a solemn expression appeared between his brows. He directly jumped into the cold pool, and then quickly swam towards the depths of the cold pool. The deeper he went, the colder it became. Originally, there were some aquatic creatures in the cold pool. But now, even the aquatic creatures had disappeared. Those aquatic creatures probably couldn't adapt to such a cold temperature and had already frozen to death, right? Lin Feng arrived at the bottom of the cold pool, and then swam towards the depths of the cold pool. In the distance, a dense pack of demon leeches swam over quickly. These demon leeches were the same demon leeches from back then, and their number seemed to have increased. Moreover, the cultivation of these demon leeches was many times stronger than before. The demon leeches emitted terrifying waves of energy. As far as the eye could see, the number of demon leeches here was simply endless. It was unknown how many there were. If that treasure causes a change in this place, demon leeches will definitely gain a lot of benefits since they are guarding those treasures. Lin Feng couldn't help but ponder. It was no wonder that the cultivation of these demon leeches had increased so much. If it didn't, Lin Feng would find it strange. Although the cultivation of these demon leeches was different from before, there were enough of them. But it was still not easy to threaten Lin Feng. Lin Feng held the stone sword and fought with the demon leeches. Puff. Puff, tearing sounds could be heard incessantly. A large number of demon leeches were killed by Lin Feng. But these demon leeches still charged towards Lin Feng fearlessly. The battle between the two sides was getting more and more intense. More and more demon leeches were killed by Lin Feng. Boom, at this moment, a terrifying aura spread out from the depths. Then, a ball of divine light surged over. In the divine light, one could vaguely see a treasure. It's that treasure! Lin Feng couldn't help but exclaim. It was the treasure he saw back then. When Lin Feng saw this treasure, it was in a dormant state. But now, this treasure had awakened. Therefore, it was unusually strong. Now, Lin Feng could be sure that the frozen cultivators outside were related to this treasure. After the treasure appeared, the surrounding demon leeches left one after another. Swoosh, suddenly, the mysterious treasure shot out a ray of divine light, which swept towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng wanted to dodge, but he couldn't. He was swept by the divine light. Crack, crack. When Lin Feng's body was sealed in ice, he felt that something was wrong. Because Lin Feng felt that his life force was about to be sealed in ice. This feeling was extremely terrible. A terrifying power surged into Lin Feng's body. This power caused his body to become extremely cold. At that moment, Lin Feng only had one thought, and that was to sleep forever and never wake up again. This thought was extremely strong. It was constantly wearing down Lin Feng's willpower. Heavenly fire. Lin Feng hurriedly used the heavenly fire to resist the terrifying chill that invaded his body. The heavenly fire was indeed the nemesis of this kind of ice power. After the heavenly fire burned fiercely, Lin Feng felt his body become warm. This feeling was extremely comfortable. His consciousness gradually returned to his body. After he recovered, Lin Feng couldn't help but feel a lingering fear. Those cultivators who had turned into ice sculptures earlier were probably in the same situation as him. They couldn't withstand this terrifying ice power at all, so their bodies turned into ice sculptures. Fortunately, Lin Feng controlled the heavenly fire. Everything in the world reinforced and countered each other. The heavenly fire countered ice-type magic treasures, divine abilities, and so on. If not for this, Lin Feng would have been doomed. At this moment, Lin Feng looked at the mysterious magic treasure in the divine light. He could finally see what kind of magic treasure it was. It was actually a scepter. The Frost Scepter. It's actually this thing. The demon lord couldn't help but be shocked. Does the Frost Scepter have a special origin? Lin Feng couldn't help but ask. He felt that the Frost Scepter was definitely not simple. Or else it wouldn't have shocked the demon lord so much. The Frost Scepter is a magic treasure forged by the Frost Ancestor. The demon lord said. Frost Lord? Who is that? Lin Feng asked doubtfully. The Frost Lord is an innate life form born from ice, and also the first master of the Frost Great World, the Demon Lord said. The Demon Lord then introduced Lin Feng to the glorious history of the Lord of Ice. In the past, the Lord of Ice was an invincible existence. He was born from ice and became the embodiment of the great Tao of ice. As a Xianxia life form, the ancestor of frigid ice's strength was incomparably terrifying. Later on, the Lord of Ice gradually gained control of the great icy world and became the World Lord. The Demon Lord continued, the Lord of Ice forged 3 treasures. The first treasure is called the Ice Throne. The second treasure was called the Frost Spear, and the third treasure was the Frost Scepter. The Frost Scepter is the most special, because the Frost Scepter is not only a magic treasure, but also a symbol of power. It is equivalent to the imperial seal of the mortal world. Lin Feng asked, how powerful is the Frost Scepter? The might of the Frost Scepter is undeniable. It is definitely a terrifying treasure. I estimate that the Frost Scepter at its peak should be an immortal artifact. Immortal artifact? That doesn't seem like it. If it were an immortal artifact, even if the heavenly fire could restrain the Frost Scepter, that attack would have killed me without a doubt. Lin Feng said. The Frost Scepter at its peak was an immortal artifact, but the current Frost Scepter isn't that powerful. Back then, the ancestor of ice was schemed against and besieged in the outer realm. As a result, the Frost Scepter was damaged. Even after so many years, the Frost Scepter still hasn't recovered. It should be repairing itself. Immortal artifacts were very special. Even if they were damaged, as long as they weren't damaged, they could still recover. With the passage of time, they could gradually recover. It was as if the treasure, the 5-dragon wheel, had been broken into 5 pieces. If Lin Feng could find the other 4 parts of the 5-dragon wheel, then the 5-dragon wheel could be reassembled. Then, one day in the future, the 5-dragon wheel would be restored to its original state. The Frost Scepter was damaged, but not as badly as the 5-dragon wheel. At the very least, the main body of the Frost Scepter wasn't too badly damaged. I wonder how the Frost Scepter is being repaired. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes and looked at the Frost Scepter, wanting to suppress it. Although it was damaged now, since it had already awakened, Lin Feng guessed that the Frost Scepter would be repaired as soon as possible. Moreover, if he could obtain the Frost Scepter, he could find many treasures to help the Frost Scepter repair. Once the Frost Scepter was restored to its original state, at that time it would be equivalent to obtaining a complete immortal artifact. Controlling a complete immortal artifact, just thinking about it made him excited. The Frost Scepter released waves of fluctuations, as if warning Lin Feng to leave Lin Feng. If not for the heavenly fire on Lin Feng's body, the Frost Scepter would have already attacked him. Even if it's damaged, I feel that the power of the Frost Scepter can easily kill any Boundary Emperor realm cultivator. Lin Feng couldn't help but think. If not for the heavenly fire restraining the Frost Scepter's attack, Lin Feng felt that he would have died in the hands of the Frost Scepter. Therefore, Lin Feng felt that even if the Frost Scepter's power wasn't at the level of a great emperor, it wasn't far off. If not for the heavenly fire, it would be absolutely impossible to refine the Frost Scepter. However, the heavenly fire restrained the Frost Scepter. Lin Feng relied on the heavenly fire. He should be able to give it a try. It said that the Frost Scepter hides the secret of the Frost Ancestor's tomb. If you can find the tomb of the Frost Ancestor, you'll be rich. The orthodoxy of the Frost Ancestor must be incomparably powerful. Moreover, you can obtain the Frost Throne and Frost Spear, 2 supreme treasures. The Demon Lord continued. The Demon Lord's words made Lin Feng's already restless heart even more restless. He took out the heaven-devouring jar. Then, he activated the heaven-devouring jar and tried to use it to collect the Frost Scepter. Buzz! A beam of light shot out from the Frost Scepter and hit the heaven-devouring jar, freezing it. Domineering aura! Lin Feng shouted in a low voice. Then, he used all 3 types of domineering aura. The 3 types of domineering aura stacked together to form a powerful magnetic field that enveloped the Frost Scepter. Then, Lin Feng took out the heavenly fire. 4 heavenly fires flew out and wrapped around the Frost Scepter. If the 4 heavenly fires could wrap around the Frost Scepter, they might be able to suppress it. At this time, the Frost Scepter released a terrifying wave of energy. Then, balls of light condensed from the power of frost condensed. Bang! 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 The balls of light exploded. The 4 heavenly fires were blown away. Then, the numerous balls of light flew towards Lin Feng. The icy light balls exploded immediately after. After the balls of light exploded, the attack produced was extremely terrifying. Lin Feng was blown away. His body was blasted into a bloody mess by the balls of light. This Frost Scepter was too terrifying. Whoosh! The Frost Scepter flew towards Lin Feng quickly. It flew in front of Lin Feng and smashed towards Lin Feng's head. The Frost Scepter's attack was extremely powerful. If the Frost Scepter were to hit his head, it would definitely be disastrous. At that time only death would await him. Just as the Frost Scepter was about to hit Lin Feng's head, Lin Feng quickly used the heaven patching technique to dodge the Frost Scepter's attack. Even the heavenly fire could not suppress the Frost Scepter. This made Lin Feng's heart sink. Lin Feng even planned to give up on suppressing the Frost Scepter and leave. However, he was unwilling to leave just like that. Lin Feng thought of the Shifter Emperor's small world. This was one of his trump cards. He had used the Shifter Emperor's small world before. Therefore, Lin Feng knew how powerful and terrifying the Shifter Emperor's small world was. Now, Lin Feng planned to use the Shifter Emperor's small world again to try. Boom! Terrifying shockwaves swept through heaven and earth, shaking the void. The Shifter Emperor's small world flew out and hit the Frost Scepter. With a loud bang, the Shifter Emperor's small world and the Frost Scepter collided. The Shifter Emperor's small world was indeed powerful. It actually blocked the Frost Scepter's attack. At this time, Lin Feng controlled the 4 heavenly fires to quickly fly towards the Frost Scepter. The 4 heavenly fires merged into one and turned into a ball of flame, then hit the Shifter Emperor's small world. Bang! Then, the ball of flame exploded. The power of the explosion after the heavenly fires merged was extremely terrifying. Once the explosion was formed, the power was enough to destroy heaven and earth. It was shocking and moving. And the heavenly fires were the Frost Scepter's nemesis. Therefore, the Frost Scepter also suffered a huge impact from the explosion of the heavenly fires. The Frost Scepter's shockwaves became much weaker. Seeing this, Lin Feng could not help but feel refreshed. The Frost Scepter's aura was greatly weakened. The heavenly fire's attack just now had a great effect. Lin Feng continued to control the Shifter Emperor's small world to suppress the Frost Scepter. Then, he used Burning Wrath of Heavens and merged the 4 heavenly fires. The 4 heavenly fires launched a fierce attack on the Shifter Emperor's small world. Bang! The sound of an explosion was heard again. The fireball formed by the compressed 4 heavenly fires exploded again. After this explosion, the Frost Scepter suffered an even greater impact. Furthermore, the might of the Frost Scepter had weakened once again. Ha 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 ha, amazing, truly amazing. Everything in the world has a counter to each other. No matter how strong the Frost Scepter is, it will still be countered by the heavenly fire. Lin Feng couldn't help but laugh. Of course, Lin Feng knew that if it were not for the Shifter Thearch's small world helping to suppress the Frost Scepter, he would not have been able to do so. Even the heavenly fire could hardly harm the Frost Scepter. The Frost Scepter was indeed incomparably terrifying. But no matter how terrifying it was now restrained by Lin Feng's methods. It was hard for him to escape the fate of being converted. Lin Feng was about to transcend the Frost Scepter. Just as Lin Feng was about to seal the Ice Scepter, a voice suddenly rang out. An extremely terrifying aura surged out from within the Frost Scepter. Not good, the Frost Scepter's power is recovering. Quickly use the Shifter Emperor's small world to devour the Frost Scepter. The Demon Lord said anxiously. Lin Feng also sensed the terrifying power that was recovering within the Frost Scepter. That power was extremely terrifying. Once it recovered, the consequences would be unimaginable. It seemed that he had underestimated the Frost Scepter. The power of this treasure was far beyond his imagination. Lin Feng hurriedly controlled the Shifter Emperor's small world to devour the Frost Scepter. Huff, 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 a powerful devouring power surged out from the Shifter Emperor's small world. That devouring power enveloped the Frost Scepter. It wanted to devour the Frost Scepter. However, the Frost Scepter was extremely terrifying. It vibrated with a terrifying power that almost sent the Shifter Emperor's small world flying. The Frost Scepter was now recovering the power that was sleeping within. Therefore, it was as difficult as ascending to the heavens to devour the Frost Scepter. Lin Feng's expression turned cold. He activated his dragon elephant arm and rushed over quickly. Bang, 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 Lin Feng threw punch after punch at the Frost Scepter. Every punch seemed to be able to blow up a planet. He threw out hundreds of punches. The Frost Scepter's power was also dispersed by Lin Feng. The dragon elephant arm was already terrifying enough, let alone the dragon elephant arm that was 5 times stronger. It was simply invincible. In the end, the Frost Scepter was devoured by the Shifter Emperor's small world. After the Frost Scepter was devoured, it began to attack the world crystal wall of the Shifter Emperor's small world. It wanted to break through the world crystal wall and escape. However, at this moment, lines of Emperor laws formed. Clattering sounds could be heard. The Emperor laws twisted the void and turned into law chains. The Emperor laws wrapped around the Frost Scepter. The Frost Scepter struggled violently, but it could not break free from the Emperor laws of the Shifter Emperor's small world. Despicable brat, you dare to suppress me. You're courting death. When I escape, I'll definitely tear you into pieces. The Frost Scepter roared angrily. This was the voice of the Frost Scepter's artifact spirit. Lin Feng sneered. You are now a prisoner and no longer a high and mighty immortal artifact. I will give you a chance. First, submit to me. Second, I will use my heavenly fire to refine you to death. Although the Frost Scepter's power will be greatly weakened after being refined to death, I don't care. After all, with the Frost Scepter, I will be able to find the legacy of the Frost Ancestor in the future. That is what I value the most. Brat, you want to refine me to death? Dream on. The Frost Scepter's artifact spirit sneered. Then let's give it a try. Lin Feng sneered. The 4 heavenly fire flew into the Shifter Emperor's small world and started to burn the Frost Scepter. At this moment, lines of immortal inscriptions appeared within the Frost Scepter. These immortal inscriptions protected the Frost Scepter from being refined by the heavenly fire. Humph, so you were already prepared. That's why you are not afraid of being refined. But have you ever heard of the phrase, as long as you work hard enough, an iron rod can be ground into a needle? I might not be able to refine you to death now, but sooner or later, you will be refined to death by the heavenly fire. Lin Feng could not help but sneer. Then, he kept the Shifter Emperor's small world and quickly left. Perhaps it was because the Frost Scepter was suppressed by Lin Feng, but the temperature of the place had already started to return to normal. Lin Feng did not stay and quickly left the place. Next, he planned to go to the Frost Scorching Divine Estate. Not being able to find the secret of the Frost Scorching Divine Estate back then had always been a regret. Now that his strength had increased, he naturally wanted to go and find out what was in the Frost Scorching Divine Estate. The Frost Scorching Divine Estate was not in the Sky Martial continent, but on a planet outside the domain. There were many places in the Sky Martial continent that had teleportation arrays to the planet outside the domain. Lin Feng remembered that the South region also had a few teleportation arrays that could reach the planet outside the domain. For example, the South region's South Region City was one of the 10 great ancient cities in the South region. There was a teleportation array there. Lin Feng did not stop on the way. Maple Leaf Town was bustling with people coming and going. This town was located in the primeval forest of the southern continent. It was a town that was established in recent years. The cultivators here were from the myriad races, foreign races, and other powers. There were also cultivators from the Sky Martial continent. Of course, the number of cultivators from the Sky Martial continent was relatively lesser. Every year, there would be an endless stream of cultivators entering the primeval forest. Thus, many people would choose to rest and reorganize in Maple Leaf Town. Perhaps they would replenish the items they lacked. Although Maple Leaf Town was not big, it was in line with the meaning of a sparrow may be small, but it has all the vital organs. When Lin Feng arrived at Maple Leaf Town, many people's gazes immediately fell on Lin Feng. Especially the myriad races, foreign races, and other powers. When they saw such a young human cultivator enter Maple Leaf Town alone, they had evil intentions. Naturally, they had evil intentions. These powers were high and mighty in the Sky Martial continent. They could kill with a single thought. In their eyes, there was no good or evil, only benefits. Thus, it was normal for Lin Feng to be targeted by these people. When some human cultivators saw Lin Feng, they wanted Lin Feng to go over and stay with them. There were many of them. With Lin Feng joining, the myriad races, foreign races, and other powers would have some fear and would not dare to make a move against Lin Feng. There are too many pitiful people in this world. Don't meddle in other people's business, the leading cultivator said in a deep voice. Sir, we are from the same race. Shouldn't we help him? A cultivator said. Did you not hear what this sir just said? The leading cultivator said in a cold voice. Most cultivators in this world lived for themselves. Benefits came first. Very few people would be willing to help others. This was because it was easy to attract unnecessary trouble. Yes. A few cultivators who wanted to help Lin Feng saw that their leader was angry. They did not dare to say anything and quickly responded. They could only pray for Lin Feng in their hearts. Brat. Coming to Maple Leaf Town alone, your courage is not small. A fierce-looking cultivator walked towards Lin Feng. That cultivator's arm was very thick, and it was densely packed with tiger stripes. This was a cultivator from the Tiger Stripe tribe. The Tiger Stripe tribe was one of the branches of the Tiger tribe of the Myriad tribes. Among the Myriad tribes, the Tiger tribe was considered a mediocre tribe. They weren't particularly strong, but they weren't weak either. They hadn't reached the level of a royal tribe, and belonged to a force one level below the royal tribe. Hu Meng has made his move. This guy is at the 5th layer of the giant god realm. If this guy makes his move, we won't have anything to do. A cultivator sighed and felt that it was a pity that he was one step too late. Someone else beat him to it. Lin Feng naturally knew that Hu Meng didn't come with good intentions. He coldly glanced at Hu Meng and coldly reprimanded, "Scram." In an instant, the surroundings became completely silent. Everyone looked at Lin Feng in astonishment. No one would have thought that the first thing Lin Feng said to Hu Meng after seeing him was to tell him to get lost. This brat was actually so arrogant. In the eyes of the myriad tribes, the extraterritorial races, and the cultivators from the outside world, human cultivators were often timid and weak. Moreover, many people were the kind of people who didn't care about things that didn't concern them. But now, this human supremacy cultivator in front of them was actually so arrogant. It truly shocked them. Similarly, the group of cultivators from the Sky Martial continent were also shocked. There were about 100 people in this group. They didn't know who they were, but their strength wasn't ordinary. Now, they were also looking over. Brat. Do you know what you're saying? Hu Meng coldly looked at Lin Feng, his eyes as wide as copper bells. It was simply overflowing with killing intent. He was actually humiliated by a human cultivator in front of everyone. Hu Meng felt that he had suffered a great humiliation. Previously, he had evil intentions towards Lin Feng, and now, his killing intent was overflowing. Don't you understand human language? Lin Feng looked at Hu Meng condescendingly. The contempt and disdain in his eyes could be seen by anyone. When did humans become so arrogant? Many people began to murmur. Other than that Lin Feng from the Eastern Sea world being so arrogant, in the entire Sky Martial continent, I've never heard of such an arrogant human. A cultivator from an extraterrestrial race said. When he mentioned Lin Feng's name, his voice trembled. As for the rest, they couldn't help but tremble. Lin Feng, who had appeared out of nowhere. To the myriad races, the extraterrestrial races, and the cultivators from other forces, it was simply a nightmare. Now, in the huge Eastern Sea world, no cultivator from these three forces dared to casually enter that sea world. That name was too intimidating to them. Can this brat be compared to Lin Feng? The difference is like heaven and earth. A cultivator from the myriad races curled his lips and said disdainfully. Brat, I'll take your dog life. Shouted Hu Meng furiously. He threw a punch at Lin Feng. When he punched out, the roar of a dragon and tiger could be heard from behind him. Behind Hu Meng, a huge dragon and a ferocious tiger appeared. This punch had evolved into a strange phenomenon and was extremely powerful. What a good dragon tiger divine fist. It's already been cultivated to perfection by Humang. That human brat might be killed by this punch. Immediately, a cultivator from the myriad races sneered. These cultivators from the myriad races, the extraterrestrial races, and the cultivators from other forces looked at this scene indifferently, waiting for the scene of Lin Feng being killed by a single punch. As for the human cultivators, some were worried, some were indifferent, and all had different expressions. Just as the punch was about to hit Lin Feng, a cold glint flashed across their eyes. Said Lin Feng coldly. He raised his right hand and sword chi streaked across the sky. Poochie. The sound of something being torn apart. Then, it spread out. Hu Mei was directly torn in half by Lin Feng's sword chi and died on the spot. The surrounding people were all dumbfounded. No one had expected a young human cultivator like Lin Feng to be so powerful. Lin Feng continued walking towards Maple Leaf Town. The cultivators from the myriad races, the extraterrestrial races, and the cultivators from other forces all made way for Lin Feng. The strong were respected. These cultivators naturally did not dare to make things difficult for Lin Feng. Lin Feng ordered a table full of delicacies in a restaurant, together with a pot of fine wine. What a treat. I heard that the remnants of the demon-killing alliance have escaped to this place. Now, many people have already entered to exterminate them. They seem to have discovered their tracks. This demon-killing alliance is really despicable. They've killed so many of our people. Now, they're finally going to be exterminated. At that moment, the conversation of a group of cultivators from the myriad races at the next table attracted Lin Feng's attention. The demon-killing alliance was obviously an enemy of the myriad races, the extraterrestrial races, and other foreign powers. Lin Feng guessed that it was a new force formed by cultivators from various powers in the Tianwu continent. The demons in the demon-killing alliance most likely represented cultivators from the myriad races, the extraterrestrial races, and other foreign powers. Lin Feng felt very comforted when he heard the name of the demon-killing alliance. The cultivators of the Tianwu continent were not all hot-blooded. There was still a demon-killing alliance that was secretly fighting with the myriad races, the extraterrestrial races, and other foreign powers. However, the demon-killing alliance was not in a good situation. Lin Feng wanted to ask these people about the demon-killing alliance. If these people were not willing to talk, it would be easy. Lin Feng had a way to make them kneel on the ground and beg for mercy while they told him about the demon-killing alliance. However, just as Lin Feng was about to ask, the sound of footsteps could be heard. A large number of cultivators rushed up the stairs from the first floor to the second floor. There were cultivators from the myriad races, the extraterrestrial races, and other foreign powers. The leader of the group was a cultivator with a pair of wings on his back. His wings were an extremely rare pair of gray wings. This was a cultivator from the gray wing race, and his cultivation level was very high. Are you the one who killed Hu Mei? The gray wing race cultivator looked at Lin Feng indifferently, his eyes flashing with coldness. The gray wing race had built Maple Leaf Town. Now, a human cultivator had killed cultivators from the myriad races in Maple Leaf Town. The gray wing race naturally would not sit back and do nothing. From the gray wing race cultivator's point of view, Lin Feng had actually swaggered into the restaurant after killing Hu Mei, ordered such a large table of delicacies, and started eating as if there was no one else around. This was simply a provocation to the myriad races. He deserved to be killed. The myriad races had killed countless cultivators from the Tianwu continent over the years. Killing a young human cultivator was naturally something they could do casually. To them, there was nothing to worry about. After all, there were no strong martial artists in the Tianwu continent. Even if they killed these young cultivators, there would not be any strong martial artists from the older generation coming to take revenge. I killed them. Lin Feng said indifferently. Kid, you dare kill cultivators from our myriad races in Maple Leaf Town? You have a death wish. Have you decided how you want to die? The Grey Wing clan cultivator stared coldly at Lin Feng, his eyes filled with malice. One of the cultivators from the myriad races beside the Grey Wing clan cultivator cast a puzzled look at Lin Feng. He felt like he had seen Lin Feng somewhere before. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something, and his expression abruptly changed. Previously, in the South Sea world, he had once seen a young human race cultivator kill 12 quasi-emperors from afar. At that time it had caused a great uproar. Later on, Great Desire Evil Lord and the other 3 were killed by a human cultivator. Then, there was news that the human race cultivator who killed the Great Desire Evil Lord and the other 3 top experts was the cultivator who killed the 12 quasi-emperors from the South Sea world. Although he was quite far away at the time, this myriad races cultivator still vaguely remembered Lin Feng's general appearance. Now that he recognized Lin Feng's identity, he was almost scared to death. Why did this ancestor come to Maple Leaf Town? This myriad races cultivator hurriedly whispered into the Grey Wing Clan cultivator's ear. Brother Song, this is Lin Feng from the East Sea world. The Grey Wing race cultivator was scared out of his wits when he heard what the cultivator had whispered into his ear. He only felt his legs go soft. With a thud, he knelt on the ground. What's going on? Many people around were completely dumbfounded, not understanding what was going on in front of him. Earlier, the Grey Wing Clan cultivator did not hide his killing intent towards Lin Feng at all. His attitude was extremely domineering. However, in the blink of an eye, he knelt on the ground. Wasn't this change too great? So much so that no one knew what was going on. The cultivator from the Heavenly Eagle clan must have said something to the cultivator from the Grey Wing clan to create such a huge contrast. Lin Gongzi, spare me. Spare me. This lowly one has eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai and offended young master. Please spare this lowly one's life. The Grey Wing Clan cultivator begged for mercy as he kowtowed to Lin Feng in apology. The cultivators of the various races, extraterrestrial races, and the cultivators of the other forces were all dumbfounded as they watched the scene unfold before them. The Grey Wing Clan was a royal faction. They were considered a major faction among the myriad races. The Grey Wing Clan members were all high and mighty, superior to others. How arrogant were they, now? This Grey Wing Clan cultivator was scared to this extent, that young human cultivator's surname seemed to be Lin. Lin, could it be that person? At this moment, many people thought of that name. This was definitely not a coincidence. If it wasn't that person, how could the Grey Wing Clan cultivator be scared to this extent? The Heavenly Eagle Clan cultivator also knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Lin Feng. He was afraid that Lin Feng would kill him in a fit of anger. The myriad races cultivators, extraterrestrial races, and cultivators from other factions who came with the Grey Wing Clan cultivator also knelt on the ground and kowtowed to beg for mercy. When they saw the Heavenly Eagle Clan cultivator kneeling on the ground and kowtowing to beg for mercy, they were almost certain that the young human cultivator in front of them was the one. He should be that legendary existence. Even in the eyes of the myriad races, extraterrestrial races, and cultivators from other factions. That name. It was taboo. They didn't dare to mention it casually. And now, that terrifying existence had actually appeared in a small town like Maple Leaf Village. Many people wanted to cry but had no tears. Who would have thought that such an existence would come here? Scram. Lin Feng said coldly. Let's scram. Let's scram. The Grey Wing Clan cultivator hurriedly said. Then, the group hurriedly left. Lin Feng's gaze then turned to the guests at the table beside him. Then, he asked coldly, what's the situation with the demon-killing alliance now? These myriad races cultivators naturally didn't dare to hide it from Lin Feng. A myriad races cultivator replied in a trembling voice, Lin Gongzi, it's said that the demon-killing alliance has been surrounded in the northwest direction. Now, it's being surrounded by many experts. Lin Feng didn't stop. Instead, he left the restaurant and flew in the northwest direction. Hurry up and spread the news. Say that Lin Feng has appeared in South Continent's primeval Lin Feng's Maple Leaf Town. Soon, the news spread from Maple Leaf Town. The Blood Demon territory was about 100 kilometers in size. This area was very famous in the primeval forests of South Continent. There was always a faint layer of blood-colored gas lingering in the Blood Demon territory. Moreover, there were many terrifying ferocious beasts here. Rumor had it that an extremely powerful blood demon comparable to an ancient immortal had been killed here. That was how the Blood Demon territory got its name. Meanwhile, the myriad races, extraterrestrial races, and cultivators from other factions were attacking the demon-killing alliance cultivators in the depths of the Blood Demon territory. About 300 to 400 cultivators from the demon-killing alliance were being attacked by 4,000 to 5,000 cultivators from the 10,000 races, the extraterrestrial races, and other external forces. The demon-killing alliance was established 13 years ago. At that time, the 10,000 races, the extraterrestrial races, and other external forces had already descended on the Tianwu continent for a few years and caused a huge massacre. As a result, the local forces of the Tianwu continent suffered heavy losses, and many forces were destroyed. However, there were still some lucky survivors among the destroyed forces. Thus, these lucky survivors formed an alliance. This alliance was the so-called Demon-Killing Alliance. The Demon-Killing Alliance's main forces were the South Pole Immortal Island, Punlai Immortal Island, Fire Cloud Island, and others. These forces were mostly from the sea. Thus, compared to the forces on land, more people from the sea escaped. Although some of the forces on land managed to escape before they were destroyed, it was obviously much harder to escape on land than in the sea. Thus, the main force of the Demon-Killing Alliance was the sea. At the beginning, the Demon-Killing Alliance had 400 to 500 people. As time passed, the number of people in the Demon-Killing Alliance reached close to 100,000. Coincidentally, the laws of heaven and earth in the Tianwu continent were changing, and opportunities kept appearing in the overseas worlds. Thus, the Demon-Killing Alliance's cultivators obtained many opportunities, and many powerful experts were born. The Demon-Killing Alliance's main camp was originally hidden in the border region between the South Sea and the West Sea. There were frequent storms there, and powerful restrictions sealed off the sea. It was relatively safe. However, the Demon-Killing Alliance kept attacking the 10,000 races, the extraterrestrial races, and other external forces' fleets. They even attacked the islands built by these three forces. Sometimes, they would come to the inland worlds and attack the ancient cities built or occupied by these forces. This caused the 10,000 races, the extraterrestrial races, and other external forces to suffer heavy losses. Therefore, the three forces were enraged. The top formidable martial artists of these three forces were in the Holy Region ancient city. Thus, after some discussion, the three forces decided to have the Demon Blood Rock King and Chaotic Evil Tao Lord lead the three forces to destroy the Demon-Killing Alliance. The Demon Blood Rock King was a formidable martial artist from the Demon Blood Rock race. Chaotic Evil Tao Lord was a formidable martial artist from the Ancient God race. These two were not only of noble birth, but they were also extremely powerful. Under their leadership, the Demon-Killing Alliance suffered heavy losses. More than 100,000 cultivators had been killed. Only about 1,000 of them managed to escape to the South Continent's primordial forest. Originally, he thought that the primeval forests of the South Continent were dangerous and easy to hide. However, who would have thought that it would still be found by the cultivators of the myriad races, the extraterrestrial forces, and other external forces, after a fierce battle? The Demon-Killing Alliance was now left with only 300 to 400 people. "I'll fight you to the death." A Demon-Killing Alliance cultivator's face contorted. Wielding a huge axe, he charged towards a myriad race cultivator. However, there were too many cultivators from the 10,000 races, the extraterrestrial races, and other external forces. They outnumbered the Demon-Killing Alliance cultivators by more than 10 times. This cultivator was attacked by over a dozen experts of the myriad races. Puff, his body was torn apart by powerful magic treasures one after another. His body exploded, and he died tragically on the spot. This battle was too intense. As the battle went on, the Demon-Killing Alliance's cultivators were at a disadvantage. Their numbers kept decreasing. As for the 10,000 races, the extraterrestrial races, and other external forces, they had too many cultivators. They had an absolute advantage. Before long, there were only slightly more than 100 people left. It was obvious that these last 100 people would not be able to hold on for much longer. In the distance, the demonic Blood Rock King and the chaotic Evil Tao Lord watched the battle with indifference. They had only attacked once. That was when they killed the 9 elders of the Demon-Killing Alliance. The 9 elders of the Demon-Killing Alliance were the 9 people who had obtained great opportunities. Not only had their skills increased to the boundary of the Arch Realm, but they had also obtained treasures. However, although the 9 elders had reached the boundary of the Arch Realm, they were still inferior to the Blood Rock King and the chaotic Evil Dao Lord. There was still a big gap between them. After the Blood Rock King and the chaotic Evil Dao Lord killed the 9 elders, the demon-killing alliance began to show signs of defeat. Kill, kill, kill. The remaining 100 or so demon-killing alliance cultivators charged towards the 10,000 races, the extraterrestrial races, and other external forces. They were not afraid of death at all. Even if they died, they wanted to drag one more person down with them. However, there were too few cultivators in the demon-killing alliance. Their fates seemed to have been set. Everyone was going to die here. A demonic blood race cultivator wielded a battle spear and charged towards a female cultivator. That female cultivator was fighting with another 10,000 races cultivator. She could not block this attack in time. "Master, be careful," Tantai Shiyu's eyes widened as she screamed in fear. If Lin Feng was here, he would definitely recognize this woman. When he first entered the East Sea world, he was targeted by a cultivator from the Fire Cloud Island. That Fire Cloud Island cultivator wanted to kill Lin Feng and steal his treasures. However, he was killed by Lin Feng instead. That was how he became enemies with the Fire Cloud Island. After that, a few more waves of cultivators from the Fire Cloud Island tried to kill Lin Feng. However, they all failed. Finally, Tantai Shiyu acted. Tantai Shiyu pretended to be a woman who was being chased. Then, she coincidentally appeared beside Lin Feng. Lin Feng saved Tantai Shiyu. Tantai Shiyu used a honey trap to seduce Lin Feng. When Lin Feng was lost, she used a poisonous needle to assassinate Lin Feng. However, Tantai Shiyu's scheme was seen through by Lin Feng. Hence, she did not succeed. Not long after Tantai Shiyu escaped, an elder from the Fire Cloud Island tried to kill Lin Feng. This elder was Tantai Shiyu's master, Hua Fengjiao. At that time, Hua Fengjiao's cultivation level was very high. Lin Feng was not her match. However, Lin Feng relied on his powerful array formation to suppress Hua Fengjiao. Lin Feng was a playboy by nature. Seeing how charming Hua Fengjiao was, hence, he did not kill Hua Fengjiao. Instead, he forcefully took Hua Fengjiao and then released her. Lin Feng's playboy character was like that. He was more protective of women. Hence, he rarely killed such beauties. Furthermore, Hua Fengjiao was a woman that he had taken. Lin Feng naturally would not kill her. The enmity with the Fire Cloud Island back then had long vanished into thin air. Back then, when Lin Feng became the overlord of the Sky Martial continent, he did not make things difficult for the Fire Cloud Island. With a different realm, his horizons were naturally different. The enmity in the past to Lin Feng was merely a fleeting cloud. Let it go with the wind. And he had never seen Hua Fengjiao, this alluring beauty, again. Hua Fengjiao heard Tantai Shiyu's exclamation and could not help but look back. She saw that terrifying spear stabbing towards her. It was already too late for her to dodge. Deep despair appeared in Hua Fengjiao's eyes. She could not help but feel sorrowful. Clang, just as the terrifying spear was about to pierce through Hua Fengjiao's body, a figure silently appeared behind Hua Fengjiao. With a flick of his finger, the battle spear shattered. The demonic blood race cultivator who attacked Hua Fengjiao was directly torn in half by the sword chi. "It's you." When she saw the person who appeared, Hua Fengjiao could not help but exclaim. How could she forget what happened back then? The women of the Tianwu continent valued their chastity very much. Scenes from back then. Even after so many years, she still could not forget. In Hua Fengjiao's life, she had only experienced one man, Lin Feng. Back then, she hated Lin Feng. But with the passage of time, the hatred had gradually dissipated. It had to be said that time was the best way to heal everything. Later on, Lin Feng rose to prominence. Hua Fengjiao once saw Lin Feng from afar. At that time, she could only sigh in her heart. Because she felt that she and Lin Feng were definitely people from two different worlds. She originally thought that she would definitely die today. But she was saved by Lin Feng. When she saw Lin Feng again, a strange emotion surged in Hua Fengjiao's heart. She felt it. In that emotion, joy and excitement occupied most of her emotions. Other than that, there was also shyness and other emotions. But there was no hatred. Go to hell. Another myriad race cultivator who was attacking Huafengjiao saw that Huafengjiao was in a daze. This myriad race cultivator slashed at Huafengjiao with a long saber. Be careful. Lin Feng hugged Huafengjiao's willowy waist. Then, he slapped out across the air. A powerful palm energy surged out. A loud bang was heard. That terrifying palm energy directly struck that myriad race cultivator's body. Then, that myriad race cultivator's body exploded, and he died on the spot. Huafengjiao was in Lin Feng's embrace. Her beautiful face was flushed red, but for some reason, she did not struggle out of Lin Feng's embrace. This embrace was so warm. If possible, Huafengjiao really wanted to stay a little longer. You. Tantai Shiyu also recognized Lin Feng and couldn't help but point at Lin Feng, revealing an extremely shocked expression. Lin Feng returned to the Sky Martial continent and killed 13 quasi-emperors in the South Sea. At the peak of the Eastern Ocean, outside the country of Desire, the news of Great Desire Evil Lord and the other 3 peak experts had already spread throughout the Sky Martial continent. However, Tantai Shiyu never thought that Lin Feng would actually appear here. Many people also looked at Lin Feng, but other than Huafengjiao and Tantai Shiyu, no one else knew Lin Feng. Even though she wanted to stay in Lin Feng's arms for a while longer, she didn't want to. However, with so many people watching, Huafengjiao couldn't help but blush. Seeing Huafengjiao's charming appearance, Lin Feng couldn't help but feel a little restless. This woman was simply the best of the best. It had been years since they last met. He seemed to have more charm than before. Kill this brat. A cultivator from the myriad races shouted coldly. Following that, hundreds of cultivators from the myriad races pounced towards Lin Feng. Release the domineering aura. Boom. Lin Feng released his era domineering aura. Given Lin Feng's cultivation base, the power released from his era domineering aura was extremely terrifying. After the era domineering aura was released, it protected everyone from the demon-killing alliance. This was to prevent them from being attacked by the myriad races, the extraterrestrial races, and other external forces. Next, the era domineering aura spread out in all directions. Bang! 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 The cultivators from the myriad races, the extraterrestrial races, and other external forces all exploded. Their bodies and souls were destroyed on the spot. Even the giant gods were no exception. They couldn't withstand the attack of the era domineering aura. The current Lin Feng was simply too strong. He was invincible and invincible. Quick, retreat! Retreat! The cultivators from the myriad races, the extraterrestrial races, and other external forces were scared out of their wits when they saw this scene. One by one, they screamed in horror. They retreated quickly. They wanted to avoid Lin Feng's attack. However, most of them couldn't avoid the attack of the era domineering aura. Bang! 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 The sounds of bodies exploding could be heard continuously. All the cultivators who were enveloped by the era domineering aura were no exception. All of them died tragically. Lin Feng released his era domineering aura and instantly killed more than 3,000 cultivators from the myriad races, the extraterrestrial races, and other external forces. There were only about 1,000 people left from these 3 forces. They all stood in the distance and looked at Lin Feng in horror. It was as if they were looking at an invincible god-fiend. Many of them had lingering fear. Luckily, they were further away from Lin Feng and managed to escape. If they were closer, they wouldn't have been able to escape. Huafengjiao. Tantai Shiyu knew about Lin Feng's identity and heard that Lin Feng was very strong. However, she saw with her own eyes that Lin Feng only released his aura. He killed more than 3,000 experts in an instant. She was still shocked. As for the other demon-killing alliance cultivators, their eyeballs almost popped out. Wasn't he too strong, even that Lin Feng from the East Sea world? It would be very difficult for him to do this, right? Who exactly was he? He was so terrifying. Sister Yu, who is this young master? An extremely beautiful female cultivator looked at Tantai Shiyu and asked softly. A man like Lin Feng. It was like the arch had descended to the world. It was enough to attract everyone's attention. Just like how men liked beautiful women. Of course, the woman admired Lin Feng, who was handsome and strong. Tantai Shiyu said, "He is Lin Feng." "What? He is that Lin Gongzi from the East Sea world?" The demon-killing alliance cultivators were extremely shocked. The demonic Blood Rock King and chaotic Evil Dao Lord were very strong. The conversation here did not escape their senses. The demonic Blood Rock King looked at Lin Feng with a dark expression, his eyes flashing with killing intent. "So, you are that Lin Feng. We have heard of your reputation. You killed the Great Desire Evil Lord, Wu Rida, Xianxia, and Morong Xingchen. Since we have seen you today, we will finish you off while we are at it. It can be considered as getting rid of a huge problem for the myriad races." As the demonic Blood Rock King finished speaking, he flapped his wings and flew out. "I heard that this child has many powerful mystical abilities and secret techniques, as well as many powerful Dharma treasures. Moreover, his providence is overwhelming. Killing this child and taking his mystical abilities, Dharma treasures, providence, and other things is no less than obtaining at least 5 heaven-defying fortuitous opportunities." Lord Chaos Evil said coldly. His eyes were filled with killing intent as he looked at Lin Feng. Lord Chaos Evil also flew out and surrounded Lin Feng with the demonic Blood Rock King. These two were boundary thearchs who had reached the 93rd stone step. Previously, Lin Feng had killed Great Desire Evil Lord, Wu Rida, Xianxia, and Morong Xingchen. However, among these 4 people, 2 were boundary emperors who had reached the 90th step, 1 was a boundary emperor who had reached the 91st step, and 1 was a boundary emperor who had reached the 93rd step. However, the key was that the boundary emperor who had reached the 93rd step, Xianxia, was old and frail. His battle strength was not at the level that a boundary emperor of his level should have. Thus, Great Desire Evil Lord and the other 3 boundary emperors' battle strength could not be compared to demonic Blood Rock King and chaotic Evil Dao Master. "All of you, back off," Lin Feng looked at the demon-killing alliance members beside him. The group hurriedly retreated to the outer regions. In such a battle between formidable martial artists, if they got too close, at that time only death would await them. Demonic Blood Rock King took the initiative to attack Lin Feng. His wings flapped violently. Every flap of his wings would cause a fierce gust of wind. The fierce gust of wind swept across heaven and earth. It surged in all directions, shaking the void. Within the gust of wind, countless wind blades appeared. The wind blades could easily tear the void apart. Their power was terrifying to the extreme. The wind blades that covered the sky and covered the earth slashed towards Lin Feng. It was as if a gigantic flying sword was attacking Lin Feng in a monstrous manner. At this moment, chaotic Evil Dao Master also attacked Lin Feng. This ancient god race cultivator cultivated both god and evil. His methods were very shocking. His hands kept changing. Following which, a ferocious bird formed. That ferocious beast had 2 heads. The left head was like the legendary Bai Feng, while the right head was like the ferocious Swanee. Its huge body was like that of a huge bat. Its claws were like dragon claws, and its tail was like the tail of a centipede. No one knew what kind of ferocious beast it was. This ferocious beast was extremely terrifying. He immediately hid himself in the middle of the wind blades and started attacking Lin Feng. The wind blades formed a fierce storm that surged rapidly. Its power was very strong. That ferocious beast was also extremely ferocious. He was ready to kill Lin Feng at any time. The 2 of them complemented each other well. It seemed that they had worked together more than once. Otherwise, they wouldn't have cooperated so well. Everyone was nervously watching the battlefield, not knowing what the outcome of this battle would be. The combat strength Lin Feng had displayed earlier was simply too terrifying. Thus, the cultivators of the myriad races, the extraterrestrial races, and the cultivators from the other forces were not certain that Fiend Blood Rock King and Evil Dao Master would be able to kill Lin Feng if they joined forces. However, they hoped that demonic Blood Rock King and Evil Dao Master would be able to kill Lin Feng. Lin Feng's existence was a huge threat to them. They couldn't eat or sleep peacefully. Lin Feng remained indifferent in the face of the attacks from the 2 experts. He instantly unleashed his epical and supreme aura. 3 layers of domineering aura superimposed. Suddenly, a powerful magnetic field was formed. When the magnetic field descended, the wind blades swept out by demonic Blood Rock King's wings were shattered. The terrifying creature formed by Evil Tao Master was also destroyed. The magnetic field directly enveloped demonic Blood Rock King and Evil Tao Master. When they were enveloped by the magnetic field, their speed decreased sharply. Oh no, it's aura. This is the power of aura. Let's retreat. Demonic Blood Rock King seemed to have some understanding of aura, so he knew how terrifying it was. Falling into the aura's deterrence would inevitably cause one to fall into a passive position. Demonic Blood Rock King flapped his wings and retreated quickly. He belonged to the rock race. This race had deep attainments in the use of the void and speed. This kind of attainment seemed to be an innate racial talent that other cultivators could not match. Demonic Blood Rock King retreated quickly. He successfully left the range of the magnetic field. Although Evil Tao Master was also retreating, his attainments in speed and void manipulation could not compare to Demonic Blood Rock King. In addition, Lin Feng had directly locked onto Demonic Blood Rock King. Therefore, Demonic Blood Rock King could not retreat. Demonic Blood Rock King was locked onto by Lin Feng. Lin Feng then launched a frenzied attack on Demonic Blood Rock King. He quickly rushed in front of Demonic Blood Rock King and then used the Dragon Elephant arm. He threw a punch at Demonic Blood Rock King. Close combat was Lin Feng's favorite way of fighting. Now, Lin Feng was close to Demonic Blood Rock King. He had to face Lin Feng's Dragon Elephant arm Jr. You're courting death. Demonic Blood Rock King could not help but shout coldly. He also threw a punch at Lin Feng. Demonic Blood Rock King was an ancient god race cultivator. The ancient god race was a branch of the god race. This race's physical body was very strong. They had a physical body that could compete with a true dragon. Therefore, when Demonic Blood Rock King saw that Lin Feng was going to fight with him physically, a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. Bang! In the next moment, Lin Feng and Demonic Blood Rock King collided. Demonic Blood Rock King's right arm was broken by Lin Feng's punch. Ah! Demonic Blood Rock King could not help but scream in pain. This is impossible. Demonic Blood Rock King shouted as he retreated. He could not accept what was happening in front of him. The physical body of the ancient god race was so strong that it could compete with a true dragon's physical body. However, it could not resist Lin Feng's attack. This made Demonic Blood Rock King feel like he had seen a ghost in broad daylight. Lin Feng quickly caught up with Demonic Blood Rock King. This was a good opportunity to kill Demonic Blood Rock King. He naturally would not let go of this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Universe Blood Rock King. At this moment, the Demonic Blood Rock King in the distance attacked Lin Feng. This divine ability was extremely strange. When the godly skill descended and surrounded Lin Feng's body, Lin Feng was astonished. Lin Feng's body began to swell. His body seemed like it was about to explode. Lin Feng's heart could not help but tremble. The Demonic Blood Rock King's attack directly targeted the blood. This divine ability could make the blood in the body of the person who was hit by it swell. Then, the entire body would swell. Blood exploded. The body would explode. He would die a tragic death. Lin Feng hurriedly activated the Archean Dragonesque Elephant skill to suppress the swelling blood in his body. His body gradually returned to normal. However, at this moment, Demonic Blood Rock King had also gotten rid of Lin Feng and successfully escaped from the magnetic field formed by Lin Feng's domineering aura. Ah! My arm. You actually broke my arm. Little bastard, I'm going to tear you to shreds later. Demonic Blood Rock King roared furiously, his eyes fixed on Lin Feng. His eyes were filled with killing intent as he looked at Lin Feng. We just need to distance ourselves and activate our divine ability to not let this kid get close to us and not be enveloped by his domineering aura. This kid will definitely die. End of chapter 2777. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.